The Eternal Conspiracy Against Turkishness. From Secular Educational Dictatorship to Islamist Popular Democracy. By Frederik Glas. July 15, 2016 marks the botched attempt by the Turkish military to seize power in their country and to send head of state Erdogan to the afterlife. This day was declared by Turkish Prime Minister Binali Yildirim as a holiday of democracy, and by Erdogan as a sign of the favor of the Almighty. As cynical as these statements are in view of the reactions to the coup, they are not surprising. The leader, as Erdogan is called by his supporters, is merely demonstrating how charismatic rule works. Their overriding principle, the Turkish and Russian leaders are very similar in this respect, is impudence, and their followers are inspired by impudence. Internally, what little rule of law there was, even in Turkey, is publicly mocked and scorned. Externally, they confidently give the finger. In Turkey, more than 50% of the population don't think anything of the fact that their leader wanted to bring about the casus belli with Syria through a secret service stunt, or that he and his followers are shamelessly enriching themselves. People identify with the loudmouth, who becomes a hero the more he obviously creates facts without hindrance. The old reservations against the Kemalist elite, which Erdogan has disempowered, only partially guide his actions. As corrupt and authoritarian as these circles were, what people hated about them was that, however distorted, they set out to create a different Turkey. What is condemned today as Western and un-Turkish is the failed attempt to move away from the legacy of the Ottoman Empire, which was founded on plunder, towards a country in which equality before the law is not only enshrined in the Constitution and the miserable personal dependence on the privileged, the seemingly ineradicable web of relationships is finally abolished. The charismatic leader reestablishes personal dependence on power as an all-encompassing principle, taking away the smell of illegality and degradation by presenting as dysfunctional, weak, and defenseless what would be the prerequisite for a more bearable life. The law is a possibility, even for the poor and uninfluential, to take action against unlawful encroachments by the rich and powerful, as protection of the individual against the impositions of a moral order that the majority mob has set out to enforce. Since January 20, 2017, everything is over. The Turkish parliament voted to establish an Islamist presidential dictatorship with the votes of Erdogan's AKP and the majority of MPs from the national chauvinist MHP, a total of 80% of MPs. It is unlikely that the referendum scheduled for the end of May will change this. It will be a dark country, full of rumors, secrecy, and fear. The losers, especially the women who have nothing to gain from the headscarf, will make themselves as invisible as possible. Their conversations will be filled with the loudest harmlessness, and the rapprochement between the sexes will be even more guilt-ridden and uptight than before. Many Western Turks, however, will make their compromise with the circumstances, which will not be so difficult for them. At first, driven by panic and fear of death, but also by the urgent need to belong, they stood firmly behind the victory of the people against a criminal coup attempt proclaimed by the leader, only to be mocked at the mass rallies of the United People. Then more than a few have realized that their Republic and Erdogan's have so much in common in matters of destiny, which takes away some of the bitter taste of their submission. Some of those who are already certain to be the next victims of the unstoppable march of the common people under their beloved leader have diligently contributed to the downfall of a republic that has never had self-confident citizens. Hardly any Turkish social democrat or leftist would admit that the self-confident and aggressive national pride called Turkishness, which they do not want to touch, is based on the genocide of the Armenians in 1916 as well as the mass murders of Greeks in particular between 1920 and 1923. On the contrary, if anyone even mentions the founding crimes of the Republic, there is a great closing of ranks. Then there are no more parties, only Turks. The last time this happened was on January 17, 2017. On the fifth day of the marathon debate on the constitutional amendments, Garo Palan from the pro-Kurdish HDP party took to the lectern to plead for a pluralistic democracy. Colleagues, between 1913 and 1923 we lost four peoples: the Armenians, the Greeks, the Assyrians, and the Jews. They were expelled from this country with massacres and genocide. Dear colleagues, then he had to interrupt his speech because of the many expressions of displeasure and heckling. There has never been a genocide in this country, shouted MPs from the ranks of the Islamic ruling party AKP and the nationalist MHP, as well as representatives of the Kemalist CHP, which sees itself as social democratic. Stop insulting the history of this nation, shouted one MP. Finally, Session President Ahmet Aydin intervened. Mr. Palon, please correct your words. There was no genocide. Palon turned to the plenary again to appease them. Look, colleagues, we Armenians were once 40% of the population. Today we are 0.1%. Something must have happened to us. He implored the parliament. But he was shouted down again. Mr. Palon, be careful what you say. Parliamentary Deputy Aydin ordered the Armenian. I warned you. You must not insult the nation here. The session was interrupted. The parliament then expelled Garo Palon from parliament for 3 sessions by an overwhelming majority. The MPs decided that his speech would be deleted from the parliamentary minutes. Like Palon's unfinished speech from the parliamentary minutes, entire population groups were first actually erased and then erased from the collective memory of the Turks. But the murdered, the displaced, and those who fled do not rest, but haunt the collective unconscious as clandestine traitors to Turkishness, obviously capable of doing what was done to them if they were not exposed and rendered harmless in time. Sometimes they appear as Misiwaners, meaning imperialists who, supported by the USA and Europe, spread Christianity for the purpose of launching an anti-Turkish Christian irredenta. Then they infiltrate the Turkish state disguised as Donmi, which actually just means convert, in order to pursue Jewish and Christian-motivated, and in any case treacherous, machinations. They may be subversive Armenians, although there are only a few thousand of them left in Turkey, or Jews, whose numbers have dwindled to less than 20,000. When things get really bad, it is those who refuse to accept their national identity and celebrate Christmas and New Year's Eve, for example. It is by no means only in the logic of Erdogan's supporters and the national chauvinists allied with them that the revenants of those murdered today appear primarily as the real or supposed followers of the Islamist Fethullah Gulen of all people, ghosts for the most part, to whom all variants of the enemy explanation seem to fit. The particularly widespread tendency in Turkey to explain the world and, above all, events at home with conspiracy theories is not always due to paranoia, but all too often has a solid empirical basis. In 93 years of republic legal certainty, reliance on the regulatory authorities or on government announcements and ultimately personal safety have only ever been partially enforced. There was this deep state, which did not so much mean the dual structure of elected government and the military-dominated National Security Council that existed until around 2005, but rather links between the military, police units, or the Secret Service and extra-legal forces, which from the 1971 coup onwards were also known as counter-guerrillas. From the very beginning, there were semi-legal formations of a highly criminal nature whose proximity to the state, indeed vanguard role in the definition and execution of a state purpose that was not yet officially on the agenda, could drive you crazy. Even after July 15, 2016, avant-gardists of the state's purpose seem to have seen a need for more stringent action. In the days following the night of the coup, there were ranks of activists in the major cities of the West as well as in the Kurdish Alavai East, which no one had explicitly called for. In Malatya, the police used water cannons and tear gas to disperse a large crowd that was obviously planning to move into the Alavai quarter. There are reports from Istanbul of activists marching through Istiklal Street, the pedestrian zone in the historic Old Town, and ambushing, threatening, and in some cases beating up beer drinkers sitting in popular pubs in the side streets. This coincides with an incident in the same area, when a few young people held a small release party in a record store with beer and cigarettes on Ramadan, which ended shortly before the coup, to celebrate the release of their favorite band's new CD, which they had carelessly made public via Twitter. They were beaten up. This also coincides with a press report from early August 2016, also from Istanbul, according to which a woman wearing shorts was beaten up on a bus. There have been several similar reports since then. On December 29, 2016, the website of the TV station Kanal published a diatribe by Bunyamin Erdogan calling for people not to celebrate New Year's Eve because a turkey is slaughtered and eaten on this day. Since turkeys are called turkeys in English, just like turkey, and a pope was once given a turkey as a gift, whereupon he said, "What an animal! Like the Turks it runs around with a red face and fluffed up. Its name should be Turk. It was forbidden to celebrate New Year's Eve. Several less fanciful but equally inciting articles calling for hatred of Christians appeared in smaller newspapers and blogs in December 2016, just a few days before the New Year's Eve mass murder in the Reina nightclub that left 39 people dead. Such spontaneous actions point to the fringes of the political spectrum, which, ever since the Turkish Republic has existed, have been implementing the current state mandate, which they have basically correctly recognized, with means that seem to go beyond the goal. In the event of excess, Their actions are branded as provocation by the authorities and prosecuted when it is already too late. In most cases, however, it fits in perfectly and remains without consequences. These marauders act independently, without having received an order. This is important to emphasize because this semi-spontaneous element does not fit into the worldview of the left-wing and Kemalist opposition, which often and mostly falsely comes up with difficult conspiracy scenarios because it does not want to acknowledge that the mischief often comes directly from the yeast of its subject, the uneducated people thirsting for freedom. Take Malik Karabulut, a functionary of the Turkish Parents Association in Hamburg, which is considered to be more social democratic, who spoke of the German mutt race on his Facebook account after the German Bundestag's Armenia resolution in June 2016, whose members should be shown what they are made of. Take the murderer of the Turkish-Armenian journalist Hrant Dink, who after his arrest in a police station in Trabzon in January 2007 was for once not beaten up prophylactically, as happens to so many detainees, but was allowed to pose as a young hero on a patriotic video with police officers in front of a picture of Ataturk. The young man had received his weapon from another terrorist who had attacked a McDonald's branch in 2004 as an agent of American imperialism and was a member of the Grand Unity Party. This formation, which split from the MHP in 1992 and has almost always remained below 1% in national elections, can score above average where the front is. In the central Anatolian city of Sivas in 1994, exactly 1 year after the Alavai pogrom in a hotel in the city that left 37 dead, it achieved an impressive 18%. The same applies to the province of Trabzon on the northern Black Sea coast, where people are proud to have fought victoriously against the Russians in the First World War, and even more so afterwards against Armenians and other traitors. Since then, every effort has been made to remember the Christian past of the city and region only by glorifying the massacres committed against Christians. Incidentally, only a small proportion of the victims there were Armenians, but mainly so-called Pontos Christians, about whose terrible fate between 1922 and 1924 far too little is known. In Trabzon, they were young fans of the Premier League club Trabzonspor, some of whom were provided with advice and training, a free ticket to the stadium and sometimes a firearm by the Great Unity Party or similar smaller groups. Such active citizens were already to be found at the beginning of the Republic, when in the late 1920s and 1930s the aim was to establish Turkish as the sole national language. Christians and Jews who could be recognized by their own idiom were beaten up. The same activists, who could be mobilized via newspapers, agitators, and sometimes even regular order troops, also ensured that by the end of the 1930s there were no Jews living in the west of the country beyond Istanbul and Izmir. The trail continues via the strangely concerted mob that organized Greek pogroms in Istanbul and on the Prince's Islands off the city in 1955 in response to inflammatory articles, with the result that after days of looting, pillaging, rape, and in some cases murder, the last Greeks fled Turkey, i.e. those who, unlike all other Greeks in the country, had been granted the right to stay in Istanbul in the Lausanne Agreement of 1923. The trigger was the arson of Ataturk's birthplace in Thessaloniki, of which it was soon known that the perpetrator or perpetrators belonged to the Turkish Secret Service or at least had close ties to it, an essentially unimportant fact, as the willingness of thousands of Istanbul residents to expel the last Greeks and enrich themselves with their property must have existed beforehand. Provocations only work if the famous powder keg is already in place. The great Alavai pogroms in Maras in 1978, with over 100, probably several hundred dead, belong in the same line as the murder of Hrant Dink and a year earlier, in 2006, of a priest in Trabzon who was shot dead by an allegedly mentally ill man who claimed to have carried out Allah's will. The fact is that the assassin carried out what the local media and statements made by the city administration and the governor's office in the previous 2 years had claimed was a license to kill traitors. The priest had been acting as a missionary. The last victim in a truly incomplete series was Semel Candace, the deputy mayor of Sicily, a district of Istanbul, known as a critic of Erdogan, who was murdered on July 18, 2016, 3 days after the attempted coup. Candace was Jewish. The preparations for the murder always followed the same pattern. Step 1. Public declaration of hostility against foreign-born enemies of the people, Elvis, Christians, Armenians, and Jews. Train 2. Exacerbation by a small but influential inflammatory press from the national chauvinist milieu, which has long since come to see the nation as a decidedly Islamic one. Train 3. Not by chance, but also not deliberately set in motion, some very insignificant, poor, agitated guy goes off with a gun or a butcher's knife and makes things right. This only has to do with Islam to the extent that in Turkey this religion is ethnicized and does not appear as the personal confession of individuals. However, racialized Islam has no genuine Islamic roots in Turkey. Rather, it is an original product of the Republic and its founding fathers, who are so proud of their laicism. A popular slogan that was used again after the coup is, "Turkey is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and by traitors on all 4 sides." This slogan, which was already used by Erdogan in December 2015 but is much older and dates back to the founding of the Republic, has been omnipresent since July 15, 2016. You can now buy stickers online that read, "If you live in a country surrounded on 3 sides by the sea and on all 4 sides by traitors, then you must either be a very good swimmer or a fighter." End quote. Modern Turkey was against Islam only insofar as it explicitly claimed power in the state against the new powers. The abolition of the caliphate in 1922 had ended a close alliance between state power, the Sultan, who was officially also the caliph, and religion, represented by the Sheikh al-Islam. However, the position of Sheikh al-Islam remained and was transferred to a state official who acted as head of the supreme religious authority, which was called the Authority for Sharia Affairs and Foundations until 1924 and was then renamed the Office for Religious Affairs, the Diyanet Ministry, whose German offshoot is the Ditib. The state mandate was to push back an Islam striving for autonomous power and not the explicit separation of religion and state under the auspices of the privatization of religion. This political concept has worked. In Turkey, there is no contradiction between Islam and the state. Turkish Islamism, unlike the example of the Muslim Brotherhood in Arab countries, does not propagate a counterstate. Failure to realize this has not only broken the neck of the secular Turks, but ultimately also the movement of the preacher Fethullah Gulen. The Gulen movement occupied a special position in the world of avant-garde apron organizations. Although it was in line with a radical state purpose yet to be realized, the strengthening of Islam against secular achievements, it pursued its path clandestinely. The aforementioned Great Unity Party, for example, came up against the reorientation of the Grey Wolves, renamed MHP in 1993, which turned more towards the political center and largely ceased its militant activities. For true nationalists, this was a betrayal of the defensiveness urgently required against the enemies lurking everywhere. But while the spectrum appeared unhindered in public, Gulen's path at least partly corresponded to what is assumed in the paranoid mass consciousness of a sect of Jewish converts from Salonika, which goes back to the so-called Sabbateans at the end of the 17th century and has played a grotesque role in the fear and hate word donmi in the fantasies of the conspiracy believers in recent decades. The religious network that Gulen has built up since the 1970s corresponds in some respects to Western sects, such as the Church of Scientology. He founded discussion groups that studied the mass-produced brochures containing the master's sermons and whose participants also kept in touch with each other privately. Within his community, there are hierarchies of initiation and therefore influence. And of course, the higher up you go, the more clandestine things become. The economic empire of the Gulen community initially established itself as a network of tutoring schools. What in this country is comparable to the so-called revision rooms, i.e. cramming studios that privately prepare law students for their exams, in Turkey affects pupils from the age of 10. They take private lessons in order to pass the crazy entrance tests for university admission in the subject of their choice. These exams are held simultaneously at all schools across the country. 6 weeks later, the results lists with the now coded names of the students and the number of points achieved are posted at the schools. This is the time for celebrations and despair, including suicides. The Gulen movement's relatively affordable and apparently quite successful cram schools were also able to establish themselves in a free and very lucrative market because there were social discounts for low-income students. In the next step, Gulen took advantage of the opportunities that had been made easier since the 1990s to establish private schools, often boarding schools, which also offered social discounts for low-income students. Over the decades, cooperating commercial enterprises from all sectors were added, especially in the construction sector, whose owners were eager donors to the Gulen community, but who were also highly respected benefactors in their hometowns. And this much can be taken for granted. From the Gulen Empire, probably starting in cram schools, came people who wanted to make their way in the state sector from the very beginning, with the aim of infiltrating it one day and then taking it over. Gulen declared that he believed that the only way to prevent his movement from being crushed was to make coups impossible, and that the Islamic idea in the state should therefore be strengthened against the military. He fundamentally ruled out violence as a means to success, despite all the similarities in content with militant Islamists. The success of this strategy of infiltrating the judiciary, police, and intelligence services, as well as the education sector, was considerable, as Gülen's longtime ally Recep Tayyip Erdogan found out after the break, which took place in 2013 at the latest, in the form of deliberately launched embarrassing revelations. There is no evidence that the Gülen people have gained comparable influence within the military. The Gülen movement has been a popular object of criticism from secular and left-wing circles since the 1990s. Corresponding educational books were published, and the whole desire for the conspiracy theory degenerated into the form of exposure. Significantly, the same leftists and Kemalists who believed they could hit Islamization with their constant denunciation of the Gülen movement never attacked Islam. It only seemed dangerous to them insofar as it was really or allegedly active in secret as a treacherous formation, while they ignored what had been taking place openly throughout the country since the 1980s at the latest, always within the framework of what was permitted by the Diyanet ministry. Secular Turkey had never really wanted to suppress Islam. Rather, it wanted to use it to strengthen the state and the cohesion of society. This can be seen in the fervent reference to the sovereign, the people, in Turkish halk. In the idea of the halk, the existential threat it poses to every decidedly Western citizen, especially every decidedly Western woman citizen, appears strangely alienated in the form of an uncle and aunt-like, dotty, gnarled collective of origin with its straightforward, unadulterated way of life which one must somehow simply like. At the same time, the halk is claimed to be a guarantor against alienation, effeminacy, and decadence, which only needs to be protected from evil influence. The latter is the Kemalists' educational mission. The fact that the Young Turks had been calling on an Islamic halk with Islamist slogans to resist the foreign enemies in their own country since the end of the 19th century intensified this murderous propaganda with the outbreak of the First World War and waged their war of liberation from 1920 to 1923 under the banner of Islam. They were never to get rid of this empowerment of a people identical to themselves for mass murder and plunder. The Kemalists, who had tried to use the appeal to the original collective to push through their unpopular reforms, failed against their own creature in the first free election in 1950, which was won by an Islamist. Erdogan recognized the contradiction and declared the development of the Turkish Republic to be misguided because it was anti-people, not in the War of Liberation, which was an Islamic war of robbery, but starting with Ataturk's reforms, and thus radically cleared away the Western ballast that his secular predecessors had already put up for disposal in small portions since 1980 at the latest to calm the growing halk. The history of three coups shows that it did not take Fethullah Gülen acting clandestinely to transform the Kemalist state into an Islamist state. The 1960 coup was directed against Prime Minister Adnan Menderes, who ruled with an overwhelming majority. He was accused of all sorts of things, such as responsibility for the 1955 Greek pogroms in Istanbul, which is quite unlikely, but hardly that he was really a government Islamist with preferences for the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood. He was hanged without any plausible explanation as to why. The following decade marked a strengthening of the state party CHP and a shift to the left towards state-driven modernization and a kind of pact with the growing working class. On the issue of Islam, there was no reform under Menderes. He had reimposed the call of the muezzin and the prayer formulas in Arabic, after the Kemalists had decreed in the 1930s that these could only be recited in Turkish. This was accompanied by the creeping re-Arabization or re-Osmanization of the Turkish language. The Erbakans and Erdogans were always recognizable by their old-fashioned language, which used many Arabic words. The second coup took place in 1971 and was directed against a permanent government crisis and increasingly violent radical left-wing activities. Two martyrs of this coup, icons of the radical left, the revolutionaries Deniz Cezmis and Mahir Kayan, who were executed in 1972, had received military training from the Palestinian PFLP together with several hundred like-minded people in Lebanon with the aim of taking up the armed struggle at home. Kayan had murdered Ephraim Elram, the Israeli consul in Istanbul, in 1971 because he had probably handed over lists with the names of PFLP allies to the Turkish authorities. None of this was reflected in the verdict against him. After the 1971 coup, the Islamist Necmettin Erbakan, who led a successful party that was also represented in parliament, was met with considerably greater tolerance than before. At the same time, a chauvinistic penchant for foreign policy adventures emerged, culminating in the conquest of northern Cyprus in 1974 and the establishment of a northern Cypriot republic by Ankara's grace. The cruel slaughter of unarmed Greek Cypriots and the associated chauvinistic rejoicing that united the entire country in ugliness already points to the current propagandistically revived desire for the Greek islands off the coast of Turkey. The 1980 coup was directed against civil warlike clashes between right-wing and left-wing extremist groups, with several people being killed every day. As a result, the radical left, which had been brutally persecuted, was largely finished off, as were the social democratic left-wing Kemalists, some of whom sympathized with it. Even then, the vacuum was quite openly filled not with more fascism, as has always been claimed, but with more Islam. Not only was Adnan Menderes rehabilitated and streets and squares in many cities were renamed after him. The most important politician after the coup, and later President Turgut Özal, openly flirted with radical Islam. What had already been facilitated after the coup in 1971 was carried out at breakneck speed after 1980 with state funding. The construction of more and more new mosques, a development that continues to this day. The state within the state, the military with the National Security Council dominated by it, had thus gradually made concessions to its Islamist opponents without losing power. Erdogan, and not Gulen, who acted cautiously in semi-secrecy, had defied the military at a time when the powerful apparatus had consumed its own substance. The military was not infiltrated by Islam either 10 years ago or today. Rather, its ideological masterminds faced an opponent whom they despised and increasingly feared, but against whom they knew nothing of substance. Erdogan, as he is proving now that he has total power, is not an anti-Kemalist at all. He does not want a special Islamic judiciary or a parallel Islamic state structure. He is merely taking up and strengthening what was supposedly weakened by traitors inside and outside, the people's defensive self-confidence against internal and external enemies, to which everyone secretly pays homage. In 1997, the military once again took action with a so-called soft coup against Mehmet Erbakan, who had been ruling in coalition with the Social Democrat Bülent Ecevit and was simply deposed by the National Security Council and banned from politics. His students and successors hastily renounced him. Erdogan there, Gulen here. In 2001, Erdogan essentially founded the Justice and Awakening Party, AKP, from the remnants of Erbakan's banned Virtue Party, and Gulen embarked on ever greater ventures alongside Erdogan. What else could the military have done? Strange conspiracy nests of ultranationalist officers of the middle ranks emerged on its fringes, whose significance as the so-called Ergenekon conspiracy was greatly exaggerated by Erdogan, which led to the conviction of high-ranking military officers in the years 2007 to 2012, not least due to forgeries by allegedly loyal prosecutors and judges. The fact that the military did not stage a coup back then can only be due to the fact that the general staff shied away from the risk of overthrowing a hugely popular prime minister and thus presiding over a hated regime for whose inevitable failure it would have had to take responsibility. In 1960, there were still ideologically convinced generals around Ataturk's successor İsmet İnönü who adhered to reformist Kemalism and even had a plan for the period after the coup. In 1971 and 1980, however, little more than the facade of reformist Kemalism remained. The coups took place because, in view of the internal unrest, there were good prospects for the military to present itself popularly as the upholder of order. But in 2007, at the height of the Ergenekon affair, or even in 2016, there was no longer any prospect of significant popular support. The question occasionally raised by left-wing and left-wing Kemalist circles as to whether a coup actually took place on July 15, 2016 is easy to answer. It was not a coup, but a bitterly serious coup attempt. Everything else belongs in the world of conspiracy theories. It had to fail because the decisive generals, with very few exceptions, did not want to support it. Even if Erdogan had been successfully liquidated as planned, the landslide in the military that the putschists had hoped for would probably not have taken place. Of course, we can only speculate as to whether the coup plotters were Gülenists, as virtually nothing is known about what happened on July 15, 2016. In any case, there is no evidence that Gülen could have played a role in the takeover, and even if this had been the case, we do not know who the Gülenists in the military actually were. However, the military, long since deprived of its ideological center, has been open to many influences. Not much can be gleaned from the putschists' declaration, except that Erdogan's adventurous foreign policy was probably repugnant to them. It is unclear which law and order they wanted to reinstate. It is very likely that many in the military never got over the final humiliation and disempowerment in connection with Ergenekon. However, the officers sentenced up to 2012, right up to former Chief of General Staff İlker Başbuğ, were released 2 years later, and all 275 sentences were overturned in April 2016. Why should the military, who were explicitly rehabilitated by Erdogan against Gülen, have organized a coup with Gülen? Especially since the Gülen people in the judiciary and secret service played a significant role in the proceedings. On the other hand, Gülen and Erdogan were allies until 2013. No officer could believe that Erdogan did not have a hand in these show trials. Erdogan was only clever enough to moderate the provocation and make his Islamist political opponents bleed for the humiliation of the military for which he himself was largely responsible, thereby creating a halfway acceptable truce with the exhausted officer corps. Erdogan had unsettled his declared opponents from the democratic camp, who believed they could put him and his party under pressure with ever-new revelations about the Gülen movement and its conspiratorial plotting, by starting to implement their demands for the destruction of this very movement and staging a veritable campaign of revenge after the coup. And yet, there was and is no FET or Fethullah Terror Örgütü, a terrorist organization of the Gülenists, just as there is no movement called PDY or Paralel Devlet Yapılanması, which means something like a parallel state structure under construction and more strongly serves the Kemalist variant of Gülen paranoia. What really led to the break between Erdogan and Gülen is actually irrelevant. They always agreed on the objective, i.e. the sustainable Islamization of Turkey. Even though Gülen's anti-Erdogan campaign included fierce criticism of his actions in connection with the Gaza flotilla around the Mavi Marmara ship, there is enough evidence that he is the same bone-deep anti-Semite from the Erbakan school as his later enemy. They were simply competitors for power, each an undisputed ruler over his followers, and the one who was more distant and not immediately effective probably felt cheated out of his share. To a certain extent, Gülen really was a conspirator. What made him great, the infiltration of the apparatuses and the strong influence on the education system, was the necessary flanking of Erdogan's populism and was nevertheless bound to break his neck at some point. The victorious Erdogan no longer needed an organization working in secret. Such a cadre network could never have been fully controlled and would have become dangerous at some point. For him personally and his power in the party, but even more so for his power over the Turks, which he could exercise most unsuspiciously as the openly acting tribune of the people. There was something elitist and thus arrogant about the Gülenists. Their Islamist state is the state of an elite distinguished by its insider status and connections and thus a grimacing revenant of the old Kemalist cadres. Erdogan, on the other hand, is truly egalitarian unlike Gülen and truly secular unlike the Kemalists. Like the Kemalists, he makes religion subservient to the state, which would hardly differ in structure from the Kemalist state were it not for the built-in automatism that urges the plebiscitary unleashing of the masses. It calls on the Halk to regain its originality, which is based on mass murder and the threat of mass murder, and removes all the constitutional obstacles and false considerations that the Kemalists had imposed on it to the detriment of the Republic. Today, in February 2017 and no longer in July 2016, what no one actually believed in, the bourgeois nation, is a thing of the past. Against it, the people have found themselves. Territory is just as open as the question of property. By contrast, any debate about belonging not to the nation but to the people is closed. National borders no longer exist. According to official maps, Mosul and Aleppo are part of it again, as are the Greek islands off the coast. But even this excessiveness basically only reflects the Kemalist resentment against the Turkish Versailles, the Treaty of Lausanne of 1923, which stipulates the current national borders and which had already been revised internally in 1955 when the Greeks were expelled from Istanbul. The nation's promise of fixed external borders, which also symbolized territorial saturation, has fallen, as has the protection of property. For months now, private individuals and persons of civil law have been expropriated on a scale not seen since 1923. This does not just mean newspapers and broadcasters critical of the government, but far more the assets of real or imagined Fethullahs, including companies with more than 1,000 employees. The receivers are Erdogan loyalists who will ultimately receive the assets, presumably in return for a levy to the state. This gigantic wave of expropriations, which is accompanied by the ruination of the livelihoods of over 100,000 people who have already been dismissed from public service, is a signal to everyone. Don't imagine too much about what you have accumulated, earned, inherited. The state can take what it wants, when it wants, and without any consideration for capital interests. The last and now possibly fatal step for the state in the traditional sense of the open borders policy is the at least partial dismantling of the monopoly on the use of force. Erdogan's men are calling for the arming of the people. Erdogan Bekdaz, governor of Rize on Turkey's eastern Black Sea coast, said that a large number of registered weapons are being delivered to donors, He compares his time in office with his work as governor in the Aegean city of Manisa. I delivered 5 times as many weapons here in 3 months as I did in Manisa in 2 years. He would personally bring firearms to the residents should there be another coup attempt. Once again, state-front organizations appeared, some of which were called off. The militia-like organization Ottoman Unity 1453, whose name refers to the date of the conquest of Constantinople, quickly voiced its support after the hashtag #AK appeared on social networks. Its leader Emin Kampalat wrote, "This is a call to all brothers. Arm yourselves for the fatherland, for the flag and for Erdogan," and added, "We will die and kill for Erdogan." The hashtag spread quickly. On the net it read, "We are ready to fight to the death. Martyrdom is our sacred goal." While the old-school Kemalists had still recognized the danger that could arise for them from the strengthened religion of the people until 1960 and largely prevented the construction of new mosques, the approximately 50,000 new mosques built in the years after 1980 are the actual basis for the new republic. They had already long since fulfilled their totalitarian function of contributing to the disintegration of everyone by banning the sale of alcohol, for example, and the constant blare of loudspeakers in the form of calls to prayer. On the night of the attempted coup, they took on a new task. They called on the entire Halk to defend its leader on the streets simultaneously and nationwide. This can be followed up on the Presidency of Religious Affairs, Diyanet, the highest Islamic authority in the country, which has apparently taken over the protective function of the military, declared that it had set up new youth units in the country's mosques. Yasar Yajit, one of the highest representatives of Diyanet, announced, "We want to establish youth units in 45,000 of 85,000 mosques. God willing, we will have 20,000 of them by 2021. An old song echoes, "The minarets are bayonets, the domes are helmets. The mosques are barracks, the believers are soldiers. The divine army is ready." These verses were forged by the chief ideologue of young Turkish-inspired Turkishness Ziya Gökalp, 1876 to 1924, as early as 1913 as a folkish call to arms to the Islamic Halk in the last Balkan War. In the absence of foreign policy options, this appeal is now directed towards unity against a long-defeated enemy at home, which continues to rage in secret. These lines are Erdogan's call to arms against secularism, for which he even spent some time in prison over 20 years ago, and which he has not been happy about since New Year's Eve 2017. Erdogan's taunting threat to the secular camp at the time of the Gezi protests in 2013 that 50% of Turks were behind him and that he would have difficulty holding them back has become reality. Once the divine army from the mosques has been deployed, no Diyanet ministry and no beloved leader is able to set a moderate direction, let alone put a stop to it. The caller has become a driven man. Several million Germans spend their vacations in Turkey every year. Over 4 million people of Turkish origin live here. And you are so free not to know anything. People like Jürgen Gotschlich, who like to be called experts on Turkey, are responsible for not knowing anything. He wrote in the TAZ newspaper on September 26, 2013, "Not so long ago, Turkey was considered the world's most successful synthesis of a predominantly Islamic society that respects the values of a pluralistic democracy. The economy grew, as did worldwide recognition. After the first positive phase of the Arabellion, Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan traveled through Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya and was enthusiastically celebrated. It seemed a foregone conclusion. Turkey would become the next regional power between the Balkans and the Middle East." End quote. The task of a journalist specializing in a country would be to contrast what a country stands for worldwide with what is really happening in that country. It would be up to him to prove the most successful synthesis of Islam and pluralistic democracy not by acclamation through cheering Tunisian or Egyptian Islamist mobs, which represent the Arabellion very well to this day, but are probably not really positive. Anyone familiar with Turkey could have known, regardless of any protests, that the Turkish economic miracle was largely exaggerated and worse still, was largely built on sand. He could have asked about pluralistic democracy in any of the increasingly rare stores that still sell products from the state beer and liquor company Tekel. Of course, Gotschlich and his colleagues at FAZ, Süddeutsche etc. did not do this, which is why in the summer of 2013, after a few weeks of enthusiastic and always falsified reporting on the protests in Istanbul's Taksim Square, which includes the small Gezi Park temporarily occupied by demonstrators, they rubbed their eyes in amazement and asked, for example, "How could this crash happen? only to give the wrong answer. The main reason is that when it really came to proving himself as a Democrat for the first time in his 10 years in office, Erdogan showed that he doesn't think much of democracy at all, and in fact doesn't understand what democracy actually means. Of course, even before the Gezi uprising in May/June of this year, there had always been justified doubts about his democratic credentials. But in the course of the Gezi protests, he suddenly no longer had to deal with backward-looking Kemalists or puppets of the military. Suddenly, the democratic, progressive, and most educated section of Turkish society took to the streets and demanded the rights that should be a matter of course in a democratic society. The right to free development of the personality, the right to have a say in shaping the immediate living environment, or the right to an ideology-free education, to name just a few points. Now the end of the Democrat Erdogan has become apparent. End quote. Of course, for almost 10 years, the TAZ, and with it the entire journalistic establishment, was keen to portray the AKP as an Islamic CDU and the anti-democratic villains as backward-looking Kemalists and puppets of the military, and to meet relaxed, innovative party people in Istanbul's Beyoğlubar district, which includes Gezi Park, who supposedly confirmed that everything was just fine. In reality, we have been observing for 10 years that Turkey is transforming itself from an authoritarian state with private retreats into a totalitarian society in which no deviation remains hidden, and at the same time it is becoming apparent that this process is not being driven by open repression from above, but is taking place in a strictly democratic manner from below. The Erdogan government implements what the people, by whom it is endorsed by an ever-growing majority, want internally. The people only have slightly different ideas about the right to free development of the personality, the right to have a say in shaping the immediate living environment, or the right to an ideology-free education, than the protesters in Gezi Park. And it is not without reason that some of them mourn İlker Babug, the former chief of general staff who was sentenced to life imprisonment in the Ergenekon trial a few weeks after the Gezi protests. The modest freedoms that are disappearing almost without contradiction under the AKP regime were not gradually wrested from the strong state by a civil society, but had as their supreme patron the military, which quite naturally threatened the Erdogans, who had always existed, with a coup if they dared to be too democratic. On September 30, 2013, the hour of democracy struck once again. As part of a reform package, Tayyip Erdogan announced the lifting of the headscarf ban in the civil service with the not at all Islamist justification. The restrictions have violated freedom of opinion and belief as well as labor law, and they are discriminatory. End quote. The EU Commission, which is valued by the German press as an incorruptible source, welcomed the reform plans with the words, "The measures announced give reason to hope for progress in many important areas." End quote. If for weeks the events on Istanbul's Taksim Square were interpreted in the manner of Jürgen Göçlich as the self-confident appearance of a flourishing Turkish civil society, then this at best describes the temporary high spirits of a large part of the Gezi Park occupiers. The activists and their sympathizers in other Turkish cities had no reason for great self-confidence in the early summer of this year. In Taksim Square and elsewhere, they had not set out to take something that had long been theirs and was only being withheld by an unpopular, rotten regime. The activists knew from the outset that they represented a minority in the country that was by no means growing. One does not only have to look at the poll results in the wake of the Gezi protests, which show no change in party preference. One need only look at the supposedly lively city of Istanbul, which in reality is as lifeless as a village. It is not the daily noise of traffic and construction sites that indicates the urbanity of a metropolis, of which Istanbul has more than enough to offer. The promise of freedom associated with a large city, the anonymity of the individual that protects him from everyday surveillance by the neighborhood and personal dependence on the village community, the promises associated with this anonymity of finding and adopting completely different ways of life. Istanbul has less and less of this to offer from year to year. The Gezi protests were a cry of distress aimed at nothing more than preserving the shrinking niches in which one can live reasonably undisturbed in Turkey. Because harassment is on the rise. A ban on kissing in public had just been introduced, alcohol consumption in public bars is being increasingly restricted, abortion rights are to be curtailed beyond recognition, publicly violating the commandment to fast during Ramadan is becoming dangerous in more and more parts of the country and city. Most recently, as announced a long time ago, the already hollowed-out barrier against the complete subjugation of the state by Islamic totalitarianism has fallen. At the same time, the threat of a completely democratic society is architecturally underpinned. The reconstruction of an Ottoman barracks on the site of Gezi Park or the construction of ever-new mosques, often in monumental format and almost always with an adjoining shopping mall in the city centers, elicit respect for a way of life that the demonstrators not only do not like, they have reason to fear. Every sacred building has a no-go zone against entertainment venues where the sexes can meet unmolested and where, of course, alcohol is served. The sound of the music is replaced by the cries of the state muezzins segmenting the day, which are transmitted punctually and centrally to the oversized loudspeaker systems on the minarets. The most modern residential district, which has only just been completed, is more annoying than comparable districts in major European cities. This is because the annoying boredom in Istanbul and elsewhere in Turkey is always accompanied by a subliminally raging culture war, which is fought out by janitors and neighbors, minibus drivers and shopkeepers, by those who have nothing to hide and are all the more conscientious in their search for hidden deviations. In Berlin, the janitor of earlier decades, who, together with his wife, acted as a beadle for the owner and public order against deviant behavior, is only an unpleasant memory. In Istanbul, on the other hand, the authoritarian need for a regulated neighborhood is emancipating itself from the restrictions of earlier years. The big city is atrophying into a village that no longer appears as the sum of the objective narrowness and constraints of the agrarian form of production, but rather quite self-confidently as the collective representative of a moral way of life in the metropolis. Basically, everyone who mattered was there on the first days of the protest. The pictures show predominantly young people, who are easily recognizable as people oriented towards the Western way of life in terms of their clothing and habitus. A protest rally in Turkey where there are many women, but none with headscarves, and at the same time no, or only very few national flags are waved, is rare and deserves admiration. In all manifestations against Erdogan in recent years with a high proportion of women, the symbolic content of the fact that those with headscarves were not present was largely devalued by the fact that any individual protest against the impositions of the national unity invoked there was not allowed to appear in a sea of national flags. Taking a stand against a flood of everyday harassment that spoils one's very private life was not the cause, but the essential content of protests that manifested themselves on Taksim Square in a hopelessly truncated "Erdogan must go." Among the allegedly particularly moving images of the protests around Gezi Park that went around the world are the scenes from the 7th of June 2013, when suddenly all speech and music stopped because a few dozen men knelt on the ground and performed Friday prayers. Regardless of who these people were who were praying against Erdogan of all people. No image more strongly represents the speechlessness and powerlessness of an otherwise so loud protest. Erdogan must go, according to many Islamists who feel his regime is not radical enough, his politicians too corrupt, or their own reward for pious humility too small. The matter-of-factness with which they were able to use the protests for their concerns, which are opposed to those of the demonstrators in matters of public morality, and in the days that followed also brought their veiled women with them as proof that there is no civil society to be had against their kind, caused such satisfaction in Germany that a bow to the protests in Istanbul was only allowed to appear on the Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg poster for the election of Christian Strobeli, the last German revolutionary using a resistant woman wearing a headscarf. Islamists on Taksim Square were admittedly a vanishing minority. But the fact that the block watchers from next door were allowed to join in against Erdogan and his AKT on an equal footing is proof of the extent to which the majority of the entirely secular Erdogan opponents were driven by the old and self-dumbing certainty of the Turkish left, love of the people. On June 28, 2013, several weeks after the evacuation of Gezi Park and Taksim Square, a breaking of the fast, iftar, organized by the Kurdish party BDP took place in the neighboring Istiklal Caddesi, where, embarrassingly, the poor people's hunger ration was served as a meal: bread, olives, sheep's cheese, and watermelons. What some of the organizers ate for breakfast out of nostalgia and without economic need was celebrated here as the main meal of the people, especially during the month of fasting, when even the poorest, paid for by the local government in large tents erected next to the mosques, ate a meat dish with side dishes and sweet pastries for dessert together with wealthy and politically powerful believers just in time for sunset. Seeking fraternity and togetherness with the common people in prayer and breaking the fast is just an ingredient in a left-wing tradition that defines the people, whether Turkish or Kurdish, in seemingly timeless customs in order to get around their beards. In addition to meager meals, this also includes the Holi, a folk dance in which dozens and hundreds of people hook their index fingers together and hop around in circles to the screeching of a few brass trumpets and the pounding of drums, as performed almost daily in the occupied Gezi Park. One of the achievements of the Erdogan government has been to reduce public alcohol consumption to a tiny area. It was not revolutionary in this discipline either, as the process had been taking place at a lower administrative level since the 1990s, When more and more city councils enforced a ban on alcohol in the popular meeting places of ordinary people, the family tea gardens, most of which were run by them. Under Erdogan, such efforts gained enormous momentum, and the openly religious orientation of the campaign did the rest. In the 1990s, it was still normal to see tea and beer drinkers sitting peacefully next to each other at simple tables on gravel areas surrounded by a few trees and hedges. But today this has been almost completely eradicated. A public bar advertises what it does not serve. Where the Pepsi sign seems to glow invitingly, there is definitely no alcohol. The family tea garden has thus degenerated into a permanent iftar table, and that too was done democratically. The fascist content of full-blown Islam is best characterized in its apparent family bliss. What is meant is a state of harmony which, in a never-ending chain of family gatherings with food and tea and food, comes across as a quiet private idyll that promises happiness freed from all temptations of instinct, curiosity, and selfishness. The women thus prove their chastity, the men their readiness for marital fidelity, the children their everlasting obedience. As everyone knows that there could not be a more boring offer, it is enforced as a ban against deviation. The young men wandering desolately in the village or small town streets after the endless meals on the nights of Ramadan in search of a non-existent diversion, aimless and hopeless, give an indication of the world brutally brought to a standstill. Even if many in the summer of protest in 2013 thought that the evil was named with Prime Minister Erdogan and his AKP, they suspected that the horror they were rising up against was deeper and, above all, that the leading stallion could be replaceable. They all had reason to fear, and by no means only because they had to fear that the regime would personally pay back anyone identified as its opponent on occasion, for example in the allocation of jobs in the state sector or scholarships. They all know from daily experience, which is kept secret in Germany, that the Erdogan regime has set out to conquer the country. However, they do not have a sufficient idea of whose creature they themselves inevitably are and how ominously their way of life is linked to a project that almost inevitably had to produce an Erdogan. The cultural war that the AKP is waging across the board and has so far always been successful is only seemingly directed against the Kemalist legacy in toto. What the Islamists hate about the Republic of Turkey are those aspirations that, with scant success, were intended to give the successor state to the Ottoman Empire a Western face, and not themselves. They are no less attached to the process of its creation than the Kemalists. Above all, they share an understanding of history that is based on the grievance that the Ottoman Empire was reduced to a rump Turkey in the aftermath of the First World War. The majority of Turks, whether Islamist or Kemalist, are absurdly proud that their country exists at all, but at the same time unspeakably offended that the Ottoman Empire lost the World War. Neither in traditionally secular nor in Islamic circles would anyone admit that the complete destruction of the old empire was a prerequisite for something better, and that this better did not come about because no one even mentioned the horror of the Ottoman past and the atrocities of the founding of the Republic, which were so fatally similar to it. The protesters in Gezi Park have an inkling that Kemalism had set itself the goal of replacing the representatives of the Western way of life, who had been almost completely murdered or expelled by 1923, with genuine, i.e. Sunni Turkish revenants. They know that the place where they protested still bears witness to the monstrous lie on which their country is built. Taksim Square was in part the country's largest Armenian cemetery, demolished in the 1930s, from whose gravestones and slabs the Republic had paved its Freedom Square. There seems to be no alternative to a commitment to the Western way of life and a commitment to the founding crimes of the Republic. Until the 1940s, the party district of Beyoğlu was predominantly inhabited by Christians and the majority of the once large Jewish community. Among the Christians were thousands of Armenians, who had far better chances of survival in Istanbul than their brothers and sisters in the traditional northeastern settlement areas. They were joined by Greeks, who were excluded from the so-called population transfer between Turkey and Greece, 1923 FF, due to international treaties. Apart from a few Armenian Christians who still live near Taksim Square, they have all disappeared. The majority of Armenians fled in the 1930s and 1950s. The Jews emigrated almost en masse immediately after the founding of the State of Israel, plundered and humiliated after 2 decades of anti-Semitic incitement and Jewish legislation in the name of the Republic, and the last Greeks in Istanbul fled almost without exception in the years following the severe pogroms of 1955. The lively and westernized Beyoğlu as we know it today only exists because Sunni Turks had assimilated the infidels there since the end of the 19th century. At the same time, modern Beyoğlu has only become possible at the price of an open and often only tacit pact with the Kemalist murderers. Kemalism not only tolerated the Western playgrounds in Beyoğlu or the similarly structured district of Kadıköy, but actively promoted them, just like the related developments in the vacation metropolis of Antalya or the still somehow Greek-influenced Izmir, even though they had been brutally eradicated there, reminiscent of the Greek city of Smyrna. Although the radical left was to be resisted with all its might, one could be sure that the radical left would not abandon the ideals of Kemalism any more than it would abandon the myth of the Turkish people as a decolonized nation. The Kemalists, not unlike the Bolsheviks, acted in the knowledge that their cultural revolution was never shared by the overwhelming majority of the people. Their power was based on their military success in the War of Independence, when they were able to win over the majority of the Sunni population. And like the Bolsheviks, they did not demobilize the Liberation Army, but expanded it as an instrument of power. Unlike the Bolsheviks, the Kemalists did not rob the army of its charismatic leaders and murder them in order to subordinate it entirely to the party. On the contrary, they turned the state party CHP into an appendage of the military, which was considered the stronghold of the republic more than the army. Democratization since 1950 and 3 coups, which were unable to turn back the clock, finally gave Erdogan the opportunity to disempower a politically desiccated general staff unwilling to accept a coup and, as a deterrent, to stage a show trial lasting several years, which ended with the conviction of hundreds of mainly retired officers, the most prominent of whom was General Basbug, who was sentenced in August 2013. For many Turks and Kurds, the participation of the majority of the Sunni people in the War of Independence had been linked to the prospect of spoils. After all, the leading officers under Ataturk and Inonu turned against infidels in the spirit of jihad, which was not only represented by the occupying forces of Greek, Italian, and French origin, but also by their supposed allies in the country, the infidels. The mass murders and expulsions increased the looted legacies of the murdered Armenians, which had already been appropriated from 1915 by the property of the non-Muslims living predominantly on the coasts. Neither the loot nor the ethnic cleansing in the wake of the civil war quieted the underlying paranoia about the internal enemy, which was always a sign of repressed guilt. Rumors of converted Armenians, Greeks working in secret, Christian or Jewish-inspired conspiracies against the real, i.e. Sunni Turks, did not cease and were just as present in the propaganda of the Kemalist re-educators as in the rumors circulating among the people. The declining Ottoman Empire had no choice but to allow the numerous non-Muslim minorities to be the objectively productive ones in the country and to privilege some of them. At the same time, care was taken to ensure that resentment, envy, and hatred continued to simmer. With the victory of the Kemalists, the internal enemy was finally defeated and reduced to humiliated, tiny minorities. The spirit of these minorities, which was anti-Ottoman and therefore also anti-Islamic, had to be cultivated if economic and cultural progress was to be made. This created a contradiction with the people and at the same time revealed a contradiction in their own project. Paranoia was only cultivated to a small extent as a means of domination. It was inherent to the new rulers. Their new creature was capable of disgracing the idea of the autochthonous Turkish people who had finally come into their own and establishing a completely different mentality of citizenship that would not invite any collective identification. A capitalism that had to break with its roots without ever being able to establish the vaunted civil society. Driven by fear and hatred of a people that could not be sufficiently reformed, an attempt was made to educate the counterpeople as a Turkishness, which, flanked by a state economy, was to ensure progress while at the same time cultivating the resentment that bridged the gap. Just how unpopular Kemalism remained with its ascetic work and progress ethic, and how tenacious the adherence to the completely unproductive spoils economy of the Ottoman Empire was in people's minds was demonstrated by the first free election in 1950, in which the Republican People's Party, CHP, founded by Ataturk, received less than a quarter of the vote and had to make way for what today would be called a moderate Islamic government, which was only ousted in a coup d'état in 1960. Since then, the culture war has increasingly been fought openly as a battle over religion, tradition, and language, which is being deliberately rearranged by the Islamists. Today, it is those who justifiably reject Kemalism and still demonstrate in Taksim Square for a secular Turkey who are involuntarily helping to dismantle the last bastions that still stand in the way of unrestricted democracy. The influential businessman Cem Boyner, for example, was at the forefront, the same Boyner who had already tried to trump in the 1990s with a short-lived liberal party that was also committed to abolishing the headscarf ban. The government critics of Gezi Park have good reasons to hate their oppression by the old ruling circles and their corruption and chauvinism. But they have not found a way out either. Involuntarily but necessarily closer to the old elites than to the awakening people, subjectively longing for conditions that only the old order could guarantee for a minority, they had to realize that they count for nothing. Exposed to a crisis in which they cannot rely on a secure hinterland, without their own position of power, internally divided and completely disorganized, they merely represent a non-belonging and yet have to be accommodated. The excitement in the summer of 2013 pointed to more than a national irritation in the face of demonstrations of a size not thought likely. Erdogan's fanatical diatribes, especially those in June, against the demonstrators on Taksim Square were not primarily the escapades of a failed populist who showed his true, dictatorial face in the face of popular resistance. He saw his opportunity to openly take aim at the Kemalist elites, at Beyoğlu, the place of sin he hated in the heart of his city, and to give his own a triumph. At the same time, and this may be decisive, his conspiracy scenarios, anti-Semitic incitement and outright lies also spoke of a frightened head of government who was driven by completely different concerns than the fear of 200,000 to 300,000 demonstrators in Istanbul, a city of 14 million people that has been firmly in his hands for almost 20 years. The Gezi protests must have been just what he needed to distract attention from the real dangers facing the country and yet present culprits. In the last 2 decades, but even more so in the Erdogan years, Turkey has for the first time since the founding of the republic really accumulated the potential that could make the constantly cried horror of state collapse a reality. The danger of separatism, including the loss of a third of the land mass to a new Kurdish state, is greater than ever in view of the uncontrollable borders with the largely autonomous Kurdish regions in Iraq and Syria. A return of terrorism, which has been marginalized for over 20 years, this time in its extreme Islamist variant, has become probable due to the possible spillover of jihadist internationalists across the unsecured borders. And finally, the civil war has become conceivable for the first time due to the deep-seated contradiction between the armed apparatuses, on the one hand the police, deliberately Islamized by the AKP, and on the other a humiliated, officially still strictly secular military. The unwillingness of its leadership to stage a coup does not mean that the military is entirely in the hands of the government. The Ergenekon plot, which was excessively inflated and partially falsified by the also largely Islamized judiciary, was not just a staging for the purpose of humiliating and disempowering the military. As the daily newspaper Taraf has uncovered, there were conspiracies and even planning games with irregular units of military officers under the cover name Beylias. The fact that demonstrators injured by tear gas and police batons in Istanbul in June were able to escape from the pursuing police to military hospitals, where they were also treated, is certainly no mere marginalization. These scenarios become even more explosive against the backdrop of the onset of a severe recession in Turkey, which has been suffering from a precarious foreign trade deficit for years. This recession is being fueled by the outflow of foreign speculative capital and threatens to drag down the banks, which are suffering from bad loans to consumers and the heavily inflated real estate sector, with all the disastrous consequences for the economy as a whole. The predominantly young and well-educated people of Taksim Square are already feeling the effects. University degrees are being rapidly devalued. Innovative small businesses geared towards middle-class consumption are on the brink of collapse. For many, there is not even a place left in the call center. Even if the worst-case scenario, a fallen state incapacitated by fanatical armed gangs, is still a long way off, such formations can already be observed on a small scale. An example from the provinces shows just how democratic things are in modern Turkey. In Turkey, villages do not have street names. The numbering of the buildings is sufficient. It is different in the village of Huklu, near the town of Elbistan in the province of Kahramanmaraş. If you turn off the main road onto the small country road to Huklu, you will find yourself on a veritable boulevard just a few hundred meters before you reach the village. There are not only a few sparse trees and poles with garlands of Turkish national flags hanging from them on a grassy central reservation. There is also an oversized sign that reads, Muhsin Yazıcıoğlu Bulvarı. Muhsin Yazıcıoğlu, 1954 to 2009, was a murderer with a parliamentary mandate. He is said to have been actively involved in the Alevi pogroms in Maraş in 1978 and again in the Madımak pogrom in his hometown of Sivas in 1993. This has never been proven. However, his inflammatory speeches, especially against Elvis, have been documented. the involvement of high-ranking functionaries of his influential Small Grand Unity Party, BBP, in the Madimak pogrom and in the murder of Armenian journalist Hrant Dink in 2007 has also been proven. Yazıcıoğlu died in a helicopter crash not far from Huklu in March 2009, making him a hero and martyr. Even today, an interested minority in the country refuses to believe it was an accident and assumes it was sabotage and murder. The indications of the fighting press, such as Yeni Şafak, remain cloudy. Traitors, splitters, forces controlled from abroad, which nevertheless means as much as Kurds, Alevis, and missionaries, were at work as saboteurs. Muhsin Yazıcıoğlu, who had been directly elected to parliament by the citizens of Sivas after the 1993 pogrom in Sivas, had already wreaked such havoc as a militant ultranationalist in the late 1970s as a loyalist of Alparslan Turks, the Green of the Grey Wolves, that he was arrested and sentenced immediately after the 1980 coup and had to spend more than 7 years in prison. After his release, he combined the militant chauvinism of his earlier years with such a fundamentally anti-Western stance that he alienated himself from Turks and his newly founded MHP, which once again became part of the Kemalist establishment and became an Islamist. When the residents of Huklu built their boulevard in 2011, they were looking to the west, where the road becomes a country lane again and after a few kilometers reaches the municipality of Bakis, which was only founded in 1994 from 3 small mountain villages. In Huklu, which has a population of 5,000, a huge Turkish flag erected on a mound of flags and 2 equally oversized mosques from recent times bear witness to where we are going. There are neither national flags nor mosques in the 3 villages of Bakis. Instead, on the hill above Huklu stands a small, rather inconspicuous round building from 2004, the Semavai. Because in Bakis there are no Sunnis and no self-confessed Turks. No votes go to the AKP or the MHP, as is almost universally the case in Huklu. Only a few old women there wear the headscarf, nobody fasts on Ramadan, and a wedding without raki would not be a nice wedding. The Muhsin Yazıcıoğlu Bulvarı, which they have to use if they want to enter the city, was built for these Kurds, who nevertheless distrust their Sunni brothers and sisters because their morals hardly differ from those of the Islamist national chauvinists in Huklu. As a constant threat of pogrom, the fear of civil war and state collapse has not yet culminated in pogroms against suspicious groups. However, the pattern remains virulent. The whole of Turkey is littered with warnings directed at those whose predecessors have already been hit. When currently in Trabzon on the northeastern Black Sea coast, warmly supported by the local AKP, the Hagia Sophia there is covered with prayer rugs after decades of serving as a museum, and tourists are sometimes aggressively driven out of the once again Muslim house of prayer. Then this only partly refers to the Christians in Turkey, hardly any of whom live in Trabzon anymore. Such manifestations, like the Muhsin Yazıcıoğlu Bulvarı in Huklu, there are said to be over a dozen more, including one in Sivas, are a frightening sign that Islamism and national chauvinism are reconciling and could soon be howling green wolves against an AKP that they see as nationally unreliable and an MHP that they see as too Western. What Max Horkheimer said to Friedrich Pollock in a long-ago conversation also sums up the West's appeasement policy today. I would like to repeat once again. There is no doubt about the horrific, but the horrific is, after all, in the world in which we live. Whichever state we belong to, we are dealing with a whole series of nations in which disgusting totalitarian rule is spreading. If you look very closely at how politicians from so-called highly developed countries make their beautiful and grand bows and conduct wonderful negotiations with representatives of governments that exercise totalitarian rule, then you will know the endless problems that all of our guilt-ridden lives have to deal with. End quote. Horkheimer's words are still relevant today. Dialogues with totalitarian regimes or those that are well on the way to becoming one are still conducted as a matter of course. Professional ideologues with degrees in subjects such as peace and conflict research have long been part of the ideological business of appeasement and ensure a sufficient culture of dialogue. For example, the FAZ printed an exclusive interview with the Syrian dictator Assad on June 17, 2013, and the reporting on some of the reforms announced on September 30, 2013 by Assad's most vehement opponent in the region, Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan, can at best be described as deliberate. This democracy package was commented on in the FAZ on October 1, 2013 with the title Overdue in the tone of a social worker trained in feedback skills. The positive news from Turkey is that the reforms are being continued after years. The negative news is that what Prime Minister Erdogan has announced falls short of expectations. Perhaps Erdogan will return to domestic policy and reforms after the failure of his foreign policy. End quote. The FAZ is hoping that Erdogan will come to his senses, as if he has not sufficiently demonstrated over the past 10 years where he is heading. In so-called highly developed countries, the unbelieved vision of Islamic democracy simply cannot be dispensed with. That the reforms announced by Erdogan alone will contribute to the further re-Islamization of Turkish society. The FAZ, which is mentioned here on behalf of the German opinion market, does not want to know anything about this. This apparent confidence in the success of an Islamic model Turkey is reminiscent of Samuel Huntington's theses formulated in the 1990s, which have obviously been forgotten today. According to Huntington, so-called core states are formed in every cultural area, which represent it both internally and externally. Although there is a common consciousness in the Islamic cultural sphere, there is no recognized core state because there is no common political structure. According to Huntington, an Islamic core state must have the economic resources, military power, organizational potential, Islamic identity, and religious engagement to provide political and religious leadership to the Ummah. End quote. Huntington discusses the suitability of several possible Islamic states such as Indonesia, Egypt, Iran, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, and concludes that only Turkey could assume the leading role in the Islamic cultural sphere. Quote, "After all, Turkey has the necessary history, population, average economic development, national unity, and military tradition and competence to be considered a core state of Islam." End quote. In order to do justice to this task, however, Turkey would have to change enormously, because the ability of a core state to perform its regulatory function depends on whether other states recognize it as culturally related, and that would not apply to Turkey. Quote, "Ataturk, who explicitly defined Turkey as a secular society, prevented the Turkish Republic from succeeding the Ottoman Empire in this role. Turkey could not even become a founding member of the Organization of the Islamic Conference because of its constitutionally enshrined laicism. As long as Turkey continues to define itself as a secular state, it will be denied the leadership of Islam." End quote. Turkey must therefore reject laicism as alien to its nature in order to rise from the pariah state of its cultural sphere to the leading state of this cultural sphere. Quote, "To do this, however, it would have to reject Ataturk's legacy even more thoroughly than Russia rejected Lenin's legacy. It would also need a leader of Ataturk's caliber, a leader who combined religious and political legitimacy in order to turn the torn country of Turkey into a core state of Islam." End quote. With these theses, Huntington met with considerable approval from Turkish Islamists with neo-Ottoman fantasies of great power. All they needed in 1996, when Huntington's Clash of Civilizations appeared, was a charismatic leader of the caliber of Ataturk who could meet with approval in both the West and the East and mobilize the masses for this political mission. Necmettin Erbakan, leader of the Milli Görüş movement for many years, was unable to fulfill this leadership role for several reasons. Since the 1970s, he had been too involved in political events with openly Islamist tones, and his program was not electable enough for Turkey's right-wing liberal to conservative Islamic milieu to be able to assert itself against his strong competitors Turgut Özal, Süleyman Demirel, and later Tansu Çiller. After his Rifa Part 1, Welfare Party, surprisingly won the parliamentary elections in December 1995 as the strongest party with over 21%. None of the other parties wanted to form a coalition with it. The Rifa Part 1 was isolated, and two Kemalist-oriented conservative parties, DYP and ANAP, formed a weak minority government with the approval of the military, which, however, fell apart after a few months. In July 1996, Erbakan finally became Turkey's first Islamist prime minister, and the march through the institutions seemed to have been successful. However, his time in government was short-lived, as his program included the abolition of the customs union with the EU, the severing of relations with Israel, and withdrawal from NATO, albeit with only a verbal and radical threat. For the Kemalist establishment, which was still powerful at the time, these demands were anti-Western, and Erbakan's anti-capitalist, Adil Düzen, just order, was not considered suitable for reducing the country's high level of debt and dependence on the International Monetary Fund. Erbakan also lacked the political skills that would distinguish him from Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His first trips abroad took him to the mullahs Iran and Gaddafi's Libya, while his first state visit to Ankara was to receive a delegation from the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. Domestically, too, the green flag was raised in the very first weeks of his term of office. A mosque was to be built on the secular Taksim Square. Erbakan met with leaders of banned Islamic brotherhoods out of defiance and made no secret of his plan to introduce Sharia law. After less than a year, Erbakan's activities were put to an end in February 1997 by the National Security Council, which was still heavily dominated by the military. Erbakan was forced to resign in June 1997, and his Rifa Part 1 was banned by the Constitutional Court in January 1998 for anti-secular activities. Although the Kemalist establishment, represented by the military and judiciary, won its last victory for the time being, it was unable to stop the advance of the Islamists. Erdogan took advantage of the so-called soft coup against Erbakan and founded the AKP, Justice and Development Party, in 2001 against his political foster father. To this day, reverence for Kemal Ataturk in Turkey owes more to a deep-rooted sense of authority than to the will to continue Ataturk's radical secularization of a thoroughly Islamic society. Ataturk's revolution remained unfinished because the majority of Turks still define themselves first and foremost as Sunni Muslims. Thus, the Kemalist development dictatorship was unable to keep Islam completely out of state and society. Although the Kemalist reforms of the 1920s completely banned Islam from public life in the controlled democracy that was run with the help of the military, the end of the one-party system also meant the end of the exclusion of Islam from the state and the public sphere. Adrian Menderes, who emerged from the first free parliamentary elections in 1950 as the first Islamic prime minister, responded to the demands of the traditional believers with the help of the religious authority Diyanet, which had already been founded in 1924, as far as the National Security Council gave him room to do so. The smooth transition from the creeping to the open re-Islamization of society was effortless because Islam served the secular Kemalist elites as a moral institution and ideological cue against any threat from the left from 1950 at the latest. The era following the military coup of 1980 bears the strongest witness to this. In the 1980s, the state bureaucracy was filled with members of the Club of Intellectuals, the Aydınlar Okajai. The internal unity of the nation was no longer to be jeopardized by open political conflicts, as had been the case in the 1970s. With the help of the Turkish Islamic synthesis, which was declared the state ideology by the putschists of 1980, a depoliticized but religious youth was to grow up and submit to Islamic morality. The program for this was projected by a state think tank founded in 1980, the High Ataturk Society for History, Language and Culture. This association, named after Kemal Ataturk, whose contempt for Islam is documented, stated in a decree, "Religion should not be repressed in social life, but should retain its function as a national source of customs, morals, and cultural values in society. The role of religion in the formation of nations cannot be denied. If the boundary between nation and ummah is drawn correctly, it becomes clear that religion contributes to the strengthening of national culture. We should learn to use the secularizing qualities of Islam for the creation of national culture and for the avoidance of generational conflicts. We should learn to benefit from secularization within Islam. It is quite possible to incorporate religion as a cultural element into the spiritual sources of Turkish nationalism. Since culture also denotes a worldview, we can integrate religion without harming laicism." End quote. This state Islam soon became the guiding ideology of all state-obsessed people. Both the Kemalist left and right, as well as the nationalists of the MHP and the Islamists of the RP were able to come to terms with it. Some of the now reformed left-liberal commentators of the Taraf newspaper, who until recently celebrated Erdogan as a great innovator and openly called for his election, therefore quite rightly see the prerequisite for the rise of Erdogan and his AKP precisely in this 1980 change of course. Turkish society has no shortage of authoritarian father images. Unlike in Western European societies, about which Herbert Marcuse wrote that the importance of the father was diminishing and of which Max Horkheimer said in 1946 that the superego no longer develops primarily in a dialectical spiritual process between child and father, but is largely the representative of all kinds of collective groups, and the child today does not fear his father as much as his school, sports, and work colleagues who have become a collective, the father in the patriarchal order of Turkish society continues to play the role of the stern and fear-inspiring territorial authority and is present everywhere. With Mustafa Kemal, the father of the Turks, there is even an omnipresent forefather whose aura is partly borrowed from the Prophet Muhammad. It is true that Muslims only worship Allah as God and not Muhammad. But right after the Quran, the Prophet's Sunnah is the source from which Muslims draw advice and comfort in all situations in life. Kemalists study the written speeches of Ataturk, whose text, Nutuk, a 36-hour speech, is used as basic literature in school lessons from the first grade and is compulsory for all 8th graders in the examination subject Atatürkçülük, the doctrine of Kemalism. Kemalists, whether old or young, proudly proclaim at every opportunity that they are soldiers of Ataturk, that they follow his instructions and premises and, if necessary, want to protect them by force. Biographical parallels between Ataturk and Muhammad also come to mind. Both proclaimed their teachings in societies that were in a state of upheaval. Both expressed their rejection of the prevailing order at a young age and founded a new one. Both grew up fatherless and attracted the attention of their teachers at an early age. What both charismatic leaders also have in common is that they were both commanders and politicians. Ataturk was therefore not only the founder of secular Turkey, but also always a secularized imam. In wide circles of the Turkish population, Muhammad and Mustafa Kemal are seen as complementary, with different weightings depending on political preferences. This is probably also the birth defect of Kemalism, which in the transition from the religiously defined Ummah to the Türk Ulusu, Turkish nation, mostly only broke with Islamic tradition in words, but in reality only replaced the charismatic leader. Erdogan therefore only had a Kemalist upbringing to draw on, which had been pursuing the Islamization of young people since the 1980s. When Recep Tayyip Erdogan rages, the Turkish press likes to point out that Erdogan is a true Kasımpaşalı. Erdogan grew up as the son of a sailor in the less prestigious Istanbul harbor district of Kasımpaşa. The term Kasımpaşalı is generally used to describe someone who is not to be trifled with, someone who can go berserk and lash out, an attribution that is meant to be friendly and respectful. In popular films such as Kasımpaşalı Recep, 1965, the son of a small and disreputable family became a Turkish rebel in the mass consciousness. Kasımpaşalı Recep resembles the type of rebel described by Adorno in his studies on authoritarian character. He rebels against his father's authority, but at the same time identifies with another, collective and just one. This type of character is tailor-made for Turkish society. Here the Kemalists, there the Islamists. What both have in common is the interplay of idealization here and devaluation there. And so Erdogan is rebelling on behalf of a Turkish Islamic milieu that always feels betrayed and ignored by those up there, the white Turks, i.e. Kemalists and secularists. The rebellion is ostensibly directed against the immoral others, who are Western-oriented, despise everyday Islamic morality by declaring raki instead of Aaron to be the national drink and have never seen the inside of a mosque, let alone could say how many rekat, i.e. submissions with the forehead on the ground, the midday prayer requires. They are not graduates of the Imam Hatip schools and do not think much of practicing asceticism dutifully and daily. Because district mayors of the AKP even in Istanbul ensure that pubs and cafes are subject to repressive laws for health and youth protection reasons, such as the recent ban on alcohol after 10 p.m., and therefore pubs and cafes are being closed in more and more Istanbul districts, they instead accept long journeys through Istanbul in order to be able to distract themselves as party-hungry young people from the stresses and strains of everyday life for at least a few short hours. In comparatively conservative Istanbul, nightlife is concentrated in one district, Beyoğlu. Here, in the historically cosmopolitan center, things are not the same as in nearby Kasımpaşa, Fatih or Ayıp. Here, in historic Para, where hedonistic Turks reside, stroll and dine on the Istiklal Caddesi, formerly the Grande Rue de Para. There is at least no open problem with godless Elvis, transsexuals offering their services and gays. Here, open flirting is still possible. Nobody takes offense when young couples kiss in public or gay couples hold hands. And here, despite an AKP district mayor, people keep to themselves. All of this is hated by Erdogan and his followers, who see Para as a place of immorality, arrogance, and Western decadence, just like Galata around the corner, where the few members of the Armenian, Greek, and Jewish minorities live. Erdogan's political career began in the Beyoğlu district of all places, when he joined the movement's youth organization in 1969. In Erbakan's National Order Party, MNP, Erdogan, a student of Imam Hatip, quickly rose through the ranks. As early as 1975, he became chairman of the National Salvation Party, MSP, youth organization and ran for the RP in the 1989 mayoral elections in the Beyoğlu district. Although he was unsuccessful at the time, he was surprisingly elected mayor of the whole of Istanbul in 1994. As a popular metropolitan mayor, Erdogan took care of people's concerns and ensured that garbage collection, electricity, and water pipes functioned properly. and thus won the hearts of the Anatolian Turks who had moved to Istanbul, most of whom lived or still live in the very rundown Gecekondas. When the protests in Turkey began on May 28, 2013, Erdogan was on a trip abroad in North Africa lasting several days. Initial statements already foreshadowed bad things to come. Erdogan then returned on the night of June 7, 2013, and held his first incendiary speech in front of several thousand supporters at Istanbul's Ataturk airport, followed by a second speech in Ankara on June 9, 2013. In both speeches, Erdogan confirmed what Adorno wrote about the fascist agitator. He is generally a masterful salesman of his own psychological defects. Erdogan has never had to pretend or hold back, but has always openly expressed what he thinks and what he wants. All you had to do in recent years was listen carefully and not be irritated by Imam Erdogan's garrulous tone. Because like all fascist agitators, he talks tirelessly about himself or about the supposed or actual humiliations of his followers, which they, allegedly, had to endure under the old elite. Erdogan presents himself as selfless and yet only praises himself as a servant of the common people when he stages himself as a fighter against the oppression of his brothers and sisters in faith. Anecdotes from his life are never missing, such as the recurring reference to the fact that he was a successful semi-professional footballer in his youth, which is why there is now a Recep Tayyip Erdogan Stadium in Kasımpaşa. Quote, "It is characteristic of fascist demagogues that they boast of having been sporting heroes in their youth. And that's exactly how they behave. They shout and scream, fight pantomimically with the devil, and take off their jackets when they attack those dark forces." End quote. Those dark forces then also played a significant role in Erdogan's incendiary speeches. In more or less hidden hints, he described the current protests as a conspiracy by the international media, behind which the interest lobby was behind, which wanted to exploit the sweat of the people. Such insinuations are usually enough for their own clientele to openly let off steam. Adorno described this characteristic of fascist agitation as follows. "Those dark forces, you already know who I mean," and the listeners immediately understand that his remarks are directed against the Jews. Thus, the audience is treated as an in-group that already knows everything the speaker wants to say and agrees with him even before any explanation is given. As already mentioned, the harmony between speaker and listener is established with the help of hidden illusions. They serve to reaffirm the fundamental identity of leader and followers. End quote. The government-affiliated TV stations were quick to define this interest lobby in more detail on talk shows. They were not quite sure whether they meant only Kemalist-minded big businessmen like Ali Koch, who openly supported the Gezi protests, or Israel, or all Jews. Meanwhile, on the streets, AKP supporters displayed posters clearly stating what they thought of the demonstrators. Quote, "They have become Jews. They have become Armenians. They have become looters. They were never children of the fatherland." End quote. And the deputy prime minister openly expressed what everyone was thinking, but mostly only hinted at, they are all uniting, and on one side is the Jewish diaspora. Erdogan's appearance on June 7, 2013 was a big propaganda show, at which the leader let himself be celebrated as only pop stars are usually celebrated. A speaker first announced Erdogan's arrival with constantly repeated hymns of praise. When he took the stage, he greeted his brothers and sisters in Turkey and in all the former colonies of the Ottoman Empire for the first third of his speech. We witnessed how he literally pumped himself up for every sentence and tensely controlled his facial and physical expressions. You could hear the passionately preachy tone in which he hurled out short sentences, like fragments of a Quran recitation, to which everyone is supposed to react with emotion without mental effort, even if they do not understand the meaning, indeed precisely because they do not understand the meaning. It was always words taken from Ottoman Turkish, which he incorporated into his speech in combination with Quranic sayings, that gave his speeches their unmistakable aura. However, as a graduate of the Imam Hatip school, Erdogan does not copy a pseudo-religious attitude, but speaks like an imam and not just to give the impression of a sacred ritual. He actually speaks with religious fervor. This is what distinguishes the classic fascist agitator, as described by Adorno, from the Islamic one. As the winner of several reading competitions, Erdogan is a thoroughly experienced speaker who knows something about crude rhetoric, because the poetry selected for such competitions is hollow and pathetic, and a correspondingly pseudo-theatrical tone is expected from its reciters. Erdogan's demeanor is aggressive to the point of frenzy when he talks about supposed enemies, and kitschy and sentimental when he does something for a sense of unity. What Adorno wrote about the fascist agitator 60 years ago applies to him. As a rule, leaders are oral character types with a compulsion to talk incessantly and wheedle others. Language itself, emptied of rational meaning, functions magically for them and promotes the archaic regressions by which individuals are reduced to mass members. End quote. A good example of Erdogan's agitation and the emptying of rational meaning from what is said is an interview that a pro-government broadcaster conducted with him on the subject of banning alcohol. All laws of logic seem to be suspended when Erdogan says, "Anyone who doesn't vote for me and drinks alcohol is an alcoholic. Anyone who votes for me and drinks alcohol is not an alcoholic." Erdogan also likes to address other everyday topics in the same way. He is always concerned with the difference between believers and non-believers or morally good and bad. The end of the fasting month of Ramadan, for example, is celebrated in Turkish culture with a 3-day festival. Family and closest friends invite each other, and traditionally the hostess of the house feeds her guests with painstakingly prepared food, especially sweet pastries, so as not to lose the reputation of being a truly good hostess. This festival has been called Seeker Bayrami, Eid, in modern Turkish since the Turkicization of the language, which also means desacralization. For a long time, no one took offense at this name for the festival, which is also celebrated by secular Turks who do not fast. However, since around 2008, there has been more than just a nomenclature dispute about the name of this festival. In the meantime, the question of how to describe the festival in a politically correct way has become a political issue. For some it is Seeker Bayrami, and for others it is Ramazan Bayrami. The most prominent critic of the word Eid is Erdogan, who triggered the discussion about the name of the festival in 2008 and has been warning of a cultural erosion ever since. In September 2008, he spoke unequivocally to his supporters in the southeastern province of Sanliurfa. Look and see that they, the Kemalists and other secularists, have changed the name of this festival. What has become of the name of the festival? A public holiday. That is not possible. This festival is not a holiday is something else. Now they have also changed the name. They call it Eid. But this is a Ramazan festival. It is not Eid. It's actually an erosion. It is a cultural erosion. We must not let that pass, we must not. End of quote. Speeches of this kind are typical for Erdogan. The agitation is aimed at moral outrage and polarization. These are not just concessions to his own clientele of Islamization profiteers. The accusatory tone deliberately fuels the enemy image of the godless. Erdogan actually presents himself as moderately Islamist. In other words, he is ensuring the creeping re-Islamization through democratization within the framework of the rule of law, which he strictly observes. Over the past 10 years, the Western apologists for Islamic democracy have invested a great deal of energy in maintaining precisely this facade of the reformed Islamist, who is said to have come to his senses after spending 4 months in prison. All they had to do was take Erdogan at his word without resorting to the tawdry figure of the wolf in sheep's clothing, and thereby becoming scaremongers. But they decided to celebrate Erdogan as a Muslim Democrat, or as an ideology-free pragmatic doer, for reasons that can be found in the otherwise ostracized Samuel Huntington. Gunter Seufert spoke of a Euro-Islam in Turkish and reinterpreted Erdogan's Islamist practice as a westernization of Turkish society through Islam in a very discursive and thus majority-capable way. Quote, "Turning away from Islamism did not make Erdogan an atheist, of course. He just no longer believes that Islam prescribes a certain form of state and government. It also no longer makes sense to him that laws are better when Muslim theologians devise, approve, or enact them. However, he and his fellow campaigners still want a Muslim Turkey. There is just as much, perhaps even more, controversy about what that is as there is about the Christian values that the Catholic Church wants Europe to return to. The dispute over the place of religion therefore continues. How many employees does the state religious authority need? When and for how long should or may children attend Quran classes? Should or may girls also attend the preacher high schools? And should female students be allowed to wear headscarves at university or not? The AKP and the Kemalists are quite uncompromising on all these issues today. However, this does not make the party Islamist, as conservative parties and Kemalists have been arguing about such issues for over 50 years. It has nothing to do with an Islamic state, such as the terrorists who detonated their bombs in Istanbul in November 2003. Erdogan's former teacher Necmettin Erbakan, who rejects EU membership and sees the West as the enemy, only received 2% of the vote in the last parliamentary elections. The AKP, on the other hand, has won approval for its policy of democratization. Westernization cannot be much more successful. End quote. The dispute in politics is not an informal discourse. It is instead about gaining and retaining power. The AKP has therefore been able to decide all the questions that Sufert raises for itself. The military has been largely disempowered and the last bastion of laicism has been swept out of the way. The religious authority has grown to become the second most powerful ministry. New Quran schools are being opened every day. The preacher high schools are full of girls because they are separated there and have to wear the headscarf free from state control. These schools are on a par with state high schools. Female students are allowed to study with headscarves. And the AKP achieved all of this legally through democratic means. No Islamist suicide bombers were needed because the AKP refrains from introducing Iranian conditions ad hoc and subjecting people to total Islam. Instead, it works on society in a legal manner, completely democratically with everyday Islamic morals. Its followers know, nobody can stop us. After all, we are on the side of the people. The ultimate goal, the establishment of a second republic or a new regime, is always firmly in view. Just in time for the centenary of the Turkish Republic in 2023, they hope to have reached their goal and want to end the phase of democratization, Erdogan. The AKP's policy is not revolutionary or terrorist. Nevertheless, it remains an Islamist party committed to an ultimate goal that it shares with movements that operate with far less peaceful means. The pathetic emphasis on the willingness to die a martyr's death, which in reality means a general longing for death, has been increasingly expressed in Erdogan's speeches in recent months. Quote, "We all have a right to a just death. Whether we are presidents, prime ministers, members of parliament, mayors, or millionaires, for all of us, just death is a right." End quote. His speech on June 16, 2013 in Istanbul's Kazlıcezim district, which he said was attended by over 1 million supporters, continued, "Today is June 16th. We are commemorating a very significant anniversary. 63 years ago today, the muezzin's call "God is Great" rang out from the minarets of Istanbul, which was very disconcerting and disturbing to the ears. In 1950, blessed Adnan Menderes put an end to this great cruelty. From then on, Allahu Akbar rang out from the minarets. First they overthrew the government, then they hanged Menderes and 2 of his friends. I am now speaking to those who claim that the revered prime minister was very harsh and a dictator. Honored Menderes was very polite, very friendly. You led such a polite, such a friendly man to the gallows. You hanged him, you conscienceless people. You executed him. Now you want to do the same to Erdogan. But we believe in just death. No one but God can take the life given by God. That is why we are people who believe in just death. We are on the side of the people. We are one with the people. No one has the power to divide us." End quote. The fact that Erdogan, standing in front of the imagined gallows, speaks of himself in the third person in his pathetic exuberance can be understood as an attempt to overcome his seemingly plaguing memory of the hanged Menderes. When it is no longer I Tayyip, but he, Erdogan, then emotional distance and self-soothing are also created. However, as the death penalty has effectively been abolished in Turkey since the death sentence against Abdullah Öcalan was commuted and Erdogan's only, once powerful opponents from the officer corps had long been in prison at the time of the speech, the identification with Menderes clearly does not mean personal fear of death, but collective fear of death, i.e. its exact opposite. Death is spoken of by a triumphant man who, as a successful rebel, seems to be above it all. For him, there is no longer any violence that compels submission. He only knows the law of God, to which he submits like a jihadist in the belief in a just death, which he of course first wishes on the godless enemies who have Adnan Menderes on their conscience. His dream of coming very close to Allah only seems to be worthwhile for him as an identification with the historical imams of all Turkish Muslims. On February 1, 2007, Orhan Pamuk packed his bags and disappeared after, according to the daily newspaper Sabah on February 3, he had allegedly withdrawn 400,000 euros from his bank account shortly beforehand. A reading tour to Germany and Belgium had been announced for February with press receptions and honors, as is the case for writers whose books are also well received abroad. But Pamuk cancelled all appointments and went into hiding without having given an explanation, precisely where Ayhan Hirsi Ali also found refuge for 6 months after Theo Van Gogh's murder. In the USA, he is not expected to return to Turkey anytime soon. On February 4th, a speech by Pamuk was read out at the Berliner Ensemble, where he was due to appear in person. Istanbul's businesses showed exactly how the Greek, Armenian, and other minorities, who were deliberately hushed up by the state, had contributed to the wealth of this city. Pamuk's disappearance is closely linked to the death of a man who made himself so hated as the voice of one of these minorities in Turkey that his murder on January 19, 2007 was anything but an unfortunate coincidence. Hrant Dink, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Armenian weekly Agos, which is published in Turkish in Istanbul. Like Dink, Pamuk had repeatedly called publicly for Turkey to finally admit its responsibility for the genocide of the Armenians in 1915-16. Like Dink, Pamuk was also brought to trial for disparagement of Turkishness under Section 301 of the Turkish Criminal Code. Although Pamuk, unlike Dink, was acquitted, the public suspicions that he is a traitor to the fatherland are still being maintained against him, especially by the influential national chauvinist press and related, mostly local radio stations, and this is life-threatening in Turkey, but also in the European countries where many Turks live. For liberal and moderate nationalist Turkey, Dink's murder and Pamuk's exile are a terrible embarrassment. However, its otherwise talkative spokespeople have largely failed to provide any explanations. Even the most meticulous research into the perpetrator and those behind him is unable to shed light on how it is possible to bring young murderers into action by means of a justice system based on convictions and editorials. Mustafa Koç, chairman of the National Business Association TÜSİAD and head of Koç Holding, the largest employer in Turkey with tens of thousands of employees, came closer to an answer when he stated at a TÜSİAD meeting on January 25, 2007. Article 301 laid the foundation for the assassination. Those who defend this article, Koç continued, are trying to prevent the transformation of society, are resisting renewal, and are submitting to the current authoritarian atmosphere. End quote. As is well known, the EU is demanding that Turkey abolish Article 301 as a precondition for continuing accession talks. Since the summer of last year, politicians and the public have been arguing bitterly about the pros and cons of this penal norm and, in particular, the state-fixated Kemalist establishment, consisting of the National Chauvinist MHP, the Social Democratic CHP, and large sections of the Islamist AKP of Prime Minister Erdogan, are vehemently in favor of retaining it in the name of the unity, identity, and sovereignty of the nation and people. Angrier and more threatening is the sentiment for the morality clause expressed by designated right-wing radical circles such as the small but influential BBP, Grand Unity Party, and supposedly left-wing radical factions such as the Workers' Party of the Dark Horse Dogu Parensek. There is no doubt that the aforementioned state fetishists are also acting as a brake on the process of social restructuring that was initiated a good 5 years ago, although the majority of them, AKP, MHP, CHP, are well aware of its political and economic indispensability. The current authoritarian atmosphere can be seen in the sometimes hysterical excitement of the editorials, the occasional threats by the military and the president against the AKP government, whose base is increasingly coming under the influence of friends of the terror of virtue, and the chauvinistic swing of the social democracy, which used to strive for moderation in national debates and whose rhetoric now hardly differs from MHP statements. Koç's sympathetic call for the reconstruction and renewal of society must, however, fail as an alternative to the front of the national whips, because he only includes the considerable liberalization at the state level that has been undertaken in recent years. Like most liberals, he shies away from placing the all-important ideological concept at the center of his criticism, which regularly ignites the hunts against Dink, Pamuk, and others, which constitutes Section 301 and which to this day guarantees the internal cohesion of the Republic. The much-invoked unity of the Republic and the constant declarations of hostility within the state, the recurring pogrom-like activities of the mob, the calls for murder by a section of the press, and the formation of gangs within the state apparatus are mutually dependent as long as Turkishness, as the highest national good, remains unassailable and sacred as the common reference point of society. As if they were not surrounded by state praise of Turkish identity and love of the fatherland, and as if paranoid fears of disintegration and nasty threats were not coming from a large part of the public on a daily basis, the intelligentsia ducks away and has been trying to reassure itself and other countries for years. Lately, the Black Sea coast has witnessed a particularly pronounced form of Turkish life. Far to the east lies Trabzon, a metropolis of self-help in threatening times. In 2006, A Catholic priest was shot in the back while praying in church by a 16-year-old who wanted to make his contribution to the protest against the publication of some Mohammed cartoons in the Danish newspaper Jyllandsposten. The perpetrator was not an Islamist, but rather a member of the right-wing nationalist camp, which at the time was even more fanatically agitating against the Crusader Benedict XVI and for Holy Islam than the Islamic press. Also in Trabzon in 2005, some young people were attacked by a lynch mob mobilized by a local radio station, while distributing leaflets in support of the demands of radical left-wing political prisoners and were taken into an armored vehicle by security forces just in time. And in 2006, the same 22-year-old set fire to a McDonald's restaurant who is now in prison on charges of providing the pistol to Ogun Samist, currently Trabzon's most famous man, who shot Hrant Dink in Istanbul on January 19, 2007. To the west of Trabzon lies Samsun, where Ogun Samist was arrested on January 21st and where a very Turkish amateur film was made on this occasion, in which Samist poses in the canteen of the anti-terrorist police with the Turkish flag in his hands in front of an Ataturk poster hanging on the wall. To his left and right are two highly satisfied police officers who politely ask him to stand so that the words on the poster are clearly legible. The earth of the fatherland is sacred, it must not be left to its fate. The film provides impressions of the cozy coexistence of patriots by the state and a patriotic self-helper who did what was necessary to protect the holy fatherland in the eyes of many friends of Turkishness. How vigilance against foreign enemies and provocateurs is cultivated could be seen just 1 month later in Rize, a city not far east of Trabzon, also on the Black Sea. Here, on March 2, 2007, a comical incident occurred in the eyes of a Turkish journalist, which, unintentionally clairvoyant, was reported by Hurriyet on March 3 under the headline, The Terrifying Liberation. Quote, the 89th anniversary of the liberation of Rize from the enemy occupation was celebrated with a ceremony in the course of which the liberation from the enemy soldiers was brought back to life through a spectacle. 2 young girls were taken hostage by enemy soldiers who were shooting around the fairground. A skirmish broke out between the national forces advancing on the fairground and the enemy soldiers. At this moment, the clash of weapons startled the schoolgirls watching the spectacle. During the liberation play, retired teacher Süreyya Kar Hasanoglu, dressed in the historical regional costume, entered the square and supported the national forces by firing first with a pistol and then with a rifle at the enemy forces. A woman who freed the 2 girls held hostage held the Turkish flag in her hand and exclaimed, "Our flag is our most precious asset. I entrust you with our flag, which we hold up to this day with the greatest sacrifice," and handed it over to the district governor Kasim Ezen. End of quote. What prompted Eckhart Henscheid to make the succinct observation about the mentality of Munich cab drivers in the early 1970s, "The cab driver protects the virgin," is always a guiding principle for supporters of Turkishness. Projective ideas about the endangered body of the people, which characteristically express themselves in rape fantasies and therefore culminate in a strong tendency to lynch pests of the people. While the old-style cab driver in Germany has long since retired and made way for less dubious contemporaries, Turkish life remains true to itself to this day, and people laugh their heads off when schoolgirls are frightened by retired teachers shooting around. Who the enemies were, against whom one claims to have defended oneself so heroically, is deliberately left open at patriotic manifestations such as the one in Rize. To say it too clearly could damage Turkey's reputation, and, after all, one knows it that way. But there was no need for considerable liberation efforts in the spring of 1918 when the Bolshevik government, which had neither the interest nor the army to remain there, withdrew its troops. On the other hand, there were already enemies in the Black Sea region in 1915 from whom they wanted to free themselves. There were several 100,000 Armenians and so-called Pontos Greeks, of whom nothing more was seen after 1923. The Armenians and with them many Greeks who would want to make a distinction were mainly murdered in 1915. A few thousand Armenians who had fled and returned in 1917 in the wake of the Russian army were almost completely slaughtered in 1918, and the surviving Greeks had to leave the country in 1923. In the provinces of Rize, Trabzon and Samsun alone, the houses, fields, and almost all of the movable property of over 200,000 people were left behind as spoils of the Turks. In the Marmara region, too, the memory of the liberation of the sacrificing Turks from all kinds of enemies, which continues to spread fear and terror to this day, is cherished. Also on March 3rd, Hurriyet reported under the title "His Friends Will Remember Him Here" about a mourning ceremony scheduled for the next day on the island of Kinali, not far from Istanbul. A service will be held for Hrant Dink tomorrow at 10:30 in the Sırp Church. At 12:30, friends and fishermen from the island will gather at Dink's rowing boat. Speeches will be made and memories recounted, highlighting Dink's close connection to the island, the sea, nature, and his role as a conservationist. Flowers will be scattered in the sea and Turkish delight will be distributed afterwards. Directly above this message of peace and friendship, which was illustrated with a photo of the pretty church, the paper placed a much longer article that included a less peaceful picture. A determined-looking bald man in his late 30s named Yahya Bayrak poses in front of two huge, cross-Turkish national flags, thus living up to his surname. Bayrak means flag. The accompanying headline was so heavily pedagogical that the reader knew in advance that the fatherland, or at least its reputation abroad, was in danger. Wanting to hinder the practice of religion is dishonor. Although Bayrak, as chairman of the MHP, Nationalist Movement Party organization responsible for the Prince's Islands, to which Kinali belongs, is obliged by membership and office to propagate Turkishness and protect it from alien disparagement. All that came out of his mouth was Turkish honey. We live together in peace with Armenians, Greeks, Jews, and Syrian Christians. They are our neighbors, uncles, brothers, and aunts. We are the flowers of the same garden, the moonlight over the same sea. When an Armenian neighbor dies, we not only go to his funeral but also say the blessing over him on the 40th day after his death." End quote. The next sentence shows how baselessly the fascist kitsch poet lies and how unperturbedly the Hurriyet reproduces it without comment. Among the elected members of the island administration, there are two members whose wives are Jewish and Armenian respectively. End of quote. The two wives, mind you not members of the administrative council, do not stand for a friendly status quo, but for the disenfranchisement of minorities, none of whose members have been on the municipal council for decades and, what's more, for their almost complete disappearance. There are barely more than 300 non-Islamic Turks among the 16,000 or so inhabitants of the Prince's Islands, with whom they supposedly get along so well as neighbors. Nevertheless, a legend upheld by the state claims that the islands have always been a prime example of peaceful coexistence between different religions and ethnic groups. It is true that until 1915, the Prince's Islands were predominantly inhabited by Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and Syrian Christians, who turned them into an exclusive recreational area for the better Istanbul society from the end of the 19th century onwards. In 1915–1916, the majority of the Armenian inhabitants were deported and murdered. In 1923, thousands of Greeks had to leave the islands and the country due to the so-called population transfer between Turkey and Greece. And in September 1955, a Greek pogrom took place that gripped the whole of Istanbul, since when only a small group of 6,000, predominantly Greek, Christians have survived on the Prince's Islands. Like the vast majority of all Turkish Jews, the Jews on the islands made Aliyah in 1948–49, and since 1971 the Orthodox Seminary, the only one in Turkey on the island of Hebeli next to Kinali, has also been closed by the state. As in Rize, Trabzon, and Samsun, it is mainly the cemeteries and the houses and churches built in Greek or Armenian style that remind us that there was once a somewhat different Turkey. Since Turkishness ruled the country, beginning in the late Ottoman period under the growing influence and since the coup of 1913, called the Revolution, under the direct rule of the Young Turks, and from 1923 under the sign of the Republic, a wave of measures aimed at extermination, expropriation, and expulsion against all non-Muslims covered Turkey, with the result that of over 4 million Christian and Jewish inhabitants in the territory of the later Republic in 1914, today a maximum of 40,000 Gary Muslimanlar non-Muslims live in the country today, and the number is still decreasing. The MHP functionary on Kinali, Yahya Bayrak, whose like-minded comrades orchestrated the pogrom on the Prince's Islands and in Istanbul city center in 1955, was of course not featured in Hurriyet because of his moving words about moonlight and the sea, but because of a seemingly innocent action to beautify the island. At the end of February, he and his party friends covered the 4 small villages of the archipelago with hundreds of large banners and posters bearing the inscriptions, "We are all Turks and we are all soldiers of the nation," one of which was placed directly opposite the Sırp Church. There is nothing illegal about these posters. On the contrary, the slogans could have come from Ataturk and simply represent the national self-image of the Republic. And yet they were misunderstood by some. The island fascist Bayrak could not quite understand this, of course, but was generous to the Hurriyet. Quote, "We could not have imagined that the posters we put up would attract so much attention and open up old wounds. When we saw that they would be misunderstood, we took them down again." End quote. However, the wounds that Ogun Samist had opened on Hrant Dink's body were not even 40 days old in the first days of March 7th, which prompted the district administrator of the islands, probably on higher orders, to help out a little. Quote, "When we expressed the wish that these disturbing posters should be collected, it became known that the district leader of the MHP shared this attitude and had all the posters taken down within a few hours in one night. Because the harmony prevailing on the islands is a model for the whole world, we will not allow activities that are likely to damage this model under any circumstances." End quote. The island MHPers would never allow any incidents to occur, their leader assured them. He had even instructed his party comrades to ensure that no incidents would occur in Kinali on the day of the memorial service from possible provocateurs from outside. The district chairman of the AKP also stated, "The provocateurs come from outside. The people on the islands are not impressed by them." On March 4th, the shooting did not take place in Kinali, where there was no disruption of the morning ceremony, but in the Istanbul district of Kumkapi, where the actual celebrations for the 40th day after Dink's murder took place in the Mother Mary Church. According to Hurriyet, on March 8th, a young man had fired a pistol in front of the church after the service and, after he and his accomplice were arrested, justified the crime, in which no one was harmed, by claiming that he had wanted to kill the Armenian Patriarch Mesrop Mutafian, who had presided over the ceremony. The daily newspaper Axim on March 5th reported that the 18-year-old shooter, Volkan K., had already been arrested once before in connection with the so-called cartoon crisis in 2006 because he had fired shots in front of the same church. The Hurriyet quotes him as saying, "I set off then because of the Danish cartoon crisis, and now because Mutafian said they were threatening me." End quote. This can only refer to the fact that the Patriarch asked the police department for Internet and Information Crimes in Istanbul to examine his computer at the beginning of February due to an increasing number of threatening letters. According to Mutafian, the investigation revealed that the threats sent to Hrant Dink came from the same addresses as those sent to my computer. End quote. He added, "I read the newspapers yesterday and it looks like Orhan Pamuk, Ayten Makupian, and I are being targeted again from different sides." End of quote. For hotheads like Volkan K., living Turkishness means seeking the life of a Gayri-Musliman precisely when he delights in publicly stating that he is demonstrably threatened with death by real, i.e. Islamic Turks. Envelopments such as Mutafians, which could cast a bad light on the country and its people, are also seen as a provocation by many less trigger-happy patriots, who are known to often lead to unpleasant incidents, the murderous nature of which they prefer to keep quiet about. The incident in Kinali highlights a fundamental problem. How can it be possible that the same posters that have been part of the standard repertoire of national self-assurance in Turkey for decades are suddenly labeled as misleading, even provocative, and removed by the Republic's representatives and its values? The fact that Hurriyet, which does not want to be one of the whipping boys on national issues whenever a pogrom threatens, but has always been there when the foundations for the next national eruption have been laid, does not want to answer this question is not due to the incompetence of its editors, nor even to their ill will. Although everyone in Turkey knows the connection between mass expressions of national pride outside of national holidays and upcoming events, as they like to put it, no one dares to get to the bottom of the matter. In September 1955, following a fire in Thessaloniki, which was set on behalf of the Turkish Secret Service and resulted in the death of Ataturk's birthplace, spontaneous demonstrations for Turkishness took place in Istanbul like never before. On the second day of these manifestations, the first hundreds boarded the passenger ships to the Prince's Islands, and in the evening the columns of smoke could be seen from Istanbul harbor, almost 15 kilometers away, and from the islands the same phenomena could be seen in Istanbul's Old Town. In 1974, months of propaganda with the crescent moon and Ataturk were followed by the Cyprus peace operation, as the Turkish edition of Wikipedia, for example, still calls the invasion and occupation of large parts of the island together with the vast majority of the Turkish public today. The fact that the Turkish army massacred more Greek civilians in July and August 1974 than the Greek Cypriot Free Corps had massacred Turkish civilians in the previous years is not remembered in the national memory. In 1993, outraged patriots in Shivas in central Anatolia demonstrated for Turkishness and the honor of the Prophet Muhammad and against the visit of the prominent and popular writer Aziz Nesin. Nesin had come into disrepute at the time because he had begun publishing Salman Rushdie's satanic verses in a newspaper he edited and had stated in an interview that, in his opinion, more than 80% of his fellow countrymen were idiots. Reason enough for some Shiva's activists to set fire to the hotel where Nesson was holding a conference together with more than 200 members of Alavi cultural associations. Thousands of citizens of Shivas besieged the burning building and prevented the already not very committed fire department from putting out the fire, with the result that 37 people were burned to death. After dutifully condemning the act, the press and politicians placed a great deal of blame on Aziz Nesson, who had survived by the skin of his teeth, for his provocations. On January 21, 2007, the Friends of Turkishness experienced an unprecedented provocation. 2 days after Dink's murder, between 100,000 and 200,000 people demonstrated in Istanbul with banners reading, "We are all Hrant Dink," and, even more horrifyingly, "We are all Armenians." These were the images that official Turkey urgently needed for worried Western countries, but only for one day. The growing right-wing nationalist spectrum around daily newspapers such as Türkishness, once Vatan, the openly fascist Milli Gazete, and parts of the religious spectrum immediately took a stand against this, suspecting the demonstrators of the worst kind of activities and admonishing the guardians of the Republic not to tolerate such provocations. The state did nothing at first, but the mob did. A rag war broke out in the soccer stadiums, presumably started by MHP members and other right-wing radicals. On January 28, at the A-League match between Elazığspor and Malatyaspor in the southeastern city of Malatya, the visitors from Elazığ unfurled a huge banner reading, "We are neither Armenians nor from Malatya. We are from Elazığ and Turks with all our hearts," alluding to the fact that Hrant Dink was from Malatya. The surprised hosts remembered a national stigma of the city of Elazığ, which is considered a relatively strong base of the Kurdish national movement, and shouted in chants, "PKK out." In the course of the match and after the final whistle, the well-known incidents occurred, in which 3 police officers and 7 fans are said to have been injured, which is probably a gross understatement. The supporters of a better Turkey were not lazy either, bringing their "We Are All Armenians" banner to an Istanbul stadium and even reaching the infamous Trabzon in the wake of the Kayseri team, where they bravely held up a poster with the inscription, "We are all Hrant." There, of course, they were prepared and presented the banner, "We are Turks, we are all Mustafa Kemal." This was by no means the end of the story in Trabzon, whose soccer team is the only one of note that does not come from Istanbul. Hundreds of young people wearing white caps could be seen in a fan curve, by no means coincidentally the same headgear with which Dink's murderer Ogun Samist was depicted in a widely circulated mugshot. Their chants read, "Ogun Samist martyrs never die. The unity of the state is final." A huge police contingent prevented major incidents here too. During his interrogation, Samist stated that he knew from the internet that Hrant Dink had said that the blood of Turks is impure. This was exactly what the second criminal chamber of the District Court of Sicily, the district of Istanbul where Dink lived, had assumed in its verdict handed down on October 7, 2005. Dink received a 6-month suspended prison sentence for insulting Turkishness, and an appeal hearing the following year brought no change. Apparently the court did not want to read what Dink had really written, even when the defense presented it with an expert opinion written by law professors from Istanbul University, which concluded, "No insult to Turkishness can be derived from Dink's writings on which the proceedings are based." End quote. By poisoned blood, Dink did not mean Turkishness, but criticized the mentality of the Armenian diaspora. The fact that a 16-year-old school dropout from Trabzon does not speak Turkish is just as unsurprising as the fact that even professionally excited internet denunciators are not sufficiently familiar with the national language. But if judges and public prosecutors are not prepared to read what is the subject of the indictment, it can no longer be a language problem. On January 30, 2004, Dink concluded an editorial in Agos entitled "Rescue from the Turks" as follows. "The way to save the Armenian identity from the Turks is very simple. One should simply not deal with the Turks. New words will have to be found for the Armenian identity. The new field in which they will be found, however, is already ready. One must deal with Armenia, which lies outside the Turkish borders." End quote. 2 weeks later, Dink followed up on this consideration when he wrote in Agos on February 13, 2004 under the title "Getting to Know Armenia." Armenians must free themselves from the Turks and replace this poisoned blood with clean blood by establishing a noble vessel of their blood in the form of the state of Armenia. End quote. Even if such language takes some getting used to, it does not take much interpretation to realize that poisoned blood does not mean that of the Turks, but the poisoned mentality of the diaspora Armenians, according to Dink. In court, Dink said, "I noted in my essay that the anger of Armenians against the Turks is misplaced, and that instead of working throughout the world for state recognition that a Turkish genocide had been committed against Armenians, it would make more sense to purify Armenian blood from Turkophobia and build relations with Armenia instead." End of quote. Dink's conviction for a sentence that he did not write was representative of many other sentences that he actually wrote and for which he is hated, but for which he could not be convicted. For some years now, the critical reference to Turkish responsibility for the Armenian genocide has no longer been included among the insults and disparagement of Turkishness worthy of punishment. However, the willingness of judges to accept a forgery at face value also has to do with a special feature of Turkish criminal law, which makes it possible for any run-of-the-mill fascist to claim personal satisfaction for his offended Turkishness. Attacks on Turkishness are difficult to punish if state institutions such as the president, parliament, or the army are not at the center of the disparagement and the founder of the state was not meant. In such cases, investigations are carried out ex officio. In all other cases, one or more Turks who have been specifically insulted are required to seek the legal assistance of a lawyer as complainants. In the Dink case, the top offended party was a notorious radical extremist named Mehmet Soykan. He had apparently argued convincingly that the impure blood, whatever Dink really meant by it, referred to his and thus to that of all patriotic Turks. The right-wing extremist editorial appeared in court in human form and proved that there was an offended majority behind it. This has always happened in recent years when, as in the Dink case, lawyer Kemal Kırınçız stands behind the personally affected complainants and represents the joint plaintiff. Kırınçız is one of those dubious figures that Turkish politics and the public sometimes need and other times send into the desert. As the chairman of a Turkish lawyers association with 700 members, he is not just anyone. As a prominent prosecutor of dozens of enemies of Turkishness, he is seen by the public as the legal link between the mob from which Ogun Samis comes, the police officers who courted him after his arrest, and all the voices that fear that the abolition of Article 301 could plunge the country into chaos. Kırınçız will probably never make it into high politics. The leader of the MHP, Bahçeli, to whom he constantly makes public advances, does not meet with him and is careful to ensure that his party does not get too close to Kırınçız. Head of government Erdogan's AKP is also careful to keep its distance, and yet Kırınçız expresses the wishes of many supporters of both parties, which are incompatible with the official line. He expressly declares his opposition to EU accession, points to alliance options in the East, and promises the increasingly Europhobic Turks alternative paths that are particularly suitable for strengthening national identity and Turkishness. Kırınçız relies on the Turkish Rasesi, which must look for its allies among its own kind. For a people of the East, an alliance with the West is tantamount to an order to humiliate itself and betray its own culture. He is thus addressing a longing that is becoming more and more widespread. The anti-Western movie fairy tales such as Valley of the Wolves, 2006, and The Last Ottoman, 2007, both of which found a mass audience, are examples of this. But longing and fulfillment are far apart. The attempt to forge a pan-Turkic alliance by reviving Turanian ideology with reference to the linguistic affinities that do indeed exist with Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan was already shattered in the mid-1990s. And as belligerent as the agitation against Kurdish northern Iraq may be, the attempt to present so-called Turkmen as a minority persecuted by the Kurds who should be under Turkey's special protection has so far proved to be less than successful. People like Kırınçız are both a mood meter and an instrument for the removal of impulses for the established radical right and the established Islamic Party. People listen to them with critical interest, take note of their successes and their growing popularity without openly praising them, and, in case of doubt, when a Nobel Prize winner, whom Kırınçız has taken to court, albeit unsuccessfully, flees the country because he is no longer sure of his life, he has not done so himself. The partisans of provocateurs like Kırınçız are everywhere, without even the slightest connection to him. They sit in the National Soccer Association, which has done everything in its power to prevent pro-Dink posters in the stadiums, rejected the request of the fan association of the second division club Alanyaspor to hold a minute's silence for Dink in the stadium, and at the same time saw no reason to take action in connection with the manifestations of a pogrom mob in the stadiums, which holds the same opinion as Dink's murderers. It was only under pressure from the sports minister that the association imposed a fine of a ridiculous 17,000 lira on Trabzonspor. They obviously have a strong presence in the judiciary, otherwise Kırınçız would not have been able to open trials against Dink, Pamuk and others despite the scandalous Article 301. He naturally has his fans in the security apparatus. Otherwise, the events at the Samsun police station cannot be explained. And yet, it will not be possible to uncover a conspiracy by exposing even the real supporters of this lawyer. Karinx's is just as interchangeable as Dink's murderer or Volkan K, who wanted to shoot the Armenian patriarch. The elites in the army, the security apparatus, politics, business, and the media are not behind him. There are by no means only fanatical national chauvinists in the security apparatus and the army, and in the media sector, led by the liberal and courageous radical, there is at least a whole range of somewhat differentiated daily newspapers, a number of somewhat differentiated daily newspapers and private television programs. The widespread preference in Turkey for conspiracies instead of explanations often has a real basis. Behind the Dink assassin, for example, this much has already been established with some certainty, are a whole series of supporters and probably even clients from Trabzon, particularly from the soccer fan milieu. But Islamist or someone else could have acted on their own initiative. Turkey has felt itself to be in a never-ending state of emergency ever since the elimination of more than 20,000 Armenians in 1876 laid the foundations for the national cleansing of all non-Islamic minorities. Even after the founding of the Republic, official Turkey, and with it the majority of its citizens, was and is filled with an unjustifiable fear that imperialists, minorities, or other provocateurs could divide the country. To this day, it is not openly stated that the rump of the Ottoman Empire that still existed in 1914 had neither the power nor the justification to continue to rule the huge land mass, and that its reduction in size, for example through secession, was therefore only too justified. At no time did the Ottoman Empire intend to bring the various minorities under one national umbrella with the Turkish majority, endowed with minority rights and complete legal, religious, and linguistic freedom, as the Constitution of the Republic promised in 1923, without any government ever living up to this promise. The Ottoman Empire was never more than an empire in the very rough sense of the word, the administration of conquered territories and subjugated peoples from a political center. It was never intended to do more than provide military protection to the outside world, establish an administration whose main purpose was to collect taxes and enlist soldiers and secure transportation routes. The protection of minorities was granted strictly according to the needs of the center and the increasingly frequent pogrom desires of the Turkish Islamic masses. The last Ottomans, to whom Orhan Pamuk also attributed cultural perfection in his Istanbul book, were in reality the enduring functionaries of a system based on robbery, who secured their share of the spoils civil servants, officers and scholars who were never able to free themselves from their role as cultivated but uninnovative beneficiaries of a rather unsubtle rule. The Young Turk Revolution replaced the decadent Ottomanism, which was at least characterized by the fact that its leaders were unfit for life and harked back to a distant aestheticized past, with the propagation of extreme crudeness. While the Ottomans were reluctant to approach the Islamic Turkish people, whom they tried to control in their occasional outbursts through repression and concessions, but who they feared might become their victims, the Young Turks made an alliance with the people in the name of blood and soil. The Ottoman fear of losing more and more territory and the ultimate loss of power turned into the Young Turk paranoia of the Gayrimüslimler, who could disenfranchise and enslave the people presented as the children of Anatolia plagued by dew, from which the license for genocide and mass expulsions was derived, which is also the birth certificate of the Republic. The Republic has never rid itself of the curse of the horrific atrocities committed mainly between 1915 and 1923 in the name of Turkishness. Co-founded by the murderers, inhabited by a people who were largely involved in the massacres and who naturally enriched themselves with the property of the murdered and displaced persons, the Republic was forced from the outset to keep silent about the atrocities, to gloss over them and to threaten to repeat them at the slightest contradiction. Its most sensible representatives of later years, who want to break out of the doom, remain, as long as they do not speak out about what happened, exposed to the activities of paranoid adventurers in word and deed, who can claim to incite, threaten, and sometimes even murder in national concern. You may be warned not to go too far. The next Ogun Samist is sure to come. Just shout. If after the courageous and trend-setting demonstration on January 21st it was enough for the daily newspaper Turkmen to open with the huge headline, "We are all Turks," and just 1 week later the soccer stadiums were transformed by the mob into grandstands for plebiscites of truly Turkish proportions, it becomes clear that Turkishness is holding society captive in stupidity and violence, inactivity and hateful waiting for the next act of liberation. No renewal is possible without admitting the guilt that one has incurred against the Armenians, the other Christians, and, to a lesser extent, against the Jews. This admission would be the prerequisite for confidently doing what Section 301 prohibits, namely insulting and disparaging Turkishness. Only when the disgrace has been named can it be banished. Only then can action be taken against the brutes who provide the Ogun Samists with the arguments and sometimes also the weapons. Until then, the sign on the harbor of a small Greek island off the coast of the Turkish vacation resort of Kos, which welcomes day tourists from Kos, speaks the truth. Welcome to civilization. Breaking with the past would not be a penitential act. The murderers and their accomplices have long been as much in the ground as their victims, and it would have no material consequences either. No one is demanding compensation anymore. All that is needed now is an uncompromising rejection of any explanation of the past as a prerequisite for finally getting rid of the shadows of the past, which are holding murder celebrations in soccer stadiums in the form of young people. This is difficult because no one has yet thought it through to the end and because starting is simply life-threatening. If we don't succeed, however, incidents of ever more terrible proportions will occur, which will cause any attempt at modernization to come to nothing and lead to an exodus of the intelligentsia, heralded by the flight of the first Turkish Nobel Prize winner. In the 2 weeks leading up to May 28, 2023, 500,000 Turkish citizens living in Germany voted for President Erdogan at the consulates, which corresponds to 67% of the votes cast. Several tens of thousands of them drew attention to themselves with constantly honking car parades. It is not known how many Germans with a Turkish background who are not entitled to vote are fans of their leader and honk their horns, but the pictures on social networks show that many under 23-year-olds, who have been German since birth, took part. Such celebrations, which are often misunderstood as an expression of spontaneous exuberance blown away by allothenous Germans, actually serve to demonstrate power and submission to it. However, the threatening gestures are not directed against all Germans to the same extent. The probability of encountering fanatical supporters of Erdogan in major German cities and being insulted, threatened and attacked by them is by no means low. Even if you get into a wrong cab in Berlin, you could be in for a shock. He published this in a guest article for the FAZ on June 16, 2023 under the headline, How to Better Integrate Erdogan Supporters. And although he has not used a cab since October 2021 at the latest, he talks about his own experiences in previous years and the very recent experiences of friends or voters. He concludes that more and more citizens of Turkish origin are asking themselves whether they have to censor themselves here in Germany, also to protect their families. In Berlin, the cab trade is largely in Turkish hands. The drivers are neither annoying nor threatening for a recognizable German, as long as he or she is not too openly gay or lesbian. For a Turk, which means anyone who supposedly looks like a Turk, regardless of their citizenship and preferences, the situation is often different. How one recognizes a Turk in a person who has only stated his destination in German remains the secret of hundreds of thousands of Turks living in Germany who are convinced that they can immediately identify a fellow countryman by his face. Passengers who are identified as Turkish are very often addressed in Turkish in a distanced manner, addressed on a first-name basis and asked about their home country. Anyone who answers this question by stating a municipality between Aachen and Zülpich rather than any one of the 81 provinces from Adana to Zonguldak, and in German at that, will have a problem. In most cases, it remains hostile silence. It can be worse for the Turkish passenger in the wrong cab if he does get involved in a conversation and, for example, refers to certain events in the Ottoman Empire in 1915-16 as the genocide of the Armenians in response to a frequently asked question. When he then agrees to the recognition of this fact by many states, including Germany, insults and threats are heaped upon him. Taking the precaution of using the plural, the FAZ guest author comes to the conclusion that there are de facto parallel societies that challenge our democracy and our freedoms, whose protagonists threaten, insult, or denounce others. The Federal Minister of Agriculture, Cem Özdemir, from whom the quotes are taken, and who comes from the Swabian town of Urak and not from Pazar, Tokat province, like his father, addresses the problem in an imperative. Our responsibility is first and foremost to those who are threatened. It must be clear at all times that only the German basic law applies in Germany, and that we do not allow double security standards between Germans and migrants. End of quote. Özdemir will already have had relevant experiences with self-proclaimed compatriots as an unknown social worker, and not only because he has always criticized the political situation in Turkey, including the denial of the Armenian genocide. It is not just cab drivers who are suspicious of him because of his first name. In most cases, The name Sem testifies to the strong reservations of the name-bearer's parents towards the Turkish majority. According to its Arabic origin, the word Sem stands for assembly and in Turkish refers exclusively to the gatherings of Elvis in the Sem Evi, Sem house. Those who, like Özdemir, are called Sem but have no Alevi background are exceptions who find it difficult to resist the attribution. On April 19, 2023, during the final spurt of the election campaign in Turkey, the opposition candidate Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu publicly drew attention to a biographical peculiarity that everyone was aware of. "I am an Alevi," he admitted in a video that was then widely distributed, only to add, "I am an upright Muslim who was raised in the faith of the Prophet Muhammad and Ali," doing neither himself nor Alevism any favors. By discrediting the Alevis in their majority as a decidedly Islamic minority in order to reassure the Sunni majority, he has fueled the contempt of his opponents even more, because now he stands there as a traitor and coward. It is not only Erdogan's supporters who know that Alevis do not have a particularly high opinion of Islam. For the majority, the fact that Alevis do not fast on Ramadan, do not forbid pork or alcohol, never go to a mosque and Alevi women do not wear headscarves is conclusive evidence. These are 4 fundamental violations of the prohibitions that guarantee the community of the Ummah and therefore grounds for recognizing heretics in the Alevis, who are also considered enemies of the people. Other Turks who only attend mosques for mourning ceremonies and are married to women who do not wear headscarves, including many of Kılıçdaroğlu's party comrades, also see self-confident or even loosely organized Alevis as a separation from the people that undermines national unity and, above all, reject the presumption of recognizing Alevism as an independent religion. Under the heading religious affiliation, the state labels around 99% of Turks as Islamic in their passports, while members of the very small Christian minority and the tiny Jewish minority are labeled Christian or Jewish. The statement in the application for a passport, religious affiliation, none, is ignored in the same way as Alevi. People who do this are considered Islamic by the authorities, and this is also noted in their passport. Kılıçdaroğlu's call for reconciliation turned into a whitewash of the Sunni and Turkish majority, which he included in a list of sectarian groups in the country, thereby making the real problem disappear. You have the chance to get the country out of the painful sectarian debates about Sunnis, Alevis, Turks, Kurds, Lazes, Circassians, and Arabs. We no longer want to talk about what divides us, about differences and segregation, but about shared dreams and commonalities. This list is already a joke because all of the peoples listed profess the Sunna in whole or in majority, except for the Alevis, who, however, do not consider themselves a people and are less appreciative of attempts at appropriation by nationalist Kurds. When Kılıçdaroğlu describes the Sunnis, who make up almost 80% of the population, as sectarian, it is for the sole reason of exonerating the approximately 20% Alevis from the accusation that is in reality directed exclusively at them. The ingredients such as Lazan or Circassians were only used to serve the popular folk dance hype around so-called minorities that has been popular since the 1990s, which no longer exist because their language, script, and culture were forcibly exorcised from their members in the first decades of the Republic. The majority Sunni Kurds, some of whom still speak their own language, are not considered sectarian but separatist, which has repeatedly led to the banning of their parties and the imprisonment of their parliamentarians in recent years. After initial successes in the 2000s and early 2010s, Erdogan's attempt to win over the population in Kurdish strongholds, such as Diyarbakir with the Islamic card and alienate them from the national movement has failed. However, as the majority of Kurds are devout Sunnis, they are still considered to be resocializable. Even though almost everyone who considers themselves Kurdish has since voted for the HDP again, the fact that Islamic traditions are meticulously observed in families and neighborhoods in Kurdish rural communities and urban slums points to a closeness that causes headaches for the leaders of the Kurdish national movement. The problem that Kılıçdaroğlu was unable to solve is evident in the dividing line between Alevis, the majority of whom see themselves as Turkish albeit not in an ideologically charged sense, and not as Kurdish, and those who claim to be Kurdish Alevis. Some, who are considered an enemy, even if defined in folkish terms, because of their commitment to Kurdishness, at least remain recognizable and often unchallenged by those concerned about the unity of the nation, because overly brutal aggression against Kurds always harbors the danger of civil war, which Erdogan also wants to avoid. The others, however, the Alevis, are considered the real danger because they do not want to be associated with Turkishness without adhering to Kurdishness. Unless they want to give up their Alevism in favor of a basically harmless variety of Sunni Islam or sell out to Erdogan, who always has a few Alevi model deputies sitting in parliament for his AKP and provides politically obedient communities with money for cultural purposes. The question of whether Alevism is a religion or not is irrelevant. What is important, however, is that all those who describe themselves as such and do not speak after Erdogan or the Kurdish national movement are increasingly considered invisible and thus expose themselves to one of the worst suspicions that can exist in a republic that fanatically insists on unity. While Kurds, whether Sunnis or Alevis, remain recognizable because they profess their separatist mission and thus, as an apparent counterdesign to Turkishness, are more similar to it than their masterminds would like, non-Kurdish Alevis are increasingly losing the protection they sometimes had in the years before 2000. They shared a way of life with the decidedly Turkish Kemalists that was contrary to the laws of Islam and were tolerated by them. This explains the informal alliance between the CHP and the Alevis since the 1970s. While in the military, among civil servants, especially teachers, in the liberal professions and within the new middle class as it has developed especially since the 1980s, lived laicism was at least outwardly the rule. The situation has changed fundamentally since the late 1990s. The old state elites went on the defensive and the first wives with headscarves appeared in the cheap vacation homes for members of this poorly paid profession, while the rumors of Islamist cliques in the military would not die down and the new middle class was in economic decline. Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who was physically attacked by several Erdogan supporters at a funeral near Ankara in 2019 and had to be escorted to a heavily guarded house under heavy personal protection, knew very well what he was talking about. In the last sentence of his unfortunate statement, he involuntarily but necessarily retracted his gesture of reconciliation to Turkishness, which was one of submission. Do you want an honest and upright country instead of the ruling system that only says no to Alevis? There is nothing left of Lazes, Circassians, Kurds, and similar sectarians. These words speak of the fear of the excluded. The more the Western way of life associated with Kemalism is in retreat, the less Alevis can hide. Alevis and Kemalists were declared to be synonymous, and the previously Kemalist and before that young Turk paranoia about enemies burrowing in the shadows now took on an Islamic and indistinguishable nationalist appearance. The question, "Are you an Alevi?" which a nonconformist Turk can easily be confronted with in a Berlin cab, contains an unmistakable threat and replaces the communists, separatists, and terrorists of earlier years. Since the summer of 2022, attacks on Alevi institutions in Turkey have increased considerably, and in Germany, too, there have been isolated cases of broken windows on some houses and graffiti calling for murder. The Turkish no to the Alevis cannot be compared to the hate-filled prejudices of German atheists against Catholics. It is always the threat of the worst, which is why Erdogan left it at his election campaign appearances before April 19, 2023, to repeatedly sprinkle in the word Alevi when he spoke of his challenger. Kılıçdaroğlu's biography also includes the fact that he was born in the province of Tunceli in 1948 and has the first name Kemal. Tunceli is not just a small town with 35,000 inhabitants in the sparsely populated province of the same name. On May 28, 2023, over 82% of the city and province voted for the alliance led by Kılıçdaroğlu, achieving by far the best result for the opposition. Tunceli is also eerily associated with a completely different Kemal, who not only gave the city and province its name, which means iron fist in German, Kemal Atatürk. Until 1936, the city and region were called Dersim, and the renaming was the announcement of the largest massacre in the history of the Turkish Republic, with at least 30,000 people murdered. Until then, the population of Dersim was a strange mixture. Semi-nomadic, divided into tribes with their own feudal law and, above all, neither Sunni nor Turkish in the thoroughly folkish categories of the Kemalists and even before them in the eyes of Sultan Abdul Hamid. In 1936, almost exclusively members of Alevism lived in Dersim, supplemented by survivors of the Armenian genocide. The majority of them spoke Zaza and to a large extent also saw themselves as Kurds, although they kept their distance from the majority Kurds because of their commitment to the Sunnah. Dersimer generally did not pay taxes, did not send their sons to the military, and kept their distance from all Republican achievements, as they had to learn by 1936 at the latest that the announced subjugation of the province to the law of the Republic would result in their forced Turkification and forced Islamization. The result was a poorly organized uprising, which was mainly directed against police stations and barracks and had no chance from the outset. After the suppression of the uprising in 1937, which had already cost the lives of thousands of mostly unarmed people, and a show trial with dozens of death sentences, the victor's aim was to completely erase the memory of the old Dersim, with the apparent intention of only deporting and re-educating the inhabitants in Turkish areas. In reality, village after village and its inhabitants were wiped out, including the women and children. A small number of the surviving Dersimler held out in completely isolated mountain villages in the region. Others fled to neighboring provinces and several thousand were deported, interned, and Turkishized. It is not known what gave the CHP leaders' parents the idea of naming their son Kemal. They probably wanted to appear as conformist as possible in the province, which was under siege until 1946. They may also have followed an Alevi tradition, as the majority of the clan heads declared their support for the Turkish Republic in 1923 in the hope that the centuries of persecution by the Ottoman Sunnis could come to an end under the sign of religious freedom and official laicism. What was still unthinkable in Kılıçdaroğlu's childhood gradually developed as a reaction to the heavy defeat of the Kemalists in the first free elections in 1950 and the victory of the Islamists under Adnan Menderes. Particularly from the 1970s onwards, an increasingly precarious alliance developed between the Republic founders, whose Republican People's Party, CHP, had long since ceased to be the undisputed state party, and influential representatives of the Elvis, who were only informally organized. The pact with the murderers of 1937 and above all 1938 had also become possible because more and more Elvis moved to the western Turkish cities in order to escape state coercion and poverty in the eastern Turkish regions, where they often achieved rapid economic success. What was lost due to a mixture of state coercion and personal weariness with their own traditions, hardly anyone speaks Zaza anymore. Most of the cultural and religious rules of Alevism have been largely forgotten by the younger generation, and only in Dersim are there still larger villages and even small towns with an Alevi majority, was partially replaced by a different orientation from the 1970s onwards. Elvis are rightly regarded as left-wing and are correspondingly active. Since parts of the CHP also turned away from the rigid folkish principles of Turkishness at the latest since the 1980 coup, which to a large extent must be regarded as Islam-inspired, an even deeper alliance presented itself. Kılıçdaroğlu's first name became the program for many, but by no means all, Elvis, since Turkish laicism, which in reality had never shaken the primacy of Islam, was on the retreat. The folkish mass murderer Ataturk became Kemal, protector of the Elvis, which he never was. Their closeness to Kemalism has not changed the fact that Elvis almost always move in public without mentioning their origins and their possible confession and have only appeared on behalf of their own community when it comes to permits and sometimes state support for cultural events. As an expression of the supposedly diverse Turkish culture, Alevi dances and songs are also welcome in Zaza. However, Elvis should not be regarded as representatives of an independent religion, culture, or way of life that is incompatible with Islam. But even if Elvis like Kılıçdaroğlu adapted accordingly by April 19, 2023, they are still reproached for this. After all, as citizens in a state run according to folkish criteria, you know very well who your neighbor really is. On the BIA Haber Merkezi website on April 23, 2023, they took the trouble to list how Erdogan only had to appeal to the long-standing knowledge of the people in the 2011 parliamentary elections, when Kılıçdaroğlu ran as the CHP's top candidate for the first time, to bring the crowd to gloating and threatening acclamation. During the election campaign for the presidency in spring 2023, the Alevi card initially played a subordinate role in Erdogan's rhetoric, this time calling his opponent Mr. Kemal and alluding to the alcoholism of the atheist founder of the Republic, who has been mocked not only indirectly but publicly with impunity for years, was usually enough. On June 5, 2023, at a mass rally in Istanbul, after accusing participants in the Gezi protests of drinking beer in a mosque once again and untruthfully, he exclaimed, "Mr. Kemal, drink as many barrels as you want, nothing will cure you. Our nation will not leave the country to drunkards." On April 24, 2023, just a few days after Kılıçdaroğlu's commitment to Alevism, Erdogan put Berlin cab drivers and participants in the nationwide motorcades in a bombastic mood. "Your flame doesn't bother us. No holiday without a spectacle. We don't have a religion called Alevism. We only have one religion, Islam." End quote. As one can easily see from the figure of the drunken Mr. Kemal, what is attached to Alevism means much more than the members of a denomination that refuses the impositions of the Sunnah and at the same time wants nothing to do with Iranian-dominated Orthodox Shiitism. The election result in Turkey is an expression of the stupor hanging over the country in the form of the self-assertion of a majority that sees itself threatened and does not mean progressive impoverishment and a lack of prospects, but rather a desire to get rid of those who stain its nest. In Germany, the FR showed a great deal of understanding for this on April 23, 2023 when, reproachfully addressing Kılıçdaroğlu, it came up with the insight that religious debates in Turkey actually have a dangerous character, for which the Alevists were partly to blame. Quote, "In the past, there have always been painful and bloody events that were largely triggered by religious disputes between Alevists and Sunnis. Kılıçdaroğlu's words provided new material for discussion, which Erdogan will certainly also make use of." End of quote. But why was this wildly rabble-rousing expression of Turkishness able to gain a foothold among Turks living in Germany, and also among so many Germans of Turkish origin, and in any case lead to an even more devastating result among voters than in the home country? In his FAZ article, Cem Özdemir wrote strongly about targeted attacks on opposition emigrants from Turkey, such as the journalist Can Dündar, who is also being spied on and threatened in Germany by people and groups who are at least close to official Turkey and its secret service. However, he went a decisive step further when he wrote, "Germans of Turkish origin are attacked and threatened as soon as they express a critical opinion in the structures of associations or clubs associated with Turkey or in social spaces with a Turkish majority." End of quote. The decisive deviation from other published statements is the statement already quoted. More and more citizens of Turkish origin are asking themselves whether they have to censor themselves here in Germany, also to protect their families. End of quote. However, the Turkish offensive is not only taking place in Turkish-dominated neighborhoods, where people with Turkish names should be on their guard. In the catchment area schools there, aggressive segregation in the schoolyard, where Turkish girls without headscarves are told by male Turkish classmates in particular that they are dishonorable sluts who should be treated like their mothers with the threat, "I'll fuck your mother," has long been part of everyday life. A predominantly Turkish social area is not just a geographical designation like Weddinggesundbrunnen or, worse still, Duisburg-Marxloh. The revocation of the honorary citizenship of a Berliner of Swabian origin by a small Turkish town may illustrate this. After the German Bundestag passed a resolution condemning the Armenian genocide on June 2, 2016, for which MP Özdemir had been a key campaigner, it was reported in the press that the town of Pazar had stripped him of his honorary citizenship, of which he had previously been unaware. However, this dishonor means more than just being cast out of a community of tribes and values, which Özdemir does not believe in anyway. It means what Turkishness has always meant in relation to all dissenters. No matter where they live, we'll get you all. It is not only in relevant Berlin districts such as Kreuzberg, Neukölln, or Wedding that almost all parties adorn themselves with candidates, and especially female candidates, who have a Turkish name. The majority are traveling on the ticket of Özdemir's party, such as Kenan Bayram, who won the direct mandate in Kreuzberg in 2021. On her website, Bayram downplayed 500,000 fascist and Islamist fellow citizens as a negligible fringe group, even against her prominent party colleague, and counted every critic among the ominous people from the right who wanted to instigate yet another xenophobic campaign. I was also annoyed by the new integration debate in the German media. We have to realize that of the almost 3 million people of Turkish origin in Germany, only half are eligible to vote in Turkey and only half of them went to the polls. We might as well emphasize, instead of complaining about Erdogan voters living in Germany, how many today only have a German passport and no Turkish passport. End quote. Every child born in Germany to Turkish parents after January 1, 2000 is automatically granted German citizenship. But this has not led to any progress in integration. In view of the ugly incidents on thousands of German school playgrounds, it should be emphasized against the left-wing and green quota migrants that automatic naturalization has not driven Erdogan out of people's minds. On the contrary, where there is no longer any concern about resident status, disinhibition seems to be the order of the day. Kenan Bayram can no more be blamed for wanting to make a profession out of her migration background in conjunction with a degree in a relevant subject area than for trying to succeed in culture, media, education, etc. as a spokesperson for a supposedly mute and frightened pariah society. The fact that such unworthy attempts are ultimately successful is due to a majority society that needs the boastful slogans of its quota migrants to suppress a growing fear. It's as if we don't know who is playing on the soccer pitches of the youth leagues when players and watching fathers feel aggrieved by the referee or the opposing team. As if we can't tell from a distance who is training here by the barking sound of the coaches and the marshal shouting on the pitch. The louder and more aggressive the sound, the more deeply one subscribes to the conviction that it is not members of a very self-consciously hostile parallel society who are appearing here, but members of an intimidated minority who would be unable to make themselves heard with their legitimate concerns. People with Turkish names between Akin and Zulpik, or people who have just immigrated from Turkey, most of whom have fled, and who expressly do not agree with Tayyip Erdogan or Kenan Bayram, have no moral obligation to publicly denounce the evil that occurs in the name of Turkishness, from which they suffer the most because of their assumed origin. If they do, however, they do so in the knowledge of what the postings in Turkish on social networks mean, in which the information regularly appears that they already know the address of the respective traitor and that they will get him. Anyone who has young children, for example, takes this seriously, and anyone who is a local politician with a Turkish name but less Turkish views and has to experience that competing candidates with a Turkish name are spreading the rumor that he or she is inciting hatred against Islam and is probably an ally during doorstep campaigning in a problem district will think twice about whether they want to put themselves in danger again. In Turkey, Western-influenced people who, despite adaptation and self-censorship, do not want to go along with all the impositions can only remain unmolested if they are very careful. Because Turkishness listens in, for example, when young people, as happened a year ago in Istanbul, play their favorite records from the USA or Great Britain behind the closed doors of a club in daylight in the wrong district during Ramadan, smoke and are then beaten up by petty traitors. For Elvis, especially those in the provinces, the situation is even more drastic. The drummers came before dawn. In the darkness before dawn, they beat the drums in front of the Evli family's house in Surgu, Malatya province, in eastern Turkey, so that they would get up and prepare their fasting breakfast before the sun rises. This is an old custom during the fasting month of Ramadan, when Sunni Muslims fast until the sun goes down again. But the Evlis are not Sunni Muslims. They are Elvis and they do not fast during Ramadan. The family therefore politely asked to be spared the drumming at night. But the next night, the drummers came again, and not only them. The lynch mob raged for hours in the dark around the Evli family's house, who hid their children under their beds in mortal fear. Stones flew, window panes shattered. The security forces finally had to shoot into the air to disperse the blindly frenzied crowd. In 2016, shortly after the alleged coup attempt, the police in the same region deployed hundreds of troops and fired warning shots to prevent a pogrom mob from storming Alevi neighborhoods. However, this is no guarantee of safety for Elvis. Since the police, and especially the gendarmerie, are traditionally staffed by national chauvinists of fascist and/or Islamist preference, state protection for Elvis from the people is always a question of political conjuncture and chance. In 1993, during the massacre in Shivas with 43 dead, and in 1978, during the pogroms in Maras with at least 111 dead, the forces of law and order were not present in sufficient numbers or remained inactive. In 1993, the occasion was an Alevi cultural event, which was also attended by the writer Aziz Nesin, who was not an Alevi but was publishing the satanic verses by Salman Rushdie in a small magazine at the time. In 1978, one of the popular rumors was that the Elvis wanted to storm a mosque. After Erdogan's recent election victory, and even more so because of the economic collapse that can no longer be ruled out, which could result in draconian conditions being imposed by the IMF, the drummers of Turkishness continue to mobilize unabashedly against the drunken Kemals and Sems who want to desecrate the mosques. In Germany, where warnings of religious upheaval are being issued for the sake of a rotten peace in order to encourage Elvis to censor themselves, they are only being threatened with the withdrawal of solidarity for the time being, thus creating leeway for the drummers. We are two states, but one nation. This slogan, which characterizes Turkey's relationship with Azerbaijan, has been running through the victory-drunk Turkish media since October 2020, when the Armenian defeat was already unstoppable. The fact that Tayyip Erdogan has made it his own indicates that he can fall back on sources and events that are older than the Turkish Republic and that Kemalist politicians before him, since 1991, have also been happy to use, much to the delight of their Azerbaijani friends. But how does one come up with such an idea? One can justify the national harmony between two states with the language, because Azeri Turkish differs only slightly from the Turkish spoken in Turkey, and conversations between Turks and Azerbaijanis are possible without difficulty. However, apart from one crucial exception, these conversations hardly ever took place in the centuries before 1991, as Turks and Azerbaijanis were separated for over 400 years by a border that roughly corresponds to that between present-day Turkey and the former Soviet Union and its successor states. This border had been quite dense at least since the Russians took the Transcaucasian territories from the Persian Salafists at the beginning of the 19th century. In Soviet times, it was even completely closed. The territory of today's Azerbaijan was only part of the Turkish-influenced Ottoman Empire for a few years in the 16th century. Even with reference to a common history, it is difficult to prove similarities, unless one subscribes to the folkish Turan ideology founded around 1900, which assumes a mystified original Turkishness that slowly spread from Mongolia. The various Turkic peoples on the territory of the former Soviet Union, together with the inhabitants of the Turkish Republic and all sorts of Syrian provinces allegedly populated by Turkmen, are claimed to be one people. So there can't be that much to the fervently invoked common nation, one might think. However, it is striking that the survivors of the Armenian pogrom in Sumgait, Azerbaijan, in 1988 always referred to their tormentors as the Turks. The history of a flag can provide information about this attribution. The national flag of the Republic of Azerbaijan is a cloth divided horizontally into 3 equal stripes in the colors blue, red, and green. The middle red stripe shows a white crescent and an 8-pointed star on a red background. This flag is identical to the national flag of the short-lived Free Republic of Azerbaijan, which existed from 1918 to 1920. In the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic, blue symbolized the Azerbaijanis' affiliation to the Turkic peoples. Red stood for the ongoing development of Azerbaijani culture, and green symbolized Islam. The crescent with a star on a red background is another symbol of Islam and was part of the national emblem of the Ottoman Empire long before that, albeit with only a 5-pointed star, and has been the national flag of the Turkish Republic without additions since its foundation. In the Republic of Azerbaijan, however, which was founded in 1991, blue supposedly does not stand for Turkishness, but for the freedom of Azerbaijan. Red is supposed to symbolize the present life of Azerbaijanis. Green no longer stands for Islam, but for the future of Azerbaijan, which manifests itself in the nature of the country. Islam, which is the predominant religion in the country, is symbolized by the crescent. Turkishness is at least represented by the star, which refers to the 8 Turkic peoples from which the present-day Azerbaijani nation has been formed over the centuries. The weakening of the messages compared to the original from 1918 is solely due to the blurring of references to a bloody history that were still perceived as embarrassing at the time. Azerbaijani identity is also based on the connection to the 7 brother nations in the self-image of its founding fathers. Islam is what ideologically unites the group of nations. However, there is little else that is specifically Azerbaijani to be discovered. According to the definition of its founding fathers and in national practice since 1988, the country is 100% a state of Turanism and thus one with open borders and a clearly defined enemy. Turanism, this folkdom ideology that goes back primarily to the young Turk ideologue Ziya Gökalp, has never lost its appeal, neither for Turks nor for the Turkic peoples, although the latter certainly do not view Turkey's role as primus inter pares without suspicion. Azerbaijani self-confidence did not exist until the end of the 19th century at the earliest, and its ideologues were men who paid homage to Turanism, Pan-Islamism, and Pan-Turkism. Until 1918, they were in alliance with the Russian Bolsheviks, from whom they hoped to gain support for national secession from Russia. Partly persecuted by the Russians in Transcaucasia, these ideologues became increasingly close to the Committee for Unity and Progress, i.e. the Young Turks, and lived temporarily in exile in Istanbul, where they also published their most important journal Türk Yurdu, Turkish Homeland, which was also a kind of central organ for the Pan-Turkists among the Young Turks. Its successor of the same name is still published today as an extremely chauvinistic monthly magazine in Istanbul with close ties to the Grey Wolves. The decisive mastermind of Azerbaijani nationalism was Emin Razılzade, who was chairman of the Constituent Constitution of the First Republic in 1918, lived in exile in Poland and Romania from 1922, and spent his last years in Turkey from 1947 until his death in 1955. From 1941 to 1943, Razılzade was a member of the National Committee of Azerbaijan, which collaborated with the Nazis. The Azerbaijani Legion, as part of the Caucasian Mohammedan Legion, was closely associated with this committee. Razılzade helped to develop Turanism in collaboration with the Young Turks, approved the Armenian genocide and, in the final phase of this genocide, stood alongside Enver Pasha's troops in the last major Armenian pogrom before 1988, which took place on September 15, 1918 in Baku and claimed between 9,000 and 50,000 victims. In Azerbaijan today, there are dozens of monuments from more recent times that honor the chauvinist and mass murderer Razılzade. The first joint active period of Turkish and Azerbaijani Pan-Turks is associated with a fighting unit that was given the programmatic name Caucasian Islamic Army in July 1918. The outstanding protagonist of the joint struggle was its founder, Enver Pasha, the then Minister of War and key organizer of the Armenian genocide in 1915-16. This was the Ottoman Third Army under the young Turk Nuri Pasha, which, supplemented by Azerbaijani volunteers, operated in the territory of present-day Armenia, Azerbaijan and Georgia until the armistice between the Ottomans and the Allies in October 1918 with the aim of establishing a new, now decidedly Turkish empire. The Islamic army moved through what is now Armenia and at times came close to conquering Yerevan. In the process, it carried out the worst massacres of civilians in Nagorno-Karabakh who had been unable to flee to the region around the successfully defended capital. Their real goal, however, was Baku and later Tbilisi. On September 15, 1918, the Army of Islam conquered Baku, and on the same day a pogrom began in which between 9,000 and 30,000 Armenians and other Christians fell victim in Baku and the surrounding area. The following day, Nuri Pasha held a much-acclaimed victory parade. Many Azerbaijanis still regard the pogrom of September 15, 1918 as the Day of Liberation. In Azerbaijani national mythology, it is said to have been revenge for the events between March 31 and April 2, 1918, also in Baku, when Armenians are said to have murdered up to 20,000 defenseless Azerbaijanis. The fact that during these days, among others, Tatar Islamic combat troops were armed but unsuccessful against the Bolsheviks, who were largely Armenian, and that the entire city was crisscrossed by street barricades within a very short time, remains unmentioned. But it cannot be denied that Armenian irregulars murdered thousands of Azerbaijani civilians. The Armenians do not have a big brother, or at least several little brothers, with whom they can share myth and resentment. Armenian statehood did not exist after the 15th century, when an independent state in Cilicia in the eastern Turkish Mediterranean region was subjugated by the Ottomans, apart from an interlude between 1918 and 1920, until the founding of the Republic of Armenia in 1991. Only Nagorno-Karabakh was able to remain relatively independent even under the Salafists and the Tsar, which is probably one of the reasons why it acquired an almost mythical significance. Surrounded by generally hostile Islamic neighbors, only half-heartedly protected and only occasionally privileged by Tsarist Russia, Armenians kept alive the dream of their own state, which was supposed to build on the past glory of a great Armenian empire smashed by Islamic conquerors almost 1,000 years ago. The hatred of Armenians is closely linked to the fact that they were not willing to accept their fate under the Ottomans without a fight and have not disappeared from the region to this day. On both sides of the border between the Salafists and the Ottomans, Armenians lived a poor and lawless life for centuries, as they never received protection from the attacks of Islamic nomads or the inhabitants of neighboring Islamic villages who were looking for loot. This changed considerably for the Armenians living there when Eastern Armenia was incorporated into the Russian Empire. In Western Armenia, which lies in the territory of present-day Turkey, change also began to take place from the early 19th century, despite the legal uncertainty that never ended. Initially, many fled the misery and emigrated as casual laborers, mainly to the rapidly expanding coastal towns, where they were soon able to establish themselves. Within a short time, there were highly esteemed craftsmen, freelancers, entrepreneurs, civil servants, and bankers of Armenian origin. What they had cultivated on a small scale in their eastern Anatolian villages and small towns, education, work discipline, and upward thinking, helped them, like Greeks and Jews, to rise quickly in society in the rapidly growing and modernizing late Ottoman economy. The actual Armenian settlement centers were soon far more likely to be Istanbul or Smyrna, Izmir, than the remote regions of their eastern Anatolian origin, where they also increasingly concentrated in the few cities. Growing self-confidence and isolated resistance to the double tax imposed on them compared to the Muslims, but above all the envy of the economically backward Islamic majority of the population, led to pogroms in cities with a large Armenian population such as Erzurum, Urfa, and Diyarbakir in the east, but also in the capital Istanbul, between 1894 and 1896 under Sultan Abdülhamid II. These were deliberately instigated, and between 80,000 and 300,000 Armenians, as well as other Christians, fell victim to them. In the years that followed, the Armenian political intelligentsia made the catastrophic mistake of trusting the Committee for Unity and Progress, i.e. the Young Turks, who overthrew Abdülhamid II in 1909 and had a secular state with religious freedom and minority rights in their program. In the years before the First World War, many Armenians, especially the wealthy and influential ones, had long since renounced their rural homeland in both Ottoman and Russian territory, had become city dwellers and no longer wanted to live a miserable existence as farmers or small traders in the desolate provinces. The specifically Armenian education system, which had grown enormously in the late Ottoman years and placed great emphasis on learning several foreign languages, among other things, facilitated the rapid transformation of an almost purely peasant people into a relatively modern urban society, whose descendants gradually seemed to have all doors open to them. After the genocide of 1915-16, it was clear to Armenians on both sides of the Russian-Turkish border that peaceful coexistence with Turks, as the Muslims were now also called in eastern Armenia, was not possible, and that only their own decidedly non-Turkish and non-Islamic state promised any prospect of survival. But even in today's Republic of Armenia, there is still the problem that a third of the population is concentrated in the capital and that rural exodus, but often enough also emigration to countries with a strong Armenian diaspora such as the USA and France, is leaving the villages deserted and the population as a whole stagnating. If official Turkey has been playing down the genocide for decades with the argument that it was the result of armed conflict, then this monstrous lie also contains a grain of truth. After the pogroms under Abdülhamid II, there was resistance among Armenians, which was of no great significance, but gave the Ottomans all the more reason to prepare for a preventive and collective reckoning. An assassination attempt carried out by Armenian radicals in front of an Istanbul mosque in 1905 with a whole car full of explosives did not hit the Sultan, who remained unharmed, but killed 26 men from his entourage. The uprising, named after the town of Seysin in today's eastern Anatolian province of Bitlis near Lake Van in 1904, led to cruel reprisals with 3,000 to 8,000 dead. Of course, it did not escape the notice of those in charge in a giant empire that was in serious military and economic difficulties that those second-class people, who were gradually but unmistakably taking the lead in the areas of production, trade, and education, would approach them with demands, the fulfillment of which would finally deprive the mostly bitterly poor Sunni majority population of their last privilege, namely to be allowed to humiliate the infidels as second-class people, as Orthodox believers. Abdülhamid's Armenian pogroms were a controlled rebuff to the Orthodox people and a warning to the Christian minorities not to overdo it. However, it also contained the threat of genocide and the unmistakable indication that there could be more important state goals than maintaining an economy that would collapse without Armenian and other Christians, as well as Jews. The Young Turks, among whom Damit Ismail Enver or simply Enver Pasha had already played an influential role in the early years of the movement, had come to a similar conclusion before the First World War. Only a strong state, which would have to be truly indivisible, i.e. ethnically homogeneous, would guarantee unity. This was the view of the Tyrannism that was widespread among them, whose ideologues basically did not attach much importance to ethnic homogeneity in the multi-ethnic state, but only to a common language and a common culture, which could only be presented to them as Islamic. The Jews living in western Turkey and the Pontos Greeks on the Black Sea coast, unlike the Armenians at least in Transcaucasia, did not have a closed settlement area and did not have an, albeit unreliable, regulatory power behind them that would not allow pogroms such as those of 1894 to 1896 in the Ottoman Empire in their sphere of influence. Their efforts were therefore primarily aimed at more protection and more influence in the regulation of public affairs. The Armenians were largely unchallenged as the overwhelming majority in the territory of today's Armenian Republic and were strongly represented in the territories that were later merged into Azerbaijan, especially in the cities such as Baku. In Nagorno-Karabakh, they had an almost purely Armenian enclave in the middle of what would later become Azerbaijan. As no communication was possible between the Ottoman and Russian empires, the Armenians had a relatively secure hinterland. In western Armenia, the situation was fundamentally different. Not only were the Armenians there unprotected, but the fact that there was no continuous Armenian settlement except in a few regions, e.g. around Van, and that Armenian villages were very often located in direct, mostly bad neighborhoods with Muslim villages, made the Armenian dreams of a sovereign, large Armenia after the collapse of the two empires seem quite unrealistic, even in the years before the genocide. Nevertheless, these plans did exist and, as the assassins of 1905 prove, there were indeed activist political groups who, on the basis of national revival, vague socialist ideas and the promise of an independent country of their own, went into resistance, which was also not free of revenge for the crimes of the Ottomans. During the genocide, there was only sporadic and quickly crushed resistance due to a lack of weapons, organization, and preparation. Armenians were able to defend the city of Van for almost 2 months in May 1915. Anyone who did not make it across the nearby border to eastern Armenia after the defeat was immediately massacred. By the spring of 1918 at the latest, the situation in eastern Armenia had changed fundamentally. The Russian Empire had collapsed and the Bolsheviks were initially unable to fill the power vacuum, which was as promising as it was threatening for Armenians. The Armenian population had grown considerably due to the hundreds of thousands of refugees from Ottoman territory who had managed to escape the genocide, and Armenian self-confidence was on the rise as a result. Now there were Armenian irregulars who not only secured their new state, founded in 1918, but also wanted to get back at the Turks, and also used pogroms to drive the Muslim minority out of the territory of today's republic. The Soviet Union initially merged the Armenian, Azerbaijani, and Georgian SSRs under one roof in 1920, until it was dissolved again in 1936 in favor of the independent Soviet republics. In Western Armenia, the Armenians were no longer given a chance. There were no more compatriots living there. An Ottoman army trained in genocide would have immediately nipped any external separatist aspirations in the bud, because unlike the three other empires involved in the First World War, the Ottoman Empire never completely collapsed. The army defeated on the World War fronts remained intact in the Anatolian interior even after the armistice in October 1918, and the Committee for Unity and Progress held all relevant functions within it. The early Soviet Union had of course long been aware of the importance of the oil fields around Baku and did not want Turkish, Azerbaijani, or national Armenian dominance over these resources. In this respect, it was just right for it to be able to support a short-lived communist republic in what is now Azerbaijan in the spring of 1918, which was predominantly led by Armenians and was also responsible for pogroms and expulsions of Muslims. The Transcaucasian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, founded in 1920, was, to paraphrase Lenin, who had supported its establishment, an expression of great Russian chauvinism, which neutralized different interests in favor of Russia according to the principle of divide and rule. While Western Armenia was a huge Armenian cemetery inhabited by Turks and Kurds, in Eastern Armenia at least the Armenian Soviet Republic was able to guarantee modest self-administration in a predominantly Armenian-populated area. The special status granted to Nagorno-Karabakh as an autonomous region with self-government was of particular interest to the Armenians. There was no relaxed coexistence, not to mention a gradual blurring of differences, with the Muslim minority within the republic, nor as an Armenian minority with the Azerbaijanis in the neighboring country. Even in Soviet times, the Armenians were more successful than their Muslim neighbors as the more educated and enterprising Transcaucasians, which can easily be seen in the reemergence and growth of the Armenian minority in the industrial metropolis of Baku, which was liquidated or fled in 1918, where Armenians temporarily made up 21% of the population, and at the time of the final expulsion in 1990 still made up almost 17%. However, the conflict was merely put on hold, only to erupt again in 1988, when the collapse of the Soviet Union was announced with comparable severity to 1918. This can be easily illustrated by the harassing treatment of the inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh by the Azerbaijani Soviet Republic. Until the annexation in 1994, there were hardly any travel opportunities for Armenians, and everything else was done to isolate them on their island and cut them off economically from any Soviet support. The rest of the story is quickly told. In 1988, tens of thousands of agitated inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh demonstrated in Stepanakert and many more in Yerevan, demanding the unification of the autonomous region with Armenia. The Supreme Soviet of the region and then the Republic accepted the demand, whereupon pogroms began in Azerbaijan. After the pogrom in Baku in 1990, which left at least 91 Armenians dead, all 160,000 Armenians living there left the city within a few months. In the years up to 1991, all other Armenians living in Azerbaijan did the same, a total of 500,000. In return, around 200,000 Azerbaijanis were expelled from Armenia and the Nagorno-Karabakh region, also using violence and even pogroms. In the armed conflicts over Nagorno-Karabakh, a further 200,000 Azerbaijanis were expelled from the Armenian-occupied and then annexed territories between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh by 1994. The figure of 560,000 quoted today is Azerbaijani propaganda and is due to the UN Refugee Agency UNHCR, which continues to add the children of internally displaced persons born after the expulsion to the original figure. As in the case of the Palestinians, and Azerbaijan has a high population growth rate. In the wake of the recent war, most of the districts conquered from Armenia became Azerbaijani again. At the beginning of December 2020, it was estimated that 75,000 Armenians had fled from the core region of Nagorno-Karabakh and a significantly smaller number of Armenian settlers from the annexed areas around Nagorno-Karabakh. Since then, Armenia has been under Russian protection and has had to accept peacekeepers on its territory, without whom the rest of the annexed territories connecting Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, which have shrunk to a thin corridor, could not be protected. Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh will find it difficult to survive as sovereign states. In contrast to Azerbaijan, the population trend is negative and emigration is considerable, which is not only but to a large extent due to the hostile neighborhood. Azerbaijan has denied Nagorno-Karabakh autonomous status since 1992 and claims the area as its own territory. At the same time, it does not agree with the Russian border security system, which is also officially stated by the government. As Russia is very flexible in pursuing its interests, there is no real guarantee for the current status quo. Even if Armenian policy was partly criminal from 1918 to 1920 and since 1988, it followed the realization in both periods that a new genocide is possible for related reasons and that the personnel prepared for this were and are ready with guns or butcher knives at their feet. In both cases, the only chance of survival for Armenians in the region was the establishment of a state free of Islam. Although both Azerbaijan and Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh are almost 100% ethnically homogeneous in the wake of the waves of expulsion, Azerbaijani nationalism is Turanist, i.e. just as pan-Turkic as it is pan-Islamic, and thus allows the immigration of members of Turkic brother peoples and is also open to territorial expansion. Armenia must ensure a closed settlement area exclusively for Armenians within precisely defined borders. There are no friendly peoples on the country's borders, and the dream of a greater Armenia has long since come to an end, as evidenced by the decline of a party that is no longer represented in the Yerevan parliament. The Azerbaijani efforts from 1988 until today are an attempt to expel the Armenians completely, not only from the Azerbaijani territories between Nagorno-Karabakh and the Republic of Armenia, which were conquered in 1994, but also from Nagorno-Karabakh and the Armenian Republic in general. The hostile government statements from Baku, the treatment of Armenian prisoners of war, the incipient devastation of churches and cemeteries, and the deployment of international jihad brigades do not allow for any other interpretation. When the Eastern Armenians, regardless of whether they lived in the Armenian Republic as the majority population or in Azerbaijan as a strong minority, simply identified their oppressors as Turks from 1988 onwards, as they had done in 1918, they were not launching a chauvinist conspiracy theory, but rather expressing their experience and their fears. They knew very well that the Azerbaijanis had nothing in common with the Turks apart from language and religion. They knew that Azerbaijanis and Turks had never met until 1991. Apart from that cruel interlude in the spring of 1918, which is what matters. From past experience and the knowledge of the true content of Azerbaijani nationalism, they were aware of what could be in store for them if Muslims released from the Soviet Union were to take up their cause. On the Azerbaijani national flag, the deadly crescent moon on a blood-red cloth threatened them, and the green Islamic stripe called out to them the basis on which the next genocide would be prepared to unite the community. As far as the Armenian nation is concerned, they have undoubtedly been living among themselves in Transcaucasia since 1991, and they also maintain close ties in the diaspora. However, ties to the Armenian state church in the sense of practiced Christianity are weak. Although over 90% see themselves as members of the church, that is as far as it goes. And the popular images of ancient churches in mountainous regions are far more nostalgia and kitsch than any kind of national or even folkish mission. The national cohesion of the Armenians is rooted in the knowledge that mass expulsion and genocide are a constant threat against them, and that, unlike their mortal enemies who can rely on Islamic brotherhood, they are denied international Christian solidarity, a refusal that is becoming increasingly shameful. Nevertheless, the conflict is not religiously motivated, because that would suggest that there is a Christian-Muslim religious dispute, which is not the case. There is only the murderous contempt of Islam, which is superior in the region in terms of numbers and weapons against Christians, which also affects the Georgians, who, if the opportunity presents itself, can bring Enver Pasha's Islamic army back into position, be it in the form of Syrian jihadists on a Turkish-Azerbaijani state mission. A country in whose capital there is a hotel called Villa Enver Pasha, and where September 15, 1918 is celebrated unofficially but widely as Liberation Day, obviously still has a lot of plans. To illustrate this, it is worth taking another look at the beginning of the second wave of expulsions, because the pogroms of Sumgait in 1988, with over 50 deaths, and Baku in 1990, with at least 91 deaths, were not that long ago. Some of the perpetrators of Sumgait were very young and were dressed like black ravens and armed with iron bars and hatchets, said one witness. Armenians, if you don't leave the city within 3 days, we will slaughter you like dogs. Leaflets read. The Azerbaijanis even invaded a maternity ward and massacred Armenian women who had recently given birth and the newborns. They shouted, "Death to the Armenians! We will exterminate you!" My pupil opened her dress, reported the Armenian foreign language teacher Raisa Dalakayan after the Sumgait pogrom, and showed me her body on which crosses had been cut with knives. 17 men had broken into her apartment and raped her. The Turks had also attacked her youngest sister, all in front of her parents. The Baku pogrom, 2 years later, was taken up in a report by the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on July 25, 1997, and described as follows. For 5 days in January 1990, the Armenian population in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, was murdered, tortured, robbed, and humiliated. Pregnant women and babies were molested. Little girls were raped in front of their parents. Christian crosses were burned on their backs, and they were abused because of their Christian faith. End of quote. A witness reported what happened 72 years earlier, on September 15, 1918, also in Baku, costing the lives of many thousands. Robberies, murders, and rapes were at their peak on September 15, 1918 at 4 p.m. Massacres of the Armenian population took place throughout the city, and looting of the non-Muslim peoples was underway. They broke down the doors and windows to the homes and dragged the men, women, and children out into the streets and killed them. People's screams could be heard from almost all the houses that were attacked. In some places there were piles of dead bodies, and many had terrible injuries from dum-dum bullets. This terrifying picture could also be seen at the entrance to the Ministry of Finance on Surakhanskoye Street. The whole street was littered with corpses, and the dead children were no older than 9 or 10 years old. More than 80 bodies showed injuries inflicted by swords or bayonets, and many had their throats slit, as if the unfortunates had been slaughtered like lambs. End of quote. Those who still claim that there are no good guys in the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict may be right as far as the means used are concerned. However, anyone who presents this in order to support the popular claim that none of the warring sides is right, at least in a moral sense because both sides have been ethnically cleansed, has already adopted the pan-Turkic worldview in a gesture of balance. Azerbaijan was expansionist from the outset. An Armenian enclave declared an autonomous region by the SU was always rejected. The Armenians have always reacted, even if they sometimes overreacted, and not the Azerbaijanis, who have to accept the accusation that they sympathized with the genocide of 1915-16 and still do today. Anyone who does not want to recognize that the territorial annexation of Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia was and is necessary for the survival of the local population and, moreover, for the Republic of Armenia, is already in league with those who see Armenian weakness as a reason for renewed and then final aggression in Transcaucasia and elsewhere. Because the wolves have long been howling in Europe, most loudly in France, where Pan-Turks are already terrorizing members of the second-largest Armenian diaspora community with 600,000 members. Turkish jihadists marched through the French city of Dijon on Thursday evening, October 29th, shouting Islamist and anti-Armenian slogans. The racist mob attacked protesters and could only be stopped by the police using tear gas. The fact that supporters of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan carried out such an action shouting Allahu Akbar, God is great, directly after the Islamist triple murder in a church in Nice gives food for thought. Commentators write, a similar action already took place in Lyon on Wednesday, October 28th. The Turkish fascists marched into the banlieue of Dictatorship, known as Little Armenia, and attempted to hunt down Armenians. The approximately 250 fascists carried Turkish flags and called for violence against Armenians. They shouted, "Where are you Armenians?" and "We will kill the Armenians." In Berlin, threatening letters are now being received by Armenians living here who apparently come from the Grey Wolves milieu. These are the same people who, since 1922, have lovingly tended a grave of honor in the Berlin Muslim cemetery on the grounds of the Neukölln Sahitlik Cami Martyrs Mosque for the young Turk genocide victims Bahattin Sakir and Simil Azmi, who were murdered by Armenian terrorists, i.e. members of the Armenian organization Nemesis, as it says on the gravestones in German. While it has at least been announced in France that associations close to the Grey Wolves will be banned, nothing is happening in Germany. Quote, "Stop the construction of this mosque. It sends the wrong signal. The truth is that the integration of the Muslim minority in Germany has failed. Immigrants not only have problems, they also cause problems. There is a culture here that is unacceptable, but in our midst." End quote. These are the main theses that Ralph Giordano contributed to the smoldering dispute over the construction of a representative central mosque in Cologne-Ehrenfeld in mid-May 2007. Normally, Such statements are enough to discredit the critic as a right-wing extremist enemy of an open and tolerant society. And the political situation in Cologne actually spoke for unanimous and scathing criticism of Giordano. The impetus for the planning and construction of a central mosque ultimately came from a proposal supported by all parties represented in the city council at the time, which was driven by the desire to finally provide the more than 100,000 Muslims in Cologne with a representative and dignified sacred building. However, although there was no lack of corresponding initiatives, Giordano was not discredited in the long term. This cannot possibly be due to his person alone, because the popular belief that a Holocaust survivor is allowed to say terrible things with impunity that are forbidden to R1 is not only untrue, but also points to the opposite that is meant and sometimes publicly expressed. If a Jew speaks out of turn, he is accused in this country of betraying the lesson he should have learned from his personal history and that of his people. Eberhard Seidel brazenly declared, Ralph Giordano, to whom we owe such important books and interventions, today represents an undifferentiated friendfoe mentality, and his statements are dangerous incendiary speeches in the tradition of the anti-asylum discourse at the beginning of the 1990s. An important moral authority is dismantling itself. Taz, May 29, 07. The Süddeutsche Zeitung, May 24, 07, which is easily outdone when it comes to anti-Semitism, knew how to outdo the professional Muslim apologist, Giordano of all people, who was tortured in the cellars of the Gestapo as a teenager, is now doing the business of the ultranationalists. On August 17, when Giordano accepted an offer from the builder of the Cologne Mosque, the Turkish Islamic Union of the Institute for Religion e.V. Dictatorship, to hold a public discussion. Dictatorship for a public discussion with the words, among others, I wonder how someone who holds the Quran, this foundation document of an archaic pastoral culture, sacred, can stand on the ground of the basic law. It took Paul just 5 minutes to summarize in the newspaper's chat room what the readers of Taz and SC think, but generally don't say in public. The guy is out for wild provocation. If a non-Jewish German were to make such a mess of the Jewish faith, they would burn our flags in Tel Aviv. But maybe it's a good thing that this Casper is dismantling himself as a moral authority. End quote. But this time it didn't quite go the way of Paul, from the Tagesspiegel Roundtable. This time the camp of friends of intercultural and interreligious dialogue, which apparently transcends all party boundaries, split. Giordano's statements had triggered a public discussion that left both the Dictatorship and the Cologne CDU leadership around Lord Mayor Fritz Schramme in need of an explanation. In contrast to the construction of the large mosque in Duisburg-Marxloh, this time the Friends of the Religion of Peace had to work hard to make a convincing case against Giordano's objection. In the Frankfurter Rundschau, May 24, 07, Mika Brumlich ranted that Giordano's statements were strongly prejudiced, and the Frankfurter Allgemeine, May 25, 07, which initially wanted to back Giordano, also called him a hasty thinker who is not so meticulous with his justifications. The main thing is that he has an opinion. But the same FAZ gave Giordano and a whole series of more or less Islam-critical voices a chance to have their say. In politics, everything initially remained the same, and North Rhine-Westphalia's Integration Minister Armin Laschet, CDU, announced in familiar style that Giordano had hurt religious feelings, while the SPD's Commissioner for Islam, Laye Akgün, was outraged that one should not be so sweepingly against Islam. After all, it was only a minority of uprooted young people and adults who stood as the godfather of an allegedly failed integration. However, a dispute that could no longer be confined to Cologne, which was clearly no longer a remote matter between politicians and specialists, seemed to get completely out of hand for a few weeks. Klaus Ludwig, who sits on the Cologne City Council for the Left Party parliamentary group and otherwise takes part in Hezbollah demonstrations for the SAV, tried the Antifa hammer, which had always and everywhere been effective up to that point, and declared, Giordano uses an argument that sounds even more aggressive than that of the fascist pro-Köln group. End quote. If the discontent about the mosque project could be reduced to the activities of pro-Köln, the world would be at peace and Giordano's objections would be forgotten. After all, proven neo-Nazis have been active in the pro-Köln initiative since it was founded, some of them in leading positions. But it is precisely this well-known fact that is robbing the citizens' list of its success with the people of Cologne. The pro-Köln initiative, represented as a mini-faction in the city council with 4.7%, is hardly capable of mobilizing against the mosque project and, in order to be noticed at all, presented arguments against the mosque project that were mainly worth discussing. The seemingly powerful citizens' initiative managed to collect 23,000 signatures against the building project, of which only 16,000 were recognized as legitimate by the responsible office because the others did not contain all the necessary information, were multiple signatures or came from non-Cologne residents. This does not even quite correspond to the number of votes that pro-Köln achieved in the 2004 local elections. The powerful protest that the right-wing populists wanted to take to the streets also came to nothing. The initiators of pro-Köln did everything they could to play down their proximity to the neo-Nazis because they knew that the middle-class clientele they were targeting would not demonstrate against the mosque together with recognizable neo-Nazis. Which is why their spokesman, the right-wing extremist Manfred Rouse, took the precaution of distancing himself from neo-Nazism before a parade announced as a large demonstration on June 16th, and an agreement was reached with the police that the comrades who had traveled to the mosque would not be allowed to take part in the demonstration. But it was no use. Just 200 people took part in the big demonstration, compared to around 1,500 who took part in the mosque supporters' parade. Unimpressed by the attempts of right-wing extremists to appropriate the project, the overwhelming majority of Cologne residents have some objections to the building or even reject it completely. According to a survey published by the Kölner Stadtanzeiger on June 19th, just under a third of Cologne residents are fundamentally opposed to the construction of the mosque, while a further third are in favor of it, but not in the planned size. The ruling CDU came under such strong pressure from the grassroots, starting with the Ehrenfeld District Association, which had opposed the mosque from the outset, that the party leadership had no choice but to present a motion at a party conference on August 13th, which advocated a reduction in the size of the project, in particular lower minarets. A motion that was adopted by an overwhelming majority. Nobody except a few Nazis wants to prohibit Muslim believers from setting up prayer rooms or houses. And nobody apart from a few incorrigible anti-racists would deny that the Cologne mosque dispute was actually about the size and shape of the building. The fact that size is obviously a matter of principle for the client, Dictatorship, has been made clear time and again by its superiors, without ever having plausibly explained why this is so important. The popular justification that people finally want a beautiful and new place of worship is misleading. After all, it could also be a few sizes smaller. The non-binding proposal by Cologne's Mayor Schramm to shorten the two minarets, estimated at 55 meters, by 10 meters was rejected by the Dictatorship with architectural concerns and the reference to the binding nature of a democratically passed resolution by a committee of experts appointed by the Dictatorship. Lower minarets are not only non-negotiable in Cologne, on the contrary, they cannot be high enough. The clients of the Sahitlik Mosque in Berlin-Neukölln, for example, which was completed in 2003, commissioned minarets that were far higher than had been agreed with the district. Neukölln City Councillor Vogelsang, who has successfully prevented the construction of other large mosques in her district, told FAZ-net. Trouble only arose when it turned out that the dome and minarets were built much higher, up to 15 meters, than the building permit allowed. I took action against this and imposed the highest fine ever in Neukölln, 100,000 euros, because I was and am of the opinion that anyone who lives here, anyone who builds here, must abide by our laws. Everywhere in Berlin. By the way, we used the fine to build a nice playground. End of quote. The builder, in this case also the Dictatorship, paid the fine without hesitation. The money required for such acts of pious resistance can easily be collected as donations from Turkish believers concerned about the preservation of their culture. The Dictatorship stereotypically argues with the growing number of believers and the need to give Islam a representative face in German society. As otherwise, this affable coercion always resonates. A radicalization of the believers in allegedly uncontrollable backyard mosques is to be feared. The backyard argument also dominates the German debate. Get out of the backyards, demanded Jan Feddersen in the Taz of June 18th, and Werner Schiffhauer said in the FR. These mosques represent a need of an entire generation that wants to free itself from the smell of a working and lower-class religion. End of quote. In contrast, the Cologne writer Dieter Wellershoff, to whom Feddersen wrongly referred, came to a completely different and far less ideological conclusion in his statement, What does the Cologne Mosque stand for? Published in the FAZ. Although Wellershoff is also far from criticizing Islam, his commitment to the mosques in his backyard speaks of a greater gift for observation and therefore also an idea of what it is all about. Although the planned large mosque is a demonstration of the legitimate claim to religious equality, it is also power-driven. In contrast to small mosques, in which Wellershoff finds everyday life, intimacy, and informal community, the large mosque offers space for large-scale Muslim events, where masses of men dressed in the same way, huddled close together, lie with their foreheads on the floor. This has always alienated and repelled him. He perceives these stretched-out human bodies as a critical mass of unpredictable energies, dominated by the loudspeaker-amplified voice of the imam and fused into parts of a powerful overall will. The numerous small mosques, which are not all located in backyards or on the outskirts of the city, are anything but likable. Those who practice their faith in them are probably no less strange in their views on the God-pleasing society to be established than the thousands of believers who will be worshipping in Cologne-Ehrenfeld in a few years' time. However, they differ in one respect. Their commitment to Islam is necessarily more intimate due to the inconspicuous nature of their prayer houses, because you can really only pray in the backyard mosque and perhaps have a chat afterwards. Because it is not conspicuous, it has no propagandistic purpose outside of prayer and only creates identity for the few worshippers, not for a religiously defined collective. Small and inconspicuous mosques cannot fulfill the same purpose as the large mosques planned everywhere, which, as sky-high demonstrations of power made of concrete and glass, are magnets for people who consider themselves superior to their fellow citizens. As experienced from Turkey shows, the large mosque in Cologne will mostly be empty. On normal days, hardly more than the usual older men, who can also be found in the backyard mosques, will pray there. There will probably not even be a large number of worshippers on Fridays, as planned by the Dictatorship, but only on the few high holidays. This purpose is basically fulfilled by its very existence. It fills Turks of very different preferences with pride and expresses the need to use its means to show the Germans what Turkish identity is. The need to distance themselves from Germans, Europeans, and the West in general, which can be found among believing and non-believing left-wing and right-wing Turks, is usually associated with embarrassing reminiscences of their seemingly true homeland. Although the majority of them only know Turkey from vacations and television, they see it as warmer, more human than their cold homeland, which will always be Germany. This homesickness for a country that has never existed and in whose unsympathetic original, the actually existing Turkish Republic, hardly anyone would voluntarily settle is the gateway through which the Turkish state constantly reaffirms its ideological sovereignty over Turks abroad. The Turkish Republic sees itself as the protector and guarantor of the interests of Turks living abroad, even if they have long since acquired German citizenship. There would be little objection to this if the reasons given were true. In reality, the alleged dangers to the lives or well-being of the Turkish minority have long since ceased to emanate from the German majority society. The Turkish state, represented by the media, almost ritualistically clings to the memory of the Malm murder victims and hammers home to its citizens the myth that the German state and its inhabitants are generally racist and basically life-threatening for Turks. Nobody believes this, as we know that Turks are not fleeing Germany, but on the contrary, many Turks continue to immigrate to Germany, especially through family reunification, and that a life in Germany currently costs at least 10,000 euros. This is the lowest rate paid for marriages of convenience, but also for arranged marriages. However, the pattern serves another side of collective Turkish identity, which is passed from the Kemalist head of state down to the little man on the street, but also from the pulpit into the consciousness of the believer in Islamic garb. It is the feeling, not unknown to Germans in particular, of being cheated always and everywhere and not being valued according to one's actual worth. The majority of Germans, who are forbidden to live out this feeling collectively, know that those who try anyway live marginalized on the fringes of society, in case of doubt under police supervision. This is the reason why the overwhelming majority of Cologne's mosque opponents keep their distance from pro-Köln, while many East Germans, who find it much more difficult to keep their distance, sometimes have to painfully experience that chasing foreigners does not pay off. The Turks, on the other hand, are systematically incited by the Turkish state, the media and religion to eventually present the bill to an allegedly hostile environment that sets them back, and quite a few of them are sowing the evil seed. The many planned large mosques with their ever-taller towers and domes, their associated clubs, schools, kindergartens, wedding salons and supermarkets are an expression of this collective need for national isolation markers of a morally superior society that seems to be on an unstoppable advance. The state and media support for the large mosque in Cologne is based on a fundamental misunderstanding. People believe they know that the Dictatorship is a variant of moderate Islam. This knowledge is reduced to the belief that Turkey is what it claims to be, a secular state in which state and religion are separate. In fact, the exact opposite is the case. By its very nature, the Turkish Republic is a religious country, or more precisely an Islamic Sunni country, right down to the individual ramifications of state and society. The very existence of a Ministry of Religious Affairs, which is in reality a Ministry of Islam with 100,000 employees, confirms this assumption. This Ministry of Religious Affairs in no way represents the religious communities in Turkey, as the name suggests and as was originally intended by some of the founders of the Republic. Its purpose is rather the exclusive privileging of Sunni Islam at the expense of other religions, but also of Islamic minorities. Particularly affected by this are the Christians, who are perceived as a threat and have been harassed, disenfranchised and dispossessed without interruption since the founding of the Republic, the Yazidis, who almost completely emigrated in the 1980s due to the unprecedented, religiously motivated pressure of persecution, and the Jews, who can only be found in Istanbul and are struggling to survive as a religious community, Alevis, who, as a minority originating from the Shia, do not see themselves represented by the Ministry of Religion, as well as all forms of Islamic sectarianism, including followers of the relatively peaceful but banned dervish orders as well as fundamentalist followers of Arab Islam. Nor was the Ministry of Religion, founded in 1924, at any time an institution for the neutralization or even containment of Islam, even if this was exactly what the founder of the state, Ataturk, had in mind. But he could not have had his way on this central national issue. Islam, as the perfect ideology of demarcation against all real and, above all, imagined enemies of Turkishness, was to do its job during the Civil War and in the formation of a purely Turkish national identity. However, it could only be so successful as Turkish national Islam because the secular ideologues of the Republic were not so far removed from the disappointed supporters of a great caliphate ruled from Istanbul in terms of their arrogance of superiority and revanchism towards the results of the Treaty of Sèvres, 1923. In reality, a Kemalism in Islamic form has been establishing itself since the founding of the Republic, but has intensified since the coup of 1980. Although it professes laicism and democracy, it defines national identity even more radically than traditional Kemalism through membership of the Sunni Turkish community. For Turkishness, Islam is not, as with the Islamists of Al-Qaeda, a supranational project of domination, but, as was once the case with Pan-Arabism, the authentic expression of Turkish culture. Islamic morality is increasingly becoming the norm and is suppressing alternative lifestyles, which are denounced as shameful and fought against accordingly. Furthermore, Islam in Turkey vouches for the still virulent great power ambitions of a country that, as the successor to the Ottoman Empire, still secretly lays claim to the stolen territories to this day. Although Turkish imperialism as a master plan to restore lost Ottoman greatness only exists in the clouded minds of radical outsiders, the dream of Turkey expanding into new territories is always expressed in Turkish public opinion when proud reports are made about the growing percentage of Turks in certain major Western European cities, and, in view of the high birth rates, speculation is already rife about how Turkish influence will increase in the countries concerned. The function of Islam in the Ottoman Empire as an insurance policy for the cultural and thus at least rudimentary civic cohesion of its otherwise so diverse citizens, and as the moral backbone of the unbroken drive for conquest, has to a significant extent migrated into the so-called laicism of the Republic. Then as now, religious and national aspects of Turkish identity are not isolated from or opposed to each other. This not only applies to the nation-state concept in abstract general terms, it also shapes the individual down to their seemingly very private personality. In fact, religious and ethnic identity form a dynamic whole at the personal level and reinforce each other. This connection is demonstrated by the career of a forgery that allegedly dates back to 1913, when the Ottoman Empire suffered a heavy defeat in the Second Balkan War. The minarets are our bayonets, the domes are our helmets, the mosques are our barracks, the believers are our soldiers. This holy army protects my religion. Almighty, our journey is our destiny. Our end is martyrdom. End quote. The links to two prominent Turks made these lines a revealing political issue. The verses, it was claimed, came from the poem Prayer of a Soldier by Ziya Gökalp, 1876 to 1924, one of the chief ideologues of the Turkish Republic, whose memory is still held in high esteem today, especially because of his work Fundamentals of Turkishness, 1923. In 1997, a politician of all people publicly quoted the forged verses as Gökalp's original, who is often criticized as an enemy of laicism and thus a central pillar of the Kemalist Republic, Tayyip Erdogan. A year later, he was sentenced to prison for sedition in the alternative offense of incitement of religious passions under Section 312 of the Criminal Code and had to resign as mayor of Istanbul. However, Erdogan probably did not knowingly put such unmistakably Islamist statements into the mouth of a Kemalist. For although the 5 verses were demonstrably not written by Gökalp, but probably by the largely unknown writer Sebit Ornek, who died in 1981, they have found their way into several anthologies since the mid-1970s as the first verse of Gökalp's Prayer of a Soldier, most recently in the early 1990s in a book called Turks and Turkishness, which was published by the Turkish Institute for Standardization, which reports to the Ministry of Education, and which essentially contains texts on the subject that are worth quoting in the eyes of the editors. It will never be possible to clarify the background to the forgery, but it is possible to show why the verse was thought to be genuine for a long time. The verses quoted by Erdogan harmonize perfectly with the real beginning of Gökalp's Prayer of a Soldier, which was distributed among the rebellious Bulgarian population in 1913 for intimidation purposes. Although it is not about minarets and mosques, it is certainly related to faith. Quote, "My weapon in my hand, my faith in my heart, I wish for two things: faith and the fatherland. My homeland is the army, my master is the Sultan. Almighty God, strengthen the Sultan and give him a long life. Almighty God, our journey leads to victory. The end is martyrdom." End quote. Ziya Gökalp's vision of Turanism essentially consisted of the mission to expand a nation of people of Turkic origin to all areas where people lived, whom he had declared to be Turks in a mixture of racial theory and pseudolinguistics. He was thinking primarily of the incorporation of the former Soviet Turkic republics, but also of Iran, Afghanistan, and parts of China, from where, according to Turan mythology, the first Turkic tribes are said to have begun their migration. Ziya Gökalp's idea of the Superman, which he borrowed from Nietzsche and harnessed for his Turan ideology, is strangely close to the seemingly moderate Islamism of Erdogan. In the Principles of Turkishness it says, on the one hand, there is only one way, namely to emulate the progress that the Europeans have achieved in the fields of science, industry, military, and legal organization, in other words, to catch up with them in terms of civilization. End quote. He added, Nietzsche's perfect man is in fact the Turk, who is the new man for all coming centuries. One of the reasons for this is the fact that the Turk has never been feminized. End of quote. The aforementioned efforts are therefore obviously about the use and rededication of a civilization recognized as superior for a counter-civilizational project. Erdogan would not speak of the Turkish Superman. He prefers the word Tureldieli for his compatriots, which means as much as a person originating from the territory of the Turkish Republic and thus also includes the Kurds, without verbally labeling them as Turks in advance. However, he is keen to emphasize the superiority of his compatriots, not least because he cannot rate the advantages of a culture that has not yet been feminized highly enough. The writer Sebnem Senyener, who emigrated to the USA in 1982, reports the following about an interview she conducted with Erdogan in New York in 1997, to which she appeared wearing makeup, a short skirt, and high heels. At the end, when I was frustrated and exhausted because I couldn't find any access to his personality, I attacked his faith once again and asked him, "Do you really believe in God?" But again, I only received a banal answer. I gave up and started packing my things. At that very moment, I heard him say, "Now I'll tell you something. A man only looks at a woman in a certain way. That's why we have to cover up women, to protect them. It's in your own interest." That hit me like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, I saw him uncovered for the first time as he really was, just as I had expected. During the whole interview, he had only looked at me in a certain way, i.e. thought about sex, and he hadn't given me the slightest hint of it. End quote. Although it had been planned from the outset, but initially capped by the obstinate atheist and Islam despiser Ataturk and some of his heirs, the Sunni Islamic character of Turkishness prevailed, especially since the coup of 1980, against all attempts to finally create a civil Turkey beyond the ideas of insane pan-Turks and Islamic innovators. From then on, the Chief of General Staff and later President Kenan Evren was to argue with the precepts of the Quran in numerous speeches, and religion gained an unprecedented influence in public and political life. In this way, Erdogan and his followers are able to strive for Turkey's accession to the EU, declare themselves a secular state, and at the same time promote the Islamization of society through the promotion of religious foundations and the integration of Islamic social concepts. The religious authority has also undergone a functional change in the course of this development. Once founded to protect laicism, i.e. to use Islam, which has been taken into service for state purposes and seemingly pacified, against Islamist opponents of the Republic, the authority is now an important domestic political instrument for the propagation of Islamic Kemalism. The Dictatorship, which is subordinate to it, takes over the job in the diaspora. With around 1,000 imams sent to Dictatorship in Germany every year, the Ministry of Religious Affairs ensures that religious Turkishness abroad is initially embraced by as many members of the Turkish minority as possible in accordance with the state's requirements and, as the most powerful Islamic organization, exerts influence on the politics of the Federal Republic. Dictatorship is no more a suitable instrument for curbing the radical excesses of Islam than it is for curbing Turkish nationalism exported to Germany. It now works together with the Islamists, and just as the AKP in the Turkish parliament now cooperates splendidly with the right-wing nationalists of the Nationalist People's Party, MHP. There is no institutional or ideological contradiction between Dictatorship and secular organizations of Turkish nationalism abroad. Those fortunately numerous Turks living in Germany who are non-believers and at the same time have lost all understanding of the dominant culture of their country of origin are not only a thorn in the side of the religious, but also of the Kemalists. After all, their unpatriotic attitude or simply their un-Turkish way of life betrays the nation, and with it the culture and morals that define it. They are seen as harmful elements who are so steeped in Western decadence that the men among them have already feminized themselves to such an extent that they are no longer accessible to either Ziya Gökalp's or Tayyip Erdogan's teachings, which complement each other so well. And Turkish women who not only make themselves look like Sebnem Senyener in the Erdogan interview, but also think and act like this, can only be expected to do harm to a culture of proud masculinity anyway. But these aspects only play a subordinate role in the debate about the large mosque in Cologne. What the majority of Cologne residents apparently suspect, but are unable to discuss due to the lack of public discussion forums that are neither xenophobic nor anti-racist, is reserved for soloists such as Giordano and Nekla Kalek, who are eyed with suspicion by the media and political establishment. Because everyone reassures each other by pointing to Dictatorship's alleged moderation, no one feels the need to check out what an organization that is putting a block of buildings for 2,000 believers in the immediate vicinity of Ehrenfeld is actually up to. It all starts with a disturbance in perception. While in Turkey, for example, the headscarf is still banned in public buildings, a ban that began to fall in 2007 when a passionate headscarf wearer represented Turkey alongside President Gül, it has long been omnipresent in Germany, especially where the Ministry of Religion is in charge. The statement by many Western-minded Turks that Germany is now more Islamic than Turkey is to be understood in this sense. But this impression is also misleading, as there are now more mosques than schools in Turkey thanks to tireless construction activity, and the number of Quran schools is also growing steadily. Basically, there are merely islands, such as some districts in Istanbul and Ankara, where the headscarf is still the exception. As the official agency of Turkishness, Dictatorship sees the cultivation of Turkishness primarily as the observance of Islamic rules and traditions, as do most of the countless Anatolian cultural associations. By the way, the aim of the organization is to look after Turks in Germany religiously and culturally so as not to lose the emigrants to the host country. They should remain Turks. If Dictatorship claims at the same time to respect the basic law, then this is true insofar as the German constitution grants cultural practices, as it is called in modern German, a high status, but whether this also extends to the establishment of a defeminized culture remains questionable. Dictatorship will be able to endure this contradiction as long as neither a court nor a relevant political party or group openly accuses it of gender apartheid. It will continue to be recognized as a moderate organization and valued spokesperson for German Turkish Muslims as long as the state does not require it to finally give up the superiority of Islamic law preached by its imams and thus also a significant part of its Islamic identity. The Dictatorship knows how to take advantage of Schaubil's ill-conceived idea of German Islam by covering up and relativizing the daily horrors of a male culture and then, when the next act of virtue-slaying comes to light, emphasizing that, if at all only it can have a moderating effect on its flock. The approved central mosque is a symbol of the claimed omnipotence of Islam and not an expression of religious freedom that has finally been enforced. The fundamental right to freedom of religion would be impaired if Muslims had no opportunity to practice their faith. But that is not the case. There are around 45 prayer rooms in Cologne alone. It is about the self-evident claim of a religious nationalist group to agitate against freedom every Friday along the endless prohibitions of a violent religion and the self-image of an authoritarian and chauvinistic state. Because, in the Friday mosque, the sermon is held, which to this day is not only religious but also political. This is why Friday mosques have often been the starting point for revolutions. The construction of a Friday mosque therefore always involves a political intention, which has been expressed in the architecture throughout history. A mosque is a meeting place without a specifically sacred character, which also avoids pure profanity through the act of removing shoes. In Cologne Ehrenfeld, as everywhere where it says Islam, it is only to a small extent about religious edification, but about the holistic care of the faithful. The central mosque will therefore not only house prayer rooms. There will also be TV studios, doctors' and lawyers' surgeries, a bank branch and a library, a jeweler, hairdresser and supermarket, a pharmacy, a bakery, a restaurant, and even a kindergarten, a parallel society in miniature. The central mosque offers all those who want nothing to do with the society in which they live and want to withdraw into a parallel Islamic world everything they need for such a life. Under the pretext of helping religious freedom achieve a breakthrough, the Islamization of migrant communities is to be intensified, and the pressure on individual Cologne residents who come from an Islamic country to adapt is likely to increase with the new magnificent building, which can accommodate 2,000 worshippers. The Dictatorship has not yet come out with violence or threats. For the time being, it is exhausting its legal options and organizing the repression within its own community. For the time being, the aim is to keep the community together and shape it according to Islamic standards. Women are the first focus of this caring approach. Just click on the link Women's Work on the Dictatorship website and it becomes quite clear that the pious housewife and mother who is absorbed in the community and family is assumed throughout. The Dictatorship therefore organizes educational support services, fashion shows, presumably with colorful headscarves and curly sack dresses, and cooking courses, but please halal. But also, to appease the integration fanatics, family conflict counseling, which probably amounts to encouraging women not to immediately flee to a women's shelter when they receive a few blows from their tyrannical husband, health education, which they obviously don't get anywhere else, and joint excursions, which are suitable for building up acquaintances within the community, so that the woman doesn't even have to look around for nice people in the non-Islamic neighborhood. In short, Dictatorship presumes the holistic integration of Muslims into the ethnified community, in which there seems to be an attentive ear for every problem that arises, i.e. immediate dependence and control is organized. Dictatorship's social work also conveys this image. It offers assistance with visits to the authorities, seminars and courses on raising children, seminars on maintaining health, information and advice on the school system and career choices, advice and assistance on conflict resolution for problems within the family, and advice on addiction issues and preventive measures. Dictatorship is puffing itself up into a parallel state that talks its subjects into every aspect of everyday life and makes them completely dependent on itself, especially if they do not speak German. The only thing these Muslims still have to do with mainstream society are the regular trips to the relevant office, where they receive their state handouts from sour-faced German officials. Integration has failed, and the parallel societies are the depressing proof of this, wrote Ralph Giordano in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung on August 13, 2007, and he is right. But it could still be made up for if, in a joint effort by German authorities and German society, who credibly stand up for the fact that they are not xenophobes, and people with a Turkish migration background, who no less credibly stand up for the fact that they are not Turks in the sense of Ziya Gökalp or Tayyip Erdogan, conditions are created in which gender apartheid is frowned upon and mixed marriages are welcome. Such cooperation can be recognized by the fact that this alliance publicly and unabashedly takes to the streets against every large mosque with or without an affiliated counterculture corner. So much feminization of Turkishness is a must. After years of conflict in the northern Ruhr region, the Higher Administrative Court in Münster ruled on September 23, 2020 that the Muezzin call may once again be heard over loudspeakers in the town of Obererkenschwick. Over 5 years ago, the town had granted the local Turkish Islamic Dictatorship community permission to do so. A couple living just under a kilometer from the mosque took legal action against this, and were upheld by the Gelsenkirchen Administrative Court in 2018, whereupon the city appealed. In September, the court finally ruled in favor of the mosque. The plaintiff Hans-Joachim Lehmann was not primarily concerned with the volume in court, but with the imposition of a public Islamic demonstration of power. Muslims say yes, the Muezzin calls to prayer, but in reality, the Muezzin's call is already part of the prayer. And by emphasizing Allah as the only God and Muhammad as his prophet, my faith in my God, Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit is defamed. End of quote. The intonation of the call, Lehmann continued, to the horror of all critics of Eurocentrism, was also not for Central European ears. However, the 8th Senate of the OVG Münster did not want to follow this argument. Instead, the judge Annette Kleinschnicker decreed in the oral hearing, every society must accept that others live out their faith, end quote. As long as nobody is forced to practice their religion, she argued, there is nothing to complain about. Remarkable parallels were also discovered in the plea for religious freedom. In her ruling, the presiding judge drew comparisons to church bells or loudspeaker announcements in election campaigns. WDR, September 23, 2020. The fact that laymen nevertheless insisted on the ideological specificity of the Islamic call to prayer earned him a lecture. The Senate had gained the impression that it was not about the objective sound of the muezzin call, but about the associations you have when you hear it, Kleinschnicker said in the direction of the plaintiff. Whoever hears the sound of the message Allah is the greatest. I testify that there is no deity but Allah. I bear witness that Muhammad is Allah's messenger. Hasten to prayer. Hasten to salvation. Allah is the most great. There is no deity but Allah, and taking into account the fact that wherever Islam is gaining influence, it does not stop at these megalomaniacal words, can only be a partisan denier of tolerance. In Germany, it is the cities and local authorities that decide whether to allow the muezzin to call. According to common legal practice, a muezzin call by loudspeaker is protected by the freedom of religion, but various fundamental rights and interests must be weighed up against each other in the individual case assessment. In addition to the negative freedom of religion, i.e. the right to be spared particularly intrusive religious acts, the volume of Islamic chanting also plays an important role. However, general acceptance and social adequacy also mark the limits of religious freedom of action. In 1997, the then head of the legal department of the Protestant Church, Burkhard Guntau, wrote an expert opinion on the Islamic call to prayer in Germany, which, according to Guntau in agreement with Judge Kleinschnicker, should in principle be regarded as an expression of religious freedom under Article 4 of the Basic Law. However, this fundamental right could by no means be regarded as unlimited. At least 3 criteria had to be taken into account in the decision-making process, namely, loyalty, respect for the moral law, and the duty of tolerance. Loyalty here means that it is a condition of religious freedom that it is not misused to eliminate the foundations of the order on which it is based. The religious beneficiary must also accept the normative foundations of social coexistence, for example, prohibitions on treating women medically, or the refusal to allow them to participate in education, are immoral and therefore not covered by Article 4 of the Basic Law. Finally, a permanently established Islamic call to prayer must be socially acceptable, i.e. tolerant towards the non-Islamic population, which can be expected to refrain from mere xenophobia, but whose justified reservations must be given special consideration by the mosque communities, simply in order not to endanger internal peace. The muezzin call in Germany cannot be equated across the board with the ringing of bells in Christian churches, which is a centuries-old expression of the life of the churches and must therefore be regarded as socially appropriate. End of quote. The Protestant legal expert ultimately came to a positive recommendation, which was already optimistic at the time. A new assessment based on the underlying criteria would have to lead to a different result today. Islamists, but also the legalistic Islamist associations and a growing number of ordinary Muslims are thwarting the idea of religious freedom by using it as a pretext to extend anti-civilizational beliefs and practices to the whole of society, citing possible discrimination. Not loyalty or recognition, but open hostility towards the West is the rule where Islamic socialized people, who insist on their traditional and familial honor, gain the impression that they can live out their religious freedom uninhibitedly. This open contempt for the West, which is seen as decadent and downright provocatively weak, does not begin with brutal acts of violence or Islamist declarations of civil war, i.e. where the Kevin Kunerts have recently begun to voice their tender opposition, but in everyday social life, such as in schools, where teachers are increasingly failing to get a pedagogical grip on Islamic intolerance towards non-believing pupils. Muslims who take the Quran quite literally and are particularly proficient, and these are the ones who set the tone, place Sharia law above the laws of the countries in which they live, almost always advocate the misogynistic and therefore immoral headscarf and, of course, do not care about objections from non-believers. Contrary to what one might assume in view of the prevailing political and media appeasement, muezzin calls are rarely heard in Germany. Only a few of the approximately 2,800 mosques are permitted to echo their creeds in the neighborhood. Where this is possible, exceptions are made, such as in the case of the Fadi Mosque in Düren, whose operators won permission to do so in Germany for the first time in 1985. It is estimated that there were 30 mosques across Germany practicing the call to prayer in 2016. In a survey conducted by the news magazine Spiegel in July 2020, Only 8 of the 100 most populous German cities stated that the public call to prayer is permanently permitted on site and is practiced accordingly. This could change fundamentally, not only because of the landmark ruling from Münster. The mosque closures during the first coronavirus lockdowns have been used by a number of municipalities, in some cases successfully, to launch a charm offensive. For example, a joint appeal by the Islamic Nukoln Meeting Place, which is affiliated with the Dar es Salaam Mosque, and the Protestant Intercultural Genezareth Center at the beginning of April stated, "Spiritual retreats for believers of all stripes are closed and strength-giving gatherings are no longer possible." But it is precisely in these difficult times that believers need religious support and comfort. End quote. However, the fact that the Nukoln Dar es Salaam Mosque, which according to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution is close to the Muslim Brotherhood, repeatedly hosted Islamist preachers on its premises did not bother Berlin's diversity chic even before Corona. In particular, its imam, the good-humored Islamist Mohammed Taha Sabri, regularly hides his work for radical Islam behind public relations kitsch. He does this rather badly, but it's enough for the interculturals. Even the cozy theater of spiritual debilitation was merely a pretext to make his own demands heard even more in public. Quote, from April 3, 2020, for the first time in Berlin's history, Christian and Islamic calls to prayer will be heard daily at 6 p.m. and on Fridays at 1:30 p.m. The bells of the Intercultural Center of the Genezareth community and the Islamic call to prayer from the Dar es Salaam Mosque will call for prayer and unity in unison. End quote. The historical note that was stamped on the interfaith action is probably one reason why the Protestant parish joined in so resolutely, because the useful slime-track Christians in areas like Nukoln realize every day that their time is over. That's why they at least want to be there when others celebrate their successes. On April 3, 2020, the time had come. At Nukoln's Herfurthplatz, the Protestant church bell rang out as usual, while further down in Flugafenstrasse, the Islamic call to prayer was sounded for the first time in public with loudspeakers, which immediately caused a crowd of people to gather. Around 300 followers of the Quran and their sympathizers gathered in front of the mosque, listened spellbound and pulled out their cell phones to capture this historic moment. One or two onlookers did not miss the opportunity to shout the obligatory Allahu Akbar into the Berlin air. However, the Oriental celebration of love was short-lived. Due to the nationwide ban on gatherings at the beginning of April, the police arrived relatively quickly. However, they were only partially successful in persuading those present to keep their distance. The prayer was ended prematurely in agreement with the imam. The comments under the cell phone videos posted online afterwards show that the target group sees the spectacle as a triumph despite the friction with the police. According to Suzanne Schroeder from Frankfurt's Goethe University, many Muslims on social networks interpreted the public call to prayer in Berlin and elsewhere as a clear sign of the superiority of Islam and a progressive takeover in Germany. However, all of this soon had a less pleasant aftermath for those involved. On the following Monday, City Councillor for Health Fako Leek from the CDU announced that the short-term permission to call to prayer would be revoked. Leek also accused the Christian community of colluding with the Mosque Association, which in reality is not very willing to integrate, because he also stated that Berlin has an obvious Islamism problem that extends to the highest political levels. Left-wing circles were concerned about the health of the nation beyond Corona. The Taz newspaper, for example, was appalled at how Leek is trying to make right-wing political capital out of the current restriction of the Basic Law. This, not the public call to prayer, is a danger to the health of democracy. End quote. Responsible party politicians also spoke out in favor of the Islamic call to prayer. SPD Member of Parliament Lars Castellucci sensed what post-materialistic hunger is all about in Ramadan. He would like to see calls to prayer permitted in this exceptional situation for the duration of Ramadan, as a sign of solidarity and comfort for the faithful. End of quote. Felice Pollitt from the Green Party, who is familiar with Islam, also called for the same standards to be applied as for other religious communities. And the Krefeld District Association of the FDP summarized the thrust. Quote, even in the case of the Muslim call to prayer, no different criteria and assessment should be made from the point of view of both emission law and religious freedom than for the classification of Christian bell ringing. End of quote. While party people are conditioned to remain moderate out of consideration for votes, the press is allowed to be a little clearer, whereby they do not shy away from judgments of taste or recommendations for action for everyday use when taking sides with the muezzin call. Quote, the majority society should move away from symbolic politics and accommodate people in difficult times. Everyone else can enjoy the usually very beautiful singing of the muezzins, or close the window for 5 minutes. Taz, April 22, 2020. In the Süddeutsche Zeitung, Thilo Schroeder made an even harsher appeal to potential troublemakers from the sluggish majority society after getting upset about a refusal to show solidarity with Islam from the ranks of the AfD in Bavaria. Quote, "Suggestion for goodness sake. Every day at 8:30 p.m., when the muezzin calls in Freising, simply put on your headphones and turn up a YouTube devotion. For example, from the Evangelical Church in Freising, very loudly. The video clips usually last a good 20 minutes, enough for at least 5 muezzin calls. However, if you want to stick to not taking the freedoms in this country so seriously, it would be advisable to refrain from making your own noise in future. This freedom would then also have to be restricted." End of quote. Apart from the fact that the character deformation of Islam lovers who are ready to be coerced at any time is visible here in an ideal typical way, the interested equation of the muezzin call and the ringing of bells simply does not add up. Unlike the bell, the muezzin call contains an explicit verbal proclamation. Muslims are welcome to believe that their God is above all else, but the claim to absoluteness screeched over loudspeakers has no place in the public sphere. The scientific director of the German Bell Museum, who is certainly not neutral but is familiar with the subject matter, could help the door-opening experts with regard to the question of the fundamental difference between bells and muezzins. Quote, "The nonverbal ringing of bells has always been and still is an abstract musical signal in itself, whose purpose and content are subject to free individual interpretation, as in an abstract painting, and which therefore does not compel any listener in terms of content. Completely independent of any liturgical function of the ringing or the bell inscription, no explicit secular or religious statement is made acoustically perceptible." End of quote. The difference between bell ringing and the muezzin call is hardly less than that between the Bible and the Quran. While the New Testament tells stories in the tradition of the Old Testament that contain doubts on the part of the protagonists and are intended to stimulate thought, the Quran almost consistently strings together authoritarian appeals aimed at threateningly convincing the addressees of the credibility of Muhammad's talk of enlightenment. The anti-abstract authoritarianism is still virulent in the Islamic milieu, where the lived faith is carried out as a revolt against any doubt and even more so against any deviation. However, the fact that in contemporary contributions to religion, even if they are meant to be critical, categories developed in Christianity are transferred, usually in a grossly trivialized manner, to the sacred practice of Islam, means that efforts to evaluate Islam by analogy with historical Christianity and to embed it in society regularly fail disgracefully. Islam is based on completely different theological and ideological premises and prescribes its very own dynamic of probation, which both preforms and presupposes specific subject formations. Christianity, especially in Europe, has already undergone the secularization against which Islam is doing its utmost. Its floundering loss of importance can also be seen in the history of bell ringing, which has only come into discussion in recent months because the temptation is apparently great to take revenge on weakening Christianity and the Occidental tradition in general by supporting Islam. Christian bell ringing developed into a public affair after Pope Sabinianus, 602–604, decreed that the use of bells, which had previously only been used to call monks to prayer, should also be introduced outside the monastery walls. Around 2 centuries later, Charlemagne made a decisive contribution to its spread throughout Europe, and the criticism of Christianity that is now voiced everywhere in a grandiloquent manner would even be appropriate. Quote, "I recommend that all priests ring the bells of the church at suitable hours of the day and night in order to celebrate the services and instruct the peoples in what manner or at what hour God is to be worshipped." End quote. The ringing of the bells, which came from the highest moral authority, the church, had a far-reaching function in structuring the day and defining the identity of the village population. In his insightful work, The Language of Bells, the French historian Alain Corbin states with regard to the rural population of France in the 19th century and before, reading the sound environment was then part of the process by which identity, both individual and communitarian, was established. The ringing of bells was the language of a communication system that gradually disintegrated. It regulated the relationships between people and between the living and the dead according to a rhythm that has been forgotten today. The impact of the church bells on the villagers of the time, whose consciousness was largely characterized by hard, nature-determined work and spatial confinement, was also based on the sound power of the bells. They dominated the sensory environment, in which there was no factory, traffic, or human noise. In 1832, the Bishop of Troyes wrote to the mayor of Brienne, The present towers of our churches cannot give us any idea of the old bells, which sometimes consisted of 12 or even 18 bells. The shaking of the atmosphere by the ringing of all these bells caused a kind of dizziness in the mind that made the spirit forget all other worries. The ringing of the bells also demonstrated the power of the church. The mixture of drudgery and uncanny inescapability, which was the main feature of life in the province, cannot be separated from the sound symbolism of Catholicism expressed in the ringing of the bells. Bells were rung in various ways, not only in praise of God and for Mass, but also for births and for the dead. Bells were rung for the deceased to relieve them of their feeling of solitude as they died. Even in the early Middle Ages, church bells had a function that went beyond the religious. They announced the time, called people to work, warned of epidemics, and heralded festivals. The desacralization of life that began with the onset of capitalization, which was famously described in the Communist Manifesto as an attack on the idiocy of rural life, did not stop at the parishes. After the victory of the Republic, the state and the church came into conflict over the use of bells, whereby the church, supported by the village population, gradually had to accept that it had lost its monopoly on the interpretation of life. A corresponding compromise between the Republic and the Church from 1803 states, "At the baptism of a child, the bell may only be rung for a few minutes to express the joy felt in the Republic at the birth of a citizen, and in the Ecclesia Militans et Triumphans at the adoption of a child into the family of Jesus Christ." End quote. The demystification of the Christian world also increasingly discredited the church bell. Working hours monitored to the minute in capitalist companies, but also the hectic pace of everyday life over and above working hard, as well as newly created opportunities for going out and partying at night, contributed to the fact that people did not want to be startled every day by penetrating bells that often began well before 6 in the morning. The corresponding polemics already increased in the course of the 19th century. As early as 1891, the mayor of Douarnenez in the department of Finistère described the polyphonic ringing of his parish for the Angelus prayer as brutal and stupid, saying that it was necessary to ban it because it was a matter of general protection for all those who want peace and quiet. At a time when people stay up until midnight to go to theaters and concert cafes, it was absurd to call a very few believers to early Mass, conceded Henry Nadal in 1908, in whose reckoning with the Church in a very Catholic country, the inventors of the bell were also cursed at the same time. Quote, "Nothing is really so unbearable, provocative, and agonizing as this ding, ding, dong of the first morning masses. Oh yes, the bell is a torture, and the proof of this is that the Chinese have elevated it to the first rank of instruments devised by an aged people for their select cruelty. In the garden of tortures, death by the bell occupies the place of honor." End quote. This also indicates the contemporary significance of the bell in Western Europe. First and foremost, church bells are perceived as a mere source of noise, as evidenced by a number of court cases from the last century. Only for a few and mostly quite old people does the ringing have any informational content or is even understood as a call to go to Mass. In any case, the muezzin's call, which proclaims dominance, does not convey a note of cultural warfare. Islam systematically sabotages the bourgeois public sphere as a place for different but equal people who come together as they please without imposing themselves on one another. In its sphere of influence, the separation between the sacred and political or social spheres as a condition of free coexistence is unachieved and also not intended. Rather, social and public life is permeated by a sacred reservation, Dan Diner. Distrusting the egoism of business as well as public conviviality and even more so romantic love, people rely on the control and regulation of public space, at least where they have the power to do so. This programmatic encroachment is also inherent in the muezzin's call, which is supposed to bring the omnipotence of Allah closer to strangers. Because the religiously preformed understanding of the public sphere naturally also affects the political coexistence of all, it is a bit of a stretch to speak of political Islam, because Islam is conceived as a genuinely political program. If it were not, there would be no need to constantly struggle with it in socio-political terms. Nevertheless, those who wish to pray in private or in the mosque may do so. However, the question of how Orthodox Islamic everyday practice, which systematically disciplines family patriarchs in a collectivist way to secure their rule, is supposed to go together with individual freedom of religion, i.e. by what right and what logic religious freedom is successfully invoked time and again, would put the apostles of tolerance of all factions in a difficult position. This is why this question is usually cleverly sidestepped in public debate. However, the fact that the vast majority of bystanders are now likely to flinch at the cry of Allahu Akbar is due to the fact that radical Muslims have made the battle cry known worldwide. Whether comparatively harmless riots by Arab youths in Stuttgart and elsewhere, Islamist attacks in Europe, uprisings against caricatures of Muhammad, war crimes against Christians in Nagorno-Karabakh, or mass murders of entire village populations by invading jihadists in Mozambique or Nigeria, the terrible cry of triumph, Allahu Akbar, is almost never absent. The author Shami Hague, who comes from Bangladesh, therefore conceded from her own experience, "The most traumatic words of my life are Allahu Akbar." End quote. Some Yazidi war refugees living in Hereford, who have turned to the public with the request that they no longer want to hear Allahu Akbar, no matter how loudly it is shouted, also feel this reluctance. The foul-mouthed shouting, Oriana fallacy, of the muezzin is also rejected by many people who have been lucky enough to have been spared religious warriors, at least biographically. It is the job of the media, politics, and social sciences to tell them across the board that they are trying to be petty or even xenophobic. The conservative laymen's are not impressed by this. They see the Christian tradition belittled and threatened by Islam. A look at the worldwide persecution of Christians supports their thesis, even if it is not that far off in the Ruhr area. In general, the willingness to react to the Islamic violence that is taking place presupposes that there is something of one's own to lose, and that is above all the reasonably enlightened, liberal way of life guaranteed by the rule of law, for which there is no guarantee and which is at the same time the condition for being able to formulate criticism of domination, and in particular that with communist intent. Contemporary progressivism, on the other hand, corresponds to a hostility towards tradition, which is based on the inability to reflect on history, and which goes so deep that any practical denigration of the West and its history is welcomed as a promise of redemption. In the case of the muezzin's call, it is also sensible to persevere. It would be absurd to reward the Islamic radicalization and militarization of recent years with the selflessness of not turning off the loudspeaker sound for submission, but turning it up louder, especially since one could know that such concessions are primarily interpreted as weakness, which motivates people to continue. Instead of notoriously talking past the issue in a pedagogical way and in working groups that convey a deep understanding, it would, on the contrary, finally be appropriate to discuss, also in the interest of those who have fled from too much Islam in a less pressured way, what actually helps against those who reject all freedom out of conviction. In recent weeks, French President Emmanuel Macron, who is undoubtedly no critic of Islam, has taken on the iconoclastic International of Islamism with unequivocal words for the Republic, followed by action. In Austria, the Documentation Center for Political Islam was recently set up to independently and scientifically examine the dangerous ideology of political Islam. Germany has also become active in this area, but in the opposite direction. Since September 2020, there has been the Independent Expert Group on Hostility Towards Muslims, which was set up by Interior Minister Horst Seehofer. In this context, his ministry announced in line with the Central Council of Muslims, anti-Muslim attitudes are not only a threat to Muslims, but to social cohesion as a whole. End of quote. Instead of contributing to enlightenment, the business of the 12 convened experts is to use bumbling methods to reinforce the prevailing neoliberal diversity model, which is pro-Islamic to the hilt. Yasmin El-Menouar from the Bertelsmann Foundation, who can undoubtedly be absolved of any suspicion of positivist value judgment when she pushes headlines like the following into the public eye, is representative of what can be expected from such gatherings in the coming years. There is a social pandemic that is poisoning Europe, hatred of Muslims. End quote. In Germany, racism is particularly prevalent in the form of anti-Muslim prejudice. The in-house survey Religions Monitor 2019 found that more than half of Germans perceive Islam as threatening. Apparently, according to El-Menouar, many people currently see Islam less as a religion than as a political ideology and therefore exclude it from religious tolerance. End quote. As far as the Bertelsmann study is concerned, the checkbox alternative in the 4-point scale of the threat item consisted of classifying Islam as more or less enriching. It remained completely unclear, firstly, what could be meant by a threat, and secondly, what is wrong with seeing Islam as a political ideology. This is not only a sociological bankruptcy judgment, but also a mockery of people who are specifically threatened by Islamic watchdogs and in future will probably be told by the government and validated by experts that they have a misanthropic anxiety disorder. In the absence of reliable indicators for latent character dispositions, which would be the job of serious social researchers to develop in sometimes lengthy procedures, such amateurish studies, despite their high political reach, will not contribute anything substantial to the question of what makes contemporary authoritarians tick, some of whom also hate Islam. However, the expert program is also not suitable for quantitative empirical social research, which is at least able to shed light on individual phenomena using reflective methodology or, in the best case, can even contribute to counteracting the advancing politicization of science. Rather, Seehofer's circle is characterized by the fact that the contributors are not really good at anything, but are nevertheless in demand as political scouts and commentators, because the dramatization of actual, possible, and imagined discrimination can be used to launch campaigns that benefit the moral reputation of the world champion of enlightenment. The pompous talk of anti-Muslim racist structures is always the best proof of the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever. Disgracing the Islam claqueurs disguised as experts is an unavoidable task of criticism, if only because the great hoax of posture-political university anti-racism contributes far more to the social success of Islamic authoritarianism than any prehistorically costumed backyard preachers. Meanwhile, anyone who thinks little of ideological terms such as anti-Muslim racism or cultural racism, because they obscure more than they enlighten, according to the Anne Frank Educational Center, which is a member of the expert group, is unaware of the virulence and dissolution of boundaries of the cultural racist danger, and can therefore only be a callous ignoramus. Quote, in addition, this criticism reveals a limited empathy. Instead of acknowledging injuries, they are minimized and warded off. End quote. If, in the fight against anti-Muslim racism, it is not enough for the CSU Interior Minister to call in an empathic group of experts on the recommendation of the Islam Conference dominated by the Islam Association, whose crude theses 20 years ago would have been taken seriously at most by die-hard anti-racists from esoteric autonomous associations in order to set up media-celebrated programs with the help of its industrious cues, with which entire schools will be covered in the future, may take comfort in the fact that from now on Ditib can sing to the neighborhood in Oğuzhanköy in a completely pro-Muslim manner that Allah is the All-Great. The Turkish Revolution is already where the Arab Revolution still wants to go. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan was perhaps not the only one who had this thought. When he turned on the television on the last day of January 2011 and saw what was going on in Tahrir Square, he realized that the time had come for a speech that would be broadcast live on the usual Arab satellite channels and would remind the peoples around him of the revolutionary significance of his nation, his party, and his person. And so he spoke. Not only in Turkey, but all over the world, the Justice and Development Party has shown that it knows neither fear nor hesitation when it comes to taking the side of the oppressed and the victims. Turkey can set the ball rolling in this region and change the course of history. End quote. He advised Hosni Mubarak in a commanding tone, respond to the wishes of your people without hesitation. When the Egyptian president resigned 10 days later, Erdoğan felt like Suleiman the Magnificent, who could change the governors of the provinces belonging to his empire at will. The Islamic democracy that he had turned Turkey into in the space of 10 years tended to result in Ottoman great power politics, albeit initially only in Erdoğan's imagination. In reality, of course, Hosni Mubarak had not stepped down because Erdoğan had advised him to do so, but because the Egyptian Military Council, yielding to pressure from the street, had decided so. Whether Turkey could really change the course of history, if this meant that it not only had the power to steer its own destiny, but also that of other states, was not yet proven. The Arab Revolution, to which the metaphor of the Rolling Stones referred, seemed to prove the opposite. Turkish foreign policy had merely followed the events in Egypt, just as it had in Tunisia. Just 2 months before the start of the Libyan civil war, Erdoğan had himself awarded the International Gaddafi Prize for Human Rights by Muammar Gaddafi and then tried to prevent the NATO mission in Libya. Just 2 months after the start of the Syrian civil war, Erdoğan confessed, "Bashar is a good friend of mine," and he believed that his friend would get away with the minor reforms he advised him to make. It was obvious that it was not Turkey that changed the course of history, but that history happened without its intervention and ran counter to its previous foreign policy and its principle of good neighborliness towards Arab despots. As a formerly secular state in which Islamic democracy had already been realized, Turkey was widely regarded as a model for the Arab Revolution, but it had never attempted to export the model itself. Turkey's foreign policy had two components, one economic and one ideological. Over the past 10 years, it had concentrated on developing economic relations with the regions that once made up the Ottoman Empire: the Middle East, North Africa, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. Economic exchange with Syria had developed very well. Following the signing of a free trade agreement in 2007, trade between the two countries multiplied and was expected to reach a volume of $5 billion in 2012. The relationship with Syria also played an important role because all Turkish goods transported overland to the other Arab states, apart from Iraq, had to pass through Syria. After the visa requirement was abolished, 1 million tourists crossed the Turkish-Syrian border on both sides each year, which also benefited the retail trade near the border. The governments of the two countries got on so well that they occasionally met for joint cabinet meetings. The civil war put an end to this exchange. This is probably one of the reasons why Erdogan hesitated for a long time to say goodbye to Bashar al-Assad. Exports to Syria accounted for less than 2% of Turkey's total exports and were of less value to it than the Turkish-Syrian friendship in ideological terms. This is because the new Islamic democracy is even less compatible with the close ties to the West, NATO, the USA, and above all Israel than the secular republic. The friendship with Syria showed that Turkey belonged to the camp of resistance, and this fitted in well with some other maneuvers of Turkish foreign policy, with which it tried to demonstrate its independence from the West. In spring 2003, the AKP-dominated parliament had prohibited the U.S. armed forces from opening a second front against Saddam Hussein's troops from Turkish soil. Although this forced the American forces to reorganize their attack plans, it did not and could not stop the attack itself. Although the prohibition ultimately had no significance for the further course of the war, it did have the highly symbolic power to suggest that something had changed. The AKP had won the parliamentary elections just a few months earlier, and it was its first major foreign policy decision. The diplomatic spectacle that Turkey put on together with Brazil in spring 2010, when it intervened in the international negotiations on Iran's nuclear program without being asked, had no immediate consequences but was highly symbolic. What the others had failed to achieve after many years, Turkey had, by its own admission and to the astonishment of the world, managed to achieve within a few weeks: an agreement with Iran. Iranian uranium was to be enriched abroad, processed into fuel rods, and returned in a form in which it could no longer be used for bomb production. On closer inspection, however, the agreement turned out to be so full of holes that instead of the hoped-for applause from the Europeans, Turkey was taught a lesson by the USA about how badly the Turkish diplomats had allowed themselves to be ripped off. Because there was ultimately no such agreement, all members of the UN Security Council, including Russia and China, voted in favor of sanctions against Iran in the subsequent vote. The representatives of Turkey and Brazil, who insisted that the negotiations between their heads of state and the leadership in Tehran had been successful, stood alone and abandoned. Turkey also failed with its initial opposition to the deployment of a radar system, which is part of NATO's missile defense shield against the threat of Iranian nuclear missiles spread across various countries. In the end, it had to give up its opposition because it could not justify the absurdity of being both against a war that would eliminate that threat and against a defense system that would be the alternative to such a war. Instead, Ankara argued against the radar system on the grounds that the data obtained could be passed on to Israel. The USA responded to this objection by pointing out that this was not necessary because Israel had its own missile defense system. After Turkey had run out of arguments and signed the deployment agreement, officials in the USA assured that the data would of course be shared with all allies, including Israel, because it's a US radar. In this way, Turkey's foreign policy corresponded at most to a foreign policy vision, as the minister responsible for this, Ahmet Davutoglu, once described it. Ultimately, this only produced tangible results in relations with Israel. The Islamic democracy ended its once extensive economic, political, and military cooperation with Israel within a few years until further notice. Driven by its own vision, Ankara finally found a reason to freeze diplomatic relations with Israel in the events surrounding the Marvi-Marmara. Despite all the failures that Turkey's foreign policy had experienced up to that point, anti-Zionism remained a reliable reason for Recep Tayyip Erdogan's cross-border popularity. This was the main reason why, when he traveled to revolutionary Cairo in September 2011, he was greeted at the airport by an enthusiastic crowd that greeted him with the usual cries of Allahu Akbar and slogans such as, "Turkey and Egypt are one fist." 10 days before the visit, on September 2nd, the Turkish government had expelled the Israeli ambassador and cancelled all remaining military agreements with Israel. 3 days before the visit, on September 9th, a revolutionary mob had stormed the Israeli embassy in Cairo. Several thousand rioters had forced their way inside the embassy grounds and threatened to kill the embassy staff who had taken refuge in a security room. Only a call from Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington and a subsequent call from Barack Obama in Cairo prompted the Egyptian military leadership to send a special commando to the embassy to rescue those trapped inside. During the welcome talk on a popular Egyptian talk show, where he was introduced to the audience as a hero not only of Turkey but of the entire Arab and Muslim world, Erdogan referred to the incident at the Israeli embassy only indirectly, calling Israel a spoiled child of the West. On the next day of his visit to Cairo, he gave a speech to the Arab League, which was again broadcast by Arab television channels, in which this time he invoked the Palestinian Revolution. We must work hand in hand with our Palestinian brothers. The Palestinian cause is a cause of human dignity. It is time to raise the Palestinian flag at the United Nations. End quote. On the streets of Cairo, the revolutionary crowd greeted him with huge billboards depicting him in front of the united flags of Egypt and Turkey. The inscription on one banner read, "If Erdogan were our leader, we would have liberated our Jerusalem long ago." On the third day of his visit, he gave a speech to the newly founded Egyptian-Turkish youth organization Horizon, whose members represent the conglomerate of so-called liberal activists, April 6th movement, Trotskyists, socialists, Nasserists, other anti-Zionists, and Muslim brothers typical of the early days of the Egyptian revolution. Erdogan told this audience that Egypt and Turkey are the two most important and leading countries of the Eastern Mediterranean, and that, hand in hand, Egypt and Turkey will silence Israel. There it was again, the vision. But just at the historic moment of the dawn of an Islamic revolution led by both, the limits of Turkey's power became visible again. It was a small group of demonstrators from Syria who involuntarily revealed these limits. The demonstrators insulted Erdogan in Cairo as a Muslim and wanted Turkey to not just hear words, but finally see action. At this point, Turkey had not only already sided with the Syrian revolution, but had also decided to take the lead in the fight against the Ba'athist regime. Accordingly, the Free Syrian Army was allowed to set up its headquarters on Turkish soil, a stone's throw away from the Syrian border, through which it supplies its battalions fighting in Syria with weapons. The Muslim Brotherhood-controlled Syrian National Council set up its offices in Istanbul to confer with Saudi, Qatari, and Turkish arms dealers. However, these words were not enough for the demonstrators in Cairo, who demanded that Turkey get directly involved militarily and enforce a protection and no-fly zone in northern Syria, as NATO had done in Libya. The catch is that Turkey alone is not capable of these deeds. For a politician who represents an Islamic democracy and is therefore dependent on being seen as a strong man by the Muslim masses, it is a personal insult if he is said to talk more than he does. It is all the more so when this politician is the head of state of an emerging regional power that has yet to prove its ability to project power beyond its national borders. The hesitation and dithering of Turkish foreign policy in response to the Arab Revolution, especially in the case of Syria, the hapless attempts to demonstrate its independence from the West and, finally, the inability to enforce its political intentions militarily, if necessary, in line with the new circumstances, only testify to the fact that Turkey does not have the power to play such a role. Nevertheless, it was confronted with corresponding expectations from various sides. The reasons for these great expectations should not be sought outside, but above all within its borders. The first thing to bear in mind is this: not all of the qualities that could enable Turkey to play a leading role in the region, and which Erdogan is therefore accustomed to touting as products of his statesmanship, can actually be understood as results of the political actions of his government and his party. For example, the fact that Turkey is the most populous state in the region and the strongest militarily north of Syria are not merits of the AKP, but they are reasons for the political weight of AKP Turkey. The same applies to Turkey's economic rise, which is praised at every opportunity and always credited to Islamic democracy. In 2001, the Turkish economy was still in a financial crisis, with production volumes falling by 6% that year. The next year, by the end of which the AKP had taken over the government, it had already risen again by 6%. From then on, from 2002 until the global financial crisis of 2008 to 2009, the Turkish economy produced average growth rates of 7%. After a temporary slump due to the global financial crisis, growth rates again reached over 8%, although Turkey was the only OECD country in which no explicit or implicit public sector support was provided to banks as a result of the global crisis. With a population of 75 million, low public debt, a self-confident banking sector, and an annual production volume of $800 billion, Turkey is now one of the strongest economies in the world. And this is impressive in the countries of the Arab Revolution, where a lack of economic prospects prevails. While the AKP government proclaims that it brought about the economic miracle, the opposition asserts that in reality it was one of its own. Kemal Dervish, a professor of economics who had spent a 20-year career at the World Bank before returning to Turkey to take over as Minister of Economy and, with loans from the International Monetary Fund, implement the reforms needed to overcome the crisis at the time in 2001. In this version of Turkish economic history, the AKP is at least credited with having more or less fully adopted the reforms when it came to power a year later. However, one could just as easily shift the prehistory of the Turkish economic miracle to the 1980s and then elevate Turgut Özal, who began his reform project while still a minister in a military government, to the status of its creator. Even then, the Turkish economy astonished experts with growth rates of over 7%, with foreign investment in particular rising sharply and contributing to the accelerated industrialization of production, which had previously been dominated by agriculture and handicrafts. Whatever may or may not be true about these stories, they only make it clear how little Islamic democracy has to do with them. Because the Turkish economic miracle occurred during the AKP's time in power, the party claimed it as a homegrown success. With economic growth, the AKP met with growing popularity, and this popularity gave it the backing for the changes towards Islamic democracy. There have been strong Islamic parties since the introduction of party pluralism in the 1950s. But never before the emergence of the AKP had the Islamic movement been strong enough to assert itself politically against the will of the military, which to this day is known to be the guardian of the Kemalist secular principle. For the time being, the AKP has won the political battle with the military, and not least this victory is seen in the liberal revolutionary Arab world as a model for the successful fusion of Islam and democracy. The outcome of the power struggle with the Turkish military was symbolized on the occasion of the celebrations for the 89th anniversary of the Republic at the end of October 2012, when the president appeared for the first time at the traditional military parade accompanied by his wife dressed in a headscarf. Hundreds of army personnel, including many officers and generals, were arrested during the spiritual revolution of the last 10 years. In 2011, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces and the Commanders-in-Chief of the Army, Air Force and Navy offered their resignations. Erdogan refused, but appointed the acting commander of the police as the new chief of staff, the first time a person who had not previously served in NATO had held this post. The British Economist wrote at the time, keeping the generals out of politics is a must. But what about the actual job of the army? With the 12% of generals and admirals serving time in prison, notes Eric Edelman, a former American ambassador to Turkey and the number 2 in the Pentagon under George Bush Jr., the Turkish military gives the impression of a broken and leaderless institution. He expresses concern about the consequences a weakened Turkish army, the second strongest in NATO, could have for the alliance and the region. Turkey is better off with a weakened army, but a weak army would certainly not be good for Turkey's regional ambitions. End quote. This weakness of the military is not the only obstacle standing in the way of Turkey's desire to act as a regional power. It cannot do much on its own. As already mentioned, for example, it does not have sufficient resources to install a protection and no-fly zone in northern Syria. Consequently, it is demanding that the West enforce this for it, even though it would like to break further away from it. Henri Barkey, who used to work on the planning staff of the U.S. State Department, said in October 2012, after Syrian ricochets killed 5 Turkish civilians and Ankara felt compelled to take limited military countermeasures. Turkey wants to create a kind of buffer zone in combination with a no-fly zone in Syria. The reason it is urging the U.S. to participate is that it can't do it itself. Well, why don't the Americans do it? The Syrian air defense system is very sophisticated. America would have to deploy hundreds of fighter planes to take out this system. Since this air defense system was designed to be used against Israel, it is much more sophisticated than you might think. Yes, we can set up a buffer zone, but they will definitely shoot down some of our planes. This is not a game. End quote. A Turkish fighter plane had been shot down in June by such anti-aircraft missiles, of which the Syrian armed forces possess an immense quantity, as they are supplied by Russia as required and presumably together with the associated operating personnel. A war against Syria is therefore too much for Turkey alone. NATO's Patriot missiles could be used to shoot down Syrian warplanes from Turkish territory without endangering NATO warplanes. Even if their deployment on the Turkish-Syrian border was in no way intended to support a no-fly zone, which will become clear, if there is any need for this at all, it does cover Turkey's ongoing Syria policy, in which the Turkish border area is not only a safe haven for refugees from Syria, but also a deployment and retreat area for the Free Syrian Army. However, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, James G. Stavridis, United States Navy Admiral, is of course in command of the Patriot batteries, in other words, the superpower and not some regional power. Perhaps Erdogan was speculating, just waiting for the Arab states to copy the Turkish model in order to be seen as their wise leader who has changed the course of history. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is as old as Turkey, obviously did not need Turkey's instructions. What does Turkey have to offer the Arab Revolution other than visions? Can it provide the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood with financial resources and military equipment comparable to what Egypt receives from the USA? Can Turkey supply Hamas with rockets that threaten Tel Aviv and Jerusalem? Can Turkey prevent Bashar al-Assad from using chemical weapons or prevent terrorists from getting their hands on them? Yes, can it even secure its own state borders with its own means? NATO's Patriot missiles are now protecting it against the threats posed by the Syrian armed forces. But the civil war in Syria has brought Turkey yet another problem that it must tackle alone: an offensive by the PKK. 2 million Kurds live in northeastern Syria. Right at the beginning of the civil war, hundreds of PKK fighters came from Iraq to support their Syrian comrades in gaining control of the Kurdish majority towns and villages. At the same time, together with their comrades in Turkey, they began an offensive of attacks on Turkish territory. The increasingly intense fighting between the PKK and the Turkish military since the summer of 2011 had claimed almost 1,000 victims by the end of 2012. There is no solution to this problem in sight for either the period during or after the civil war. A regional power with an unresolved small war on its insecure borders is a model that is not necessarily recommended. Overall, the Turkish model has a number of shortcomings that we do not know whether or how they can be remedied. Kurdish votes, which the AKP attracted with a number of cultural policy concessions such as allowing Kurdish language classes and Kurdish television and radio programs, also contributed to its electoral success. These votes are no longer safe. Despite the AKP's power, the still vital liberal Turkish public, which gave its vote to Erdogan's party in order to break the power of the military bureaucracy, has long been afraid of the totalitarian tendencies of Islam and authoritarian democracy that threaten its private freedoms. And even the growth rates of the economy, once the great lure of the Turkish model, are already falling to a level that makes Turkey's dependence on the European and American markets more apparent. In other words, Turkey does not currently have much to offer the Arab Revolution. The real regional power that brought about the Arab Revolution is not Turkey. It is the Muslim Brotherhood, the subject of a nearly century-long Islamic counter-revolution in a region whose modernization once began with the founding of the Turkish Republic, the Turkish Revolution. But even if it is not a real regional power, Turkey is a strong part of an Islamic upheaval in the region. For Israel, the Green Spring has already become a reality. It has lost Turkey as an ally, in Egypt, the most important Arab state, is no longer the model for a ceasefire that is based on concrete agreements and can last for over 30 years. The consequences of the civil war in Syria are uncertain under the ugly jihadist auspices. One can only say that they are part of the Islamic, or more precisely, Sunni revolution, which certainly does not bode well for Israel. Cheekiness always triumphs when a scornful overcomer of the commandment of consideration laid down in good morals comes up against a friend of those very good morals. Initially, it is never about big things, but about small violations of public order that are not even punishable. It's a familiar story. On an already overcrowded commuter train, someone declares the 5 remaining seats in his compartment occupied because his buddies will be boarding at the next station. Sitting down anyway would result in a row and, if worse comes to worst, a fight. Who would want to take that chance? The attack on public order can also be purely verbal and even without explicitly naming an opponent, like this: "Believe me, Sarajevo won today just like Istanbul, Beirut won just like Izmir, Damascus won just like Ankara, Ramallah, Nablus, Gaza, the West Bank and Jerusalem won just like Diyarbakir." End quote. This is what the then Prime Minister and current President of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, announced to his enthusiastic supporters after his election victory in 2011. The non-Turkish cities and regions listed outline the map of the Ottoman Empire, which was defeated in 1918 and finally collapsed in 1923. The megalomaniacal fervor of the head of state of an internationally extremely unpopular country is at the same time an expression of an intimate complicity between him and his voters, for whom the periodic insolence of their boss gives them a satisfaction that they can otherwise only enjoy on a small scale, in banning the sale of alcohol or building more and more new mosques, as they know who will suffer without being able to defend themselves, their Western-oriented compatriots. The Western world can, if not be harassed immediately, then at least be shown up because their governments, as the Führer and his followers know very well, will be embarrassed into silence by the revanchist burps from Ankara, and that is precisely what creates the elation of having once again really shown them up. Wikipedia says, in common parlance, insolence is understood to mean disrespect. This includes above all presumptuous and impertinent behavior. It is mainly a reproach against children, but in older literary language it also has the connotation of rebelliousness, with insolent courage. The modern sense of impertinence only developed in modern High German. Previously, in Old High German, Frek meant something like untamed, eager, and then underwent a change in Middle High German to Vrech as brave, bold, lively, cheeky, brazen. This definition is not scientific but ideological and recognizes such taboo breaking in a thoroughly positive way. The fact that untamed and eager could turn into lively, bold and audacious is already an aspect of discomfort in civilization. In the German context, it refers to something quite new High German, for example the celebration of German vigor against all morality, with which many a Sturm und Drangfuss already attracted unpleasant attention in the 1970s and completely came into its own when the liberation of the German essence was on the agenda of ideologues and practitioners in the time of the so-called wars of liberation against the French, and thus also against French connoted politeness. People were then free or cheeky enough to get on other people's nerves by making slurping and smacking noises, speaking too loudly, laughing like a salvo, or making popular speeches on their own behalf. Cheekiness has only increasingly appeared as disrespect in the last 50 years or so, and did not initially mean attacking the taboos of tribal associations of Islamic or ethnic provenance that had found themselves. The positive connotation of cheekiness as a breach of taboo that no one is allowed to defend themselves against, because it supposedly comes from nature, is what makes respect in the modern sense possible in the first place. Respect for conventions that make sensible coexistence possible in the first place, such as mutual consideration and discretion, but also self-control and a sense of reality, especially with regard to one's own, necessarily imperfect personality, is a civilizational achievement and therefore completely unnatural. If one wanted to define human nature, insofar as it is used as a generic existential against artificial restriction, one would be in the state of nature which is untamed and eager. In the name of a state of nature, the disrespectful person takes the field and wants to free himself until nothing remains of him but a vegetating something that cries out to stand up to foreign impositions with others under the no longer debatable dictates of the tribal association. Once this point has been reached, the universally applauded disrespect is no more. To taunt nature's association is a crime, committed out of a lack of respect. This is the aim of Erdogan's policy, which is also what makes him so successful with the masses. Something of this is always present in the child, who comes into the world untamed and eager and, on the ever-frustrating path of personality development, which is never free of violence, is pushed back to its natural state, the time when it could still have everything without having any endearing qualities. Every child has to endure the impositions of socialization to become a human being, and this path is paved with prohibitions and restrictions. They have to learn to be dry, i.e. to react preemptively to the onslaught of urine and stool. They have to learn to describe things and express their wishes in full sentences and so on. What they learn goes beyond the skills that are necessary to ensure their immediate survival. These cultural techniques are very much part of a much larger, no less unnatural context in which the child will have to exist at some point. The child wants to be untamed because it shies away from the effort. It is eager because, as the unauthorized reach for the jam pot shows, it is basically after prey that apparently only needs to be appropriated. This is also reflected in the cheeky response, which disqualifies the educator and the categories upheld by him and appears as unrestrained presumption that refuses to conform to conventions. Those who have not come to terms with this regressive element from their own socialization and unconsciously cling to their early childhood rebellion against the efforts it takes to be lovable for others will, in adulthood, confuse their own regressive elements with legitimate protest against a badly set up world and, if they overdo their impertinence in response to narcissistic slights, will not only fail to gain approval, but will also make themselves unpopular. However, you can also cultivate your own behavioral conspicuousness and take advantage of your objective failure in more civilized circles elsewhere. In politics, it is only a small step from emphasizing the naturalness of a citizen cleansed of foreign influences to rediscovering the natural history of a nation and its mission. On July 16, 2014, the Süddeutsche Zeitung reported, in addition, Erdogan accuses Israel of state terrorism in view of the bombardment of the Gaza Strip and criticizes the international community for remaining silent. He himself is the only one to openly address these truths, which is why he is unpopular internationally, Erdogan said. In terms of realpolitik, Erdogan's statement alluded to the fact that, apart from the Emir of Qatar in 2014, no head of state publicly agreed with his Netanyahu-like Hitler comparisons after the last Israeli Gaza campaign, because Hamas had outmaneuvered itself politically at the time and also snubbed the Arab states. What applied to the Islamic heads of state at the time does not necessarily apply to those they rule. At a meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, COMSEC, in Istanbul on November 27, 2014, Erdogan called out to them, "Those who come to the Islamic world from outside like oil, gold and diamonds, they like cheap labor, and they like strife and conflict. They don't want us to question things. Believe me, they don't like us. They look like friends, but they want us dead. They like to see our children die." End quote. When he declares himself internationally unpopular, he not only knows how to differentiate between leaders and led in the Islamic world, but also points out with a wink that this is by no means the case nationally. Erdogan not only wants to denounce the Western states, which quite obviously remind him of strong father figures against whom he has long rebelled in vain, as eternal paternalists and disrespectful intruders into the autochthonous sphere of Turkish, and at some point generally Islamic self-assurance. He is also not just the humiliated child who tries to rationalize the educational measures he is constantly subjected to and searches for a reason for hate-filled contradiction. Erdogan has managed, and this also contributes significantly to his success, to present himself as the father figure of the eternally humiliated and humiliated, who willingly acknowledge that they can only overthrow the old father with the new one. He wants to conquer the world and is starting at home by fighting a system whose personnel trigger negative reflexes in every one of his supporters. They are teachers, officers, civil servants, or nurses, in other words, the representatives of a lost era, including those who are still sitting in their villas on the Mediterranean today, as Erdogan never tires of emphasizing. On May 29, 2015, the 562nd anniversary of the conquest of Constantinople, and shortly before the election on June 7, 2015, which he was to lose, he called out to his supporters, "Conquest means Mecca, conquest means Sultan Saladin, means letting the flag of Islam fly again in Jerusalem. Conquest means getting Turkey back on its feet. Conquest is 1994, conquest is June 7th. End of quote. The year 1994 has long been a cipher for the beginning of a new era. That was when Erdogan was elected mayor of Istanbul. Since then, the focus has been on building on what has been achieved, on preventing a rollback and thus necessarily on ever new excesses. In fact, the feeling of many Turks that they are constantly being bullied and patronized, being disparaged from above with a disdainful gesture as a quasi-protector of the law rather than a fully fledged legal subject, is almost always based on experience. The Turkish Republic has established a ruling class whose representatives, fully committed to the Kemalist educational mission, see themselves as true Turks who have made something of themselves that the others have yet to catch up on. They let the others feel this. It begins with High Turkish, which everyone understands easily, but not everyone can speak adequately, as a lack of schooling and the overly strong, grammatically deviant regional dialects distinguish their language from the desired norm. It continues with a decidedly Western habitus, which can manifest itself in table manners as well as in clothing style, leisure behavior, etc. All of this has been aggressively celebrated for decades by a class of those who have already arrived, also as an admonition. This class has nevertheless been able to spread, despite all the privileges it has achieved. In the 1950s and afterwards, a semi-state proletariat emerged that worked in state-owned industries and lived better than a small farmer in central Anatolia. These sons and daughters of peasants turned to the new modernization regime in their own factory estates with pension entitlements and soon their own cars. A large and, at times, effective education sector with free student dormitories, state subsidies for living, etc. brought the children of workers to the top, and by 1970 it looked as if progress towards a modern democracy with a functioning, competitive economy could no longer be halted. The revolutionaries of the late 1960s and 1970s, most of whom were children of workers and peasants studying at the new universities and studying Marxism-Leninism at the same time, still had the Kemalist programs of progress in their minds. It would be cheap to see the eventual success of Erdogan solely in the disappointments of the 1970s to 1990s, when economic crises, political instability, and the inefficiency of the regime with its corruption caused the Kemalist state economy to collapse in hyperinflation and depression. What is more significant is that there was no reform Kemalism that could successfully show a new way out of the muddled situation around 1995. Instead, there were reforms in the 1990s and partly already under military rule in the 1980s, only to the extent that the economy and partly also the state administration were streamlined and privatized on a large scale, customs barriers fell, inefficient state-owned enterprises were closed, and social security was withdrawn. The course for the economic miracle under Erdogan was set by the political representatives of the Kemalist elite, most of whose parties have now completely disappeared into insignificance. Under Erdogan, however, life has only partially improved. Reforms in the healthcare system, the expansion of infrastructure, the boom in trade with consumer goods and housing construction based on private debt are countered by miserable working conditions, lack of rights for employees, very long working hours, and an enormous risk of accidents in the workplace. On October 14, 2011, Deutsch-Turkish Nachrichten reported on a study entitled How's Life by the OECD, which examined the populations of 40 countries with regard to their satisfaction. According to this study, Turks are among the unhappiest people. Turkey was only able to take 32nd place. In general, however, people's well-being has improved consistently over the last 15 years. The criteria used to assess happiness included work, housing, health, and income. The Danes are the happiest people of the countries surveyed. Denmark is followed by Canada, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, the Netherlands, Australia, Israel, and Finland. End quote. However, Erdogan's supporters, who are also affected by this, seem to be spurred on by their private misfortune and lack of prospects to cheer on their leader's adventurous foreign policy and authoritarian domestic policy even more fervently, while the secular opposition camp does not benefit from this. Erdogan has rallied those who have been left behind and whose identity has been violated, i.e. all those who were never prepared to recognize an educational program that was largely worth saving behind the overbearing and often ridiculous behavior of the Kemalist paternalists. Although Erdogan and his comrades in arms never left any doubt that the journey would lead to an Islamic republic, he would have failed if he had only ever referred people to the path intended by God in a schoolmasterly manner. First of all, Erdogan must also be understood personally as an aggrieved man who has taken refuge in a role in which the personal and the politically demagogic merge. The son of little people who makes it to the top, the temporarily successful young footballer, the man who does not deny his origins and stands by his own, the man who stands up for the original right on behalf of them all. This meant and means only in the smallest part the right to participation in the material sense, but above all the diffuse right to be recognized as one is, regardless of one's own merits. The Erdogan type, whom Murat Yorick compared with a popular character from Turkish popular cinema, Recep from Kazampasa, is a disenfranchised man whose path is blocked by envious people, bigwigs and the powerful, who want to rob him of his honor and who stands up against them as a self-helper for his honor, as a bandit in essence. These roles were common in Turkish cinema in the 60s and 70s. The most important Turkish filmmaker, who started out as the most famous actor of his time, Yılmaz Güney, portrayed a series of such criminals of lost honor before he made his great films, in which he rejected collective honor as an expression of the destruction of the happiness and hopes of the individual. Güney, a left-wing radical secularist with Kurdish leanings, actually became a criminal of lost honor in the 1970s when he summarily shot a prosecutor who had come too close to his wife. During the course of a boozy evening, which did nothing to diminish Güney's popularity as a prison inmate. In these films and in Erdogan's rhetoric, Kemalism emerges as a grimace, embodied by sinister criminals who are up to naughty things with those down there behind the decent facade. Basically, the message is that those who represent the new Turkey in allegiance to the founder of the state do not belong to the real Turkey. In the old films, the criminal self-helpers and their beloved ones nevertheless walk around dressed in Western clothes and have a preference for fast cars and tastelessly furnished apartments in which they can only represent what they have achieved, but not live. In Kemalism, two principles coexisted that cannot coexist. There is an undeniable cultural revolution, which the founder of the state had vehemently advocated against tradition, dependence on superstition, and to some extent also against feudal exploitation. There is the readjustment of the view towards a culturally and therefore also economically superior West, turning away from the Ottoman dream of an Oriental world empire. And there is a desperately poor country, partially devastated in the War of Independence, whose leadership was desperately searching for a founding myth, which it found in a Turkishness that was so close to the late Ottoman, young Turkic Empire and its idea of salvation that all reforms had to be seen in at least a skewed light. The transformation from Ottoman to Turk was the modern rationalization of a disproportion that is as old as the transfer of the caliphate from Baghdad to Istanbul. While the Ottomans had always been regarded by the Arab-influenced Islam as occupiers who were basically alien to their religion and people, the Kemalists turned this contradiction into the foundation of a nation that was now charged with a folkish identity and had apparently completely abandoned the idea of the caliphate. On the other hand, the defunct Ottoman Empire, which had been completely destroyed militarily, remained as a point of reference against the West. The Turkish Republic paid homage to no military success with greater fervor than the Battle of the Dardanelles, when in 1915 the Ottoman troops stationed at the Straits under Kemal Pasha, who later became Ataturk, succeeded in repelling an invasion by the British Navy. In this respect, the Republic presented itself as anti-imperialist from the outset, without even a passing reference to the fact that the Ottoman Empire had fought alongside Germany and Austria-Hungary against the West in the First World War. Turkish Republican historiography deals in a similarly strange way with the losses of European conquests suffered before 1914, above all the loss of the Balkans and Greece territorial losses that the Turks regard as illegitimate. The Turkish Republic, not unlike the Ottoman Empire, rests to a considerable extent on mass murder and robbery. The scenes from the Civil War, lovingly reenacted by school children and amateur actors on state holidays, make it all too clear that the enemy they were up against was foreign, treacherous, and therefore worthy of death. It was an internal enemy that had also kept the late Ottoman Empire economically afloat: Armenians, Greeks, and Jews. The genocide of the Armenians, which was organized and carried out by the very reformist forces that formed the majority of the Kemalist movement, the Young Turks, disappears in the same way that the Battle of Dardanelles is dimmed. The expulsion and elimination of the Armenians brought booty, not least to the Sunni neighbors of the Armenian villages, the Kurdish tribes who raided the funeral processions of those deported to their deaths and stole whatever valuables they carried with them, and many a bureaucrat who moved up to where an Armenian had previously sat. The so-called population transfer between Greece and Turkey in the early 1920s again brought booty. Large parts of the Mediterranean and Black Sea coasts were populated and shaped by Greeks. The Jews, who had remained neutral, were not killed, but were expelled from their rural settlement areas within the country over a period of 25 years and plundered so systematically that in 1948-49 3/4 of them emigrated to a newly founded Israel, whose future was very uncertain. The new Turkish people of the Kemalists were thus ethnically pure, and they were assured from the very top that they had enriched themselves in pure self-defense. For the overwhelming majority, who had received nothing from the cake, obviously also felt enriched in the sense of interrelation. These people were kept in the comfortable security and were only too happy to believe the fantasy they had been fed that they were unloved and under permanent threat from outside. How was this rump state, founded on lies and mass murder, robbery, and paranoia, to be transformed into a liberal republic? The Kemalists believed that by keeping the spirit of the Ottoman warrior caste alive and preserving it in a modern, folkish form, they could bring the population into line with the West. This was only possible through a repressively enforced education of the masses in modernity, for whom it did not automatically make sense why they themselves should now be successful in disciplines such as self-control, initiative, and patience, qualities that had previously been characteristic of the expelled and murdered minorities and were therefore despised. For many, the new forms in which life began to take place, the new face of the Ottomans, deprived of fez and often also veils, must have appeared as a ghostly return of the way of life of the foreigners so universally condemned. The whole dilemma was expressed in the first anti-Islamic coup by the military in 1960, to which the democratically and overwhelmingly elected Prime Minister Adnan Menderes fell victim a year later by capital punishment. A decade earlier, the Kemalists had received the receipt for their rigid modernization course in the first free election and lost disastrously. In the years that followed, the new government embarked on a creeping Islamization that was reminiscent of the Ottoman tradition in terms of domestic and foreign policy, but at the same time cunningly shook up the cultural standards that the Kemalists had established in an authoritarian manner. Every re-imported Arabic word from Ottoman Turkish, for example, became a success in the resistance against the Kemalists and their language reform, something that Erdogan and his comrades in arms would later build on. At the same time, there was a devastating pogrom in Istanbul in 1955, which was directed against the approximately 50,000 Greeks living there, most of whom were quite well off, who had been exempted from the so-called population transfer in 1923 due to international treaties. The cause was an arson attack in Salonika, which resulted in the death of Ataturk's birthplace and was probably caused by Turkish agents. The result was more than 100 deaths, thousands of looted and burnt down residential and commercial buildings, and the mass exodus of more than 80% of all Greeks. In the trial against Menderes, the military court blamed him for both the Islamization and the pogroms, an all too transparent undertaking. The Kemalists obviously could not hold back the spirits that could be called up at any time, which are both the content of the lost empire and part of the founding myth of the Republic. They believed that they could only counter the people's stubborn will to return to a just, original order by bowing to the old glory in a now patriotic way, and yet they could only make progress by force. That is why they had to stage the Greek pogrom as a conspiracy, which was also a product of their own rule. Although the years after 1960 were certainly the most progressive in Turkey and the Cultural Revolution led to outwardly very Western lifestyles, the dilemma in which they had found themselves since the 1960 coup was not resolved. The image of the unloved Turk began to be reproduced. There are the enemies outside, especially the Greeks, who were then told off quite confidently and in violation of international law with an invasion and massacre of the civilian population on Cyprus in 1974, led by the Social Democrat Esevit. Then there was the Second Front, whose supporters increasingly recognized the revenant of the enemy Greeks, Armenians and Jews in the self-confident administrators of their own country and began to point the finger accusingly at them. And yet, the overlap between Erdogan's men and the Kemalists was and is considerable from the outset in matters of national security against foreign threats, i.e. the invocation of the great national past against enemies of Turkishness. The brutal conquest of Cyprus in 1974 took place at the height of secular self-assurance and belief in progress, and was at the same time a manifestation of Erdogan's Islamist insolence against foreign countries. Right down to the rhetoric, it went down in the history books as the Great Peace Mission. The return to Islam under Erdogan, which is often suggested, did not actually take place. Turkey in 1930 was certainly deeply traditional and religious, but faith was largely a non-public enterprise. There was a lack of congregations and places of worship, and almost all mosques in the country were less than 40 years old. After the Second World War, Turkey, like the entire so-called Islamic world, was confronted with a renewed Islam that had no tradition among the faithful in this form. The new mosques, cemeteries, and foundations were regulated by the state, which believed it had them under the control of its Ministry of Religion. What appeared to be a sign of moderation and a return to popular control, however, took on a life of its own even if the imam in charge was Kemalist. Erdogan only had to take up what, especially after the last coup in 1980, had established itself as a project of return in the form of more and more minarets and the blaring loudspeakers installed on them. On the other hand, while Kemalism has been noticeably more moderate for over 20 years, its younger supporters are just as fed up with elite rule and power-mongering as they are with the rampant corruption and the dual rule of elected government and the deep state, i.e. the secondary government by the military and the associated extra-legal putschist structure, which soon proved to have mafia ties. The Islamic alternative has blossomed into a totalitarian project. On the one hand, all those who stand up for a civil life find themselves in diffuse coexistence. On the other hand, what no longer needs a program grows together all the more unbreakably. A movement of the offended that lives out in blatant insolence against everything that might once have constituted the Republic. In the 1980s, for example, a casual worker in Ankara who wanted to take a bus to the vicinity of the Ataturk Memorial and told the bus driver his destination was the concrete Mustafa, was sentenced to several years in prison. What should I drink with my meal? With sarma, sot, noodles, and borek. This is how the clip begins. Shortly afterwards, the offending words follow. I've tried Aaron. It makes me fall asleep. This went too far for the Ministry of Trade, which imposed a fine. The tea producer Kaker has to pay 70,000 euros. The drink was gratuitously insulted in the commercial. Deutsch-Turkisches Journal, November 9, 2015. They act according to the motto Reclaim the Street and liquidate the already marginal social life on streets and squares. Nothing can stand against them and nobody needs to pull the strings. The leader promises cleansing and rebirth without really realizing where the journey must lead. As much as the enemy is lost, which almost had to be constructed in the Gazip protests of 2013 through a rigorous declaration of enmity, the goal of mocking and humiliating nonconformist lifestyles becomes clear without their representatives being able to join together in promising resistance. In the power struggle with the Islamists around the exiled preacher Fethullah Gulen, It has become clear that the insolence based solely on the triumphantly presented knowledge that one is only ever hated because one courageously speaks the truth necessarily prepares a march through without borders. While the Gulen people began to establish an Islamist elite that wanted to help a kind of honorific Islamism to break through in an orderly fashion by patiently and systematically infiltrating the education sector and the state apparatus as well as forming parallel institutions, Erdogan has been relying entirely on the mob against everyone, including an Islamic elite, since the break in 2013. His supporters recognize themselves in the gesture of the wildly lashing out enragist at the top, or at least what they would like to do to the outside world, a need for punishment that, unlike the leader, can only express itself in infantile insolence. Nothing stops Erdogan's one-man show revelations about the considerable embezzlement of state funds by himself and his sons are of no interest to his supporters. Their concern is that the right man makes the loot and not to abolish the mixing of theft and politics as part of the political culture. They behave as if they have nothing to lose. They were never free, caught up in a web of family and regional dependencies, dependent on relationships that come at a price, and disheartened to strive for something else. They follow their frontman's rampage. Erdogan's plans are approaching their logical conclusion. By turning his back on his former partner Fethullah Gulen, he has taken the completely apocalyptic side of Islam and no longer even supports the IS project clandestinely. The gangs of pure Islam must appear to be a means to an end to the leader of a diffuse popular gang. The fact that he can no longer get rid of them, as the Islamist suicide attacks in Zurich on July 20, 2015 with 31 dead and the far more devastating one in Ankara on October 10, 2015 with 102 dead show, does not impress him as long as it affects his enemies. The rapid rise in inflation for over 2 years is probably the beginning of a recession that could be accompanied by bank failures, a crash in the real estate industry, and mass unemployment. But there is no alternative in sight that could unite the country, which is drifting apart, at least to the extent that state collapse and Islamization could come to an end. 70 years of Kemalist rule have produced an insecure and vacillating type of citizen who not only rightly complains about the lack of legal certainty, but also, only partly rightly, has a pronounced tendency towards paranoia and thus to publicly put forward conspiracy theories. The fervor with which initially quite normal, Western-looking Turks refer to suspicious connections and conspiratorial links between countries, factions, and institutions when it comes to foreign policy certainly has its background in all too much ominous backroom politics with sometimes openly terrorist consequences. And yet there is more to it than that. The mistrust is so deep-seated that the ability to even think about a transparent constitutional state has suffered. Too many people see the Turkish and international world as a conspiracy, the USA as the eternal string puller, and Israel as either a compliant puppet or an omnipotent instigator of the USA. As if their insecurity were not homemade, the founding crime of the Republic not a Turkish one, and the absence of legal certainty not also their fault, the Kemalist camp in almost all its shades is looking for the acting villain who is pulling the strings somewhere in the background. Erdogan did indeed suffer a defeat in the elections on June 7, 2015. His party lost its absolute majority in parliament, plummeting from 49% to 41%. On November 1, 2015, he regained precisely these 8 loss percentages, largely at the expense of the national chauvinist MHP, which had long been ideologically close to him, some Islamist or Islamist fascist small parties, and by mobilizing disappointed supporters who had not voted in June. His best election helper was undoubtedly the PKK, which began to terrorize the country after the Zurich attack, which not only triggered powerful military reactions and cost hundreds of lives, but also partially delegitimized the hope of the non-Kurdish left-wing laicists, the HDP. Irrespective of the already crazy separatist idea, which the PKK cannot give up without losing its influence completely, it was also tactically stupid enough to run into an open knife. The competition with the HDP, which is decidedly Western and not at all particularly Kurdish, was believed to be something that had to be decided in its favor, whatever the cost. The placing of booby traps on country roads, which were then approached by buses carrying conscripts, provoked the reluctance of the entire country, not just the traditionally anti-Kurdish circles. A youth mob on the loose created liberated zones in smaller Kurdish towns until November 2015, with no regard for the population, who were the first victims of the inevitable reconquests. As an imperialist in great need, now ideologically equipped with the anti-Kurdish rankness of the Grey Wolves, Erdogan announced the day after the election. Our glorious people have clearly stated with the elections of November 1st that they do not prefer exploitative and polemical policies, but policies committed to care, innovation, and vision. End quote. His post-election visions are driving the country to the brink of war after the deliberate downing of a Russian military plane on November 24, 2015, and the tourism industry into depression after the Russian sanctions. Once again, he has united the country behind him, apart from the chauvinistic PKK supporters and a section of the left. In terms of foreign policy, his Valley of the Wolves is playing out in Syria, where Islamist murder gangs called Turkmen and operating as Sunni Arabs are waging war in Erdogan's pay for a Turkish zone of influence on Syrian territory, and in northern Iraq, where 150 Turkish soldiers are up to mischief uninvited. What he proclaimed on February 10, 2008 in the Cologne arena in front of 20,000 Turks and Germans of Turkish origin living in Germany by no means applies only to the diaspora, but could also be directed word for word against those Western-oriented exploiters and polemicists whom he has so effectively defeated at home, rather than against the German majority society. Assimilation is a crime against humanity. I understand very well that you are against assimilation. You cannot be expected to assimilate. End quote. What would this derisive sentence encouraging segregation in Islamist counter-societies, which bundles all hatred of civilization, be, were it not for a particularly brazen impertinence attached to it, which nobody imitates and which is the real secret of its success? The Turkish community and the Turkish person, wherever they may go, bring with them only love, friendship, peace, and security. Hatred and enmity can never be our business. We have nothing to do with quarrels and disputes. End quote. The Syrian catastrophe has been extended to the Turkish southeast. Cizre and Sur, the historic Diyarbakir, are almost indistinguishable from Halep and Homs. One street after another is being destroyed. Those who hold out and do not flee are marked as potential terrorists. Irritant gas is systematically shot into the walls where those trapped inside are holding out. While the battle cry of the Turkish state front of green and grey wolves, Armenian bastards, is emblazoned on the shot-up facades in the trapped districts, the counter-guerrillas salute with a wolf salute in the badly damaged St. Geragos Cathedral in Diyarbakir. The Turkish catastrophe has long since been extended to Syria. In the Turkmen brigades in northwestern Syria, grey wolves are propagating the folkish revival of a greater Turkestan. When a party functionary of the Pan-Turanian Milliyetçi Hareket Partisi (MHP) from the Istanbul district of Fatih was martyred in Syrian hell at the beginning of the year, party comrades carried him to his grave as the reincarnation of the Atabeg of Damascus from 1104. Ahmet Mahmud Unlu, the notorious imam of the fundamentalist Ismail Aga Semitai, who has turned Istanbul's Mahal Karsamba into a perceived Talibanistan, said the funeral prayer while grey wolves bowed their heads. In the 1980s, for example, a casual worker in Ankara who wanted to take a bus to the vicinity of the Ataturk Memorial and told the bus driver his destination was the concrete Mustafa, was sentenced to several years in prison. What should I drink with my meal? With sarma, sot, noodles, and borek. This is how the clip begins. Shortly afterwards, the offending words follow. I've tried Aaron. It makes me fall asleep. This went too far for the Ministry of Trade, which imposed a fine. The tea producer Kaker has to pay 70,000 euros. The drink was gratuitously insulted in the commercial. Deutsch-Turkisches Journal, November 9, 2015. They act according to the motto Reclaim the Street and liquidate the already marginal social life on streets and squares. Nothing can stand against them and nobody needs to pull the strings. The leader promises cleansing and rebirth without really realizing where the journey must lead. As much as the enemy is lost, which almost had to be constructed in the Gazip protests of 2013 through a rigorous declaration of enmity, the goal of mocking and humiliating nonconformist lifestyles becomes clear without their representatives being able to join together in promising resistance. In the power struggle with the Islamists around the exiled preacher Fethullah Gulen, it has become clear that the insolence based solely on the triumphantly presented knowledge that one is only ever hated because one courageously speaks the truth necessarily prepares a march through without borders. While the Gulen people began to establish an Islamist elite that wanted to help a kind of honorific Islamism to break through in an orderly fashion by patiently and systematically infiltrating the education sector and the state apparatus as well as forming parallel institutions, Erdogan has been relying entirely on the mob against everyone, including an Islamic elite, since the break in 2013. His supporters recognize themselves in the gesture of the wildly lashing out enragist at the top, or at least what they would like to do to the outside world, a need for punishment that, unlike the leader, can only express itself in infantile insolence. Nothing stops Erdogan's one-man show revelations about the considerable embezzlement of state funds by himself and his sons are of no interest to his supporters. Their concern is that the right man makes the loot and not to abolish the mixing of theft and politics as part of the political culture. They behave as if they have nothing to lose. They were never free, caught up in a web of family and regional dependencies, dependent on relationships that come at a price, and disheartened to strive for something else. They follow their frontman's rampage. Erdogan's plans are approaching their logical conclusion. By turning his back on his former partner Fethullah Gulen, he has taken the completely apocalyptic side of Islam and no longer even supports the IS project clandestinely. The gangs of pure Islam must appear to be a means to an end to the leader of a diffuse popular gang. The fact that he can no longer get rid of them, as the Islamist suicide attacks in Zurich on July 20, 2015 with 31 dead and the far more devastating one in Ankara on October 10, 2015 with 102 dead show, does not impress him as long as it affects his enemies. The rapid rise in inflation for over 2 years is probably the beginning of a recession that could be accompanied by bank failures, a crash in the real estate industry and mass unemployment. But there is no alternative in sight that could unite the country, which is drifting apart, at least to the extent that state collapse and Islamization could come to an end. 70 years of Kemalist rule have produced an insecure and vacillating type of citizen who not only rightly complains about the lack of legal certainty, but also, only partly rightly, has a pronounced tendency towards paranoia and thus to publicly put forward conspiracy theories. The fervor with which initially quite normal, Western-looking Turks refer to suspicious connections and conspiratorial links between countries, factions and institutions when it comes to foreign policy certainly has its background in all too much ominous backroom politics with sometimes openly terrorist consequences. And yet there is more to it than that. The mistrust is so deep-seated that the ability to even think about a transparent constitutional state has suffered. Too many people see the Turkish and international world as a conspiracy, the USA as the eternal string puller and Israel as either a compliant puppet or an omnipotent instigator of the USA. As if their insecurity were not homemade, the founding crime of the Republic not a Turkish one and the absence of legal certainty not also their fault, the Kemalist camp in almost all its shades is looking for the acting villain who is pulling the strings somewhere in the background. Erdogan did indeed suffer a defeat in the elections on June 7, 2015. His party lost its absolute majority in parliament, plummeting from 49% to 41%. On November 1, 2015, he regained precisely these 8 loss percentages, largely at the expense of the national chauvinist MHP, which had long been ideologically close to him, some Islamist or Islamist fascist small parties, and by mobilizing disappointed supporters who had not voted in June. His best election helper was undoubtedly the PKK, which began to terrorize the country after the Zurich attack, which not only triggered powerful military reactions and cost hundreds of lives, but also partially delegitimized the hope of the non-Kurdish left-wing laicists, the HDP. Irrespective of the already crazy separatist idea, which the PKK cannot give up without losing its influence completely, it was also tactically stupid enough to run into an open knife. The competition with the HDP, which is decidedly Western and not at all particularly Kurdish, was believed to be something that had to be decided in its favor, whatever the cost. The placing of booby traps on country roads, which were then approached by buses carrying conscripts, provoked the reluctance of the entire country, not just the traditionally anti-Kurdish circles. A youth mob on the loose created liberated zones in smaller Kurdish towns until November 2015, with no regard for the population, who were the first victims of the inevitable reconquests. As an imperialist in great need, now ideologically equipped with the anti-Kurdish rankness of the Grey Wolves, Erdogan announced the day after the election. Our glorious people have clearly stated with the elections of November 1st that they do not prefer exploitative and polemical policies, but policies committed to care, innovation, and vision. End quote. His post-election visions are driving the country to the brink of war after the deliberate downing of a Russian military plane on November 24, 2015, and the tourism industry into depression after the Russian sanctions. Once again, he has united the country behind him, apart from the chauvinistic PKK supporters and a section of the left. In terms of foreign policy, his Valley of the Wolves is playing out in Syria, where Islamist murder gangs called Turkmen and operating as Sunni Arabs are waging war in Erdogan's pay for a Turkish zone of influence on Syrian territory, and in northern Iraq, where 150 Turkish soldiers are up to mischief uninvited. What he proclaimed on February 10, 2008 in the Cologne Arena in front of 20,000 Turks and Germans of Turkish origin living in Germany by no means applies only to the diaspora, but could also be directed word for word against those Western-oriented exploiters and polemicists whom he has so effectively defeated at home, rather than against the German majority society. Assimilation is a crime against humanity. I understand very well that you are against assimilation. You cannot be expected to assimilate." End quote. What would this derisive sentence encouraging segregation in Islamist counter-societies, which bundles all hatred of civilization, be, were it not for a particularly brazen impertinence attached to it, which nobody imitates and which is the real secret of its success? The Turkish community and the Turkish person, wherever they may go, bring with them only love, friendship, peace, and security. Hatred and enmity can never be our business. We have nothing to do with quarrels and disputes. End quote. The Syrian catastrophe has been extended to the Turkish southeast. Cizre and Sur, the historic Diyarbakir, are almost indistinguishable from Halep and Homs. One street after another is being destroyed. Those who hold out and do not flee are marked as potential terrorists. Irritant gas is systematically shot into the walls where those trapped inside are holding out. While the battle cry of the Turkish state front of green and grey wolves, Armenian bastards, is emblazoned on the shot-up facades in the trapped districts, the counter-guerrillas salute with a wolf salute in the badly damaged St. Geragos Cathedral in Diyarbakir. The Turkish catastrophe has long since been extended to Syria. In the Turkmen brigades in northwestern Syria, grey wolves are propagating the folkish revival of a greater Turkestan. When a party functionary of the Pan-Turanian Milliyetçi Hareket Partisi (MHP) from the Istanbul district of Fatih was martyred in Syrian hell at the beginning of the year, party comrades carried him to his grave as the reincarnation of the Atabeg of Damascus from 1104. Ahmet Mahmud Unlu, the notorious imam of the fundamentalist Ismail Aga Semitai, who has turned Istanbul's Mahal Karsamba into a perceived Talibanistan, said the funeral prayer while grey wolves bowed their heads. Ahmet Mahmud Unlu, the notorious imam of the fundamentalist Ismail Aga Semitai, who has turned Istanbul's Mahal Karsamba into a perceived Talibanistan, said the funeral prayer while grey wolves bowed their heads. The artillery shells of Turkmen brigades are inscribed with the names of their ideological ancestors. Enver Pasha, young Turk co-organizer of the genocide of the Anatolian Christians, or Muhsin Yazicioglu, founder of the Great Unity Party and main initiator of the anti-Zionist pogrom of Maraz in 1978. In Syria, the imperial ideologies that this region systematically produces are breaking through unchecked. Aggression cloaks itself in innocence, believing itself to be the permanent victim of imperialist conspiracy before moving on to the persecution of others. What unites these despotisms, above all clerical fascist militarist Iran and the Turkey of the Greens and Grey Wolves, is the editist education in immaturity and all-pervading paranoia. The reflex to exorcise every empirical disagreement as a perfidious intrigue from somewhere else functions with the threat of being marked as an outsider. The Americans, for decades in the function of the militant sovereign of the law of value, have, like the Europeans, entrusted the organization of the militant opposition to Bashar al-Assad's regime to the Turkish Muslim Brotherhood, Qatar, and the Saudi despotism, just as they are currently leaving it to clerical fascist Iran to strike its death blow. In the Syrian hell, where starvation is a central strategy of the regime and people remain trapped in a few square kilometers for years, loyalty and recruitment are determined first and foremost by a functioning distribution system in the trapped districts. Whoever controls the flour mills and bread shops enforces obedience. Consequently, they are systematically bombed by Bashar al-Assad's regime. The power of the Turkish Muslim Brotherhood's military humanist complex is based on the constant shortage of the most basic necessities. Pseudo-NGOs such as the IHH and Imkander, both from the Fatih district of Istanbul, function as the Muslim Brotherhood's logistical route to the front. The IHH originated in the milieu of the anti-secular movement. Milli Görüş cultivates intimate contacts with the AKP. It advertises on 2 pages in the in-flight magazine of the state-owned Turkish Airlines. At Turkish universities, on the other hand, confrontations become more frequent when Islamist fundraising organizations open advertising stands. Every day in Istanbul, Gaziantep, or elsewhere, there is a benefit evening for the Syrian jihad. With the virtue dictate loyalty to the martyrs, Imkander calls for a memorial evening, the poster for which advertises with the spiritual head of Hamas Ahmed Yassin, the emir of the Caucasus Emir Daka Umarov, and Osama bin Laden's mentor Abdullah Azam. In Gaziantep, Imkander ran his own charity for those who had been martyred in Syria. The Turkish Muslim Brothers hold the Caucasian Jihad in high esteem. They venerate Shamil Basayev, the Butcher of Beslan, and stage funerals of Chechen jihadists in Istanbul's Fatih district as marches against the devil Putin. These days, the Honorable IHH is commemorating the continuation of the jihad on Twitter and elsewhere. Ibn al-Khattab, Commander Hattab, a Saudi traveler of Circassian descent and companion of Osama bin Laden, who served the jihad in Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and the Caucasus. In the 1990s, snuff movies circulated of him cutting the necks of enemies of the emirate. It is not the Islamic State that is the main target of Turkish charity. It is a milieu somewhere between the Muslim Brotherhood and traditional Al-Qaeda, in which pan-Turkist promises of salvation also germinate. In the border province of Idlib, it is the Jaish al-Fatah, a military alliance of Jabhat al-Nusra and Ahrar al-Sham, which relies on the Turkish flank. In Latakia, it is the pan-Turkist brigades with volunteers from the folkish milieu of the Grey Wolves. In the strategically sensitive district of Azaz on the Syrian-Turkish border, the pro-Turkish Jabhat al-Sham, the Levant Front, lost Tel Rifat to the YPG, the de facto army of Syrian Kurdistan, in February. The Levant Front military coalition is primarily a military strategic expansion of the Islamic Front, including the Qatar-initiated Jaish al-Mujahideen, the Saudi-affiliated Asala wa al-Tanmiya, and the quietist Salafist Harakat Nur al-Din al-Zenki. In the late fall of 2013, the latter, together with the Syrian Al-Qaeda, denounced the institutions of the Syrian exile opposition as illegitimate and a conspiratorial enterprise and asserted Sharia, the despotism of religious law, as the only legitimate foundation of the state. Last year, the Levant Front began to starve out the Kurdish Sheikh Maqsud in northern Aleppo. Their artillery fires blindly into the enclave of the infidels while shouting, Allahu Akbar. Fatah Halab, the main operations center in Aleppo, denounced the YPG as infidels and enemies of religion long before the territorial invasion of the Islamized opposition. Ahrar al-Sham and Jaish al-Islam, the two strongest military units within the Islamic Front, as well as the Jaish al-Mujahideen, have expressed their concrete solidarity with Turkey against the infidels of the PIK. While Erdogan's neo-Ottoman expansion in Syria is stumbling, a secular Syrian Kurdistan has asserted itself along the Turkish-Syrian border, which is currently the greatest provocation to the despotism of the Muslim Brotherhood. Ahmet Davutoglu explicitly warns the YPG against crossing the Euphrates and capturing Sarablis, the only remaining border town under the control of Daesh, the Islamic State, and is now directly assisting the jihadists of Jabhat al-Nusra, Ahrar al-Sham, and indirectly also Daesh, by blocking the YPG's advance on Sarablis with heavy artillery. However, it is wrong to reduce the jihadists solely to someone else's proxy army. The tradition of the Turkish Derin Devlet, the sovereign's organized crime, of instrumentalizing Islamist bigots as a counter-banana is not based solely on calculation, but rather on the concrete atmosphere of the Islamization of Turkey. In the 1990s, it was Hizbullah Kirkli, a conspiracy of Sunni admirers of Ayatollah Khomeini and the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which organized itself in southeastern Turkey and conspired to wage militant jihad under the absolution of the Turkish sovereign. While Hizbullah dug itself into strictly religious villages in the southeast, made opposition members disappear, created an underground torture hell, and burned unchaste women with acid, in the central Anatolian city of Sivas in July 1993, a Sunni mob, more than a few militants, burned to death the guests of an Alevi cultural festival who had been marked as infidels, shouting, "The secular republic arose in Sivas. It will be overthrown in Sivas. We are the soldiers of Muhammad and Muslim." Turkey. Necmettin Erbakan, Erdogan's political and ideological foster father, mocked the burnt people as guilty, saying they had spoken impolitely about the nation's faith. For quite a few from the AKP, their careers began in Sivas. They represented the pogromists whose religious feelings had been hurt and who were brought to justice by the not yet Islamized judiciary. "It should be a blessing for our nation," said Erdogan in March 2012, praising the decision of the 11th Criminal Court in Ankara that the murders were now time-barred and outstanding arrest warrants against the pogromists had been lifted. There are still almost 100 kilometers along the Turkish-Syrian border that Daesh continues to control unhindered, its logistical artery and the bottleneck for its death squads. One such squadron murdered Ibrahim Abd al-Qadir and his friend Faiz Hamadi in Urfa on October 30th. The murdered man was a co-founder of Raqqa, is being slaughtered silently, the last remaining opposition in Raqqa. But just one day after the suicidal massacre in Istanbul on January 12th, Erdogan turned his attention to the real enemy of the state and threatened those professors and doctoral students at Turkish universities who have issued an anti-militarist call for an end to state aggression in the southeast. You are not intellectuals, you are ignorant and dark, you know nothing about the east or the southeast. We know this region as well as your home addresses. End quote. Recently, arrests of co-signatories began in the province of Kocaeli on charges of propaganda for a terrorist organization and insulting the Turkish nation, the state, its institutions and organs. Erdogan not only expresses his hatred of the intellect, which does not present itself as bellowing cattle renegade, undermining unity and legally denounceable as a perceived stab in the back. He also expresses the narcissistic insult of feeling lectured about the southeast by intellectuals from an anachronistic republic. After all, it was Erdogan himself who wanted to unite Turks and Kurds as brothers with the territorial integrity of the one fatherland, who gave the southeast the Quran in Kurmansi, and put an end to the morning oath of allegiance of all students to the Turkification to be internalized. How happy the one who says, I am a Turk, Andama. When the revivalist movement of political Islam Milli Görüş brought forth its first parties in the 1970s, these initially established themselves primarily in the feudal southeast. The millennial millet of the Muslim Brotherhood, the nation born of one faith, promised those subjected to the Turkification regime reconciliation with the state. Under Erdogan, the feigned breaking up of nationalist dogmas covered up the disempowerment of the secular traditionalists in the military and the apparatuses. And while the repression against the organized opposition continued, the Baris ve Demokrasi Partisi, BDP, reports 7,748 arrests between April 2009 and October 2011, some trusted Erdogan's promise of peace, which he used to polemicize against the traditionalists. Abdullah Öcalan moved closer to the rhetoric of the Muslim Brotherhood when, in his Nura speech in March 2013, he spoke of 1,000 years of life under the flag of Islam and according to the law of brotherhood and solidarity. At the same time, Öcalan's alignment with neo-Ottoman propaganda was met with strong criticism. Elvis in particular protested vehemently in the face of thousands of years of persecution of religious minorities, the deportations of the Kadbas under Sultan Bayezid II, the massacres of the Ezidi under Suleiman I, the fatwa of Grand Mufti Abu Sud, requested by the same sultan, according to which it was a religious duty to kill Elvis, the anti-Armenian massacres under Abdülhamid II, an idol of Erdogan. During the revolt of the secular youth in the same year, things remained largely quiet in the southeast, with many fearing that the Muslim Brotherhood regime could be followed by another one at the mercy of the military. For Siri Sakik of the BDP, the not unfounded skepticism turned into identification with the aggressor. He called for the crushing of the protests as the seed of a conspiracy of nationalist contras, while many of his Istanbul comrades took part in it. But just as the nationalists were unable to capture the revolt, the southeast was unable to be satisfied by neo-Ottoman nostalgia. When a young man lost his life during anti-militarist protests in Lice in the province of Diyarbakir, the revolters in Istanbul showed solidarity under the banner Taksim, Lice, shoulder to shoulder. In the same year, the Halkland Democratic Partisi, HDP, established itself as the umbrella organization for both movements. It also explicitly sees itself as an organizational core for those affected by virtue terrorist persecution, such as homosexuals and transsexuals. The promise of happiness of the modernizing dictatorship established by Mustafa Kemal remained above all the compulsion to Turkification. While the feudal blood tyranny continues to rule over the individual and economic misery persists, the despotism of the Muslim Brotherhood promises equality in the millet of the faithful. But equality cannot be realized in any other way than negatively. The Muslim Brothers think of the state as a family and their Ataturk Tayyip Recep Erdogan as a strict father, whereas the patriarchal family can only be thought of as a state, and the Muslim Brothers elevate the constraints of blood surrender to a virtue. Equality in the millet ultimately becomes concrete in the inequality of others, the infidels and apostates. During the ceremonial inauguration of the Selahattin Ayyubi Havalimanı in Yüksekova, Ahmet Davutoglu explained the decision to name the airport in the southeastern province of Hakkari after the Kurdish-born sultan who captured Jerusalem in 1187. Yes, this is our leader. Yes, this is the symbol of our unity. All those who claim that Jerusalem is the holy city of the Jews should be ashamed of themselves. End quote. Hatred of Jews, combined with anti-Armenian paranoia, is also the ideological cement of the Muslim Brotherhood and is complementary to their own imperial delusions. However, the ideology of the Turkish Muslim Brotherhood cannot be explained by the concept of madness alone. They do not gain their followers, or at least not solely from the precarization of their clientele. Rather, they combine moral edification and Islamist incitement with the prospect of an economic career. They have an ideal of the economy as a collective of ants and of the sovereign's power as a fatherly education in discipline and piety in prayer and in the factory. Erdogan is following in the tradition of the founder of the revivalist movement Milli Görüş, Necmettin Erbakan, who asked himself in a 1975 treatise of the same name how the Turkish fatherland, as the navel of the mighty Osman İmparatorluğu, could wither away like this. Erbakan found the answer on the one hand in the alienation from Islam and on the other in the perfidious imitation of Arab techniques of mastering nature by the millet of the infidels. His central demand was therefore a great Turkey again. Industrialization and the moral transformation of the economy through a Turkified Islam. Identification with the despotism of the Muslim Brotherhood is not merely a matter of belonging to the millet of the faithful. It is intertwined with the promise, which is also a form of blackmail, of gaining prestige and more than crumbs of bread through absolute loyalty and worship of capital. They had given Yüksekova hundreds of kilometers of asphalt, Erdogan said at the inauguration of the Selahattin Ayyubi Havalimanı. It did them no good there. Davutoglu and Erdogan spoke in front of a cheering crowd of thousands of civil servants, while canisters of irritant gas were emptied not far from the staging. The HDP won almost 94% of the vote in Yüksekova. Whoever the despotism of the Muslim Brotherhood is persecuting these days in the sealed-off districts of the southeast is not the Kurd loyal to the state who hunches over the urn grave. It persecutes those who provoke suspicion, who have other plans for their lives than to be the generation of 1071, Erdogan in reference to the mystified year in which the Muslim seculars inflicted a first military debacle on the Byzantines, or to take Jerusalem and Damascus as descendants of Selahattin Ayyubi. The Muslim brothers arrive at the same consequences for the apostates of the fatherland via religion. Just as there is only one God, there is only one state, one flag, one party. The rumor that the Muslim Brotherhood turns into propaganda denounces opposition members as infidels, strangers among us, or, as Erdogan recently said about apostate intellectuals, as relics of the Mandate powers. Star, a tabloid organ of the regime, denounces the militant youth in the southeast as crusaders and refers to the collaborators of the counter-guerrillas among the autochthons. While the street battle rages in Sur, the political representation of the village protectors, the Association of Anatolian Village Protectors and Families of Martyrs, calls for unity and solidarity against the godless of the PKK with their crusader mentality in the Star. The village guards are a quasi-state institution of the counter-guerrilla, founded in 1985 under Turgut Özal based on the historical model in the southeast. The Hamidi regiments, from 1891, the Blood Sultan Abdülhamid II used them to secure the loyalty of the Asirets, the Kurdish tribal organizations, by integrating their predatory economy and gang competition into the state's mission of suppressing Armenian uprisings. During the series of massacres of Armenians under Abdülhamid II, 1894 to 1896, the Hamidi regiments raged mainly in the present-day provinces of Erzurum, Bitlis, Diyarbakir, and Şanlıurfa. Today's Hamidi, the institution of village guards, function according to similar mechanisms. Under the absolution of the sovereign, the state racket, they have been able to install an economy of forced expropriation of land, predatory extortion, and opiate smuggling. With guns handed out by the state, murders are committed against some of the remaining Assyrian Christians, and azadi to deter everyone, tribal feuds are fought and apostates are executed. The state's subcontractual death squads, such as the notorious Hantir Timleri, named after an Ottoman curved dagger, are also recruited from the village guards. In the village protector province of Bingöl, Erdogan's AKP holds almost 65% of the vote. Entire districts depend on the village protector system for funding. While the bodies of those killed in the militarily sealed-off districts of Cizre, Salopi and Sur are hoarded for days because the constant threat of artillery shells makes burials impossible, Erdogan and Davutoglu carried one of their own to his grave. Hasan Karakaya, who died of a heart attack, was part of Erdogan's cortege during his state visit to Saudi Arabia. Without hesitation, Erdogan cut short the visit and escorted the deceased to Istanbul. During the funeral on December 31, 2015, Erdogan dug up earth, read from the Quran, and carried the coffin with Ahmet Davutoglu and others. A number of celebrities bowed before the deceased. The AKP and ministers from all departments condoled. the state broadcaster TRT, and editors of gazettes loyal to the regime such as Takvim, Yeni Şafak or Star, Al-Bayrak Holding, related by marriage to the Erdogan family, but also Mehmet Ustaz Manoglu from Ismail Aga Semitai, which has turned Istanbul's Mahal Karsamba into a perceived Talibanistan. Bülent Yildirim of the IHH, a fundraising organization of Syrian Al-Qaeda, and Salih Mirzabeyoglu, founding father of the shattered IBDAC, which, with reference to Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, an idol of Erdogan, wanted to enforce an Islamic Greater East through terrorism. Hasan Karakaya was apparently one of the intellectuals who rendered outstanding services to the fatherland. As someone who regarded the Shoah as Zionist gossip, he was the editor in charge of Yeni Akit and its predecessor Anadolu Vakit until his death. This organ of Milli Görüş, which praises Adolf Hitler and Osama bin Laden as men with foresight, knows, like Erdogan, the names and addresses of its enemies. On May 17, 2006, the traditional secular judge Mustafa Yücel Özbilgin was murdered in cold blood with a 9-caliber Glock while shouting Allahu Ekber. In the conflict over the banning of the turban at Turkish universities, the Gazette had previously published the names and photographs of secular judges. The murderer shouted, "We are grandsons of the Ottomans, soldiers of Allah," as he was overpowered. In Silopi, which was completely sealed off until January 19, 2016, the militarized police blasted the march of the former bodyguards of the Ottoman sultans at those trapped inside. Explosions were followed by a threatening Allahu Ekber. With its escalation strategy in the southeast, the despotism of the Muslim Brotherhood is absorbing the ideological milieus of all those who are united in their hatred of the apostates of the fatherland. The nation is constituted as a millet of persecutors. Dogu Perinçek, Jürgen Elsasser's Turkish idol, genocide denier and a relic of secular nationalists, Ulusalcilik, recently declared with the rigid principles: guilt reversal, pathic projection, paranoia, unity with Erdogan's religious conservatives to form the Patriotic Front. The shot-up facades in the sealed-off districts bear the battle cries of this state front. Ermeni Armenian Bastards is the territorial marker that unites all the rackets of the counter-guerrilla, Grey and Green Wolves. Like every other gang, the Turkish counter-guerrillas have also marked the facades in Silvan in the southeastern province of Diyarbakir, which was sealed off for days. If you are a Turk, be proud. If not, obey. How lucky the one who says, "I am a Turk," or "The Turkish Republic is here. Where are the bastards?" In addition to marking the territory of the wolf pack in the civil service, the Esadullah gang, Allah's Lions, in particular leaves its name on the perforated facades of previously sealed-off districts. In Idil in the province of Sirnak, the masked counter-guerrillas shout Allahu Ekber, and in Sur, according to those trapped inside, there are a conspicuous number of bearded men among the paramilitaries. The mutual threat of nationalized Islam and Islamized nationalism is also expressed by Erdogan when he says to the heretics in the southeast, "We will not accept any flag other than ours. What makes a flag is the blood shed with it. If there is a country to die for, then it is the fatherland. Our flag symbolizes the blood of the martyrs. The moon symbolizes independence, and the star symbolizes the martyrs." The counter-guerrilla is an expression of increasing racket formation, which realizes unity exclusively in a negative way, in the persecution of the apostates. Committed to the purpose of the state, its ideology corresponds to the compulsion for national homogeneity in the face of the crisis of its own statehood. Their enemy was never the state of Ataturk, it was secularization, which they denounced as an atheistic degeneration and a gateway to communist subversion in the service of Jewish conspiracy. Against Marx, the writings of Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, who himself enjoyed a secular youth and graduated from the prestigious Sorbonne University in Paris before experiencing his religious revival, circulated among the Greys and Green Wolves in the turbulent years before the military dictatorship of September 12, 1980. His writing Judaism, Freemasonry, Turncotism, and others from this revivalist milieu correspond to the Turkish version of the Protocols. They resemble the Jew hatred of a Theodor Fritsch or Erich Ludendorff. Necip Fazıl identified the enemy within in his 1978 book The Erroneous Deviations from the Right Path in the religious minority of the Alevis, whom he recommended pulling out like weeds. The year 1978 was the year of anti-Alevi pogroms. The pack leaders of the pogromists were Grey Wolves. They identified Alevis with communist agitation and stabbing. According to Erdogan, Necip Fazıl is one of the most important thinkers of the 20th century, an idol of his own and all subsequent generations. According to Erdogan, another of his writings from 1969, The Religious Oppressed of the Past Era, changed his life. In it, Necip Fazıl outlines the Young Turk coup against the Blood Sultan Abdülhamid II. His Hamidi regime murdered over 100,000 mainly Armenian Christians between 1894 and 1896, as an intrigue by Jews and Freemasons. The Grey Wolves aggressively pursue the rumor that hangs over the Republican idea, that it abstracts the nation from blood and soil and thus makes it susceptible to cosmopolitan and individualistic germs. In the 1970s, they even terrorized civil servants who provoked by showing too much skin. Unlike the Grey Wolves, the central moment of the Muslim Brotherhood is not the Turkification of the modernization regime. Rather, it is the damaged modernization itself that provoked them as a revivalist movement. The modernization mission of the Ottoman rump state consisted first of all in constituting a nation from the empirical people. The Turkification regime decided this central question in genocide. In 1923, the year the Republic was founded, all the orphan property of the Armenians who had been murdered and fled was finally confiscated. This penultimate step of the genocide, the last, the projection of guilt onto the murdered, was also the founding moment of the Turkish bourgeoisie with secular family dynasties. But this establishment not only profited from economic Islamization, it also increasingly appropriated the culture of the murdered infidels. Necmettin Erbakan, founder of the revivalist movement Milli Görü and Erdogan's political foster father, was driven by hatred of this establishment of apostates, a hatred that could be rationalized by the real concentration of industry and credit machinery on a few Western Turkish monopolists. He propagated the silent march through the institutions, the takeover of the chambers of industry in the interests of an initial accumulation of capital in conformity with Islam in Anatolia, which had been left behind. His writings were pervaded by a severe narcissistic insult that the Turkish fatherland, as the navel of the mighty Osmanli Imparatorluğu, could be degraded to a bloodless and godless secular republic. His great power fantasy was naturally imbued with German ideology. According to Erbakan, who graduated from a German technical university in 1953 and flattered the Germans' love of technical detail and their seriousness and organization, until his death, the crisis was only artificially implanted in capital. It was the interest rate that drove them into production and acted as a bottleneck for communist subversion. His central call, a great Turkey again, was therefore to be realized through the religious edification of alienated Muslims and forced industrialization. Both counter-movements, Grey and Green Wolves, were still hatching imperialist counter-strategies against the universalist threat of modernity in their early days. It is a lie that the flag with the one crescent is the only one that Erdogan considers legitimate. Erdogan's ideological cadre factory, the Osmanli Ocaklan, which is not only inspired in name by the idealist packs of the Grey Wolves, Ulku Ocaklan, appears under a flag other than the Republican one. On the green of Islam, her emblazons a crescent moon on every continent where the Ottoman imperialists ruled territories in other days. In every major speech, Erdogan greets his brothers in Sarajevo, Kosovo, Ramallah, and other areas on which the shadow of past Ottoman greatness is cast. The Grey Wolves, on the other hand, address their identification along folkish criteria. Their Osman Imparatorluğu stands up again as Büyük Turkestan, as a Greater Turkestan. Even the nationalist Führer as an ideological echo of the counter-guerrilla only comes fully to itself, where it marks those among the Kurds who are disloyal to their father, the traitors to the propagated Turkish-Kurdish Brotherhood, as disguised Armenians or pseudo-converts. While the military police are patrolling through shot-up scissor these days and shouting through the chassis, "You are all Armenians, you are Armenian bastards," the battle cry of the Islamized nationalists in Istanbul's former Christian quarter Sicily, where Hrant Dink was murdered on January 19, 2007, is, "We are turning Sicily into an Armenian burial ground." Özkan Alper, as a director, is venturing into the bygone days of Turkey, which do not want to end. His most recent cinematic critique of this ongoing catastrophe, Memories of the Wind, Rüzgarın Hatırları, begins in Istanbul in 1942. Its main character Aram, an Armenian communist and publicist, is one of the few survivors of the massacres and deportations between 1915 and 1923, who were subjected to forced Turkification in the years that followed with no hope of assimilation. Like the Jews, they were regarded at best as Kanan Turku, legal Turks, with the stigma branded on them of not being Muslims by birth. As a result of campaigns such as Vatanda's Turks Konuş, Compatriot, Speak Turkish, The nationalist howlers incited and beat up people with non-Turkish tongues and invaded Istanbul's Jewish Chairite to beat out the Hebrew inscription. The cosmopolitan Para, today's Beyoğlu, and Izmir, the city of infidels, Gavrsari, were particularly provocative with their churches and synagogues. This nationalist milieu then also generated fascination for the National Socialist revival of the Germans. Cevat Rafat Adilhan, who took over the chairmanship of the Congress of Islamic States in 1964, traveled to Munich at the end of 1933 at the invitation of Julius Streicher, wrote for the Stürmer himself and founded Milli İnkılap, National Revolution, his own Turkish version of this porno-fascist gazette of Jew hatred. Milli İnkılap's anti-Semitic hate campaign in 1934 coincided with the plans of Mustafa Kemal's Turkification regime. A deportation law of June 10, 1934 marked out various zones for different strategies of human displacement. At the end of June 1934, as a result of this and flanked by a boycott campaign and further systematic harassment, the Jews were forced to flee Turkish Thrace. Some made their way to Barcelona, others held out in Istanbul for the time being. The deportation law had a murderous impact on the Alevi region of Dersim, where Turkification arrived in 50 kilograms bombs. The atmosphere in the once cosmopolitan Istanbul, where the publicist Aram lives, is oppressive. In May 1941, during the German advance in the Balkans, Christian and Jewish men between the ages of 25 and 45 were deported overnight to central Anatolia, where they were forced to work in quarries or dig trenches. The call to serve the people spoke exclusively of Geri Muslimleri, non-Muslims. The forced recruitment was followed on November 12, 1942 by the Varlık Vergisi, an extra tax with completely different calculation keys for Muslims, Christians, Jews, and converts. In those days, a hate campaign caricatured Jews as racketeers and deceivers, when it was the rampant militarization and forced state purchases that were causing horrendous inflation. In Istanbul, 90% of the tax debt had to be paid by Christians and Jews, who were systematically forced into economic ruin. Only the names of Jewish and Christian taxpayers were publicly displayed. Those who could not pay were deported to Eastern Escale, where the debt could be paid by hauling stones or shoveling snow. Aram's tax debt exceeded the value of his printing presses. After the nationalist howlers attacked him and his comrades, a friend urged Aram to leave Istanbul. In Safsat, on the Turkish-Georgian border, he is given shelter by Mikhail and his younger but no less mysterious wife Maryam in a mountain hut dug into the forest. Mikhail warns him not to flee to the Soviet Union. There, too, he would be a stranger suspected of espionage. In conversation, director Özkan Alper recalls Zabel Yasayan, an Armenian survivor of the genocide and communist from Istanbul, who was accused of separatist tendencies in Soviet exile in 1937 and murdered in Siberia in 1943. After several farmers are arrested as Russian spies as a deterrent, the village in the valley is also dominated by paranoia and fear. Aram's perseverance in the dense forest, the grueling rainfall, the constant thunder without breaking through the dark clouds create a physical and psychological oppression, as if nature and politics had conspired against the fugitive. Walter Benjamin, whom Özkan Alper quotes like Adorno, Zweig, and other exiles in Ruzgern Hatteraler, ended his life in the exile of rigidity. Escape without escape. In the interview, Özkan Alper talks about the Struma, a Romanian passenger steamer that breaks down in the Bosporus on December 15, 1941 with 769 Jewish refugees. A defective engine blocked any maneuvering. The Struma lay off Istanbul for 70 days, with a desperate plea for exile written on its hull. The nationalist press, on the other hand, spoke of unscrupulous smugglers and a calculated shipwreck. On February 25, 1942, the British refused to issue entry certificates for Palestine. The Struma was towed out of the Bosporus. Turkey abandons her to the sea. After being hit by a stray torpedo, the Struma sinks and only one of the Jewish refugees survives. The Green and Grey Wolves were never merely in radical opposition to the formerly secular modernizing dictatorship in reference to Mustafa Kemal. They were rather the most merciless executors of such a regime, whose foundations are the graves of the plundered, murdered, and denied Armenians. It was the homogenization of Anatolia forced by murder in the waning years of the Ottoman rump state, the reduction of Christians to a vanishingly small minority, which became the silent premise of the Republic. It was the participation in the plundering and murder of the Anatolian Christians that reconciled the pious milieu with the modernizing dictatorship before it. The coalition that Mustafa Kemal gathered around him was united solely by the fear that the Islamization of Armenian and Greek property could be avenged as soon as the cronyism between the bureaucracy and the military came to an end. It is striking that it is mainly provinces in which either many Armenians lived before 1915 or in which many Alavi villages still existed until the 1970s, where today the green and gray wolves are the undisputed pack leaders. The silent knowledge of murder and pogrom, the hot-blooded participation in it, or at least the shameful silence about it, seems to chain them to those who turn the murderers into victims and the murdered into conspirators. The paranoia that the murdered and denied could rise from their graves and take revenge as pseudo-converted Christians, as Donmi or Armenian diaspora, and drive a wedge into the imagined fatherland is the link between the ideologies in Turkey. As an expression of repressed and projected guilt, it can be found among those who refer to Mustafa Kemal's modernization regime, such as the strictly secular Fatherland Party or the Turkish version of the Muslim Brotherhood. While Erdogan denounced the Istanbul protests in 2013 as a conspiracy by the interest lobby, the Jewish diaspora and looters against Turkey's economic career under the AKP, his party colleague Metin Metiner described the militant resistance in Syrian Kurdistan against Daesh as a cudgel to sabotage Turkey as a regional power. Erdogan devoted himself to the divine, paranoia-impregnated order of the Quran and capital at a young age. As a functionary of the Ekinsalar Demici, the youth organization of the MSP, Necip Fall inspired him to write the anti-Semitic drama Moskomya, Freemason Communist Jews. In it, the playwright Erdogan tells of the rift between a Turkish factory owner named Ayhan Bey and his son, who leaves Turkey as a young man and becomes an apostate of religion in a foreign country. The family conflict is overshadowed by the rebellion of the workers under Ayhan Bey's dictate, who are stirred up in their blissful misery by a Jewish communist masquerading as a Turkish Muslim, who ultimately incites them to murder the pious Bey. Erdogan's theater ensemble, which also included the prominent Istanbul functionary of the AKP, Attila Aydener, performed this version of the anti-Semitic stab-in-the-back legend throughout Turkey until 1980, the year of the dawning military dictatorship. As late as the 1960s, folkish Panturanists merged with Islamist bigots to form the Association for the Struggle Against Communism. Similar to Erdogan's theater ensemble and with physical violence, they pursued a Jewish conspiracy of atheists, interest lobbies, and communist agitators. The invocation of national unity turned into repression against any social rebellion. In its central organ, strike actions were denounced as a treacherous movement launched by communist and Masonic agitators in the interests of international Jewish capital, while its militant wing persecuted over 5,000 people in the leaden years between 1975 and 1980, murdering them as communist ghosts. The executions of Ramin Hossein Panahi and his two cousins Zanyar and Logman Maradi, which had been delayed for months, were carried out in the early morning of September 8. On the day before the murders, a male alliance of Hassan Rouhani, deputizing for Ali Khamenei, Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Vladimir Putin demonstrated in Tehran that they alone had to decide between life and death in Syria and beyond. At the same time as the executions, the Iranian army of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution bombed the northern Iraqi town of Koya, where many Kurdish refugees from Iran live. Koya, located between Erbil and Sulaymaniyah, is the base of the opposition Kurdistan Democratic Party Iran, PDKI, whose party leaders were persecuted and assassinated in exile by the communist henchmen as far away as Berlin and Vienna. The Turkish military has been showing the Islamic Republic of Iran how it's done for months. On August 15th, it bombed a convoy leaving a memorial ceremony in Kap, a Yazidi village south of the Sinjar Mountains, murdering the Yazidi politician Ismail Mamzikir Ozden and members of a Yazidi self-defense unit. That day marked the anniversary of the Koko massacre. Around 600 Yazidi men were murdered by the Islamic State on August 15, 2014. Over 1,000 children and women were abducted from the village and forced into slavery. Those murdered on August 15, 2018 mourned for them. Mamziki, one of the organizers of the escape corridor of the people hounded by the Islamic State and a partisan of Abdullah Öcalan, was presented as a trophy by the Turkish tabloids. The Islamic Republic of Iran and Neo-Ottoman Turkey not only share an aggressive urge to assert themselves beyond their own national borders and the economic crisis that has completely engulfed both and torn the value of their currencies into the abyss. It seems that the more crisis-ridden the constitution and the more aggressive the crisis exorcism of both regimes is, the more fervently German policy invokes the shared interests with both like a mad self-runner. It is not only the vulture's vulture for an increased order volume for the domestic industry that stimulates the cronyism. The German view of the disasters piling up wreckage upon wreckage on the other side of the European Dead Sea is that of the cemetery caretaker with a social democratic or Christian democratic party education in lack of character. Ever since the Iranian blackmail, which was put on contract paper reduction of uranium enrichment in exchange for business as a guarantee of funding for communist aggression in Syria, Iraq and elsewhere, is no longer supported by the Americans, Europe has been conjuring up a historic mistake. While street protests in Iran are calling for the end of the Islamic Republic, Heiko Maas is making the preservation of payment channels a priority of European crisis management. The Germans, French and British have now created their own payment system for the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is intended to facilitate business with the communist butchers via a clearinghouse outside the international financial markets. According to the ministers involved, this initiative is an act of European sovereignty, whilst the European cronies are misrepresenting the escalation of the crisis as the imminent consequence of an isolation of Iran, German Foreign Office, and thus systematically deceiving themselves about the eliminatory and self-destructive character of the communist despotism. The strikers in the steel industry in Awaz, the protesters against the rampant corruption in Kazan, and against the burning of the forests in Marivan are under no illusions that the Islamic Republic itself is the crisis. European policy towards Iran is far from just appeasement. It is an open flank for a battered tyrant and an unmistakable declaration of hostility to a secular Iran. Even the recent bread and water revolt in Basra in southern Iraq was above all a revolt against rampant corruption and the catastrophic infiltration of Iraq by communist Iran and its militia. The fact that the representative offices of the Islamic Republic of Iran and loyal militias and parties were burned down in Shiite Basra reinforces the impression that only in Berlin, Paris, and London, as well as in the Syrian presidential palace of Bashar al-Assad, is communist Iran still seen as an anchor of stability. And it is not only in Iran that this German Europe is taking sides with the most aggressive enemies of free life and against the secular left alone. When the Turkish army invaded the Syrian Kurdish Afrin side by side with its Islamist front fighters, the Federal Foreign Office deceived them about the legitimate security interests of Turkey along its border with Syria, shamelessly flirted with its own ignorance of the fluid situation, and offered the Turkish aggressors the technological upgrading of their armored companions. Unlike in Idlib, in Afrin concrete, barbed wire, drones and poured lead made it impossible for further masses of people forced to flee to Europe. The Turkish army has murdered hundreds of refugees along the border with Syria in recent years. This is exactly what Angela Merkel must have meant when she praised Turkey's outstanding role as a buffer against further wild migration. Turkey turned secular Afrin into a pseudo-emirate in which only the kidnapping industry and the production of snuff films flourish and Islamist warlords compete for the spoils as pseudo-emirs. The Yazidi communities in Afrin are deserted. On the streets, women are forced to wear the veil, where previously the liberation of women was proclaimed as one of the central pillars of the federal polity. While Turkey is forcing northwestern Syria under its dictates, Syrian Kurds from Afrin are being dragged before Turkish courts and accused of destroying the unity of the Turkish state. However, unlike the Özer case, which became a crisis of meaning for German integration policy, the images of German tanks with Turkish crews rolling into Afrin with a wolf salute and side by side with Islamist murderers did not provoke any German sensitivities. It is no coincidence that Heiko Maas expressed his concern for Germany's reputation outside of its own borders before and after his most recent official trip to Turkey, as if the shame of Chemnitz, i.e. the spontaneous and organized rooting out of the rowdy class, was first and foremost a threat to Germany's export surpluses and not to the refugees living there. It is precisely in their cronyism with the Oriental despots that the Germans see themselves as morally upright, as honest brokers who respect the peace of the grave, while their U.S. competitors are always out to cause a ruckus. There is also a myth among friends of ideological criticism that it is appeasement with Islam that is driving so many Germans to the folkish alternative in protest against the traditional parties. Despite all the empathy with the roaring class, we fail to hear what they themselves are saying in Chemnitz and elsewhere. It is not the Islamic patriarchy or anything else foreign to them that provokes the hatred of the Absoff Germans. They denounce the refugees as unwanted rivals for the affection of the sovereign. Their disappointment with the state, much like the renegade lover, Merkel you cunt, is that they have to share it with the refugees. As courtesans of the hidden state, they demand that their mother's love is for them alone, and the sovereign's only amorous gesture may be to show them that others are even more miserable. It was unrestrained envy that broke out in Chemnitz, and not a somehow abbreviated criticism of Islam and mourning for the life of a young person. The criticism of Islam of the folkish alternative ends in geopolitical reproduction with the Mufti of Damascus, Bashar al-Assad's theological henchman, or with Vladimir Putin and Ramzan Kadyrov. Heiko Maas' predecessor at the Federal Foreign Office was also able to identify the Germans as the victims of the anti-immigrant street riots in Heidenau, Saxony. The identification of the National Socialist mob as the real un-Germans, Sigmar Gabriel, must continue to be understood as a threat. Official state anti-extremism is the morally acidic facade of cronyism with organized barbarism elsewhere, just as Heiko Maas' statement, "I went into politics because of Auschwitz," resembles the perfidious initiation ritual to a foreign office, which makes the preservation of a despotism whose most sacred state purpose is the annihilation of Israel, as well as the shared strategic interest with Erdogan's Islamomafia regime, the fateful mission of German-European peace policy. But the Germans would no longer be Germans if they did not believe their own lies. Erdogan's state reception is celebrated as a necessity because we need open words and dialogue more than ever, Aydin Özoguz. In a tense atmosphere and with a serious face, both the markets and Erdogan's Turkish party supporters, unsettled by the economic crisis, are assured that under no circumstances will we let our partner in crime fall. The only thing that threatens us is the wallowing of the collaborators in self-pity. And so, in the next few days, there will be some moaning about missed opportunities, the longtime Cologne city father Fritz Schramme, at the inauguration of the Central Mosque, as if it was originally conceived by the Ditib for a dialogue with people of other faiths and not for the appropriation of believers in the spirit of virtue and eternal Turkishness. On the other hand, there is no doubt about the shared strategic interests, Merkel, with Turkey and German investments. Unlike in Iran, Turkey continues to build, and dying, co-financed by European financial institutions. The construction of Istanbul's third airport alone claimed around 400 lives. The organization of the proletarians is broken. Recently, the police and the militia-like security service of the airport consortium mercilessly crushed protests against the miserable conditions. Meanwhile, in a guest article in the venerable FAZ, Erdogan called for a solidarity of responsible states for economic rationality and against the self-centered protective tariff policy of the U.S., while he agitates his own bellowing cattle in an anti-Semitic manner and divides the Turkish economy into territories of gangsters associated with him. If there is one thing we think we have learned about Turkey after the two double attacks with more than 50 deaths in November, it is this: Turkey is certainly not an anti-Semitic country and is the only Islamic country that is truly open to the world and turned towards the West. Official Turkey had the 6 murdered Jews buried with the national flag over their coffin. Little Annette's non-Jewish classmates posed in school uniforms with a picture of the murdered, and the Hahambasi, the spiritual leader of the Turkish Jews, was passed around in the media. Everything as it should be, and yet almost none of it is true. How was the first double attack stubbornly presented to the Turkish public as an attack on peace and all of us and not as an attack on Jews and their places of worship? Why was it pointed out, almost in a tone of relief, that in addition to the 6 dead Jews and the attackers, at least 17 Muslim Turks were killed? Why were there no manifestations of solidarity with the Jewish fellow citizens from the so-called progressive, secular, even left-wing circles? These are questions that are not even asked in the German media. Everything that was discussed in the Turkish public was deliberately omitted because it would have exposed the country's own pacifist and anti-American general line for what it is: an alliance with Islamists and other anti-Semites. The prevailing attitudes and resentments among the Turkish public are reflected much more freely in opposition newspapers than in the pro-state, conservative, or liberal Kemalist press, such as the highest circulation papers Hurriyet and Milliyet, which are beholden not to the Islamist government but to the state within the state, the National Security Council, MGK, in which the army leadership and the president try to impose a Western course on the government. However, the MGK cannot prohibit freedom of opinion, if only because free opinion does not deviate so much from its own when the people and the state appear to be threatened by mysterious powers from outside and within. There is just as much agreement that the terrorists are merely puppets of hostile powers as there is that the Jews should only appear as Turkish citizens of the Mosaic faith, but this does not prevent many from suspecting their Mosaic fellow Turks of Zionism and casting them in a shadowy light. President Caesar and the head of the armed forces, General Kivrikoglu, are not yet completely at odds with reality when they note that many Islamists are trained abroad in Arab countries and return to Turkey as agitators and sometimes terrorists. Their critics, on the other hand, the unchallenged public, tend towards far more global conspiracy theories. Because the MGK collaborated, perhaps involuntarily, with its opponents in the government in the spring, when they tried to blame each other for involvement in the Iraq War and ultimately alienated the USA together, an anti-imperialist named Mehmet Sevikar is able to interpret the attacks in Istanbul in his own way. The recent attacks could therefore also be interpreted as a warning from the USA to Turkey and all other war-skeptic states such as France and Germany. It won't do you any good. To stay out of Iraq, you'll be dragged in anyway. End of quote. The investigative journalist Jürgen Elsasser, who elicited this statement from him, follows up, a warning from the USA? But an al-Qaeda branch has claimed responsibility for the attacks. End quote. And the Turkish left-wing radical from the weekly newspaper Aydınlık, the central organ of a workers' party, İşçi Partisi, which distributed stickers in Istanbul in September 2001 that read, "Protect the lira, ban the dollar," blurts out what not only moves Elsasser in his innermost being, but also the majority of Turks. Who is al-Qaeda? Nobody knew it until September 11th. It's just a network, not an organization. The Turkish group that has now taken responsibility for the heinous terror, for example, was founded in the 1990s with the active help of the Turkish Secret Service MIT. MIT, however, has very close ties to the CIA. End quote. On November 20th, 2003, the front page of the much larger daily newspaper Yeni Şafak, The New Dawn, in Istanbul made it clear that a completely different kind of knowledgeable person had already been involved. Quote, "The attacks on the synagogues were carried out by an Egyptian commando, which is known to have been subcontracted by the CIA and Mossad to carry out terrorist attacks in the past." End quote. The aim of the terrorists was to push Turkey into the military alliance that has formed between the USA, Great Britain, and Israel since September 11th. End quote. Incidentally, Yeni Şafak is not left-wing, but the leading, openly anti-Semitic daily newspaper of the Islamists. Many representatives of Turkish laicism, the left-wing version of which prefers to publish in the Cumhuriyet Republic, a relatively small but influential organ of the left-wing intelligentsia, which is close to the only opposition party in parliament, the CHP, Republican People's Party, are also fine talkers of Islamic terror against the Jews. There, the writer and commentator Ilan Selçuk, who is held in high esteem far beyond the Cumhuriyet, swaggered up as the judge of the real terrorists. Quote, "We know who is in the dock, the radical religious Muslims. But in the court files there is another culprit who provoked the murder in the first place. Who is it? Bush? Sharon? Looking only at the murderer would condemn us to blindness to the facts and superficiality in our confusing world. At the same time, this view would not take into account the fact that Turkey is geographically a bridge between two worlds. So what is the new danger? The new name of the danger is tenor. On one side is America, on the other is tenor. It's obvious where this terror comes from. After all, it's on the ID card. Muslim. Can we simply look away from the fact that our world is heading towards a very crazy hopelessness? America has ended communism. If it could end terror now, how happy it would be, because it could then seize the oil map of our planet. There must be others in the dock alongside the terrorists. People like us, who are against Islamism as well as imperialism and terrorism, must also look into the three faces of the drama we have just lived through. Otherwise, it will be impossible for us to end this accursed terror." End quote. So much for a proven critic of Islamism, who points accusingly at the imperialists and Zionists whenever Muslim fascists murder Jews and exclaims in offense, as a German editor once did, "And the Muslim is to blame." The newspaper Turkmen is located on the right fringe of official Kemalism with a clear preference for the national chauvinist Grey Wolves. Its columnist Akit Isaklar was displeased in the November 24th, 2003 edition by what many Turks regularly dislike when Jews are mentioned. Somehow they are not real citizens, they always push themselves forward, fry themselves an extra sausage, and the little man on the street is left out in the cold. Quote, "In the last few days I've noticed something while watching TV. The reporting is terribly one-sided, as if not a single innocent citizen has died in these bombings. Whichever channel you turn on, it's the same picture everywhere. At first, there was only ever the religious leader of the Jews, the Hahambasi, to be seen. I only ever saw synagogues, cemeteries, celebrations, religious ceremonies. It stayed like that for 3 days on all the channels. End quote. Volk's voice, translated by the Turkeyman, tells the story of a resentment, as regularly happens in great narratives. Quote, they, the Jews who were killed, were citizens of this country. 500 years ago, they fled from the blood-stained Spanish Catholics and emigrated to the Muslim Ottomans. This is where they established their homeland. End quote. But they were ungrateful. Quote, when Israel was founded, the majority of them sailed to Haifa on ships with names like Tarsus, Ankara, Istanbul, Aegeus, or Marmara. They took with them many large pots full of stuffed vine leaves. But all the sailors who are around 70 years old today know what these vine leaves were really filled with. End of quote. Usually vine leaves are filled with rice or minced meat. All Turks, including the pensioners from the Merchant Navy, seem to know what was inside them in 1948 FF. There's no need to say it separately. Such tongue-in-cheek knowledge creates a sense of community among fellow citizens. It is quite likely that the more than 30,000 Turkish Jews, most of whom were completely impoverished, who made Aliyah between 1948 and 1950 alone, really did have a little jewelry and savings hidden in their provisions because there were rigid customs and export regulations. What the editor wanted to spread, however, was the persistent rumor that the Jews had taken unimaginably large treasures extorted from unsuspecting Turkish citizens out of the country. Later, the columnist continues, alluding to the visit of the Israeli foreign minister shortly after the attacks. A subject who looks much more like a police chief than a foreign minister occupies the channels. Again and again he begs God's blessing for the Jewish citizens who were killed. As if we Turks were responsible for the Palestinian question or the trouble with Al-Qaeda. End quote. With which the common fascist has taken up the probing question of who should sit in the dock next to the terrorists, which the left-wing intellectual Ilan Selçuk had so innocently posed. Quote, in view of such incidents, I am ashamed of humanity. Is money that important? In order to appear sympathetic to some people, we forget or neglect our own dead, first in the media and then from the government's official side. End quote. After a lament about 2 policemen killed in the attacks outside the Neve Shalom synagogue and an ungrateful Israeli minister who did not thank the Turkish police for protecting the Jews, and the inevitable reference to the fact that it is not we who oppress and exploit poor countries or kill Afghan children with rockets, but those who want to make the oil regions dependent on themselves, the anti-colonialist conclusion follows. I am outraged by the attitude of our media both after the attacks on the synagogues and after those on the British consulate. If we were a bit braver, would the Jewish bosses stop placing advertisements, or would our children studying in English schools be sent away? End of quote. The Turkish Jews as ungrateful and insecure Cantonists. This image of the enemy has not only existed since yesterday, but refers to a problem that the Turkish Republic has had with the Jews from the very beginning. The number of Jews had already fallen during the War of Independence between 1918 and 1923 from around 200,000, in relation to the territory of the present-day republic proclaimed in 1923, to 80,000. It fell to 74,000 by the 1935 census, shrank to around 37,000 in 1950 in connection with the Great Aliyah, which took place immediately after the founding of the State of Israel, and fell to 25,000 in the sometimes civil war-like conditions in the last few years before the 1980 coup. Today there are an estimated 20,000 Jews left in Turkey. With a population growth from 16 million in 1918 to almost 70 million today, this is a dramatic decline. A strange development, considering the constitution adopted in 1924, which seems to be alien to any discrimination against certain population groups. Article 68 states in an enlightened manner, every Turk is born free and lives free. He is free to do what he wants as long as he does not harm the freedom of others. The freedom of an individual ends where the freedom of another begins. The boundaries between individual freedoms are defined by law. Article 69 states, because Turks are equal before the law, they must show respect for it. And Article 88 attributes astonishing abilities to all fathers. In Turkey, all people are considered Turkish in terms of nationality, regardless of religious or racial differences. Anyone born inside or outside Turkey of a Turkish father, or born in Turkey of a father who is not Turkish, who wishes to live in Turkey and be a Turkish citizen, shall be considered Turkish. End of quote. If one adds the Lozum Agreement of 1923, which grants religious and national minorities a free community life with denominational schools, as well as the right to speak and teach their language, Everything should have harmonized between Jewish and other Turks. However, the reality was soberingly different. The freedom of the Jews, contrary to the constitution, obviously ended where the freedom of the Turkish people began, and like other gayrimüzlemanlar non-Muslims, they were not supposed to belong to it. Thus, the Republic began in a bleak way for the Jewish minority. Through a plethora of laws and decrees, they were gradually excluded from important areas of working life. Gayrimüzlemanlar were forbidden to belong to the officer corps and the civil service. They lost their important position in the banking sector and to some extent also in industry, because Kemalist state capitalism nationalized the key sectors and did not employ Jews as workers, engineers, or bank officials. In the trades, they were denied access to the guilds and thus the right to train non-Jewish apprentices. Agricultural property was prohibited. Even in their own denominational schools, the communities had to employ a genuinely Turkish, i.e. Muslim, teacher of Turkish language and history at a disproportionately high salary. Access to universities and academic professions was regulated in a similarly harassing manner. In short, the young Turkish Republic did everything it could to make life difficult for Jews as unwanted foreigners. The Turkish Republic rested on a collective delusion of persecution, which was fed by real experiences of imperialist impositions and classic projective rationalizations of the unstoppable decline of an Islamic empire. The delusion by no means only began in 1919 with the Treaty of Sèvres, against which the War of Liberation was directed. In this treaty, France, England, and Greece had agreed on a dismemberment of today's republic, which, if it had become reality, would have left little more than a residual Anatolian Turkey, without Thrace, without Istanbul, which was to be administered internationally, and without considerable parts of the coastal regions and their cities. The mass murder of the Armenians, the actual founding crime of the Turkish Republic and its eternal taboo, had already taken place in 1915-16. Its organizers, Young Turks of the İttihat ve Terakki Cemiyeti, Committee for Unity and Progress, had already rejected their promise, actively supported by many Jews, of an Ottoman Empire of equal languages, cultures, religions, and peoples who should be equal before the law, shortly after the bourgeois revolution of 1908, and replaced it with a folkish pan-Turkism based on German ideology, according to which a culturally and racially homogeneous Turkish people should be the sole bearer of the new state. All those who either did not want to submit unconditionally or were declared unreliable due to their culture deviating from Turkishness were declared its natural enemies. In view of the obvious impossibility of carving out a Turkish race from the Ottoman multi-ethnic mixture, the founders of the Republic, who were keen to achieve national homogeneity among the people of the state but were nonetheless thoroughly secular, had to enter into an involuntary alliance with their Islamic opponents. They declared the traditional enemies of the one and only true religion, the Jews and the Christians, to be their main opponents. The young Republic was founded to a considerable extent on robbery. Whatever was movable was stolen from the fleeing or murdered Christian foreigners. Land and buildings also became private Turkish Muslim property without compensation. When more Greeks and Armenians were left in the country or alive, the raid disguised as national cleansing turned to the Jews, who, unlike the Christian minorities, were not ostracized as enemies of the people by the Kemalist elite because of their pro-republican stance. However, Ataturk and his followers were in an unspoken alliance with a patriotic public which, as a mob, was sometimes a nuisance to the elite, but was nevertheless indispensable. On December 5, 1922, the newspaper El Tiempo, published in Judeo-Spanish, the majority language of the Sephardic Turkish Jews, indignantly rejected an article that had appeared shortly before in the daily newspaper Illyri, Future, which was entitled, "They Are Sucking Our Blood." Illyri, an influential newspaper in the early 1920s, had claimed that the Jews had seized the possessions of the Armenians and Greeks who had fled and were exploiting the Turkish people, especially the farmers. They were two-faced, and their declarations of loyalty to the nascent New Turkey were mendacious. Yesterday they were still celebrating the Greeks. Today, when the Greeks have been defeated, they are collecting money for the Red Crescent. It's a pity that the Greeks and Armenians didn't take the Jews with them when they left the country. End quote. Smear campaigns against the Jews continued until at least 1927. The central accusation was that the Jews were ungrateful to the Turkish nation and wanted to play a privileged special role. The demand for the abolition of all minority rights was raised, and slogans such as "Speak Turkish," "Speaking other languages is an insult to Turkishness," and "The only ideal in this country is Turkish nationalism," always combined with demands to ban Judeo-Spanish, to close Jewish schools altogether, and, failing that, to expel all Jews from the country, were part of everyday life. In 1928, an influential member of the Istanbul community, Moise Cohen, who soon after changed his surname to Tekinalp, recommended in a brochure entitled Turkification that Turkish Jews should assimilate to a very large extent in order to withstand the nationalist challenges. Most of his 10 rules were adopted under the pressure of circumstances and still characterize the inconspicuous image of Jews in Turkey today. It was necessary, Cohen said, 1. To Turkify the names, 2. To Turkify the spoken language, 3. To translate all parts of the prayers and liturgy into Turkish, 4. To teach only Turkish in schools, 5. To send the children to Turkish schools, to immerse themselves in Turkish society and join it, 7. To make friends with the Turks, 8. To give up the minority mentality, 9. To work with all their energy in the economic sector, and 10. To know the rights of citizenship. End of quote. From the end of the 1920s, the Jews became invisible. In doing so, they fulfilled the demands of the nationalists, but the paranoid general suspicion that they were now carrying out rummage work in the invisible was reinforced. After Theodor Herzl's unsuccessful attempt to negotiate guarantees for a Jewish homeland in Palestine from Sultan Abdul Hamid II in 1901, Zionism initially played a subordinate role as a suspicion against the Jews for not unconditionally standing by the Turkish state and people. The first disturbing phenomenon, and at the same time the first emergence of anti-Semitic Turkish anti-Zionism, were the international reactions to the massacre of Jewish residents of Hebron carried out by Arabs in 1929, in which 67 people fell victim. The Jewish community in Istanbul then organized mourning services in all synagogues, initially sent protest telegrams to Europe, albeit with the utmost discretion, and began collecting money and relief supplies for the persecuted in Palestine under the seal of secrecy. This was a courageous move on the part of the community, as even then a provision still in force today, but previously more rigidly enforced, prohibited Turkish citizens from being members of foreign organizations. Just how strong the public pressure on the community was when it came to light that it had donated to foreign Zionist organizations. A veritable press campaign was sparked, is made clear by the reaction of community chairman Chaim Bessarano, who claimed to the daily newspaper Milliyet on October 3, 1929, "We have not started an aid campaign for the Jews living in Palestine. We have not collected one kurus for this purpose. We are not interested in the events going on outside the Turkish borders. We only feel sympathy for the events in Palestine." End of quote. However, this white lie did not stop Bessarano from organizing a ball just 3 days later, the entire proceeds of which were forwarded to the Palestinian Zionist Committee. What was already gloomily looming in 1929 became an even more serious danger for the Jews in Turkey from 1933, and even more so from 1935, although or precisely because they had nothing to do with the Jewish-Armenian conspiracy, which the Turkish press denounced in hysterical terms. In 1933, Franz Werfel's novel, The 40 Days of Musa Dag, was published in Austria. This key work about the genocide of 1915-16, which is still relevant to many Armenians today, triggered waves of indignation in Turkey, which swelled even further in 1935 when the novel was published in mass circulation in the USA. When plans for the forthcoming film adaptation with Clark Gable became known, Turkey intervened diplomatically in the USA and probably contributed indirectly to the fact that the film project was never realized. The entire Turkish press, led by Cumhuriyet, the flagship of the pro-government press, saw the real peculiarity of the case in the fact that Franz Werfel was Jewish, and insinuated that the Hollywood film studios that had shown interest in the material were in Jewish hands. Within just 2 years, the Armenian Jewish conspiracy became a conspiracy of international Jewry against Turkishness. On December 15, 1935, in the courtyard of the Armenian Pangalti Church in Istanbul, a public hysteria came to a grotesque and gruesome climax. The Armenian community had taken to the streets and erected a pyre on which a larger-than-life portrait photograph of Franz Werfel and several copies of the American edition of his novel were burned. To accompany the burning of the books and the symbolic burning of people, the Youth Association of the large community sang the Turkish national anthem, and the head of the community, Asat Kishian, gave the following speech: "Compatriots, the Turkish Armenians, who have learned from the newspapers that a book full of slander against the noble and distinguished Turkish people has been written, protest vigorously against the fact that a patriotically impudent impostor has misused the name of the Armenians out of pure greed for profit. We, the Turkish Armenians, who for the first time in centuries are beginning to lead a fraternal life in the paradise founded by our President Ataturk, In order to practically prove our heartfelt attachment to our dear fatherland, today we will publicly burn Franz Werfel, known as an assassin against our holy fatherland, and his insanity entitled The 40 Days of Musa Dag, and make it known to the world that this death by fire will be the fate of all those who want to sow discord between us. Down with all those who raise a word or a hand against Turkishness. End of quote. The Armenian community thus continued what the ardent anti-Semitic agitator Cevat Rafat Adilhan had been preaching for months and finally presented in book form in 1937 under the title Musa Dag. The cover alone was a summary of the book's content. Depicted from behind with his fists clenched in impotent rage, an Aryan looks into a mirror on which the advertisement for an American book club can be seen, promising every new member the Werfel novel as a prize. This mirror is held up by a grimacing little man standing in the corner with sail ears, a huge crooked nose, oversized predatory teeth, and a kippah, the Sturmer Jew. This book has appeared in at least 20 new editions, most recently in 1995. The fixed idea of the Jewish film conspiracy has persisted to this day. Under the headline The American Glasses, a columnist for the widely read conservative Daily Sabah gave his thoughts on the power of film as recently as June 12, 2000. Quote, "The majority of Hollywood films about the Second World War were made with Jewish capital to make people believe that the only victims were Jews. It is shameful to count the dead, but it is an advantage to know that there were 6 million Jews and 26 million Soviet citizens among the 40 million victims of the war. Don't you think it's time to look at life from a different perspective than the one offered by Hollywood screens or CNN?" End quote. In the person of Cevat Rafat Adilhan, 1892 to 1968, it is possible to trace the transitions from pan-Turkish hatred of all non-Muslims to Nazi-inspired anti-Semitism and on to Islamic jihadism. Adilhan, an officer decorated with high honors in the War of Independence, had shifted entirely to publishing magazines and books by the end of the 1920s and produced a wealth of consistently anti-Semitic writings until his death. He had been an ardent Nazi since 1930, and in 1933 to 35 was a frequent guest in Germany of Julius Streicher, whom he admired and whom he used to address as her major, and who repeatedly printed articles by him in his newspaper. Adilhan drew the clichés of the worst Sturmer caricatures for his own magazines from Streicher, as well as slogans such as "Turkey to the Turks." Impressed by the German campaigns to boycott Jews, he set out in July 1934 to put into practice in his home country what he had seen in Germany. In several issues, Adilhan's magazine Milli Inkılap, National Revolution, had called on people to follow the example of the German boycott campaigns. In the first days of July 1934, a wave of pogroms began in the small town of Kirklareli and spread to all Thracian towns within 2 days. A chauvinistic, apparently organized mob devastated synagogues, Jewish stores and private homes, beat up many people and raped women. In just 1 week, 12,000 of the 15,000 Thracian Jews who had not received any protection from the security forces fled to Istanbul and Izmir. Despite state-ordered investigations and appeasements, hardly any of them ever returned. Although officially neutral, the Turkish government was interested in maintaining good relations with Germany during the Second World War. A large part of the media also openly sympathized with the initially victorious Germans. The first publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in Turkey in 1934, with 92 republications by 2000, and Mein Kampf in 1940, with 29 republications by 2000, impressively demonstrate that there was also a corresponding intellectual demand during the Nazi years. In 1942, the government gave the go-ahead for an unprecedented plundering of the Jews and other Gayrimuslimanlar with a wealth tax. Encouraged by anti-Semitic sentiment and the German victories, and under pressure due to the catastrophic economic situation during the war, a very high tax rate was imposed on everything, especially commercial property. The commissions of civil officials responsible for tax assessment worked completely autonomously. As a result, Jews and Christian minorities were hit with a tax that was on average 5 times higher than that imposed on Muslim Turks with comparable wealth. Within a very short time, thousands of Jews and Christians had tax debts that they could not possibly pay. As a punishment and deterrent, in January 1943 more than 1,500 men, including 800 Jews and not a single Muslim, were deported for forced labor to the village of Askale, 2,000 meters above sea level, where a concentration camp was set up in the middle of a snowy desert, where more than 100 people died of cold and exhaustion. It was not until the spring of 1943, when there was no longer any doubt about the Allied victory, that the spook came to an end, the concentration camp was dissolved, the tax laws were abolished, and the worst anti-Semitic agitators, including Chevat Rafat Adilhan, even disappeared into prison for several months. It is not only in Adilhan's writings that one of the oldest anti-Semitic stereotypes, the invisible Jew, appears. In more recent Turkish history, this has a special connotation because the converts, Donmi, are associated with the name of a city, Salonika, another classic conspiracy motif, the Freemasons, and, last but not least, with the suspicion of separatism, which regularly triggers panic reactions in Turkey. At the turn of the century, 90,000 of Salonika's 170,000 inhabitants were Jews and around 10,000 were converts. This city, which was still part of the Ottoman Empire until 1918, was the main source of the Young Turk movement at the turn of the century. The Ittihad and Taraki Party also counted Jews and former Jewish converts among its members, who converted to Islam. Because the party was banned and persecuted until the 1908 revolution, all meetings were held in strict secrecy and often on the premises of Masonic lodges. What functioned as an Armenian Jewish conspiracy in 1935 had its precursor in the early years of the century, when the Young Turks were denounced as Jewish Donmi Freemasons from Salonika, against the background that several thousand pro-Turkish relatives of those converts, as well as non-converted Jews from Salonika, had emigrated to present-day Turkey in the early 1920s, a paranoia against the infiltration of foreigners, who in turn were connoted with the Salonika ticket, became entrenched in the decades since. Until 1950, the paranoia of persecution was largely limited to right-wing radicals and Islamist agitators. From 1950 onwards, when the Democratic Party, which can be considered the predecessor party of today's AKP, prevailed against the CHP, which had been the sole ruling party until then, the state apparatus changed rapidly. The persecution mania ceased to be essentially an expression of a certain section of the public and only occasionally a targeted means of the state, since it became part of the political culture of the public and the state apparatus in the 1950s. Since then, it has become clear that Donmi in the threefold meaning of the word stands for the exposure of the invisible Jew, regardless of whether he himself or his parents or grandparents have converted, or whether he appears as a Jewish Turkish patriot. Donmi means apostate from the one and only true Islamic religion. Later the word acquired the seemingly neutral meaning convert, and finally meaning one and two became its meaning still valid today, traitor. On September 6, 1955, the Salonika Donmi hysteria reached an immediate violent climax. On this day, the Istanbul daily newspaper Express ran the headline Ataturk's birthplace bombed. It was enough to link Salonika and Ataturk, who was born there, and a pogrom broke out against all Greeks still living in Istanbul. The result: 3 dead, 500 injured, some of them seriously, hundreds of stores, restaurants, and private houses looted and partly burnt down, 73 churches vandalized, and so that Salonika would always remain the capital of the international Donmi threat in the popular consciousness, also a synagogue. Incidentally, the assassin of Thessaloniki was a member of an informal Turkish special unit, who was later to become a high-ranking political official. The Donmi hysteria brought together Islamists, fascists, and, increasingly, the center-right. In 1970, the newly elected right-wing government expelled Ismail Sem, who would later become foreign minister, from his post as general director of Turkish radio and television, citing his origins in a convert family from Salonika, as he was not reliably on the side of Turkishness and had an indifferent attitude towards Zionism and Marxism in particular. The Donmi delusion also spread in the Kurdish national movement. In 1993, in Özgür İlk, today's Özgür Politika, and A. İnanç published an article in Özgür İlk, today's Özgür Politika, in which he proved that Kemal Ataturk, who was hated by nationalist Kurds, was a descendant of Salonik Jews, which could be easily recognized by his light hair and blue eyes. The writer Musa Anter, revered as a sage and martyr who was murdered in 1994 and after whom a Kurdish Human Rights Prize is named, had already been working in the pro-Kurdish press in 1991. Quote, "See how in the commentaries of the newspaper Hurriyet, which is of Jewish origin, this man curls up like a viper to declare 20 million Kurds enemies of the fatherland with a stroke of the pen. Of course, it is none of my business if this man causes the Turkish and Kurdish peoples to become enemies and jump down each other's throats. Covered by Israel, his real task is to create discord between the Anatolian peoples. But there is one point where I differ from Erbakan, who blames all wickedness on Israel and Zionism. When I say Jew, I am not aiming at the current state of Israel. I am talking about the characterless Jewish Donmis. They are in the role of judges in every area in Turkey. In 500 years they, the Jews, have destroyed people's brains to such an extent that neither Kurds nor Turks understand or can understand anything about trade or politics. They were so far ahead in trade that even the Sultan had to borrow money from them. It is forbidden to write about the great Jewish Danmi movement. Incidentally, there is an essential idea in the history of the Jews. They say, the capital and the authority of the whole world has been placed by God in the hands of the Jews. The saints Moses, David, Solomon, even Jesus were Jews. Because all wealth and power used to be in the hands of the Jews, they have no qualms about appropriating it. End quote. The alliance that Turkish chauvinists may be openly willing to enter into can be seen in the career of Cevat Rifat Adilhan. When he founded the Turkish Conservative Party in 1947, which was quickly banned again, he received a message of congratulations from a very special comrade-in-arms who had also campaigned against the Nazis, but far surpassed Julius Streicher, the big shot from Jerusalem Amos al-Husseini. Quote, I congratulate you on your jihad against the general civilization, and especially against the Zionist organizations that are attacking Islamic countries and acting as enemies of the true religion in every corner of the world. I wish you success and God's blessings in your efforts to achieve Turkish-Arab unity and friendship. Furthermore, I would like to add that our Muslim friends in the Arab countries and the Arab newspapers follow your efforts closely and appreciate your blessed jihad from the bottom of their hearts. At this point, I would like to acknowledge your honorable support to save the true and world-embracing Islam from the catastrophe befalling it and sincerely assure you of my esteem. End quote. Adilhan ended up as a respected and at the same time ruined existence. Modern Turkish Islamism was then built up by someone who had not sat on Julius Streicher's sofa but, like many Islamists around the world, simply studied engineering in Germany. Necmettin Erbakan, an anti-imperialist who is no less God-fearing than al-Husseini or bin Laden. Quote, the slave order that currently prevails in the economic sector in Turkey did not simply come about by itself. It is the result of the introduction of a new colonialism that was knowingly planned and implemented by the forces of imperialism and Zionism worldwide. Zionism is a faith and a power centered in the Wall Street banking street. They want to make Allah's original bonded servants their own servants. They are convinced that they can make God's servants their slaves. The Zionists have brought world imperialism under their control. By means of the capitalist interest system, they exploit the whole world. This exploitation is not only practiced through the credit system, but in all areas. Imperialism and Zionism exploit the whole of humanity because they control the transportation and communication systems as well as weapons production, trade, banks, insurance companies, news agencies, and the press. End quote. The fact that the pious Karolson Israel, down with Israel, was regularly intoned at the meetings of the various parties he led until 1997 is far less surprising than the strange claim of many of his students that they had broken with the very center of Islamist teachings, anti-Semitic anti-imperialism. In the years since Erbakan's Welfare Party was banned in 1997, the later AKP founders Tayyip Erdogan, Abdullah Gül and others have not only become accustomed to speaking a language appropriate to civil society Islam, they also ensure that no more openly anti-Semitic statements come from the ranks of the functionaries, and that the organizational differences to groups such as Milli Görüş and the openly anti-Semitic Islamic press are not blurred. When the new men of Turkish Islamism began to emancipate themselves from the Patriarch Erbakan, they already gave a few samples of the new language about the Jews. Quote, today the Jews are no longer oppressed, instead they oppress others. What the Christian oppressors did to them in the past, they are doing to the Palestinians today. For this reason, I call on the Jews to come to terms with their own history. End quote. The current Foreign Minister Abdullah Gül said a year earlier. Quote, it would be superficial to explain all foreign policy relations with Zionism or imperialism, but at the same time we must never lose sight of the reality of Zionism. End quote. The AKP government in office since December 2002 avoids any open reference to the anti-Semitic behavior of the former chairman, and to this end has contracted a man who has been working for years in the daily newspaper Sabah towards the reconciliation of right-wing Kemalism with an Islam that has been polished up by civil society. Omer Selik. Selik published an article in a book edited by the former American ambassador to Turkey, Morton Abramovitz, in which he promised, we have changed. We are not anti-Semitic like Erbakan and Milli Görüş. We have not inherited this legacy. End of quote. But how it came about that a flying visit that Ariel Sharon wanted to make to Ankara on October 5, 2003 on the return flight from his trip to Russia was cancelled by Erdogan due to unexplained scheduling difficulties, and why the Turkeyman of October 6, 2003 rejoiced about it in a headline, "We didn't let him in," remains one of the many secrets of the civil society Islamists. What the headscarf martyr Fereshta Luden has just made in this country with her Nazi comparison is not official government policy in Turkey, but is a favorite sport of Islamist activists. On May 15, 1999, Safak published a photo of a protest rally against Kemal Alemdaroglu, the director of the medical faculty at Istanbul University in the Kapka district, who denies female students wearing headscarves access to the university. A huge poster decorated with swastikas read, "Welcome to the Kapka concentration camp. Leader Alemdaroglu. Work makes you free." The words Führer and Arbeit macht frei were written in German. Today, Turkey is practically free of minorities. Since the end of the Turkish-Kurdish civil war, one can speak of only two Anatolian peoples in Turkey, as the Kurdish chauvinist Musa Antar does. It seems better to make this inter-Anatolian difference disappear completely in the name of Islam, as the AKP is trying to do. The secular, essentially even Islamophobic founding movement around Ataturk re-enthroned its archenemy through the disenfranchisement and expulsion of minorities when the Geri Musliman was declared the true enemy of Turkishness, because the essence of Turkishness can accordingly only be Islam. This consequence can be seen, for example, in the history of the publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. In the 30s and 40s, this book was published almost exclusively by radical right-wing publishers with close ties to pan-Turkism. Of the 30 editions between 1981 and 2000, only 5 were published by radical right-wing secular publishers, all the others by Islamist publishers. Anyone who opposes Islamization does not need to be a Jew, or even a real Geri Musliman. It is enough to deviate even one iota from the folkish religious cause and the evil word Donmi is in the air. The last pogrom in 1993 was directed against an Islamic minority, the Alevis, whose prominent member Aziz Nesin had tried to publish Salman Rushdie's satanic verses. The pogrom was preceded by state censorship. A court had banned the continuation of the publication, citing a law that criminalizes offending the religious feelings of the people. 3 months later, in July 1993, a religious nationalist mob set fire to a hotel in Shivas where Alevi intellectuals had gathered and prevented the guests from fleeing. 70 people were killed. It is not surprising that someone like Nesin was seen by many as a Donmi, a traitor to the religion and the people. This had an impact on everyday life in Berlin when the Kreuzberg Europa School, which was mainly attended by children of Turkish descent, was renamed the Aziz Nesin School following a majority decision by the Parents' Council 2 years ago, and the supporters of the Islamist arsonists removed their children from the school. For the time being, it is the National Security Council that undemocratically rebuffs an Islamic government if it wants to break the headscarf ban or allow religious schools. It is only the MGK that forbids the Erdogans to speak as they think, but at the same time gives them the opportunity to act as both government and opposition. The so-called Islamic civil society functions because the MGK prohibits open Islamism, keeps the door to the USA at least as wide open as the door to Europe, and maintains military and economic relations with Israel. However, these remnant administrators of Ataturk's legacy would never go so far as to effectively wage the fight against terror as a fight for Israel and thus against political Islam. They lack public support for this, for example from secularists and critics of Islam such as the respected writer Taktamiz Atesh, who prefers to do the Turkish Hondurik instead. Quote, "The most important source of the current terror is the Palestinian question. Deprived of their homeland, millions of Palestinians are forced to live their lives under very difficult conditions. They have nothing to lose. Their only weapon is terror. But in the Islamic world, they go so far as to recognize all terrorist units as legitimate because they are fighting against the lawlessness and oppression of the Palestinians. Since they even go so far as to call for the elimination of the Israeli state, it is very difficult to imagine how to put an end to this tenor. At this point, the neoconservatives from the US and the Israeli hawks and their supporters and politicians are the biggest obstacle to any hope of peace." End quote. This can be followed up. Gustav Seipt of the Süddeutsche Zeitung, for example, angrily quotes a representative of the Israeli embassy who, at an event in Berlin to commemorate those murdered in Istanbul, rightly said that anyone who has believed to this day that this is not a clash of civilizations is mistaken. The war was announced by the Islamic side at least 3 years ago. and he called for an end to political correctness in Europe. Against the backdrop of this enemy image, SAPT presents Turkey with a plan of salvation that will one day lead it into the EU. Quote, "The opportunity offered by the current moderation of Turkey's rabid, militaristic secularism by an Islamic conservative but democratic party should not be wasted." End quote. Like the courts and the Islamists in Turkey, German editorialists hold the religious feelings of the Turkish people dear and inviolable. All critical Turks, on the other hand, know that the Islamists have long since declared war on them. Even the leftists are now reconsidering their understandably hostile attitude towards the MGK, because they too suspect that if the Islamist culture prevails, they will be deprived of the air they breathe and with it any hope of a better life. In Turkey, it is not only the Jews and homosexuals who know that secularism cannot be decisive enough and that Erdogan is only eating chalk because the security forces are keeping him upright. Nevertheless, only a few Turkish intellectuals are turning away from their anti-imperialist past and taking a clear position not only on the side of the Jews in Turkey, but also on the side of Israel, where more Turkish Jews live than in Turkey. Not to mention the realization that an effective fight against Islamic fascism is only possible on the side of the USA and against old Europe. But there is no other way to achieve a society in whose midst people like the 17-year-old Nurullah are not constantly growing up. Nurullah, son of the synagogue bomber Ilyas Kunkak, answers the milliyet. "I don't particularly like Jews. No, not particularly is wrong. I don't like them at all. My father thought so too. If you spoke openly about the situation of the Palestinians, nobody would like them at all." End quote. Would he have felt joy about the attacks? Quote, "I wouldn't say joy, but I was satisfied. Our sadness outweighed the joy because Muslims also died. If no Muslims had died, I would have been happy." End quote. When Salah al-Arauri was killed by the Israeli military in Dahi, Lebanon, at the beginning of 2024, Hamas not only lost a founding commander of the notorious in ad-Din al-Qassam brigades. Al-Arauri, who resided in Istanbul until 2015, was considered a key figure in Hamas fundraising beyond his role as commander until his death. However, al-Arauri spent the following years under the protection of Hezbollah in Lebanon, after Turkey and Israel appeared to be moving closer together again in the shadow of the Syrian catastrophe. Yet in 2020, al-Arauri was personally received by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan as part of a Hamas delegation. It should therefore come as no surprise that after his death, Turkish friends of Hamas also gathered in Istanbul to pray for the martyr al-Arauri. After the prayer in the symbolic Fatih Mosque, which is named after Fatih Sultan Mehmed II and holds the triumph over Eastern Christendom following the conquest of Constantinople in glorious memory, the Mullah Enver Kilakarslan spoke to those present. "Even the devil has not cursed Allah as much as he cursed the Jews in the Quran. Our business," said the Islamic legal scholar, "is to make the faith of Allah prevail." But after the Muslims gave up jihad, according to the conclusion of the Islamic myth of sacrifice, 2 billion Muslims became slaves of only 4 to 5 million Jews. Kilakarslan has long pursued jihad against Jews and other unbelievers as the only true path to Islamic order. In earlier days, this brought him into conflict with the Turkish judiciary. In February 2002, a court found him guilty of being a member of the outlawed terrorist group Hizbullah, which in view of its bestiality is known by many as Hizbul Vaset, Party of Atrocities. According to court documents, Kilakarslan traveled to Iran in 1987, where he received ideological training in Qom and acted as a link between the communist regime and the Kurdish Hizbullah until 1989. Kilakarslan is said to have boasted to his communist supporters that an Islamic mass movement was emerging in southeastern Turkey under the leadership of his Hizbullah. According to Kilakarslan, there was no other movement as loyal to the communists as the Kurdish Hizbullah. However, disillusionment soon prevailed in the alliance between revolutionary Shia and the awakening Al-Sunnah. Hussein Vilioglu, the leading figure of a faction within Hizbullah, cautiously distanced himself from communist Iran after Ali Khamenei persistently urged him to convert to Shia. Kilakarslan also regretted that they had obeyed the orders of the communists for years without recognizing Hizbullah as a separate Islamic movement. After the AKP's triumphant march through all the republic's institutions, veterans of the jihad, such as Mullah Kilakarslan, no longer have to fear repression, nor do they have to travel far afield to promote themselves as an Islamic movement. Some of them have managed to make a rapid career in the state under the AKP. Sefer Turan, for example, is at Erdogan's side as a presidential advisor, when he receives Khalid Mashal from Hamas in Ankara or talks to Egyptian President Abd al-Fattah as-Sisi during the G20 summit. In the 1990s, Turan was active in the inner circle of authors of Islamist publications such as Haksaz and the Hezbollah-affiliated Tevid, which were enthusiastic about the Islamic Revolution in the spirit of Khomeini. In the Hezbollah publication Yeryüzü, which was banned in 2000, Turan praised the Egyptian death squad al-Jihad, which later merged into al-Qaeda under Ayman al-Zawahiri. Above all, Turan praised the fact that the Egyptian jihad did not focus on the confessional schism, but rather recognized that the awakening Sunnah shared the same enemies as the revolutionary Shia of the communists. While these Islamist publications still came into confrontation with the Turkish judiciary in the late 1990s, further agitators from this revivalist Islamic milieu made a career in the state under the AKP. As a young man, Ibrahim Khan spoke of Khomeini as the Imam of the revolutionary Muslims and was also active in the circle of the Yeryüzü, the Hezbollah faction that a Turkish indictment from the year 2000 describes as an infiltrated cell of the Communist Al-Quds Brigade. Khan is now the director of the Turkish National Intelligence Service, MIT. In 1948, the Turkish Republic was the first Muslim state to recognize Israel as a sovereign state. For decades, Israel was almost the only continuously reliable partner for Turkey in the region. Even the founding father of Mulgoris, Necmettin Erbakan, who was obsessed with the rumor about the Jews, signed a bilateral treaty as prime minister in 1996, which expanded military cooperation between Turkey and Israel further than ever before. The leader of the Panturkist Grey Wolves, Alparslan Turks, who died in 1997, succeeded in legitimizing the long-standing Turkish-Israeli alliance with his own paranoia about the eternal conspiracy against Turkishness. The fascist Basbug leader, as his idealistic pack called him, believed that national unity was threatened by the intrigues of the Greek and Armenian diaspora. According to Turks, Turkey could only assert itself against the hereditary enemies if it brought the Jewish lobby he advised onto its side. According to Turks, Turkey could only expect disloyalty from the Arab states. They were the eternal beacons of the British. The Arab betrayal had led to the collapse of the Ottoman front in 1917 and the fall of Jerusalem. The revivalist Islamic milieu of the 1970s, from which Erdogan also escaped, was in the anti-Zionist tradition of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood from the very beginning, calling for the pan-Islamic fraternization and destruction of Israel. For the Turkish Muslim Brothers and the idealists of the Grey Wolves, the Jews personified what they saw as an existential threat. The Enlightenment, the advent of a crisis-ridden modernity, communist perversion, and the feminist demolition of the family. In the Akinsular Youth Organization, where the young Erdogan appeared as a career-conscious agitator, the rumor about the desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem by the Jewish nation cursed in the Quran also became the central moment of their propaganda. The Islamic youth read above all Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, the mastermind of an Islamic Greater East, who went to the renowned Sorbonne University in Paris and in his later writings exorcised the crises of the Turkish modernization dictatorship with the most delusional rumors about the Jews. According to Necip Fazıl, where the Jew recognizes unity, he sets about destroying it. According to the Turkish ideologist, only Abdülhamid II and Adolf Hitler had frightened the Jews. However, as Abdülhamid was too meek and Hitler too rash, only Islam and the souls awakened by it remained to end the eternal cabal of the Jews. At the beginning of the 1970s, Necip Fazıl made a pact with Erbakan and his Milli Selamet Partisi, the National Salvation Party. A few years later, he moved closer to Turk's Milliyetçi Hareket Partisi, MHP, who emphasized the Islamic character of his folkish Turkishness more strongly in the 1970s. Nowadays, Erdogan often begins his suads with quotes from the Islamist mastermind, whose disciple he sees himself as. According to the president, Necip Fazıl, who died in 1983, is a grandmaster, an idol of his own and all subsequent generations, a true scholar who recognized no other source than Islam and gave his life for the education of spiritual soldiers. While Necip Fazıl openly demanded the banishment of all Jews and crypto-Jews, so-called Donmi, so that the Turkish homeland could shine like a diamond in the mirror of a race and a tribe, the rumor about the Jews, which was virulent in the nationalist and revivalist Islamic milieus in the 1970s, only occasionally affected real Jews. It was the godless socialists who emerged in these years as the avant-garde of counter-revolutionary hatred of Israel. Mahir Kayan and his People's Liberation Party Front of Turkey, THKPC, still revered today in the socialist anti-imperialist milieu, murdered the Israeli Consul General Ephraim Elram in Istanbul on May 17, 1971, who, with the knowledge of his murderers, had made a name for himself in earlier years in the preparation of the court case against Adolf Eichmann. The murder of the Jews by the Gavaris People's Liberators of the THKPC was later praised in detail by the Front of Advance Fighters for the Islamic Greater East IBDAC, an ultra-militant splinter group of the Akinsalar that considered itself to be in the tradition of Necip Fazıl. When a fascist agitator like Erdogan talks about Israel, he is first and foremost talking about himself. The demonization of Israel, the state of the Jews, reflects his own nature. His indignation is projected aggression. As an anti-Zionist, he is not a critic of the state. Rather, he denies that Israel is a state at all. To the anti-Zionist, Israel is an illegitimate entity, a test tube product, or a malignant ulcer. The Turkish president, for example, recently whispered that Israel acts like an organization and not like a state. In Turkish propaganda, Örgüt, Turkish for organization, is the cipher for the eternal intrigue against the exalted state under a blood-red flag. Their merciless extermination in northern Syria or Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, is invoked on a daily basis as a question of national existence. The term Örgüt is commonly used in propaganda to denounce Kurdish renegades to the Turkish state, but the chairman of the Bayök Birlik Partisi, Mustafa Destasai, yelped a few days after the pogrom on October 7 last year that Israel was the most merciless and most murderous of all terrorist organizations. For the fascist idealist, whose nationalist Islamist Great Unity Party is a small coalition partner in the Turkish state front, the neighboring republics of the Greeks and Armenians are not true states either. Rather, they exist as barrier and puppet states solely in the imperialist interest of constricting a true state, namely the Turkish state, from all sides. The Turkish nation, says the Howling Wolf, has the will and the determination, in the event of further perceived provocations, to eliminate the two dummy states from the geography. While nationalist enemy recognition seems to be convertible in an agitational bully like Mustafa Destasai, the national Islamic intellectual Necip Fazıl knew exactly how to differentiate between the hostile elements. In his main work, Ideolosia Örgüsü, he described in detail the necessary steps of folkish homogenization so that only Muslims and Turks would remain in the Turkish homeland. While Necip Fazıl spoke out in favor of allowing the few Greeks and Armenians still remaining in Anatolia to convert to Islam, he considered the assimilation of Jews to be the most serious potential harmful effect, and herein lies the difference between the limited, albeit no less aggressive enemy definition against Kurdish renegades, Greek intriguers and Armenian revanchists, and the total enemy definition, which sees Jews as the racial and universal counterprinciple to Turkishness and Islam. He demanded the deportation of all Jews and Donmi without exception and the incorporation of their property without compensation. It was crypto-Jewish Donmi who had set out from Salonika, the center of intrigue and betrayal, to Edirne and Istanbul to conspire against the Ottoman Empire, disguised as converts. Necip Fazıl and his ideological disciple Erbakan were inspired by the delusion of imposing a racial face on the upheavals of the early 20th century, the crisis-ridden nature of modernity and the abstract nature of capital. As the personification of the magic of money, the grimacing figure of the Jew must also incarnate the fetishized character of money, universal validity and demonic magic. The chairman of the Hurdeva Partisi, Hudapar Party, Zekeriya Yapishoglu, also says that Israel is not a state, but rather a terrorist organization. His party is also a small coalition partner in the Turkish state front and the official face of the Kurdish Hizbullah, whose cadres were gradually amnestied under the AKP. According to Süleyman Soylu, one of the most biting bloodhounds within the state front, the AKP's coalition with Hudapar follows reasons of state and is a strategic step towards the revival of conservatism in the Kurdish provinces, where the DM Part 1, which is under pressure from state repression, is by far the most popular party among the population. In Silvan, for example, the home of Hizbullah Molla Enver Kilakarslan, which was considered the operational center of Hizbullah in the 1990s, between 71 and 89% of the population voted for the candidates of the secular DM Nails in the recent past. What exactly is meant by such an Islamic revival is openly expressed in the madrasas of the Ittihad al-Ulama, an association of Islamic scholars led by Molla Kilakarslan himself. At the 7th Congress of Islamic Scholars in Diyarbakir, for example, the renewed takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban was pathetically invoked as a source of pride for all Muslims. And at a Hudapar parade in Batman, children were dressed up as Abu Ubaidah, the notorious kufiya-clad cadre of the Qassam brigades. It is not only Islamist veterans like Molla Kilakarslan whose first qibla is the rumor about the Jews. The AKP's Turkish State Front is based on a pact between rival gangs. From Hizbullah, with its past as an Islamist death squad, to the secular Vatan Partisi of Dogu Parensek, who, as the spiritual brother of Alexander Dugin, calls for a Eurasian axis with the communist despotism and the Great Russian regime to force the end of the Atlantic era, right up to the panturkist parties of the Grey Wolves, to which the grandees of organized crime, the so-called idealist mafia, profess allegiance. They only fraternize in their hatred of the renegades. Meanwhile, the AKP-affiliated gazettes expose the dark figures behind the daily conspiracies against Turkishness and openly swear by the urgency of the Jewish question. The Jews, says the renowned columnist Yusuf Kaplan in the daily Yeni Safak, have no homeland. They have only one God, capital/money. With their greedy mentality, they have also corrupted the Europeans. In Yeni Akit, Sefki Yilmaz predicts an imminent end to the tyrannical Jews and their collaborators. According to the Milli Goris veteran in anticipation, Israel will be dust. Orgit. This is also a cipher for the almost obsessive paranoia of being existentially threatened in the blood-red republic. A paranoia that is based on the repression of the guilt that the foundation of its own state is the genocide of the Anatolian Christians. Another columnist for the AKP-affiliated tabloid, Ibrahim Karagol, warns that it is urgent to eradicate the Confederalists in Syria and Iraq. Their organizations are the greatest trump card of Israelis and Americans. They threaten an even much larger front in our South. According to rumblings from the murder pit, there is an Israeli army recruitment office in the Kurdish town of Kobani. In the Gazette Aydınlık, which considers itself to be in the secular tradition of Mustafa Kemal, Tevfik Kadın sees a mysterious David corridor through which so-called Kurdistan is to be united with Israel. The central organ of Vatan Partisi speculates that Israel's military campaign is being extended to Syria in order to advance from the Golan into Syria's Deir-ez-Zor. Tevfik Kadın therefore concludes that the Turkish military strategy of enforcing a buffer zone in northern Syria is pointless. Instead, the confederalist organizations must be destroyed. That would be the greatest service, said the secular ultranationalist, that we could do for Palestine and ourselves. It is a member state of the North Atlantic Treaty, whose president acts as an agitator for a globalized milieu that is taking action as an Islamo-fascist counter-revolution in Afrin, Conflans St. Honorine, or Riaim. For some years now, the protagonists of the dark salvation ideology of the death industry, which Hamas boasts of in reference to a 1938 book of the same name by Muslim brother Hassan al-Banna, have been in the favor of the Turkish State Front. With Ismail Haniyeh and Salah al-Arauri, the organization's first guard has frequently visited Turkey in person in recent years and met with Erdogan for intimate talks. In particular, the notorious IHH charity İnsani Yardım Vakfı, which was also able to infiltrate the previously strictly secular educational institutions under the AKP, acts as a fundraiser for Hamas. On the occasion of so-called Memorial Nights for the Martyrs, at which Islamized cultural industry is offered in exchange for generous donations, the tradition in which the humanitarian racket sees itself is openly expressed. That of the spiritual leader of Hamas, Ahmed Yassin, and the mastermind of al-Qaeda, Abdullah Azzam. In November 2023, the state-affiliated IHH called for a multi-day convoy from Istanbul to the southern Turkish garrison of Unsurlik, where the 39th Unit of the U.S. Air Force is stationed alongside the Turkish military, chanting battle cries such as "EY, Qassam, Brigade, we are with you to the death," for Bülent Yildirim, chairman of the IHH, and his friends. Unsurlik embodies a little Israel. While Antony Blinken was expected in Ankara late in the evening, the situation in Unsurlik escalated into an orchestrated frenzy. Hundreds of Turkish friends of the Qassam brigades broke through the police cordons with the intention of capturing the garrison. The Turkish police stopped them with canisters of irritant gas. Bülent Yildirim tried to appease the revolting mob by saying that the time for jihad will come and that our president was with them. While in the first few days after the pogrom of October 7th, Erdogan seemed almost driven by the multitude of rival anti-Zionist agitators, he soon managed to stage himself again as the head of the fascist agitators. At the mass choreography in Istanbul on October 28th, to which the Turkish State Front had called, He blatantly threatened Israel that we might come unexpectedly one night. The mass of shouting cattle followed suit. Here is the army, here is the commander. Above all, the anti-Zionist shouting betrays their own revanchist desires to break down national borders. On October 28, Erdogan openly said that Gaza, Skopje, Thessaloniki, Mosul and Aleppo belong to them, just like our blood and our soul. And, of course, Erdogan also spoke that day about the dark figures behind the wretched terrorists in northern Syria. His anti-imperialist victim myth is a projected desire for recognition, imperial aggression cloaked in innocence. Above all, it was European indifference to Turkish aggression in northern Syria that gave the Turkish regime the certainty of not having to fear any consequences. In the Europe of obtrusive staging of goodwill, it apparently matters little when those whose resistance to barbarism is more than narcissistic self-reflection are massacred. After the Syrian Kurdish woman Hevrin Zilef fell into the clutches of an Islamist militia collaborating with the Turkish state front on her way to Raqqa on October 12, 2019, these barbarians dragged her through the dust by her hair, beat her and finally executed her. Much like the Hamas Jews on October 7, 2023, Turkish propaganda sang the praises of this bestial murder as a triumph over the enemy. Until her death, Hevrin Zilef was the general secretary of a Syrian party that was founded in liberated Raqqa to realize the idea of a secular and non-ethnicist Syria. When the Syrian Kurdish federalists in Raqqa and elsewhere in northern Syria smashed the Islamic State, the liberation was celebrated by women demonstratively tearing off the enforced black veil and smoking a cigarette with relish. The Turkey of the Howling Wolves, on the other hand, celebrated the conquest of Afrin with a threat from the Quran. When Erdogan counted the terrorists killed in Afrin in the northern Turkish city of Giresun, the party youth immediately filled the brief silence with shouts of infidels and an unholy verse. Soon you will be defeated and gather in hell. The personifications of non-identity have remained the same even after 1915, the year of the genocide of the Anatolian Armenians. When Erdogan gave a speech on the pandemic in 2020, the Turkish president also shed a few words about the terrorist organization that was persistently threatening to infiltrate that northern Syria which the Turkish army had pacified. Erdogan was of course not talking about the Islamic State, which has since become stateless again. In order to characterize the terrorist organization he was referring to in more detail, Erdogan used a peculiar euphemism. He denigrated it as what the sword left behind. The metaphor is used by Turkish national chauvinists against those who escaped the sword, i.e. those Anatolian Armenians who survived the genocidal waves between 1894 and 1924, and for whom Necip Fall offered the choice between conversion to Islam or deportation. The metaphor reveals the full perfidy of Turkish ideology. The genocide is not denied in ignorance. The denial itself is part of the national chauvinist ritual of making the murdered and the survivors contemptible, while in the same breath threatening them with the completion of the work of extermination. In his presidential address, Erdogan certainly did not speak of empirical Armenians. His anti-Armenian cipher of the terrorist organization refers to the autonomous administration of northern and eastern Syria, which he sees as another spawn of the eternal conspiracy against the Turkish state. The Turkish military strategy of systematically devastating northern Syria, as a result of which many people are forced to endure for days without electricity or water, is making life increasingly impossible in that anti-Islamist bastion, where the Islamic State had previously failed. Without the indolence of the Europeans, the complete disinterest in the catastrophe that the secular Afrin has turned into a territory of rival Islamist gangs after the Turkish occupation, of which the Syrian Al-Qaeda is the most notorious, the Turkish state beast would probably be less unrestrained. Meanwhile, Robert Habeck trots listlessly through Ankara and calls for reforms in the Turkish judiciary in order to guarantee European investors more security. And Annalena Baerbock receives her Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan in Berlin for crisis diplomacy that revolves around itself. As delusional as the whispers of Turkish state paranoia are, and as complicit as the European and North American appeasement policy is, both reveal a lot about the regional constellations. The secular Vatan Party, whose patron Dogu Parensek held a conference with Hamas cadres in front of Mustafa Kemal's portrait last October, is in favor of a Eurasian axis with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Greater Russian regime, and China. In Syria's Deir-ez-Zor, whose territories east of the Euphrates are associated with the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, Iran's communist regime has been investing heavily in destabilizing the region for some time. In recent months, military confrontations with its proxy militias have escalated there. Just a few hours after the start of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, on October 7th, Ali Khamenei presented a sequence of the massacre in Re'im, Israel, on his multilingual X presence. The fascist jubilant old man greeted the guests of a trance festival fleeing from the death squads with the joyful exclamation that the ulcer of the Zionist usurper regime would soon be eradicated. Only a few days before the massacre, Khamenei had urgently warned the Arab states against any rapprochement with Israel. The resistance would soon triumph over Israel. It is obvious that the massacre on October 7th was also part of a perfidious calculation to derail the rapprochement between Israel and the Arab states in the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Unlike in the Turkish Republic, where the desire to spread rumors about the Jews is being collectively acted out these days, the Communist regime in Iran has mercilessly failed to integrate its own population into the anti-Zionist axis of resistance. While the Communist cyber army boasts of the mass turnout at the anti-Israeli marches in London, Paris, San Francisco, or Sydney, the regime's agitated attacks in Tehran or elsewhere in Iran resemble a desolate meeting of the remaining old men of the Islamic Revolution. When, for example, the propaganda of the Guardian Army of the Islamic Revolution spoke enthusiastically of the anti-Israeli mass march in London on November 11th as the most impressive anti-Israeli demonstration, with more than 1 million people, Iranians mocked that in Tehran itself, the capital of the axis of resistance, no more than a few thousand regime loyalists would come to such marches. So while the roaring cattle in Iran are dwindling more and more, many prominent and less prominent opposition figures in the Iranian diaspora, such as the feminist Masih Alinejad, who lives in exile in the USA, and Crown Prince Ron Pahlavi, who also lives in the USA, are speaking out explicitly in favor of solidarity with Israel. They agree that the Communist regime, as Abdullah Muhtadi, Secretary General of the Kurdish Kamala Party, puts it, is the head of the snake that makes any peace impossible, and that any appeasement of the regime only conjures up the next pile of rubble. Just as with the Taliban's fatal takeover of Afghanistan in 2021, it is not its popularity with the population that is the basis of the Communist regime's regional validity, but rather its persistent investment in regional destabilization, which constantly increases its power despite all internal crises. Only by provoking one catastrophe after another, while at the same time allowing the US and European appeasement policy to believe that further escalation could possibly be avoided, has Communist Iran been able to become a stabilizing factor, albeit a phantom one. Communist Iran is the firebug that successfully demands recognition for the fact that it has not yet lit the last match. Just as the US withdrawal from northern Syria was tantamount to absolution for the Turkish state beast, which is howling most hysterically these days, appeasement towards the regime, such as the European rejection of the desperate demand by Iranian revolutionaries to criminalize the Guardian Army as a terrorist organization, is carte blanche for the Islamic State in the spirit of Ruhollah Khomeini. While Osama bin Laden became a TikTok influencer after October 7th post-mortem and taking sides in the pogrom is considered fashionable at US and European universities, Iranians in exile associate themselves with the most determined opponents of the demonstrating will to destroy. And so, in London, Paris, and elsewhere, it is above all exiled Iranians who show solidarity with Israel and oppose the Islamo-fascist mob, knowing that anti-Israeli mania and virtue terrorist despotism are one and the same. Meanwhile, the regime in Iran is taking revenge on the renegades. On January 29th, Mohsen Masloum, Vafa Azarbar, Pejman Fatehai, and Mohammad Faramarzi were executed at dawn. The young men were associated with the Kurdish Kamala Party, which advocates a secular and federal Iran, and were abducted in Urumia a year and a half earlier. The regime initially denied knowing of their whereabouts before launching a denunciation campaign accusing the men of spying for Israel. The Kamala Party leader, Abdullah Muhtadi, had expressed his condolences and sympathy to Israel in view of the pogrom on October 7th and urgently called for an end to the appeasement of the Communist despotism. The anti-Semite does not fall for any fallacy. He decides with full conviction in favor of an ideology that despises the truth and makes it contemptible. In the Israeli Declaration of Independence of 1948, the Arabs living in Israel are called upon to preserve peace and to participate in the founding of the state with full civil equality and appropriate representation in all provisional and permanent organs of the state. In the Declaration of Independence read out by David Ben-Gurion, the hand of peace is extended to the Arab states. The anti-Zionists do not hate Israel for any state crimes. They hate it because the Zionists have succeeded in founding a state that is freer and more prosperous than the dark republics of Arab resurrection from Nasser's Egypt to the state ruins of the Ba'ath regimes. Unlike the Ottoman state beast before them, the first generations of Jewish pioneers did not plunder land. They bought it from the Arab effendis, many of whom had previously speculated on increasing the value of fallow land via collective funds. These Jewish pioneers, many of them partisans of socialist ideas, founded model villages, reforested bare hills, desalinated soils, and dried out swamps in order to eradicate the murderous malaria. They undertook what the Ottoman state had previously been unwilling to do, the modernization of Palestinian primary production. The only solemn promise made by the parties to the Arab resurrection, on the other hand, was the imminent destruction of Israel. Just remember when, a few hours after Israel's declaration of independence on May 14, 1948, an alliance of Arab armies marched against the Jewish state. The Arab spokesman talked of a rapid march that would push the Jews into the sea and thus to their deaths, while the clerics of the Venerable Al-Aqsa in Cairo, and with them the Muslim Brotherhood, proclaimed the destruction of Israel a sacred duty. Or remember the jubilant marches in Cairo in 1967 in the days leading up to the military debacle of the Egyptian army, when the battle cry, "Kill," echoed through the streets and dolls of Jews were strangled in victory. Although the pogrom of October 7th undoubtedly began as a conspiratorial commando operation, it became a collective frenzy the moment the pogromists were frenetically welcomed in Gaza. Young men, some still children, spat on the human prey, beat them to the triumphant roar of Allahu Akbar, and testified their joy at the pogrom with TikToks. All of them, the murderers, their proud mothers, as well as those who triumphantly offered sweets on the streets of Gaza, knew that the Israeli army's reaction to the pogrom would be tremendous. So when senior Hamas cadre Ghazi Hamad, speaking from Lebanon, expresses his pride in sacrificing martyrs and predicts more pogroms until Israel is destroyed, the only possible anti-militarist demand at the moment can only be a call for an uprising against this industry of death. It would be an uprising out of pure self-interest in life. While so-called pro-Palestinian solidarity reproduces the delusion of redemption through the murder of Jews with slogans such as, "From the river to the sea," those Palestinians who are cursing Hamas and its financiers these days for bringing rubble and death to Gaza are persistently hushed up. The renegades of the death industry have always been left alone. On November 24th, in Tulkarm, a mob of hundreds of friends of the Qassam brigades lynched two young men accused of collaborating with Israel. Chanting Allahu Akbar, the bodies were desecrated, dragged through the dust, and hung from a steel pole as a threat to everyone else. On the same day, the congratulatory wishes of Hamas eminence Ismail Haniyeh to the families of the dead were read out in front of Istanbul's Beyazin Mosque in view of the deaths of Turkish volunteers in the Qassam brigades in southern Lebanon, and it was cheerfully announced that Israel will drown in the blood of the martyrs. The name of one of the two martyrs, Yakup Erdal, went on record in 2011, when the Turkish judiciary had not yet fully degenerated into a repressive organ of the AKP. Erdal, who was praised these days as a pioneer, was considered by the judiciary to be a designated cadre of a Turkish front organization of the Communist Al-Quds Brigade. Under Erdogan, the Turkish state has not degenerated into a theocracy, as many a secularist regrets, without questioning the bloody foundations of the republic that cloaks itself in innocence. The nationalist agitator towers above the imams in the mosques, who only cater to the pious clientele, the tireless enlightener about the eternal conspiracy against Turkishness. The regime is also poorly characterized as a one-man dictatorship. For years, the democratic procedure at the ballot box served Erdogan's AKP to assert itself as the incarnation of the national will, just as it provided the backdrop for triumphing over the nation's enemies. Just last year, during Erdogan's balcony speech, the mob of party supporters of the state front added to his threatening gestures towards the terrorist Selo, the imprisoned opposition politician Selahattin Demirtas, with the booming roar, "Execution, execution." On the evening of March 31, 2024, Erdogan spoke almost conciliatory of the national will as the true victor. Only the slaves of the separatist organization in our regions of eastern and southeastern Anatolia were threatened by the president in his speech. For the first time in 22 years, a party other than the AKP received the highest percentage of the national vote on March 31st. The fact that the secular Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi (CHP) holds the highest state offices in the urban centers from Ankara to Bursa and, somewhat surprisingly, has also taken over the local administration of many an Anatolian bastion of the AKP, indicates that the aggressive agitation of the state front is not able to completely conceal the impoverishment processes resulting from the drastic currency devaluation. Mustafa Kemal's Republican People's Party celebrated its 37.77% with the cry, "Turkey is and will remain secular." In view of the economic crisis, Erdogan and his accomplices will probably still enjoy the fact that the CHP, as the party of the communal underbelly of the state apparatus, will now also receive the kicks of those who are threatened by impoverishment. The DM Part 1, on the other hand, which celebrated its gains on the evening of March 31st with the call "Women, Life, Freedom," is being harassed with the same repression as in previous years. Their municipalities are once again threatened with forced administration. On March 31st, the AKP lost a significant portion of its Islamic clientele to the fledgling Islamist party Yeniden Rifa, led by Fatih Erbakan, the son of the late Muslim brother Necmettin Erbakan. In 1994, the young Erdogan, still protected by Necmettin Erbakan, took over the highest office in Istanbul for the original Rifa Partisi. The party was banned in 1998 after anti-secular provocations, and Erdogan and his mentor Erbakan then fell out. The new Welfare Party was founded to compete with the AKP. Last year, Fatih Erbakan gave up his own candidacy and brought his party into Erdogan's state front. Erbakan justified the decision by saying that he wanted to prevent the triumph of those opposition parties behind which he saw the management of the PKK/PYD, the LGBT lobby, and other Jewish puppets. In those days, the young Erbakan saw the opposition DM party's demand for decentralization and autonomy as the 5,000-year-old conspiracy of a greater Israel. In his delusional hatred of the Jews, the young Erbakan cultivated the tradition of his father, who thought of Islam in the categories of tribe and Jewish anti-people, whose negativity was the only way to realize his own identity. Fatih Erbakan recently claimed that the COVID-19 pandemic was a Zionist plot to drastically reduce the global population through mass extinction. According to the young Erbakan, Zionists are forcing homosexuality on the Turkish nation in order to demolish the institution of the family. The Zionist ideology is, Erbakan refers to an infamous saying of his father, a 5,000-year-old microbe, in which all the suffering of humanity is based. Erbakan, whose party recently accounted for the third highest share of the national will with 6.19%, berates Erdogan for the fact that Turkish business with the Zionist murderers continues out of greed for profit. In order to once again renounce his party's candidacy in Istanbul, Erbakan demanded in the days before March 31st that the AKP end all business with Israel and close the radar station in Kirsik in eastern Anatolia, whose U.S. early warning radar protects Israel from the ballistic threat from Iran. Erdogan and his state front are threatening to blow up in their own faces with their own anti-Jewish furor. While the Turkish friends of the caliphate, such as the Islamist Hizb ut Tahrir, have long accused Erdogan of hypocrisy and called for the Turkish army to march on Jerusalem, the anti-imperialist People's Liberationists, in the tradition of the murderer of Jews Mahir Kayan, are currently fraternizing with the AKP's critics within the Islamist milieu. When the police brutally ended an anti-imperialist protest march under the slogan "Murderer Israel, Collaborator AKP" on the Istanbul Boulevard on April 6th, and the daughter of a martyr of the IHH flotilla Mavi Marmara was among those taken away, the ranks of the opposition immediately closed. The chairman of the Republican People's Party, Özgür Özel, was almost fatherly in his concern for the deported enemies of Israel, in much the same way as some lecturers at European and U.S. universities mother the identitarian mob of hysterical anti-Zionists. In the evening, a mob of sanctimonious anti-Zionists marched through the central Anatolian city of Konya, an Islamic bastion, under the slogan that identifies the AKP as a collaborator of Israel. The anti-imperialists of the Filistin Aysin bin Cenk campaign, for whom the Hamas cadre Abu Abeda seems to be a veritable Che Guevara, advertised themselves as fighting side by side with Islamists, revolutionaries and Democrats against the collaboration of the Turkish state and capital with the Zionist enemy. In opposition publications such as Bianet, which is co-financed by the European Commission, this no longer very young youth movement seems to have many friends. Meanwhile, AKP party supporters denounce those who accuse the state front of collaboration as agents of Mossad who want to provoke conflicts in order to sabotage national unity. The pseudo-oppositional alliance of traditional anti-imperialists and partisans of an Islamic empire is pushing into an open flank of the state front. For while the latter has protected Hamas and turned the rumor about the Jews into a state-supporting narrative, Turkish-Israeli business did little damage to it until recently. In 2022, Turkey accounted for the third highest share of Israeli imports. For a long time, the huge surplus vis-a-vis Israel secured billions in foreign currency for the Turkish crisis economy and a lucrative business for the capital cliques associated with the AKP and MHP. In addition, the Aliyev regime of the sister state of Azerbaijan sells millions of barrels of crude oil to Israel, shipped via the Turkish port of Ceyhan. The fact that the state front has now decided on a total economic boycott of Israel is not only due to the fact that Erdogan and his AKP, driven by their own anti-Israeli furor, are afraid of losing their authority within the Islamic movement altogether. The decision to boycott is also due to the polemics of the secular opposition, which insistently accuses Erdogan of never going beyond anti-Israeli rhetoric. If the CHP also distances itself from Hamas, the equidistance it claims for itself is expressed in the obsessive disparagement of the Israeli military campaign against the Islamist death industry as state terrorist aggression. In this, it resembles the Spanish PSOE socialists. The chairman of the Republican People's Party, Oscar Ozel, also refers to the efforts that the National Democratic Revolutionary Denis Jesmis undertook for the liberation of Palestine. Jesmis co-founded the People's Liberation Army of Turkey, THKO, in 1970, which recruited at universities and saw itself as a socialist vanguard against Americanization. In 1969, Jesmis, who is glorified as a revolutionary idol, especially among Elvis, was still in the ranks of a Palestinian militia. Neither such a conformist opposition nor Erdogan's European and North American partner states can be expected to offer decisive resistance to the fact that under the AKP, the formerly secular republic has become a shithole for Islamist organizations. While it is Iran's communist regime that provides Hamas with the hardware for its death industry, the genocidal organization draws its self-confidence above all from the protection of one of NATO's largest member states and the Emirate of Qatar, another close U.S. partner state. On October 7th, Ismail Haniyeh and Salah al-Arauri knelt in the Qatari city of Doha to give thanks for the massacre. And while Hamas brings rubble and death to Gaza on a daily basis, incorporates international charity, but mercilessly counters protest and muzzling with poured lead, in Turkey, the organization's murderers are solemnly received like the representatives of a brotherly state. The more total the integration, the merging of the individual into the collective, the more furious the attacks against Israel should be. That would be a rule of thumb to be tested. At the forefront of the attacks are the Muslim-dominated rackets, above all Iran, which promptly offered the next Gaza flotilla escort protection by Revolutionary Guards gunboats, but withdrew this offer after profiling itself as the top dog of global anti-Semitism. So far, so true. Criticism of Israel would hardly be any less intense in Russia, China, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, and among the usual suspects in South and Central America. Hugo Chavez blurted out the state-savvy meaning of the worldwide uproar by hallucinating himself as being threatened by Mossad commandos. Compare the international reactions to the sinking of the South Korean corvette Cheonan by a North Korean torpedo on March 26, 2010, which caused 46 deaths, with the volume and intensity of the UN Assembly's Security Council meetings, NATO special summits, Arab League meetings, mass demonstrations, etc., which dealt with the boarding of the Mavi Marmara on May 31st. Despite its dreadfulness, a truth that creates misfortune, or more precisely, reveals misfortune, is in principle better than a comforting lie that postpones urgent countermeasures. In this sense, the shift from normal Israel-critical mode to hysterical mode in the weeks following this incident has the potential to bring about a painful and necessary realization, at least among those who confuse ideological criticism with realpolitik. Israel's isolation among friend and foe has become apparent, especially in Europe. Anti-Semitic latency has been revealed, grateful for the event, as virulence and the view into the murder pits of hearts is unobstructed. A suppressed and disguised smoldering anti-Semitism would still have the questionable but practical advantage that it would not lead to open agitation and violence activating new masses of latent anti-Semites, but anti-Semitism oscillates between quiet insinuation and sudden agitation with barely predictable madness, and the supposedly safer phases turn out to be times of silent recruitment when virulence breaks out. It is bad that so many anti-Semites are coming out now, but they were already out before the event. Nothing is more conducive to the buildup of resentment than the status quo, the general, inactive disgruntlement mentioned by Marx, and the recent public outbursts are its manifestation, which follows the silent effectiveness and initiates new effectiveness. The current situation, this déjà vu of prehistory, which wants to end in a diluvium of false abolition, also contains the poisonous realization that the anti-Semites, as always, have far more disinhibited passions of the head in their delusion than the heads of passion in solidarity with Israel. The latter now see themselves cheated of the critical hope of having been wrong after all, or of persuading the people in time to be frightened of themselves. However, the fact that hatred of Israel is celebrating new triumphs does not bring new defenders onto the scene. For the critique of ideology, the unveiled grimace is not a Badiouian event that already contains within it the actionist call to arms, but rather brings to light powerlessness and futility, which must not be allowed to break off thinking. Instead, however, resignation and a tendency to cave in to realpolitik can be observed in the camp of the modern Dreyfusards. Admittedly, hardly any of the countless anti-Israeli loudspeakers are proving to be a real surprise in terms of their tendencies, but a new intensity and unanimity cannot be denied, especially among the Western candidates. To give just one particularly clear example, practically all of Sweden is now one Aftonbladet. The passive-aggressive Lutheran self-righteousness, which prefers to deal with the conflicts of other states rather than, for example, the passive-aggressive Lutheran self-righteousness, which prefers to deal with the conflicts of other states rather than, for example, the fact that peace-moving Sweden is the world's 9th largest arms exporter, is crystallized in the resistance to experience of a Cecilia Udden, the popular, award-winning commentator and Middle East correspondent for Sveriges Radio, who declared her categorical Northern Lights a priori in an interview in 2003. To be able to describe the conflict honestly, you have to side with the weaker side. Among the better-known emissaries of Nordic resentment were the inventor of the gloomy moral policeman Wallander, Henning Mankell, and a Swedish Green in both senses of the word. Mehmet Kaplan is a member of parliament and board member of the Green Party and longtime spokesman for Sveriges Muslimska Rad, which has close ties to the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. The artist Dror Filer should also be mentioned. He made a name for himself with an installation in honor of Hennady Jaradat, who blew herself up in Tel Aviv's Café Maxim in 2003, murdering 21 people and provoking a Swedish-Israeli scandal. Filer is a specialist in the staging of Zionist repression and censorship, like so many of the intellectuals, artists, actors, parliamentarians, and other activists on board. The Swedish engagement, exemplary as always, which already resulted in large demonstrations teeming with Hezbollah and Hamas supporters in the country on the day of the events, should not be continued here with a list of the hardly more harmless anti-Israeli expressions of hatred in Europe and elsewhere. With the exception of the Dutch and Czech governments, which have now been voted out of office, hardly any government has been able to avoid joining the Vox Populi in its spontaneous condemnation of Israel. Everything that could be criticized about their own rule, border regimes, incapacitating bans, acts of violence by the executive, enforcement of categories of exploitation, but which cannot be attacked because it is too closely interwoven with the interests of the dominated subjects and is efficiently defended by the state, can be safely scandalized and denounced on the basis of the Zionist entity. Any criticism of Israeli sovereignty legitimizes and cements the rule at home, which, itself projectively enthusiastic and also grateful for this outlet in times of permanent crisis, lashes out at the evil state of Israel in order to protect its own statehood from the well-deserved blows of the ruled. The eagerly invoked Israeli rogue state is the stirrup of the Volksgemeinschaft. In all the preceding countries, there is a pronounced helplessness of the individual before the prevailing violence, whether it is more repressive and centralized as in China or more corrupt and mafia-like as in Mexico. This means that the people living there spontaneously recognize themselves in the distorted and necessary image of the oppressed Palestinians offered to them by their rule, which in turn releases the rebellion in the permitted anti-Israeli channels and thus channels strong and suppressed resentments stemming from the hopeless powerlessness of the subjects. And it is no coincidence that domination itself exposes Israel to persecution. Those who pose as the engineers of world history are the sovereign puppeteers of resentment and themselves hang on the invisible strings of the actionist delusion. But what conclusion can be drawn by applying the rule of thumb to the tirades of hatred from Sweden, Spain, Greece, Ireland, the entire EU? It could be argued that the most furious protests here are coming from what can generally be described as social democratic disaster areas, countries and collectives where the formerly omnipresent protection and subsidization are threatening to dissolve in a crisis-like manner, and the once valid social pact, which combines subsidization and regulation, is beginning to turn into unsuspended and, for many of those affected, hopeless competition, whereby paradoxically the state's grip, which was originally aimed at production, is not loosening in the slightest, but rather strengthening. The threat of the overproduction crisis, which drastically demonstrates the capitalist discrepancy between work and participation in social wealth that has always been evident, is becoming dangerous for spheres, classes, and national economies that have so far been relatively spared and considered themselves relatively secure, and is appearing in the public eye as a new financial crisis. This keyword is more of a signal than an economic term. The absurdity of the idealistic German-European total capitalist, which increasingly disciplines the surplus people into administrative nothingness, is coming to light, no less among the ruled than among the rulers. The state appears to be the disciplinarian of a production that can no longer return to Europe from East Asia in the form in which it appears to the followers of the real economy. In reality, however, the capitalist as a whole is moving towards forcing the majority of the economically superfluous into experimental, ideologically exaggerated forms of modern serfdom and training them on a short administrative leash to become civil servants without the privilege of being civil servants, to become scarcely held and thoroughly formatted state property that the state can use to regulate the economy or reproduce domination. This aggravated state of dependency, because the sword of Damocles of superfluousness hangs over all of them, is overflowing the once halfway secure shores of precariousness with the same force with which the state-enforced poverty wages affect even the strongest remaining regional collective agreements. The subjects, who are deeply scarred by domination, do not rebel against it because in their immaturity they are fleeing their demise more than anything else and are neither willing nor even capable of leading an independent life. So where do we put the half-conscious anger about the thousands of daily, seemingly unavoidable impositions, incapacitations, threats of dismissal, EU directives, smoking bans, further education measures, job application training, head marks, standard rates, passport issues, fee increases, tenders, etc. Incidentally, this is particularly pronounced in Scandinavia, which is deeply affected by human rights. The extent of the invasion by the Lutheran Social Democratic State has grown to almost Soviet proportions in Folkumet times. The monstrous acts of violence that are gleefully spread out in the Swedish crime novels, the high rate of alcoholism and suicide, the regular flare-ups of church burnings by Satanist neo-Nazi circles, and perhaps even the bloody murder of Anna Lindh are also manifestations of subjects who feel surrounded and disintegrated by pathological projection and the rampage of affinity. The publicized hatred of Israel and the Jews is more socially acceptable in comparison. Despite all the emerging anger at the impositions of domination, these are ultimately legitimized by collective interests, location, etc., so that those affected by the measures have nothing to oppose them with except a whining, foreboding talk of having always worked hard and paid taxes, with an ever-increasing element of the autochthonous and/or identitarian, which is supposed to replace a lack of qualifications and halt the long-since ongoing devaluation of variable capital. The specter that is haunting Europe is the awareness of superfluousness and the resulting forced collectives. The delegitimized sovereignty of the Jew among the states offers an indispensable substitute for the futile or impossible critique of power, especially in societies that are no longer able to separate bureaucracy and corruption, such as the Greek, Turkish, and Italian ones, or which hang on the dwindling drip of post-Keynesian administrations and their political disciplinarians, such as in Stockholm, Paris, or Brussels. The latter is where the arch-Catholic countries of Ireland, Poland, and Spain, which it is probably no coincidence have recently been characterized by an extremely strong hatred of Israel, receive their funding. What they all have in common is that they manage to affirm the manifold experiences of domineering violence by caricaturing, denouncing, and attacking the split-off, suffering-causing elements of this violence in the Zionist entity with conspicuously intense engagement, while resentfully but obediently allowing themselves to be maltreated by their own sovereign like the oversubsidized transfer benefit recipients that they increasingly are. Why Israel? The question of what drives Pashtun goatherds, South Korean business students, and half-developed Europeans to anti-Zionism, which has become economically, and even geostrategically, given the shift of American interests further east, irrelevant, should rather be, why not Israel? For it is against the Jewish state that the resentment of the awakening world consciousness is concentrated, as it was in the national and folkish collectives, especially with the local, physical Jews. The world state cannot emerge because it would require something above it to which the organized peoples could refer, just as the conflicting interests in the nation-state do. But what can very well emerge and is already in the process of emerging, one might say, is the world non-state, where metropolis and periphery, administration and racket, the eternal repetition of the same old thing and the state of emergency, green zones and no-go areas interpenetrate each other without hope, and anti-Zionism becomes the medium, the currency between the changing positions. The still unreal world unstate has no one above it, but certainly one outside it, a total enemy that is maintained by the shifting alliances between Eurasia, Oceania, and East Asia. The only reliable cohesion of the approaching headless empire, which is not now and will be, apocalypse, is the hatred of the Jewish opposing people, which extends from ancient imperialism to feudal anti-Judaism and modern anti-Semitism. Israel attracts all the curses and imprecations of human greed, slyness, violence, identitarian arrogance, and whatever the modern deadly sins are called, because it is the state of the Jews, the global Jewish body, which is blamed, expelled, persecuted, and mauled by the other bodies of the people, as once happened with the God-killing Jews before the emergence of the modern, God-dethroning nations alone. It is the realization of the old phenomenon on a global scale, and just as the necessary failure of nation-state unity was exorcised by the, often ridiculously insignificant, Jewish minority and identity was gained at least ex negativo, especially in the case of the bourgeois successors Germany, Austria, and Russia, the impossibility of the world state is to be atoned for by the indigestible Israel. So why not Israel? Because the people in Leviathan are still afraid of losing their heads. The rulers do not want to give up their power, the ruled their freedom, as powerless and unfree as they already are in the realm of necessity. Accordingly, anti-Semitism has traits of illusionary self-empowerment and self-liberation. It is the redeemed raving of the madman who, to his great relief, allows himself to be dragged to the closed ward. The raison d'etre still stands in the way, the second nature can be sustained because freedom still appears in it, even if it is only when typing in the PIN number in the supermarket. But the hatred of mediation that is as emancipating as it is incapacitating, of value that is as profitable as it is fleeting, of civilization that is as fully enlightened as it is shining in triumphant disaster, finds the ideal concretion of universal failure in the Jews, who are deeply influenced by the ambivalent achievements of modernity, namely in the Jewish state, which is always presented as a pure construct. The series of earthquakes known as the financial crisis with its search for suitable culprits, which simultaneously confessed and misjudged bankers, speculators, managers, politicians, bureaucrats, greedy Americans, and lazy Greeks, could not and would not turn into radical criticism and overshadowed national and international institutions with the odium of failure. The resentment between the people and the rulers stems from the powerlessness from which no one knows how to free themselves. Both tend to strike outwards in order to suppress their own involvement and participation in the oppression of all by all. So it is not too speculative to point to the second-nature unease that emerged during the financial crisis as one of the main sources of energy behind the new, highly welcome anti-Zionist engagement and disinterested Palestine solidarity. The emotional identification with the Palestinians, Ms. Udden's weaker side, only reveals its full absurdity, which has already escaped many, when one considers the shameful outcome on board the Mavi Marmara and at the leftist pacifist Turkomani jihadist marches, demonstrating the open cross-front of leftists, fascists, and Islamists. The David versus Goliath image, the romanticization of the noble savages of Hamas, however, begins more discreetly and harmlessly with the self-delusion and resignation that Karl Marx would not grant the Germans. The power of the state and capital is only experienced as coming from outside, from above, even from behind the scenes, and oneself as an innocent victim of sinister machinations. Once this pattern, which satisfactorily denies any personal responsibility towards both the past and the future, has been practiced, it easily hardens into the anti-Semitic projection that is always on offer, which is more a need, an urge, a suppressed passion than a construct or manipulation. Nothing that reaches the hardened consciousness from the outside escapes prompt processing and, if anyone still needs to be helped on their feet, is preformatted anyway by the media, where the number of panics threatened with superfluity is legion. The IDF, hallucinated as omnipotent and evil, the measures of the Israeli state, which are in principle guided by reason because they are primarily justified by the real survival of the Jews, take the place of the superego, which has become a nuisance in the aggrieved subject who outsources the domineering invasion because it fails to achieve happiness and is linked to authority and is unable to attack the weakened ego directly. Where once this superego was at least seemingly tangible in the concrete form of a personal paternal ruler, an incomprehensible constraint prevails in the failed individuals. A pain that cannot be located because it stems from deep within causes them to focus their anger on a hostile, alien object. The inhibiting instances of ruling reason, to which the ego had to submit externally without really being enlightened, turn out to be the reason of domination and the permanent crisis that corrodes all values, the constant induction of fear through corrective measures that no longer fulfill the purpose of securing monadic existence and make the fetishistic core of exploitation ever more clearly recognizable, or better, perceptible. This whole purgatory without hope of redemption undermines the Validity of civilizational inhibition. Israel is attacked as a false superego with an urgent excitement, trembling with boldness, which is related to the joy with which the occupiers of Poland, completely subjugated to their real superego, tore off or set fire to the beards of old Jews, burned centuries-old synagogues and otherwise did harm to the defenseless authorities. The uninhibited lunatics of Hamas, on the other hand, are archetypes of a sadistic melting of individual eros into social thanatos, as feared as they are fascinating, and act out on the public stage the triumph of the long hollowed-out and unstable ego, which is bought at the price of self-cancellation. The conformist revolt in the ego is proclaimed by means of the moral purity of Palestinian children starving in the open-air prison of Gaza, the blood-soaked posters of innocent Arab sacrificial lambs, which open the floodgates of righteous, long-suppressed anger and enthrone a lust-denying sadism in the collective head. At all demonstrations by all groups in all countries, the question constantly arose as to how much longer Israel would get away with these crimes, how much longer power would stand idly by until Israel was finally punished and Gaza opened up. Hundreds of thousands of subjects have thus also expressed their impatient longing for their repressed, malignant passions to finally push aside the agonizing remnants of reason and insight and receive carte blanche in the name of the appropriated Palestinian grievance. All this without immediate danger, as this revolt is not directed against the repressive destructive instances of one's own society. That would have extremely dangerous consequences in Turkey, for example, but against a thoroughly demonized opponent who reconciles domination and subjects, ID and superego at the expense of the ego. A well-rehearsed, more than compliant media machine has already delivered the cues of outraged condemnation, for which it is paid by the public, even before it has gained a picture of the situation. The public, in turn, did not have to be cajoled or manipulated for long. A good part of the process of emotional self-charging is set in motion without much help from a public that, like a chained dog, is always ready to make the diffuse, yet not so random and untargeted anger available to the next best barrel, shouted by those responsible for material and idealistic fodder. The opportunistic Greek bashing and other flashes of popular anger, which flicker through the cable and antenna connections of the collective nervous system at almost weekly intervals, fade into the connection-building carrier signal for the anti-Israeli hate minutes, which for a while were able to reconcile left and right, autochthonies and allochthonies, Christians and Muslims, Germans and migrants. The deep-seated resentment between Turks and Arabs, Sunnis and Shiites, even Indians and Pakistanis was also forgotten for a moment. Weren't there even anti-Israeli demonstrations in Seoul and Pyongyang at the same time? South Korea cut Shimon Peres' state visit to a minimum for fear of riots in the country and signed the final declaration, unanimous except for Israel, of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia, which conveniently took place on June 8 in Istanbul under the leadership of former Turkish Foreign Minister and current President Abdullah Gül. All member states, except one, expressed their grave concern and condemnation for the actions undertaken by the Israeli Defense Forces. Hatred of Israel is the tenderness of nations. Nevertheless, on the FGM side, an acronym that stood for female genital mutilation but has now been overtaken in Google searches by the blockade breakers of the Free Gaza movement, the artistic mise en scene, the care with which the right catchphrases and images were prepared, is striking. The long professionalized production of persecuting innocents, in a word, the anti-Semitic culture industry, which supplies the eyes and ears of the longed-for community of nations, which can only be constituted against Israel with telegenic, short, and musically dramatized videos and prominent faces inviting identification. It is hard to tell where the propagandistic input ends and where people are inciting themselves. The subtle verbal distinction between people, i.e. the virtual community of aid suppliers, starving Palestinians and the masses in solidarity, and Israelis, which extends from Yunga Wet to the Daily News, did not have to be invoked, it was there all along. The Mavi Marmara is the latest and finest product of many years of media armament. The anti-Semitic love boat was satellite-linked, densely packed with committed media representatives and ideological multipliers, thoroughly advertised in advance on 100 websites and framed by well-timed PR campaigns. Each target group was catered for in its own way. While moralistic Swedes and other do-gooders with a post-colonial guilty conscience were given a new opportunity for charitable onanism, left-wingers were able to indulge in what they often have to do so painfully without and what they want to turn what little humanity they have left into, masses in motion. You only have to look at the entranced faces of left-wing party functionaries and ecstatic anti-imperialists as they lead Turkish Arab mobs from Berlin to Cologne in megaphoning crimes against humanity and massacres, to the frenzied crowds to recognize their pre-orgasmic joy at the gangbang of the peoples that has become possible with Israel as the central object. The enemies of Israel have found a telegenic point of attack here that can be used to incite anti-Semitic mobs worldwide at any time. There is already talk of new Turkish, Lebanese, and Iranian flotillas, which only represent such a dangerous propagandistic potential because Western states, media, and audiences are more than willing to generously overlook minor flaws in the live agitation and always denounce every self-defense measure taken by Israel in the same way that they have for years. Allowed the Spanish, Italian, and Greek coast guards to carry out the cheerful sinking of ships, the so-called Frontex deportation, shipment to Libyan detention camps, and, if necessary, drowning of superfluous variable capital from Africa and Asia in the Mediterranean, and largely keep quiet about it. But this time the hard, throbbing tip of the pathic penetration is neither formed by supposedly naive humanitarians nor by left-wing Nazis calculating on green multitudes, not even by Arab jihadists. It is the Turkish Muslim participants who seem to have appeared on the scene in one fell swoop, who have given the Gaza flotilla and the subsequent demonstrations against Israel their movement character through their numbers and determination. Turkish participants in the ship Intifada, in the words of Hamas, declared on embarkation that they had already written their wills, which proves their intention to drive it later to a propagandistic showdown, to martyrdom. Family members who stayed behind were allowed to send religiously ominous farewell greetings to at least 3 of the 9 Turks who were killed. Among the heroes, all of whom were labeled "See Hitler" martyrs by the Turkish public, were Çetin Topçuoglu, a former Taekwondo champion who had been selected in advance for the rough and tumble Ibrahim Bilgen, a candidate for the Saadet Partisi, Erbakan's Happiness Party, and Fahri Yaldi, who had long wanted to die for Palestine as in Sihit, Hakan al-Bayrak, the advisor of the rabidly anti-Semitic series Erelik, Separation, which, unchallenged by Erdogan's broadcasting council, portrayed Israel literally and figuratively as a baby murderer on the state broadcaster TRT1, was traveling on the Mavi Marmara with his brother Sinan al-Bayrak, known from the anti-Western and not so subtly anti-Kremlin conspiracy crime series, Kurtlar Vadisi, Valley of the Wolves. Anti-Semitic battle chants were chanted as the ship set sail. Muslim Brotherhood delegates from almost every Arab country were present on the Mavi Marmara, but this show was largely the product of a Turkish GNGO, governmental non-governmental organization, with global co-production and distribution. IHH, whose full humane name is the Foundation for Human Rights and Freedoms and Human Aid, was awarded the prize for the most efficient use of donations by the State Foundation Supervisory Authority in 2005, which can only be confirmed, and the honorary prize of the Turkish Parliament in 2007. It is now known to anyone interested that IHH is part of a network of foundations called Itilaf al-Khair, Association of Good, which has its roots in Saudi Arabia, is overseen by Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, an eminent member of the Muslim Brotherhood, and channeled funds to Hamas until it was expelled from Gaza by Israel in 2002 and banned in 2008. But all this is less significant here than the fact that Turkey uses IHH as a link to Hamas, and this was enthusiastically received by the Arab Free Corps. Hamas website has a Turkish version online, and since late 2009 Turkish-speaking fans have also been able to visit the virtual presence of the Izz ad-Din al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas. IHH is a racket specializing in charity, which earned its humanitarian spurs in Bosnia and Chechnya and bears the clearest sign of inhumanity in its emblem: a globe and a dove of peace, the familiar vulture circling over a dying civilization. The flotilla is the continuation of the guerrilla with other means adapted to the propagandistic battlefield, but this should by no means be seen as a tendency to turn away from violence. Rather, it is about breaking up the extremely successful blockade against terror and rocket attacks and attacking the legitimacy of the Israeli sovereign on several levels. This ideology, which has long since gripped the masses worldwide, will turn into immediate material violence as soon as Hamas is rearmed thanks to Egypt's prompt breaking of the blockade. Until then, the volunteer corps of the always offended will help themselves with tireless incitement against Jews, whether they are Israelis or not, as can be seen from the anti-Semitic epidemic on Facebook and co., where its Turkish and German-Turkish participants are noticeably less concerned about Israel and more concerned about the Yehudilers. The achievements of FGM must also include the Islamic mob in Hanover, which attempted to stone a dance troupe from the liberal Jewish community, thereby demonstrating its desire for the swift implementation of Iranian legal practice. On a very practical level, by opening the port of Gaza City, the uncontrolled flow of money, steel, cement, and weapons is intended to turn Hamastan into an Iranian missile launching pad, which could very soon become useful to Tehran by tying up IDF forces in southern Israel. It is also about giving the UN, which is more than ever dominated by Muslims and anti-imperialists, further disarming and blocking Israeli jurisdiction over the region by calling for an impartial investigation into the incident. A Goldstone report too, so to speak, no doubt intended to complement the first Goldstone report on the 2009 Gaza incursion as Durban II did with Durban I. So perhaps the most consequential attack on Israel's security comes from the country that supplied the most aid. Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his Foreign Minister Ahmet Davutoglu still stand out clearly in the shrill global cacophony with their threatening tirades against their long-standing security partner Israel. Tens of thousands of fanatical Israel haters, most of whom were easily identifiable by their beards or headscarves as supporters of the ruling AKP or the Islamization process in Turkey more generally, gathered in Istanbul's historic Taksim Square, previously reserved for secular events, military parades and street battles on May Day, demanding an end to the blockade, the breaking off of all cooperation with Israel and further robust Turkish engagement in Gaza. They also claimed countless times that a certain Allah was the greatest. On their return, the Turkish human rights activists were greeted like heroes and all broadcasters reported live. The opposition, supposedly Republican CHP, together with the nationalist MHP, initially tried to rhetorically outdo the AKP in its criticism of Israel in parliament so as not to be left behind in the Israel bashing. Although the Prophet's supporters dominated Taksim Square, they were not among themselves. Both grey wolves and left-wing radicals, the bastards of Kemalism, were present, and the CHP and MHP also waved the Turkish blood flag. However, some Kemalists have recognized that this battle for first place in anti-Zionism against the AKP is currently hopeless and are voicing timid criticism of Erdogan's incompetence, which threatens to alienate Turkey from its Western partners. The Kemalist papers Hurriyet and Milliyet, for example, naturally endorse the role Erdogan and Davutoglu envisage for Turkey as a mediating power between East and West in the Middle East, but are keen to see the Gaza incident as a tactical mistake. However, this does not prevent Hurriyet, which initially appeared with the headline Israel has attacked, from regularly publishing anti-Israeli front pages. Ahmet Davutoglu has called for the restoration of the Ottoman hegemony lost with the First World War in an authoritative foreign policy coursebook called Strategic Depth: Turkey's International Situation. In the past, some regarded Turkey as a player with strong muscles, a weak stomach, heart problems, and a mediocre brain. In other words, a strong army, a weak economy, a lack of self-confidence, and a deficit in strategic thinking. His recipe for the recovery of the sick man on the Bosporus relies on a shift from a defensive to a dynamic foreign policy and the exercise of soft power on the previously rival and even hostile neighbors. A little Willie, a little Joshka, a little Mahmoud, and the zero-problem policy with the former Ottoman vassals takes shape. Erdogan and Davutoglu have already been able to greatly improve relations with Georgia, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Greece, Syria, and Lebanon. There are even attempts at rapprochement with the Armenian neighbor, although this will still require a difficult historical revision of the mass murders of Armenians, which the Kemalists flatly deny, and a solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict that does not alienate Azerbaijan. The Syrian Hamas leader Khalid Mashal, like Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, was received with a red carpet. Hassan Nasrallah and Ismail Haniyeh were ensnared. The IHH played a key role here. The diplomatic highlight of this year, however, is the little-noticed state visit by Vladimir Putin, and perhaps also Davutoglu's visit to Athens. To see Turkey's foreign policy course as merely an erratic Orientalism, as in the days of Erbakan, would be a little short-sighted. It is, at least in the version intended for Western ears, about a Turkish reorientation as a mediator between Asia and Europe, America, and the sphere of power of Islam. In Washington and Jerusalem, despite many confusing signals, and because Turkey's drifting into the emerging anti-Western bloc would be more than just another domino tipped over, this image was held on to by some against their better judgment even after Erdogan's anti-Semitic tirades in Davos, not least by the commentators of Hurriyet and company who are laboriously suppressing panic. Turkey's foreign policy poses so many head-scratching riddles at home and abroad because Davutoglu does not want to dance at several weddings without skill. For example, the Nabucco project bypassing Russia and Iran had barely been secured as part of the zero-problem policy, which already seems less puzzling with the geographical route of future pipelines and energy supplies. When the Southern Stream project was set in motion with Putin, which will help the Russians bypass the troublesome Ukraine and give the oil-poor Turks prospects of becoming the Middle Eastern energy hub. At this point, it is worth remembering the imminent withdrawal of the USA from Iraqi Kurdistan, which will awaken Turkish and Iranian desires for the oil wells there and give Turkey further motivation to stylize itself as a Middle Eastern protective power. This imperial role requires gestures both internally and externally that emphasize Turkey's independence from the West, especially among its Muslim neighbors, and are intended to enhance Ankara's status as an honest broker. Erdogan is aware of the geostrategic blackmail ability of the West and, above all, Israel, and is gaining unprecedented popularity in the Islamic world with anti-Semitic ricochets such as those in Davos, the durability of which, however, suffers from Arab mistrust of the long-standing Western ally and Ottoman colonial ruler. In order to overcome this mistrust in the long term, Turkey would have to make constant use of the anti-Israeli ticket, as Iran, which is opposed by Sunni-motivated mistrust, has done with varying degrees of success. In Gaza, Turkish baby names have become very fashionable after the flotilla incident, and Turkish flags adorn the whole area. In the long term, this can't really please the Iranian racket, Hamas and the Arab tribes with state flags, but for now, all is joy there in the much-vaunted Arab Street, that Israel has been humiliated, that the blockade has been lifted by Egypt, and that world opinion, even in the US, has turned more strongly than ever against Israel. Hamas had visibly suffered from the military success of the closure of Gaza in recent months, although some smuggling was always possible, and, due to a lack of accessible Jews, had switched to terrorizing its own population since the beginning of Operation Cast Lead. 2 executions of Israeli collaborators on April 15, 2010, to be followed by 10 more, kidnappings and torture of political rivals are indications that Hamas is incapable of achieving internal stability without its archenemy, and that even in the purely hypothetical case that they would be able to turn off their anti-Semitic furor, this would not be possible without losing power. The fact that Hamas is lying when it and its anti-imperialist multipliers portray Gaza as a Sahel zone created by the Jews is only part of the truth. Moreover, the undeniable misery that makes the Palestinians in Gaza directly dependent clients of Hamas and binds them to it more effectively than even internal terror is, in the truest sense of the word, self-inflicted. The racket controls and curtails almost unhindered every movement of goods and every transfer of foreign currency that is still coming in and deliberately destroys emerging supply alternatives. For example, just 2 days before the Gaza flotilla incident, a protest by the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Robert Seri, in which he complained bitterly about Hamas raiding a whole series of NGO offices and supply centers, some of which cooperate with the UN, and stealing equipment and aid from them, was deliberately ignored by Palestine lovers and human rights chatterers as well as by the media, which are always concerned about the catastrophic conditions there. Erdogan is currently confronted with a problem that also concerns Ismail Haniyeh, Hugo Chavez, and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, albeit in a slightly different guise. Now that the moral renewal of state and society, the symbolic campaigns and the populist government propaganda have worn themselves out and the economy continues to refuse to follow the ideology, the usual social centrifugal forces are tugging at the National Unity Program, 1 year before the next elections, in which the competing CHP is not without prospects. Although Turkey has shown noticeable economic growth, there remains a profound difference between the west of the country, which would be more economically capable of joining the EU than Romania or Bulgaria, and the east, which, despite the huge, centralist dam projects, gap, is constantly flushing impoverished populations into the west, where they gather in poverty belts around the big cities. These backward masses are highly receptive to welfare rackets and have helped bring Erdogan to power. The superficial reconciliation with the Kurds under Islamic auspices is showing clear cracks. The PKK is once again carrying out massive attacks just in time for the start of the tourist season, and anti-government rallies are increasingly taking place at the funerals of attack victims. On the day of the Gaza flotilla incident, a naval barracks in Iskenderun was attacked with rocket launchers, killing 4 soldiers. Ahmet Davutoglu, for whom the consequences still seemed too incalculable, put a temporary stop to the accusation that Mossad was now working with the PKK, which had already begun within the AKP. However, the AKP's self-portrayal as the party of a new national religious unity has been irrevocably damaged, and the question of who is to blame for this will, as always, be answered a la turca, i.e. by the discovery of sinister machinations by foreign powers who, according to traditional paranoia, cooperate with Armenians, Greeks, Freemasons, Alevis, Kurds, communists, etc. in the country, and which, in Erdogan's new diction, are now being replaced by the sinister Gladio network of NATO and the Ergenekon conspiracy, which are targeting Kemalism, which is still effective via gangs. This search for the internal enemy, which not only runs through the ideology of the AKP, but also characterizes Kemalism all the way back to Ataturk and the Young Turks and dates back to the Ottoman Empire, has left out the Jews in Turkey, who have so far been relatively spared, for reasons of alliance strategy, and continues to do so, but the entire pathological projection is already laid out in the incessant obsession with minorities and now in the confrontation course against Israel. According to Ataturk, the glue that held the belated republic together was Turkishness, Turkluk, which consequently excluded Kurds, Lazes, and Arabs, as the concept of Turkluk never rose to the inclusive status of, for example, the French or Americans, but remained a diffusely racist ideology. Ataturk hated and despised Islam, as he diagnosed it as the core of the Ottoman Empire's backward limitations. Quote, "For more than 500 years, the rules and theories of an old Arab sheikh and the abstruse interpretations of generations of dirty and ignorant clerics have determined all civil and criminal laws in Turkey. They have determined the form of the constitution, the slightest actions and gestures of a citizen, his food, the hours for waking and sleeping, the cut of clothes, the subject matter at school, customs and habits, and even the most intimate thoughts. Islam, this absurd doctrine of an immoral Bedouin, is a rotting carcass that poisons our lives. Islam is at best good for effeminate Arabs, but not for Turks, who are conquerors and men. There are different countries, but only one civilization. The prerequisite for the progress of the nation is to participate in this one civilization." The secular Kemalist horse cure of Beysigretman, chief teacher, a popular form of address used by Ataturk, is a prime example of catch-up development in which, loosely based on the example of Robespierre and Lenin, 200 years of Western history were skipped over with compressed nationalist violence, and a multi-ethnic, feudal population was to be quickly integrated into a centralized nation-state. Since Ataturk and his followers failed to declare the Kurds, a third of the republic's population, as Turks à la Française by territorial affiliation, hence the embarrassing term Mountain Turks from the time of the coup, and the Kurds and Armenians quickly proved to have an affinity for developing their own nationalism based on the Turkish model. The original secular, anti-religious impetus had to give way to an alliance of convenience with Eastern sheikhs and Kurdish imams. When Ataturk got rid of the caliphate, which threatened the power of the republic in 1924, he severed the fragile bond between Turks and Kurds, which was based on Islam, and in 1925 Sheikh-Zed's Islamic Kurdish nationalist uprising took place, which was bloodily suppressed. Since then, Kemalist Turkey has oscillated between a cohesive recourse to Islam and the panicked containment of Sharia experiments. The dilemma is simply insoluble. If the offer of identification is Turkluk, the Turkish-Kurdish conflict in particular is pre-programmed. If Islam, which comprises 98% of the population, is emphasized, the republic itself ultimately falls by the wayside, as the more or less green experiments under Menderes, Islamic liberal, Özal, liberal Islamic, Erbakan, Islamic fundamentalist, and now Erdogan, Islamic conservative, prove. This also raises the question of whether the Alevis, who to make matters worse are largely Kurds, even count as Muslims, not to mention Greeks, Assyrians, and Armenians, who as non-Turks and non-Muslims suffer from both ideological tendencies. In Turkey, identity is only ever available in the German sense, i.e. in an exclusive way. The Turkluk installed by Ataturk was not only inscribed in the Kurds' family book, but even written in giant letters on the mountains. Happy is he who can say, "I am Turkish." Turkey is indivisible. However, the simultaneous suppression of the Kurdish language and the clear discrimination against Kurds, especially in the army and civil service hierarchy, which dated back to Ataturk, made it clear to the Kurdish reader that they were excluded and not included by this Turkiye. The Kemalists were certainly not subtle, and although some, especially Alavi Kurdish clans and villages, political individualism is still relatively rare, especially in the East, attracted by state subsidies and hopes of progress, sided with Ankara. Since Erdogan came to power at the latest, one must assume a realignment of collective identity that is not one of the previous tactical shifts in Turkish politics, but the transition to a post-Kemalist, Islam-centered Turkey. Post-Kemalist should be understood in a more chronological and historical sense, as Erdogan's re-Islamization is also fed by Kemalist elements. The neo-Ottomanism of Anatolian elites advocated by Foreign Minister Davutoglu, which he wants to replace the Kemalist elites, and which is progressing rapidly in the army and civil service despite some resistance, is an Islam-centered variant of the Turanist protectionism with which Turkey sought to present itself as the patron of the Central Asian Turkic peoples and foreign Turks. Davutoglu wants to take the former territories of the Ottoman Empire, which includes North Africa, the Balkans, the Caucasus, and Philistin, under the wing of the successor state of the last caliphate. The ongoing unwinding of laicism, the posturing as a Western Eastern dialogue partner, and the attacks against the security partner Israel can be interpreted as an application to become a modern type of Emir al-Mu'min, ruler of the believers, who would no longer rule directly over the territories and would therefore also be responsible for the development there, but would form a Muslim commonwealth with them as primus inter pares. The Iranians and Saudis would disagree here at the latest. The Turkish national anthem, Istiklal Marşı, illustrates the fact that Kemalism has belied its secular claim from the very beginning. Its author, Mehmet Akif Ersoy, was first and foremost a Muslim and then a Turkish nationalist who joined the Committee for Unity and Progress, the most important movement of the Young Turks and the driving force behind the mass murder of the Armenians. Ersoy was a representative of the more Islamic wing, in contrast to the more Turkish Ziya Gökalp, who is credited as the author of the poem Asker Duası, Soldier's Prayer, quoted by Erdogan, which unfortunately did not end his political career. Ersoy joined the Grand National Assembly in 1920, but withdrew to Egypt in 1923 in silent protest against Ataturk's secular religious policy. The multiverse poem, which is full of hateful tirades against the West in the unsung passages that are still part of the elementary school curriculum, is an exemplary demonstration of how the Kemalists were also prepared to fall back on the Islamic cult of death as a social cement. Even the first two verses, which form the anthem adopted by the Kemalists and which are sung in all the country's schools in the morning, contain a combination of ostensibly nationalist racist lyrics and jihadist cues. Fear not. The red flag that flies in this dawn cannot go out. It is the last hearth fire that burns over my homeland without going out. It is the star of my people, it will always shine. It is mine, it belongs to my people alone. Do not hide your face, you stubborn crescent. I give myself to you in sacrifice. Laugh at my heroic race. Why this violence, why this anger? Otherwise we would not welcome the blood we shed for you. Independence, that is the right of my people who worship the righteous one. Kurban Olay can be translated simultaneously as, I implore you, and I sacrifice myself. Halal is not simply pleasing, but above all the word for Islamic purity in food and custom. And haq is one of the most commonly used 99 names of Allah, Arabic, al-Haq. National anthems often contain religious ammunition, but the Turkish one is symptomatic of a superficially secular society that simultaneously suppresses the smoldering delusion of Islam and uses it to generate cohesion and devotion. The nation-state's dulce et decorum est pro patria mori is fed directly from the jihadist cult of death, which can be traced throughout the Turkish culture down to the most banal spheres. There is hardly a love song without subliminal threats of murder and suicide, hardly a film without a heroic victim, hardly an apolitical series without tragic acts of honor, and hardly any afternoon program, whether public or private, neglects to show a fatal house collapse, a terrible bus accident, or this is the moment when even family members uninterested in news watch spellbound. A child horribly disfigured or dying due to disability or accident, accompanied by schmaltzy can music and accompanied by Allah, Allah, especially from female viewers. Beautiful death and innocent suffering are the Turks' daily bread. After several experiments that were curbed by the generals at the last moment, the attempt to make controlled use of Islamic resentment has now become an ideological reactor meltdown, and not, as was long cliched in Republican circles, in the form of resurgent caliphs and sheiks, but in the elitist modern revival supported more by impoverished city dwellers than Kurdish peasants, which redefines the Turk under Islamic auspices. On its path from discreetly pious Turkishness to state Islam, Turkey benefits from its extensive independence from U.S. subsidies, in contrast to Egypt, which would otherwise have just as many historical and cultural reasons to claim hegemony and the majority of whose population would rather be ruled by the Muslim Brotherhood today than tomorrow. The Islamic youth Red Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, Erdogan's idol and mastermind of an Islamic Greater East, who exorcised the liberal and communist ghosts of the Turkish modernization dictatorship with the most delusional anti-Jewish rumors in his writings. Not much different from today, the socialist parties in the 1970s were also accomplices, and sometimes avant-garde of the counter-revolutionary hatred of Israel. Mahir Kayan and his People's Liberation Party Front of Turkey, THKPC, still revered today, assassinated the Israeli Consul General Ephraim Elram in Istanbul on May 17, 1971. These days, Erdogan has renewed his accusation that Israel behaves like an organization, whereas Hamas is not a terrorist organization. Rather, according to the Turkish president, it is a national liberation movement. If Erdogan seemed like a driven man in the first few days after the massacre on October 7th in the face of the multitude of rival anti-Zionist whips, he is once again staging himself as the Reis among the fascist agitators. At the Istanbul mass choreography on October 28th, called for by the Turkish State Front, he threatened Israel that we may come unexpectedly one night. The crowd shouted, "Here is the army. Here is the commander." Above all, the anti-Zionist shouting betrays his own revanchist desires to break down national borders. On October 28, for example, Erdogan openly said that Gaza, Skopje, Thessaloniki, Mosul, and Aleppo belong to them as much as our blood and our souls. And, of course, Erdogan also talked about the dark figures behind the wretched terrorists in northern Syria. His anti-imperialist victim myth is a projected desire for recognition, imperial aggression cloaked in innocence. For the Turkish State Front, the fact that the blood-red republic became an Islamist murder pit is also an investment in its international prestige. Above all, it was European indifference to the Turkish campaign of destruction in northern Syria that gave the Turkish regime the certainty that it would not have to expect any consequences. When the Syrian Kurdish woman Hevrin Zilef was surprised on October 12, 2019 on her way to Raqqa by a roadblock of an Islamist militia collaborating with the Turkish State Front, these barbarians dragged her through the dust by her hair, beat her, and finally executed her. Just as Hamas executed Jews on October 7th, Turkish propaganda hailed the bestial murder as a triumph over the enemy. Until her death, Hevrin Zilef was the general secretary of a Syrian party that was founded in liberated Raqqa to realize the idea of a secular and non-ethnicist Syria. The Turkish military strategy of systematically devastating northern Syria, as a result of which many people are forced to endure for days without electricity and water, is increasingly making life impossible in that anti-Islamist bastion, where the Islamic State had previously failed. Without Europe's pathological indolence, its complete disinterest in the catastrophe that secular Afrin, for example, became a territory of rival Islamist gangs after the Turkish occupation, the most notorious of which is Syria's Al-Qaeda, the Turkish state beast would probably be less untamed. In the meantime, Robert Habeck is trotting listlessly through Ankara these days, calling for reforms in the Turkish justice system in order to guarantee European investors more security. And Annalena Baerbock receives her Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan in Berlin for aesthetically staged crisis diplomacy. For the Turkish State Front, the fact that the blood-red republic has become an Islamist murder pit is also an investment in its international prestige. The Tagesschau, for example, speaks of it as a possible host for talks with Hamas. But even though Bloomberg Opinion recently suggested that Joseph Biden would only have to speak personally with Erdogan to bring an end to the Gaza crisis, so far only Qatar and Egypt have been able to raise their prestige as mediators. As delusional as the whispers of Turkish state paranoia are, and as complicit as European and North American appeasement policies are, both reveal a great deal about the regional constellations. The secular Vatan Party, whose patron Dogu Parensek recently conferred with Hamas cadres in front of a portrait of Mustafa Kemal, is in favor of a Eurasian axis with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Greater Russian regime, and its satellites. In Syria's Deir-ez-Zor, whose territories east of the Euphrates are associated with the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, the communist regime has been investing extensively in infiltration and destabilization for some time. In recent days, militant hostilities by its proxy militias have escalated in the region. The communist regime in Iran has failed mercilessly on such a front of anti-Zionist frenzy. Just a few hours after the start of the Al-Aqsa flood, Ali Khamenei posted a sequence of the Re'im massacre on his multilingual X-presence. The fascist jubilant old man greeted the festival guests fleeing from the death squads with the joyful exclamation that the ulcer of the Zionist usurper regime would soon be eradicated. Just a few days before the massacre, Khamenei had urgently warned the Muslim states against any rapprochement with Israel. The resistance would soon triumph over Israel. It is obvious that the massacre on October 7th was also part of a perfidious calculation to derail the rapprochement between Israel and the Arab states in the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Unlike in the Turkish Republic, where the lust for gossip about the Jews is being collectively acted out these days, the communist regime in Iran has failed mercilessly on such a front of anti-Zionist frenzy. While the communist cyber army boasts of the mass turnout at the anti-Israeli marches in London, Paris, San Francisco, or Sydney, the regime's agitated attacks in Tehran or elsewhere in Iran resemble a desolate conviviality of the remaining old men of the Islamic Revolution. For example, when Fars, the propaganda organ of the Guardian Army of the Islamic Revolution, spoke enthusiastically of the anti-Israeli mass march in London on November 11th as the most impressive anti-Israeli demonstration, with more than 1 million people. Iranians mocked that in Tehran, the capital of the axis of resistance, no more than a few thousand regime loyalists attended such marches. So while the roaring cattle in Iran are dwindling more and more, many prominent and less prominent opposition figures in the Iranian diaspora, such as Masih Alinejad and Reza Pahlavi, are explicitly speaking out in favor of solidarity with Israel. They all agree that the communist regime, as Abdullah Muhtadi, Secretary General of the Kurdish Kemallah Party, puts it, is the head of the snake that makes peace impossible, and that any appeasement of the regime will only lead to the next pile of rubble. For much like the Taliban's fatal takeover of Afghanistan in 2021, it is not its popularity that is the basis of the communist regime's regional validity, but rather its enduring investment in destabilization and militancy. Just as the withdrawal from northern Syria was tantamount to absolution for the Turkish state beast that is howling most hysterically these days, the appeasement of the regime, such as the European rejection of the desperate demand by Iranian revolutionaries to criminalize the Guardian Army as a terrorist organization, is carte blanche for the Islamic State in the spirit of Ruhollah Khomeini. The anti-Semite is not falling for a fallacy. He is choosing an ideology with full conviction. While these days Osama bin Laden has become a post-mortem TikTok influencer and taking sides in the anti-Jewish pogrom at US and European universities is considered fashionable, Iranians in exile associate themselves with the most determined opponents of the demonstrating will to annihilation. And so, in London, Paris, and elsewhere, it is above all exiled Iranians who are showing solidarity with Israel and opposing the Islamo-fascist mob, in the knowledge that the anti-Israeli delusion and the virtue terrorist despotism that recently murdered 6-year-old Armida Jeravand in Iran are one and the same. The anti-Semite does not fall for a fallacy. He decides with full conviction in favor of an ideology that despises the truth and makes it contemptible. In the Israeli Declaration of Independence in 1948, the Arabs living in Israel are called upon to preserve peace and to participate in the founding of the state with full civil equality and appropriate representation in all provisional and permanent organs of the state. In the Declaration of Independence read out by David Ben-Gurion, the hand of peace is extended to the Arab states. The anti-Zionists do not hate Israel for any state crimes. They hate it because the Zionists have succeeded in founding a state that is freer and more prosperous than the dark republics of Arab resurrection from Nasser's Egypt to the state ruins of the Ba'ath regimes. Unlike the Ottoman state beast before it, the first generations of Jewish pioneers did not plunder land. They bought it from the Arab effendis via collective funds, many of whom had previously speculated on the increase in value of fallow land. These Jewish pioneers, many of them partisans of socialist ideas, founded model villages, reforested bare hills, desalinated soils, and drained swamps in order to eradicate the murderous malaria. They did what the Ottoman state had previously been unwilling to do: modernize Palestinian primary production. The only solemn promise made by the parties to the Arab resurrection, on the other hand, was the imminent destruction of Israel. Just remember when an alliance of Arab armies invaded the Jewish state a few hours after Israel's declaration of invalidity on May 14, 1948. The Arab spokesman talked of a rapid march that would push the Jews into the sea and thus to their deaths, while the clergy of the Venerable Al-Azhar in Cairo, and with them the Muslim Brotherhood, proclaimed the destruction of Israel a sacred duty. Or remember the jubilant marches in Cairo in 1967 in the days before the military debacle of the Egyptian army, when the battle cry "Kill" rang through the streets and dolls of Jews were strangled in victory. A wiretapped telephone conversation from October 7th from the Mafalsim kibbutz in southern Israel also bears witness to this delusion of annihilation, which takes one's own death into account. From there, one of the Palestinian pogromists used the phone of a woman he had previously murdered to call his family in Gaza to gleefully inform them that he had slaughtered Jews with his own hands. "Dad, look at my WhatsApp and you'll see all those killed. See how many I killed with my own hands." Your son killed Jews. When his brother asks him to come home to Gaza, the pogromist replies in irritation, "What do you mean by coming home? It's either death or victory. Look at WhatsApp. Look at the dead." In Gaza, the pogromists were greeted frenetically. Young men, some still children, spat on the human prey, beat them with triumphant shouts of Allahu Akbar, and demonstrated their joy at the pogrom with TikToks. All of them, the murderers, the roaring cattle, their proud mothers as well as those who triumphantly offered locum on the streets of Gaza, knew that the Israeli army's reaction to the pogrom would be tremendous. Intoxicated by the bodycam sequences with which Hamas testifies to the bestiality of its murderous frenzy, and emboldened by the propaganda of a notorious megalomania, this suicidal murder collective is indifferent to its own life as long as it takes pleasure in bringing death upon those who do not despise life. So when the high-ranking Hamas cadre Ghazi Hamad expresses his pride from Lebanon in sacrificing martyrs and predicts further pogroms until Israel is destroyed, the anti-militarist demand at the moment can only be a call for an uprising against this death industry. It would be an uprising out of pure self-interest in life, while so-called pro-Palestinian solidarity reproduces the delusion of redemption through the murder of Jews with slogans such as, "From the river to the sea." Those Palestinians who are cursing Hamas and its financiers these days for bringing rubble and death to Gaza are being hushed up. The renegades of the death industry have always been left alone. On November 24th, the first day of the ceasefire meditated by Egypt and Qatar, a mob of hundreds of friends of the Qassam brigades lynched two young men accused of collaborating with Israel in Tulkarm. With the penetrating roar of Allahu Akbar, the bodies were desecrated, as if in ritual, dragged through the dust and tied to a steel pole as a threat to everyone else. On the same day, the congratulatory wishes of Hamas Eminence Grace Ismail Haniyeh to the families of the dead were read out in front of Istanbul's Beyazıt Mosque in light of the deaths of Turkish volunteers in the Qassam brigades in southern Lebanon, gleefully proclaiming that Israel will drown in the blood of the martyrs. The name of one of the two martyrs, Yaqub E., went on record in 2011, when the Turkish judiciary was not yet a fully repressive organ of the AKP. Yaqub E., who was praised these days as a pioneer, was considered by the judiciary to be a designated cadre of the Turkish branch of the Communist Al-Quds Brigade.